At an unknown banquet, Shi Qing was abruptly awakened by a bolt of lightning. Realizing he was living within the confines of a novel, and worse still, as a deeply infatuated male supporting character, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for being so enamored by such a wretched creature before him. Indeed, he did deliver several resounding slaps to his own face. Desperately seeking to alter his controlled predicament, he encountered an individual utterly foreign to the narrative, a character non-existent within the pages of the book. In an effort to rid himself of this dreadful feeling, he resolved to lavish a sum of 100,000 each month to keep that person close. Over time, he discovered that this individual possessed an extraordinary background, leaving him feeling as though the very sky had collapsed upon him. He wished to flee, but found himself unable to escape. Chapter 1. He is a fool. Shi Ci Qing awoke to a disorienting realization. In the next moment, it felt as though the heavens themselves had crumbled, leaving him utterly devastated. He longed to deliver himself a resounding clap to the face. Afraid to open his eyes, he wished for this all to be but a fleeting illusion. Inwardly, he recited a mantra for clarity and repentance. The banquet hall was resplendent, adorned in opulence, while in the backyard, two young women were embroiled in a heated argument. One girl, clad in a white dress, stumbled backward and fell into the pool. A man, without a moment to spare to remove his coat, leaped into the water to rescue her, his face etched with concern. Ignoring the discomfort of his wet clothes clinging to him, he emerged from the water, cradling the drenched girl. A crowd had gathered by the pool, all dressed in expensive attire, whispering amongst themselves about the scene before them. Luoshu merely brushed against you. Was it necessary to resort to such malice, pushing her into the water and nearly drowning her? Yun Sui, your arrogance is intolerable and utterly unreasonable. You ought to return and allow your aunt to instill some manners in you. The man's voice dripped with disdain, his white shirt clinging to his form, accentuating a physique that was nothing short of perfection. His hair glistened with droplets, and his striking features bore an aggressive beauty, a blend of scholarly grace and a chilling demeanor that evoked a sense of haunting beauty. He gazed at the fragile girl in his arms, oblivious to the ruin of his costly silk shirt, his expression filled with compassion as he observed her pale face, trembling lips, and fluttering eyelashes. He turned to regard the other girl, who sat on the ground, clutching her swollen cheek, her head held high in defiance, refusing to let her tears fall. The man's gaze was cold, distant, and menacing as he scornfully admonished, Yun Sui, my patience is limited. Do not feign ignorance. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and without warning, a bolt struck the very spot where he stood. The onlookers near the pool screamed in terror, scattering in all directions. The ground where the lightning had struck was charred and still smoking. Shi Ci Qing rolled away with the girl, glancing at the blackened crater, his heart racing with fear. Instinctively, he looked up at the ominous sky, convinced it must be mere coincidence. Yun Sui, you must. Before he could finish his sentence, a crackling sound echoed once more, and he saw another bolt of lightning hurtling towards him. He quickly closed his mouth. The sound ceased abruptly. The lightning veered, striking another individual, whose hair stood on end, their face turning an ashen hue. With a thud, the person collapsed, rendered unconscious. It became apparent that this person was acquainted with the unconscious girl in white. The crowd distanced themselves from the girl who had been struck. Amidst so many gathered, why was she the one targeted with such precision? Shi Ci Qing turned to the fallen individual, suddenly recognizing her. It struck him that the person struck down was none other than Li Xia, the close friend of Su Luoshu. He recalled how Su Luoshu had relentlessly attempted to matchmake her with him after getting involved with Jinshan, though he had never consented. Seeing the scene left him dazed. Could it be that he had wronged another? No, Luoshu was gentle and kind, too timid to even harm an ant. How could she possibly have wronged anyone? Wiping the water from his face, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Having been slightly feverish and then drenched, his head spun with a surge of inexplicable anger. It felt as if electric currents were zapping through his brain, a sharp pain piercing his thoughts. Once the dizziness subsided, he suddenly relaxed his hands, his expression blank as he stared for a moment before. Without warning, he slapped himself across the face. Feeling the asymmetry, he promptly delivered another slap to the other side. The surrounding onlookers were left dumbfounded by his inexplicable actions, questioning his sanity as he struck himself repeatedly with surprising force. The imprint of his fingers was vividly etched upon his cheeks. The girl who had been thrown to the ground let out a pained whimper, her long lashes fluttering. Gazing at his reddened palm, Shi Qing felt like a complete fool for striking his cousin over someone who was entirely unrelated to him. His cousin had been cherished and spoiled, and yet he had dared to lay a hand on her. The Ci family would surely see to his ruin. Truly, he felt like a genuine fool, a purebred idiot living 2 decades in vain. Yet, upon reflecting on the foolish actions he had taken, he felt his intellect was hardly worth much. A foolish simpleton of little value. But then again, though his mind lacked worth, his family was wealthy. He was the young master of the Shi family in the capital. The Shi family was the foremost in the city, the epitome of affluence. His father was a renowned entrepreneur, his mother, a celebrated artist. His older brother had entered the Forbes list of the top 5 at under 30, and his second brother had secured dual degrees from the prestigious Lin University by age 18. Now a rising star in military and political circles. His third sister was a beloved dual award-winning actress and novelist. And here he was a fool, having been enchanted by an exchange student named Su Luoxue during high school, thus becoming her unwavering protector. Whenever Su Luoxue faced adversity, he would confront her aggressors. When she faced financial difficulties, he readily offered assistance. When she aspired to enter the entertainment industry, he spared no effort in his support. He even enrolled in a university in Hong Kong, where he remained for several years out of fear for her well-being. During this time, he became acquainted with Zhen Chun, known as the second young master of the Jin family. They had fought many battles on behalf of Su Luoxue in Hong Kong. He had engaged in countless foolish acts for her. He was utterly enamored, besotted, relentlessly pursuing her, even if it meant enduring the role of a mere backup. He believed that one day she would come to love him. After all these years, if she were to love him, surely she would have done so by now. He realized he was genuinely unwell, creating troubles for himself. However, some matters spiraled beyond control, and despite not wishing to act, he found himself compelled to do so in Su Luoxue's presence this day. He had struck his cousin for the sake of Su Luoxue. If his mother were to find out, he would surely be subjected to her wrath. In that precise moment, he finally understood the reason. The world they inhabited was a novel centered on a beloved heroine, with Su Luoxue portrayed as the protagonist who cried at the slightest provocation, misunderstood and stubbornly running away with a child. She was the self-proclaimed leading lady, destined to return years later with a brilliant child to torment the male lead. Zhen Chun was the domineering love interest, whose affections were marked by a penchant for heartache, a figure who had tormented the heroine repeatedly, yet who she regarded with the fondness of a first love. The handbook for ensnaring the beloved aptly described the obsession of the powerful figures in Hong Kong, all captivated by Su Luoxue. They fought tooth and nail for her affections, their lives intertwined in a deadly struggle. This level of allure extended even into the capital, where the young masters of the Shi family served as mere pawns in the grand scheme, stepping stones in the unfolding narrative. In a desperate bid to win the affections of the heroine, the elder brother engages in a bitter rivalry with the male lead, ultimately leading to his own downfall, resulting in a shattered family and a tragic fate. The second brother, in his fervent pursuit of the heroine, endeavors painstakingly to infiltrate the military and political spheres, offending numerous individuals. In a moment of confusion, he is unceremoniously cast down from his lofty position and meets his end beneath the wheels of a large truck. The third sister, infatuated with the male lead, frequently opposes the heroine, leveraging her status as a film queen. Her obsession culminates in retaliation from the male lead, tarnishing her innocence and leading her to a tragic demise by jumping from a height. The sycophantic male, supporting character, and the malicious female antagonist both meet with grim fates. Meanwhile, the protagonists clear all obstacles in their path, their fortunes soaring as they revel in a life of unabashed luxury, welcoming a multitude of blessings. Upon reflecting on the events, one arrives at a profound conclusion. All individuals within the narrative are but naive souls, blinded by folly. Shi Qing kneels before the girl, her cheeks swollen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zue, I am sorry. Your cousin did not mean to hurt you. Upon uttering these words, Shi Qing cannot help but chastise herself, feeling the sting of her own hypocrisy. What was unintentional is clearly a deliberate act. The girl, sitting on the ground, gazes in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her cousin, who had always held himself in high regard, circling around Su Luo Shui, now dares to apologize to her. It is as if the sun has risen in the west. The universe could collapse, and such an event would still seem improbable. The girl cannot fathom that a man would offer her an apology. It is simply absurd. Surely, there must be some ulterior motive. She vows not to be fooled again, that I did not touch her. She deliberately fell into the water. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance. Yin Sui's face is pallid as she speaks coldly. Were it not for her mother insisting that she attend school in the port city, she would have had no interest in dealing with this sycophantic cousin, now unjustly accused. Upon hearing this, the man pauses momentarily before pulling out his phone to verify the claim. After ending the call, his brow furrows in concern. The surveillance footage has been tampered with, and quite swiftly at that. Could have been premeditated? He gazes at the girl, who lies unconscious, her eyelashes fluttering, pondering if this is indeed a self-scripted drama. Before he can fully process his thoughts, a thud resonates, and he turns to see his cousin collapse. Suddenly recalling that his cousin suffered from post-traumatic stress due to an incident in her childhood. He hurriedly calls for an ambulance. As he assists his cousin into the ambulance, a man bursts out, cradling Su Luo Shui. Make way. Miss Su is injured. Shi Qing glances back, instantly comprehending the situation regarding the surveillance. After ensuring his cousin is safely inside the ambulance, he shuts the door with a definitive slam. The man holding Su Luo Shui watches the ambulance speed away. His face filled with fury, he reproaches Shi Qing. Young Master Shi, did you not see that Luo Shui is injured? You let the ambulance leave without taking action. Are you not afraid she will blame you? Shi Qing crosses his arms, casting a nonchalant glance as he idly cleans his ears that I did not see anything. Chapter 2. Just one more word. Seal your lips. Are you not afraid that when the snow falls, she will no longer pay you any mind? The man exclaimed in a fit of frustration. Shi Qing raised an eyebrow, noting the man's fervent tone. Indeed. It was only during such moments that this head of security would speak so animatedly. Unconcerned with the words left unspoken, he pressed a hand to his chest, feeling a sharp pang. Even at the mention of others calling Su Luo Shui in such an endearing manner, a twinge of discomfort stirred within him. It seemed there were certain things that should remain unsaid, particularly when it came to Su Luo Shui. Actions that could inflict harm must be avoided. He decided to probe further. With a swift change of subject, he addressed the slightly portly man. If you are so anxious, why not summon a vehicle yourself? Perhaps you might win her favor. Another wave of discomfort surged in his chest. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of Shi Qing's lips. The slightly rotund head of security paused, his expression darkening as he instinctively tightened his grip on Su Luo Shui. The woman in his arms could not suppress a soft hum of discontent. As a security personnel, he was acutely aware of his unworthy aspirations towards Miss Su, recognizing the disparity in their stations. Yet, it is a universal truth that everyone possesses an appreciation for beauty. Even a security guard may indulge in fanciful thoughts. Should Miss Su bestow upon him a smile, he would awaken from dreams with a smile upon his face. However, Miss Su was surrounded by elites and affluent individuals, particularly the esteemed Zhen Xiao, whose status was paramount. It was said that Zhen Xiao's uncle, Master Qi, wielded significant influence in the port city, being a renowned figure in the local circles. A mere security guard like him could hardly afford to offend such a powerful family. Shi Qing remained rooted in place, observing quietly with a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was acutely aware that CI Hospital was the finest private medical institution in the port city, ranked first nationally, with specialists that were the pinnacle of their field. The class distinctions were evident. Naturally, ambulances were billed according to their tier, and the starting fare was quite substantial. The vehicle he had called earlier was a dedicated unit, equipped with state-of-the-art instruments, starting from $1 million. The cost was not trivial. PCI had only 2 such vehicles in service. He doubted that this minor security chief could summon another one to transport anyone to PCI. Moreover, Su Luo Shui had merely suffered from water inhalation and fainted. The moment she was brought ashore, he had administered first aid and checked her pulse. There appeared to be nothing amiss, and by the timeline, she should have awakened by now. As for the reason for her continued slumber, that remained a mystery. He scoffed softly, his gaze fixed on the girl's fluttering eyelashes. "Are you not afraid that Jin Xiao will deal with you?" The slightly portly man stammered, regaining his composure. Although he was a nameless head of security, he understood that he could not compare to Shi Ci Qing, the dashing young master. However, the Zhen family was a different matter entirely. As one of the 5 great clans, Zhen Xiao's uncle, Master Qi, truly held the reins of the entire port city. A genuine titan of the local domain. Dealing with someone as insignificant as Shi Ci Qing was but a trivial matter for him. The notion of having him call for an ambulance from PCI was utterly preposterous. A single ambulance could equate to several years' worth of wages. Shi Ci Qing merely chuckled softly, choosing silence as he pulled out his phone, capturing several photographs of the security chief and Su Luo Shui. Gazing at the photograph, he clicked his tongue, pondering whether sending it to that foolish Yun would provoke him into a dramatic gesture of slitting his throat. That imbecile was notorious for his penchant for brawling, often resorting to verbal jabs, yet lacking the courage to take real action, a fact he could never quite comprehend. Nevertheless, he harbored no fear of the foolish Yun. In their encounters, victories were predominantly his, and had it not been for his concern for Su Luoshui's feelings, he would have emerged unscathed every time. Reflecting on the mindless antics of the past, now felt absurdly foolish, astonishingly so. Upon witnessing the throat-slitting gesture, the security guard couldn't suppress a gulp, his grip slackening instinctively, causing the woman in his arms to tumble to the ground once more. It was common knowledge that the young master of the Zhen family was infamous for his tyranny and jealousy-fueled madness. Were he to discover that not only had he laid hands on Miss Su, but had also embraced her, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for him. In this world, where wealth can wield considerable influence, the disappearance of an insignificant security guard in a bustling metropolis like Hong Kong would hardly raise an eyebrow. Shi Ci Qing remained silent, engrossed in fiddling with his phone. "Could you assist me?" 100,000, he texted, receiving an immediate response. "What for?" Without hesitation, he sent a photograph of the banquet along with all the surveillance footage from the security room. "A segment of the footage has been damaged. Could you help restore it?" The reply came swiftly, accompanied by an affirmative emoji. In less than 10 minutes, Shi Ci Qing received a complete video, albeit somewhat blurry, revealing 2 women standing by the pool. Engaged in conversation, their identities obscured. Soon after, the person on the other end responded with a puzzled emoji. "This is baffling. It was clear at the time. But why is it fuzzy now?" Shi Ci Qing chuckled softly, realizing that even in the absence of human interference, certain settings would still impose their will. Truly remarkable. "Never mind. You're busy," he replied, transferring the payment and shutting off his phone as he strode toward the banquet hall. Whether by design or happenstance, just as he was about to enter, a delicate voice called out, "Ci Qing Ge." Shi Ci Qing rubbed his temples, finding the situation increasingly troublesome. His body turned involuntarily to face the caller. To his surprise, the girl, who should have been unconscious, weakly descended from the security guard's hold, even staggering a few steps forward. Her pallid complexion and pitiable demeanor were striking. Unable to suppress a scoff, Shi Ci Qing noted the disdain in her gaze directed at the guard. It was merely an act to maintain her image of gentleness and understanding, necessitating a simple thank you. How had he failed to notice this before? Seeing Shi Ci Qing's lack of response, the girl misinterpreted his silence as anger, a hint of satisfaction flickering in her heart. With a tone that exuded empathy, she said, "Please don't be upset. Sway didn't he mean it. It was my fault for provoking her." Before she could finish, Shi Ci Qing raised his hand to interrupt, meeting her gaze. Before him stood the girl, visibly distressed, sniffling, her expressive eyes glistening with a hint of sorrow, evoking a deep sense of compassion. Even the previously dazed security personnel hurried to console her. And those who had merely been spectators moments ago suddenly sprang into action, surrounding the girl with inquiries of concern. The individual struck by lightning regained consciousness while waiting for the ambulance. Supported by others, he staggered towards the girl, his face darkened, offering her words of comfort that startled her. Observing this scene, Shi Ci Qing inwardly cursed, recognizing that the plot of a beloved character had been triggered. Amidst the crowd, gazed at the man standing at the entrance of the banquet hall, noting the coldness in his eyes. A stark contrast to the deep concern he once displayed. It felt as though something was distancing itself from her. Ci Qing, do not blame Sui. She did not intend for this to happen. Instinctively, Shi Ci Qing moved to comfort the girl, but abruptly halted, chastising himself with a sharp slap to the face. Retracting his leg obediently. This action left everyone bewildered. Who would willingly strike themselves? Was he out his mind? Su Luoxue was taken aback, misinterpreting the situation. Witnessing the man's swollen face stirred warmth in her heart, just as she was about to approach him to offer solace. She was frightened by yet another punch from Shi Ci Qing. Do not come closer, and do not call me brother. I am younger than you, and I do not wish to shorten my lifespan. Su Luoxue's face paled instantly, unable to comprehend the transformation. The person who once showered her with care now seemed resolute and distant. Sure, how can you be this way? It was that woman who maliciously pushed Luoxue into the water. Why are you yelling at her? Look at the red marks on her arm. Indeed, that young girl is exceedingly wicked. What purpose does she serve but to endanger society? Yes, utterly malevolent. Shi Ci Qing's gaze turned icy as he strode towards those speaking, delivering a slap to each one. The music had long ceased, and the sound of slaps echoed throughout the backyard. Another word, and I shall seal your mouths. After delivering the blows, he shook his wrist, asserting his authority, not allowing them to underestimate him. If he could not strike Su Luoxue, he was determined to make an example of others. The beaten individuals, though from affluent backgrounds, held no prominent lineage. Angered by the unexpected assault, they prepared to retaliate, believing Shi to be on par with them, merely fortunate to attend the banquet. Do not act just yet, phone. Before they could react, their phones rang urgently from their pockets. As they answered, furious voices erupted from each device. After hanging up, their expressions turned fearful, and they fled in disgrace, unable to utter another word. Shi Ci Qing's family background was not widely known in the harbor city, not even to Su Luoxue. The contents of those phone calls remained a mystery to the others present. Watching the resolute figure turn away, Su Luoxue's emotions fluctuated, reflecting on the man's words. Her heart ached. How could someone so obedient suddenly become disobedient? Or had it all gone wrong? Thus concluded the absurd banquet. Not far from the rear gate stood a black Qian, where a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses observed the farce unfold. The one who had always obeyed Su Luoxue's every command had suddenly transformed, striking himself. How utterly fascinating. Inform the Zhen and Su families to take their people home. Yes. Seventh Master. With a few deft taps on the keyboard, the man dispatched an email to the Shi family in Beijing. Chapter 3. Zhen Shun was thrust into the bathtub. In the city center at Eugene Garden, Shi Ci Qing sat in a daze, her mind a chaotic whirlwind of thoughts she could not unravel. During the banquet, her body was beyond her control as she gazed at the pitiful figure of Su Luoxue, unable to tear herself away from the hall, even yearning to embrace her in comfort. Just as the girl approached, the constraints upon her body suddenly loosened. Confusion enveloped her. She decided to dismiss the uncertainty and redirect her thoughts. As she shifted her focus, the phone rang incessantly, and with a glance of irritation, she chose to ignore it. Within 10 minutes, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. Moments later, the door swung open with a click, and an irate figure stormed in. Without hesitation, he threw a punch at the dazed woman. Instinctively, Shi Ci Qing retaliated with a swift kick, sending him crashing to the floor. You dare kick me, Shi? Recognizing the familiar voice, Shi Ci Qing finally grasped the situation, pressing her forehead in exasperation. How could she forget this troublemaker? With so many witnesses at the banquet, the gossip would surely spread swiftly. To her dismay, it was indeed rapid. What a calamity! Slowly raising her gaze, she arched an eyebrow, casting a disdainful look at the man sprawled on the floor. You broke my door, and I haven't even asked for compensation. What is wrong with retaliating? You! The man, momentarily rendered speechless by anger, leapt to his feet, demanding an explanation for the incident at the banquet, insisting on why that wretched woman had bullied Luoxue. In response, he received a sudden slap across the face. Shi Ci Qing twisted her wrist, feeling little resistance, and let out a cold snort. It seemed there were no repercussions for striking the male lead. Perfectly positioned to vent the frustrations she had bottled up from the banquet, she relished the opportunity. What explanation? It was Su Luoxue who pushed my cousin, causing her distress. What more do you want? That is nonsense. Luoxue would never do such a thing. If that wretched woman doesn't apologize to Luoxue, I will see to it that the entire Shi family pays. With that, he swung a punch at Shi Ci Qing. Too close for her to evade, followed immediately by another. Shi Ci Qing licked her lips, wiping the corner of her mouth with her fingers. Ah, such classic lines. Raising her hand to block the blow, she seized the man's collar with her other hand, preparing to throw him over her shoulder. The sound of running water from the bathroom caught her attention, and with a swift motion, she dragged Zhen Chun into the bathroom. Go find that wretched woman immediately. Apologize to Luoxue and relinquish that position on the dating show. The man continued to rant, oblivious to being pulled into the bathroom until the sound of water registered with him. Sui did not push Su Luoxue. It was all an act. Before Zhen Chun could utter a word, Shi Ci Qing plunged his head into the filled bathtub, water splashing everywhere. Seconds later, she yanked him out, looking down at him. Regarding the matter of my cousin being bullied, I will seek retribution from the Su family. And that dating show position was personally arranged by the director. It is not yours to give up at will. Su Luoxue has nothing of her own. What right does she have to usurp another's possessions? A slight pang of pain stirred within her heart, yet it was inconsequential. As the words fell, a large wave of water spilled over the bathtub. With even greater force than before, Zhen Chun was once again pushed into the tub, her hands flailing helplessly. This back and forth occurred several times, almost suffocating her before he finally released her. Shi Ci Qing dragged her out of the bathroom and unceremoniously tossed her onto the steps outside. With arms crossed, he looked down at her condescendingly. Still not leaving? Zhen Chun, struggling to rise, glared angrily at the figure above her. I am the future heir of the Zhen family. Do not take pride in this. Having offended the Zhen family, you will find it impossible to navigate Hong Kong. Shi Ci Qing raised a hand, his gaze laced with disdain. Do as you please. Just because I cannot act against the Zhen family does not mean others cannot. Seeing Shi Ci Qing maintain his nonchalant demeanor while recalling his earlier frenzy left Zhen Chun at a loss for words, her mouth opening and closing without utterance. Though they often clashed, he had never displayed such madness before, and for a fleeting moment, she genuinely feared for her life. A warning from her uncle echoed in her mind. Do not provoke Shi Ci Qing lightly, for the consequences could be dire. Spitting in frustration, she turned away, limping off while muttering curses. Shi Ci Qing brushed off his hands, murmuring in disinterest as he glanced at the floor before him. It was dirty, too dirty. He would have it all replaced tomorrow. The code lock needed changing as well, and he would hang a sign declaring that Zhen Chun and dogs were not permitted inside. Yet, he felt that labeling it as such was somewhat insulting to dogs, so he decided to put the word dogs in quotations. He then turned to close the door. On the second floor adjacent to his, a light shone from the balcony, where a man with half-rimmed glasses observed everything unfold. How intriguing. Boss, someone is scheduled to meet at Longgang Bay. Shall we go? The man set down his glass and leisurely walked into his study. Yes, Shi Ci Qing, feeling vexed, reclined on the sofa, contemplating Zhen Chun as earlier disarray, utterly perplexed. His sister, Shi, was an aloof and graceful beauty, a goddess admired by countless youths, and regarded as the nation's daughter by older generations. How could she be interested in someone as unremarkable as Zhen Chun? To him, Zhenshan was nothing but a flawed fruit, with a blank expression, barely scraping a height of 1 meter 80, lacking in intelligence, and the illegitimate child of a woman who was the mistress turned wife. Each of these factors rendered him unworthy of his sister's perfection. Since being struck by lightning, memories of Su Luoxue seemed stripped of their filter, revealing her to be rather ordinary. What could possibly attract anyone to her? In this light, his elder brother, Shi Ci seemed even more absurd. His wife hailed from a prestigious family, graceful and talented, with children born of excellence. How could he have fallen for the heroine, only to end up with a shattered family? His second brother, Shi Ci was even more foolish. In pursuit of the heroine's desire for equality, he exhausted himself to elevate her status. Yet, the heroine feigned superiority, constantly berating him for using his power to demean her, ultimately conspiring with the male lead to bring about his demise. Tragically, someone cherished his photograph throughout a solitary life, passing away still clutching it, never having crossed the boundary, and remaining oblivious to his existence. Upon reflection, the protagonist Su Luoxue possesses an unremarkable appearance and average abilities, embodying the archetype of a pure and delicate flower. Lacking in any significant attributes, she is merely a parasitic figure, reliant on men, with an inconspicuous family background. Why, then, does she incite such fervent admiration? Are their eyes truly blinded? Is this what is referred to as the halo of the male and female leads? How can someone who tramples over the innocent and causes devastation attain the status of a great heroine or hero? Aside from a few close friends of the female lead, the remaining characters are malevolent supporting roles. Among the male lead's scarce allies, some willingly play second fiddle to elevate him, while the rest are merely sentimental secondary and tertiary characters. The century-old Shi family, meant to highlight the strength and resilience of the protagonists, is portrayed as utterly ineffectual by a thoughtless author. The noble and aloof cousin, a paragon of academic excellence, is reduced to a love-struck fool, abandoning her studies and relinquishing everything for the male lead. The elegant and capable sister-in-law is depicted as a malicious foil, merely serving to underscore the female lead's gentleness and kindness. Truly absurd. It seems that apart from the protagonists, everyone else is depicted as villainous. Has the author lost their senses? Should they not be subjected to a thorough cleansing of their mind? I am tempted to burst forth and strike the author, to discover whether their head is filled with nonsense. They dare to write such morally repugnant narratives, with the male lead engaging in illegal activities such as organ harvesting and blood extraction. Do they believe the police are mere decorations? Furthermore, the female lead, faced with bullying, chooses to flee instead of reporting it, a glaring display of legal ignorance. Perhaps the foolish author lacks any understanding of laws and regulations, indulging in cruelty for the sake of drama, blissfully disregarding the plight of others. What a foolish author! If you cannot write well, then do not write at all. I long to pull the author into the narrative, to let them experience the sensation of being besieged. Meanwhile, the author, diligently typing away, inexplicably feels a sharp pain at the back of their head, a chilling sensation, as if their mind wishes to abandon their body. A wave of dizziness washes over them, causing their hand to tremble, inadvertently transforming the phrase deeply affectionate into nervous. Gazing at the chaotic jumble of names on the page, it becomes evident that the narrative centers solely around Su Luoxue and Zhenshan. Shi Ci Qing cannot help but curse under their breath, ruffling their hair, and reaching for a fresh sheet of paper to clarify the relationships. A strategy must be devised to escape the confines of the plot. Otherwise, they will inevitably draw closer to that woman, leading the Shi family to be dismantled by the author's incompetence. The phone rings again. Upon glancing at the caller ID, they dismiss it with indifference. They had only befriended this crowd to cater to Su Luoxue, a true degradation of self-worth. Moments later, the phone rings once more. Upon recognizing the name, they swiftly pick up the device, clearing their throat to respond. Brother Xiaoza, is there something you need? A voice, smooth as jade, comes through the line. The boss is in Hong Kong for business. He wishes to see you. At the mention of their elder brother's name, Shi Ci Qing feels a jolt of adrenaline, rising abruptly and accidentally bumping their knee against the table, letting out a small gasp. "What's wrong?" comes the concerned voice from the other end. "It's nothing. Brother Xiaoza, where are you?" "At Longgang Bay." Longgang Bay. That, however, is the largest entertainment venue in the port city. How could my elder brother possibly frequent such a place? "Jiap de bon, ju xing leng." Is this how you care for my brother? In the port city, Longgang Bay is a highly exclusive establishment, its owner shrouded in mystery. Few have glimpsed its true visage. Remarkably, no one dares to cause a disturbance here. Those who indulge in revelry or conduct business do so with the utmost decorum. Even the police in the port city must tread lightly, turning a blind eye. Shi Ci Qing gazed up at the audacious three characters above. How arrogant they were. In the years spent in the port city, his visits to Longgang Bay could be counted on one hand, primarily to placate Su Luoxue, for whom he would lavishly spend. Rumor has it that the security personnel are all retired special forces. He found himself quite curious about the identity of the enigmatic owner. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 8 in the evening. Was his elder brother engaged in business at this hour? He felt skeptical. Wait, could it be that his brother was hiding some clandestine affair from his sister-in-law? No, he must intervene. In a private room, a man sneezed several times, rubbing his nose, pondering if someone was speaking ill of him. "Xiaoza, go check if Xiao Si has arrived." Understood. As Sheng Xiaoza stepped out, he happened to see someone being blocked by security. He gestured for them to let the person through. Shi Ci Qing followed inside, lost in thought as he observed the back of the person leading the way, unable to fathom one particular question. "Is there something behind me?" He kept staring. Sheng Xiaoza felt a chill creep up his spine. Turning around, he was met with a rather alarming sight. The gaze was somewhat heated and inquisitive. Had he not known that this fellow had no interest in men, he might have suspected the individual harbored ulterior motives. Shi Ci Qing awkwardly scratched his head, offering a foolish grin as he attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere. Upon ascending to the second floor, he inadvertently glanced over and spotted 2 individuals seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Luoxue, adorned in a white dress, her hair cascading down her back, wore a white bow. The warm yellow light illuminated her figure, rendering her exceedingly gentle. With her delicate hands, she held a knife and fork, daintily savoring the steak that the man opposite her had cut for her. Shi Ci Qing's expression morphed into one of confusion. Her resilience was remarkable. The banquet farce had concluded less than 2 hours ago, yet here she appeared, unperturbed. Impressive. However, the man across from her was not the fellow known as Jin Shun. Observing their laughter and the intimacy in their gestures, it was evident their rapport was quite profound. Stealthily, he retrieved his phone, capturing several photos from various angles before sending them out anonymously. If he couldn't find peace, then neither could anyone else. The more entertaining the situation, the more he wished to drag others into the abyss alongside him. "What are you dawdling for?" "We're upstairs," Sheng Xiaoza remarked, noticing the prolonged silence behind him. He turned to see Shi Ci Qing snapping photos with a mischievous grin. Following his gaze, upon catching sight of the girl, his expression darkened, fraught with complex emotions, even an inexplicable animosity. "Let us go," he said, his voice inadvertently taking on a weighty tone. The fierce glint in his eyes vanished the instant Shi Ci Qing turned away. It was still caught by Shi Ci Qing's keen observation. Contemplating, could it be that Xiaoza has feelings for Su Luoxue? She promptly shook her head. It was impossible, for Xiaoza's heart was already claimed by another. Su Luoxue appeared to sense something amiss and turned her gaze towards the staircase, where she beheld 2 figures ascending. It was only when they vanished around the corner on the 4th floor that she returned her attention. "Schwer, what troubles you?" the man opposite her inquired softly. Su Luoxue shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "It's nothing. Perhaps I merely mistook someone. How could that person possibly be in such a place? Without her, that man would not venture here, let alone ascend to the 4th floor. If he came at all, it would be limited to the 1st floor. The realms above the 4th floor were eternally unreachable for the Su family. Even Jin Shun could ascend no higher than the 3rd floor. As for the 2nd floor, Her visits were exceedingly rare. How could Shi Ci Qing, an ordinary senior at Hong Kong University, ever hope to reach beyond the fourth floor? Could something have happened? Or was it related to her? Quan, have you ever been to the fourth floor? The girl asked absently, her eyes fixed on that very floor while she absent-mindedly cut her steak. Upon hearing her words, the man glanced at the fourth floor and shook his head. I've never been. My status does not afford me such privileges. Su Luoxue fell into a moment of silence, then stood up and offered an apologetic smile to the man. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. She needed to find a way to investigate the fourth floor. Just as the man opened his mouth to inquire further, he witnessed the girl hastily departing. On the fifth floor, the door to a private room swung open. Shi Ci Qing cast a glance at the individual seated in the center and immediately felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had been sulking away from home for years, scarcely maintaining contact with his family, yet the regular deposits into his account continued. Likely a clandestine gift from his elder brother. Reflecting on his foolish actions, he felt utterly unable to raise his head. At that moment, seeing his brother and contemplating the consequences of his past decisions, an overwhelming sense of guilt began to take root within him, prompting him to wish he could slap himself twice. He had completely forgotten his earlier suspicions regarding his brother's fidelity. On the luxurious leather sofa sat a refined gentleman clad in a black suit. Upon seeing Shi Ci Qing, his initial anger dissipated upon noticing the bruised visage of his beloved younger brother. The little brother had been cherished and pampered in the Shi household, never having faced any hardship. Those who dared to harm him were truly audacious. The man seated on the side, adjusting his glasses, observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. Come here, Shi Jingchuan commanded coldly, gesturing to the dejected figure with his hand. Shi Ci Qing obediently approached and took a seat, placing his hands on his knees. His head bowed in deference, too afraid to meet his brother's gaze, which bore a mix of warmth and ire, embodying the image of a chastened child. Brother, I was wrong, Shi Ci Qing exclaimed. The usually composed and inscrutable eldest son of the Shi family experienced a moment of surprise and confusion upon hearing this. It was the first time his younger brother had apologized to him, a rarity indeed. Grasping Shi Ci Qing's chin with one hand, he examined his face closely, confirming it was indeed his brother, and his confusion deepened. Could it be that something had transpired with the Su family that compelled his younger brother to seek his assistance? No, that seemed implausible. What about that video? Had he been played for a fool by someone? Turning his sharp gaze towards the individual leisurely sipping tea, he pondered the implications. The individual reclining on the adjacent sofa nonchalantly set down his teacup, propping his chin with one hand and lightly pursing his lips. Shi Jingchuan, disinterested in further engagement, turned his gaze towards his younger brother. Who could have struck him? He genuinely found it hard to believe that the timid fourth would inflict harm upon himself. Shi Ci Qing, caught off guard by the inquiry, felt a rush of guilt. He could hardly confess to having harmed himself, for his elder brother would undoubtedly deem him insane. With a quick thought, he adopted a tone tinged with feigned grievance. It was that foolish individual who struck me. Although many had witnessed the events of the banquet, and his brother could easily uncover the truth, certain matters were difficult to conceal from him. Yet, it was indeed Jin Shun who had approached him afterward, and at that moment, they had been alone. It would be simple to assert that they had not managed to meddle with the so-called leads, but causing them a bit of trouble was entirely feasible. It was all the fault of that foolish author. What a wretched tale they had penned. Foolish? Shi Jingchuan paused at the name, astonished that anyone could bear such a moniker. Shi Ci Qing, of the Zhen family from the harbor city, had not finished his words when he felt a chill seep through him, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Xiaoza, take the fourth upstairs to the lounge to tend to his wounds. Without a moment's hesitation, Shang Xiaoza pulled him out of the private room, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Almost immediately, a jarring sound pierced the air, a cacophony of the coffee table scraping against the floor, accompanied by a deliberately subdued roar. Chu Xinglan, is this how you care for my brother? Shi Ci Qing halted, curiosity piqued as he glanced back. It had been ages since his elder brother had lost his temper. The only time he had done so was during his kidnapping, when he nearly rendered the kidnapper incapacitated. Had it not been for his sister-in-law's intervention, he might have killed the man. The perpetrators behind his abduction had vanished shortly thereafter from the capital. Brother Xiaoza, you don't think he killed that man, do you? Shi Ci Qing swallowed hard, cautiously voicing his concern. He yearned to descend and witness the situation. No, the boss knows restraint. Besides, that individual is no simpleton. How could he just accept a beating? I must go and see, Shi Ci Qing declared, clutching an ice pack as he dashed downstairs. The well-being of that individual was of little consequence. The priority was ensuring his elder brother's reputation remained untarnished. Sheng Xiaoza shrugged helplessly, following him at a leisurely pace. Shi Ci Qing hurried down the stairs and flung open the door to the private room. Brother, are you all right? With no time to look up, he collided into a warm embrace. The man gazed down at the one who had thrown himself into his arms, a slight smile gracing his lips, entirely unconcerned about the water stains on his tailor's shirt. Seizing the moment before the young man could react, he encircled Shi Ci Qing's waist with one arm, unfazed by Shi Jingchuan's furious roar from behind. Chu Xinglan, you beast, release my brother. Upon hearing those words, Shi Ci Qing finally registered the situation, abruptly raising his head to meet the gaze of the man before him. With his phoenix-like eyes, a prominent nose, and strikingly handsome features, his thin lips were slightly pursed. He donned gold-rimmed glasses, and a black diamond earring adorned his right ear, complemented by a black shirt. A refined scoundrel, a calamity to the nation, were the only two descriptors that came to Shi Ci Qing's mind at that moment. With a sudden crash, the coffee table behind him was kicked towards Chu Xinglan's leg, and he was seized by the collar. In a fit of rage, Shi Jingchuan had entirely shed the demeanor of an aristocratic heir. The mere thought of that insufferable fox and its recent antics made him yearn to twist its paw. Shi Ci Qing hastily pushed him aside and rushed to her elder brother, inspecting him for injuries. Relieved to find him unscathed, she sighed in relief. At that moment, Shi Jingchuan had discarded his outer coat, his shirt cuffs strewn on the floor, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, his face still flushed with anger as he glared at the figure by the door. Jingchuan, temper your fury. Chu Xinglan observed the empty embrace with a hint of disappointment. Patience is paramount. Shi Ci Qing, taken aback by her usually refined brother's outburst of expletives, pondered what had provoked such ire. Brother, remain calm. With no time for contemplation, she sought to soothe her elder sibling. What was his name? Realizing the significance of the previous three words, she suddenly grasped that Chu Xinglan belonged to the esteemed Chu family of Harbor City, the so-called uncle of Jinshan. What did her brother's earlier remark imply? Was he imploring Chu Xinglan to look after him? Over the years, she had scarcely encountered Chu Xinglan, knowing him only by reputation, not by face. Little four, let us go have a meal, Shi Jingchuan said, regaining his composure and pulling his brother along. As they passed Chu Xinglan, he huffed, we shall settle the score later. Mr. Chu, please do as you wish, Sheng Xiaoza added coldly, turn to follow. Boss, should we continue the collaboration? Chu Xinglan's assistant inquired, surveying the chaos strewn about. With a dismissive scoff, Chu Xinglan rubbed his fingers together and replied nonchalantly, proceed. If the collaboration falters, I would lose my chance to approach a certain little fellow. Having said that, he sauntered towards Shi Jingchuan and his brother, joining them at the rooftop restaurant. What are you doing sneaking about? Su Luoxue, clad in a server's uniform and carrying a tray, trembled at the shout, causing the tray to fall, spilling red liquid across the floor. You're a new server, clumsy and ignorant of the rules. Do you not know that servers are prohibited from ascending to the fourth floor? I question the training you received. Now be gone. Hearing the scathing reprimand, Suo Luoxue's face flushed with anger, and she could not restrain herself from delivering a slap. Watch your words, or the Zhen family will not spare you. The man, clutching his face as he stood, retorted with a scoff, even the Zhen family cannot disrupt the order of Longgang Bei. Seeing his audacity only fueled Suo Luoxue's fury, and she glanced towards the direction where Shi Ci Qing had departed. Upon hearing footsteps ascending from below, she stormed away through another staircase. The man watched her retreating figure and pulled out his phone to make a call. Meanwhile, Li Quan, who had not yet left the second floor, found himself surrounded. A bill exceeding 1,000,000 thrust before him. On the rooftop, Shi Ci Qing observed the peeled shrimp in her bowl and then glanced at the calm figure beside her, who was leisurely drinking. Confusion enveloped her thoughts. What was this person's intent? To follow her here was one thing, but to so attentively serve her shrimp was utterly perplexing. How strange. How very strange. The fork in the elder brother's hand was on the verge of bending. Were it not for the rooftop regulations against violence, he would have surely resorted to blows by now. When did he become so irritable? Little did he know that upon witnessing his younger brother devouring shrimp, Shi Jingchuan's fury was nearly reaching its peak. Meanwhile, Chu Xinglan's gaze towards him was laced with provocation, though his hands continued to peel shrimp unfazed. "Brother, please eat," Shi Ci Qing said, using the communal chopsticks to serve Shi Jingchuan a generous portion, including the peeled shrimp. In an instant, the situation flipped. A faint smile graced Shi Jingchuan's face, while Chu Xinglan's expression darkened, halting his peeling. Oblivious, Shi Ci Qing continued to indulge in her meal. "Stop, don't run," an abrasive voice echoed through the rooftop restaurant. No, she absolutely cannot be caught. This relentless group was haunting her. All she sought was someone to talk to, not to cause a ruckus. Why were they pursuing her so adamantly? What nonsense rules were these? This place was merely meant for dining. Yet they insisted on creating a hierarchy. It appeared that the shadowy proprietor was no virtuous character, undoubtedly a snob. Her vision clouded with anger. She turned to face the approaching, overweight man. Grabbing an ashtray from a nearby table, she hurled it at him. "You vile creature, breaking the rules here and still daring to threaten us. Not even the King of Heaven could save you now." The man, though his words dripped with intimidation and his fists were clenched, showed no intention of striking back. They were well aware of the rules of Longang Bay. Only this foolish woman and her family would suffer the consequences. Su Luoxue was in a frantic search, having clearly seen someone approach. It was her first time on the rooftop, and its vastness was overwhelming, making it difficult to locate anyone. Just as she was about to lose hope, she spotted a familiar silhouette and dashed forward without a second thought. There was no time to ponder why Chu Xinglan was there or why he was with Shi Ci Qing and the others. Xinglan Ye, Chu Xinglan, seeing the person rushing towards him, sidestepped and gently nudged Shi Ci Qing aside, shielding her behind him. Su Luoxue stumbled, falling to the ground and grazing her forehead. Looking up with teary eyes, she gazed pitifully at the indifferent man. "Xinglan Gu, it's me, Luoxue." Chu Xinglan glanced down momentarily without speaking, then turned to the others behind him with genuine concern, asking, "Were you frightened?" Shi Ci Qing, still in a daze, nodded, bewildered by the unexpected tenderness in his voice. She stepped back a bit, inching closer to her elder brother, finally recognizing the person on the ground was indeed Su Luoxue. Logically, given the stringent regulations of Longang Bay, someone of Su Luoxue's standing should never have been allowed up there. Yet here she was, not only having evaded security, but also managing to injure those who had pursued her. With such an uproar, the internal authorities of Longang Bay could not be this slow to react. The silence that followed was almost surreal. It seemed as though the author had bestowed upon Su Luoxue an array of advantages. Not only had she evaded surveillance to arrive here, but she had also successfully eluded her pursuers until she found a seemingly reliable ally. Shi Ci Qing couldn't help but admire her cleverness, giving a silent thumbs up in respect. Su Luoxue fell to the ground, gazing at the indifferent man before her, feeling a slight pang in her heart, a discomfort that was hard to bear. She had a connection with Zhen Chun, who was the nephew of Chu Xinglan. Logically, he should not be so cold. "Brother, let us leave," Shi Ci Qing whispered, reluctant to engage with Su Luo. He feared he might embarrass himself in her presence. "All right." Shi Jingchuan glanced over, picked up his coat, and prepared to descend the stairs. "Ci Qing," he was suddenly called, and Shi Ci Qing instinctively turned around. Upon seeing Su Luoxue's pitiful expression, he felt an uncontrollable urge to approach her. "Damn legs, not obeying," he muttered, considering breaking them. He grabbed a nearby stool, ready to smash it, when Chu Xinglan swiftly snatched it from his hands, reprimanding him sharply, revealing an urgent concern. "Are you insane?" Shi Ci Qing lowered his head, mumbling, "If my legs won't cooperate, perhaps breaking them will teach them." Hearing this, and recalling the events of the banquet, Chu Xinglan found himself inexplicably amused. This young lad had changed quite abruptly. Previously, he had eagerly clung to that girl, trailing after her like a devoted shadow, even engaging in fights with the Zhen family's unruly members. His current demeanor was truly perplexing. Su Luoxue was somewhat astonished by the apparent familiarity between the two, and seizing the opportunity, she hid behind the trio. Reaching out to grasp Chu Xinglan's clothing, she was evaded, her eyes flickering with disappointment and grievance. She then turned, tears glistening in her eyes, looking towards Shi Ci Qing, who instinctively reached for his sleeve. Shi Ci Qing attempted to evade her, but his body betrayed him, raising his hand involuntarily. Chu Xinglan grasped that hand, his gaze icy, causing Su Luoxue to shrink back in fright. "Miss Su, please comport yourself." Suddenly, Shi Ci Qing felt an unexpected relaxation wash over him, the sense of being controlled dissipating. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, someone spoke up. "Seventh Master, please do not make things difficult for us." The tardy responsible party wore an apologetic smile. Reports from subordinates indicated that this woman was acquainted with the Seventh Master, making matters somewhat complicated. However, the rules of Longyang Bay could not be breached. Chu Xinglan adjusted his glasses and replied coldly, "Let us adhere to the rules." After saying this, he pulled Shi Ci Qing away, entirely unfazed by Shi Jingchuan's fiery glare. "Inform your boss that today's dining experience was quite unpleasant, and the rules of Longyang Bay are merely that, rules. Anyone can come in." Though the responsible party was unsure where this sentiment originated, he could only nod in agreement. Intimidated by the aura surrounding them, Su Luoxue watched as they departed without a hint of hesitation, truly indifferent to her plight, and her inner fury surged uncontrollably. To escape this predicament, she reluctantly dialed Zhen Chun's number, despite their ongoing Cold War. On the way back, Shi Jingchuan seized an opportunity, landing 2 punches on Chu Xinglan while his brother was distracted. Shi Ci Qing was lost in thought, not even noticing. As he pondered, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Chu Xinglan. Could it be that he truly had a connection with this man? Yet, wasn't he Chu Xinglan also a mere pawn of Su Luoxue? Or was he the so-called antagonist? His reaction was utterly baffling. This reaction is utterly inappropriate. When Shi Ci Qing discovered Chu Xinglan's other identity, everything became clear. A character non-existent in the narrative would, of course, elude control. "Brother, you must leave promptly. Do not linger in the harbor city." Shi Ci Qing had no time to contemplate further. The most pressing matter was to ensure his elder brother returned to the capital, minimizing contact with Su Luoxue. Uncertain of the situation, Shi Jingchuan, seeing his brother's resolute demeanor, said little and promptly booked a flight for that evening. After all, the negotiations had progressed significantly. He repeatedly urged Chu Xinglan to take good care of him, albeit unaware that this would eventually lead to a more intimate level of care. It was only on the plane that he remembered, aside from business discussions, there was an even more crucial task: to escort his younger brother back to the capital. Nevertheless, there was no need to rush. Shi Ci Qing pondered throughout the night, and a bold hypothesis began to form. However, this theory required testing. A week later, the University of Hong Kong welcomed its opening day, and Shi Ci Qing, representing the university, was to deliver a speech. He prepared early in the morning, feeling quite cheerful. Unfortunately, this good mood was short-lived, as it was shattered at the university's entrance. Led by Su Luoxue, a few individuals surrounded someone at the gate, chattering and shoving one another. Upon recognizing the person at the center of the commotion, Shi Ci Qing's fury surged. "What are you doing?" Upon hearing his voice, Su Luoxue turned around and encountered the man approaching with a dark expression. Recalling recent events that had left her quite irate, he had caused her embarrassment at the banquet and had led to unfortunate incidents at Longyang Bay, resulting in substantial financial loss for the Su family. Even Jin Chun had ceased contacting her, and the Zhen family's previously improved attitude had reverted to its original state. The promised variety show had become a distant prospect, with Li Quan now hesitating and claiming further consideration was needed. Had Shi Ci Qing been willing to assist that day, such a farcical situation could have been avoided. Since that day, both the Su and Zhen families had inexplicably suffered varying degrees of damage to their businesses, incurring losses in the billions, and even investigations had yielded no clues as to the perpetrator. It seemed that everything was quietly undergoing a transformation. You bullied Luo Xue, and now someone will stand up for her. Let us see how you continue to flaunt yourself. Su Luo Xue's close friend, the one struck by lightning that day, could no longer contain herself, placing her hands on her hips and pushing the surrounded girl. Shi Ci Qing, if you don't come soon, Luo Xue will be bullied to death, and I will not forgive you. With a show of support, the girls accompanying Su Luo Xue began to point and gossip. Hearing these remarks, Su Luo Xue could not suppress a smug smile, her expression towards Shi Ci Qing feigning innocence and grievance. Are you all right? Shi Ci Qing, uninterested in their antics, approached the encircled girl and gently inquired. The girl shook her head, tears threatening to spill from her reddened eyes, yet refusing to fall. Who hit you? Noticing the red marks on his cousin's cheek, Shi Ci Qing could no longer contain his anger and demanded sharply. Xia Yun, with a hint of suspicion, glanced at Su Luo Xue and pointed at the loudest instigator among them, Xia Yi. Although perplexed by his cousin's peculiar behavior, it was certainly an improvement over surrounding Su Luo Xue. Shi Ci Qing's gaze swept over them, ultimately settling on Xia Yi as he slowly raised his eyes. Xia Yi felt an inexplicable chill under his scrutiny, yet she maintained a facade of composure, defending Su Luo Xue. It was she who insisted on competing for a spot in that program, causing Luo Xue distress. Upon hearing this, Su Luo Xue raised her hand to cover her face, weeping silently. Brother Ci Qing, it's all right. If Sui truly desires it, I can concede my position to her. The entrance of Hong Kong University had attracted a considerable gathering of onlookers. With this statement, their curious gazes intensified. Su Luo Xue had gained some notoriety at Hong Kong University, having one foot already in the entertainment industry. If she were to emerge successfully from the currently popular reality show, she would ascend to the ranks of rising stars. It was supposed to be a foolproof plan, but unexpectedly, a formidable rival named Ci Yun Sui had emerged. Rumor had it that the director favored both contestants, deciding to allow them to participate together. The two had already caused quite a stir at school over their placement. However, what no one anticipated was that Ci Yun Sui, who appeared innocent and charming, was, at her core, quite domineering and unreasonable, compelling the highly sought-after Su Luo Xue to withdraw from the program. Truly despicable. Shi Ci Qing stood protectively in front of his cousin, looking down at the crowd with disdain, dismissing their accusations with a scoff. What a fitting match. Trash belongs among trash. Why disgrace yourself by stepping out? A rabble. Who struck first? Su Luo Xue listened to the cold inquiry, her heart racing. Why was it so? Why such an indifferent expression? Why defend someone she detested so fiercely? This was not as it should be. With tear-filled eyes, she softly sobbed, Brother Ci Qing. Please don't blame them. They are only looking out for me. Shut up. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Shi Ci Qing interjected impatiently, raising his hand to his forehead. The moment those words escaped his lips, not only was Su Luo Xue taken aback, but even Shi Ci Qing himself was momentarily stunned. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom that such resolute words had come from his mouth. Most students at Hong Kong University knew that Shi Ci Qing had pursued Su Luo Xue for quite some time, always showing concern, never having uttered such harsh words. Whenever anyone spoke ill of Su Luo Xue, Shi Ci Qing was invariably the first to defend her, having even had numerous confrontations with members of the Zhen family. What was transpiring today? Shi Ci Qing, how could you speak to Xue like that? It's clearly that wretched woman's fault. Xia Yi, supporting Su Luoju, reproached the man before her. Shi Ci Qing retaliated with a swift slap to Xia Yi's face, yet his gaze wandered as if searching for something. He did not see Chu Xinglan's figure. Could it be that his suspicions were unfounded? Xia Yi eyes wide with disbelief, murmured, "You actually dare to hit me." Shi Qing, towering above, remained expressionless, coldly stating, "I hit you. What reason do I need?" Shi. Ah, he recalled, the daughter of a nouveau riche, who had known Su Luo Shui since high school and shared a decent rapport. However, this woman was extremely vain. During a quarrel between Su Luo Shui and Jin Chan, she had attempted to entice Jin Chan. Recently, after Su Luo Shui reconciled with Jin Chan, she had actively tried to matchmake this woman with him. He is not a garbage dump, accepting all kinds of refuse. You claim that Sui assaulted her. Do you possess any evidence? He was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, as she indeed had no proof in her hands. It was merely a casual remark. Typically, whenever she made such a statement, Shi Ci Qing would not demand evidence and would readily side with Su Luo. Why was this instance different? Beside her, Su Luo wore a triumphant smile, as if she had anticipated this scenario all along. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a vivid red scratch on her wrist and produced her phone, displaying the video of that day's banquet where she had fallen into the pool. Her expression was one of understanding, seemingly considerate of others, exuding kindness and grace. Presenting this evidence was not meant to accuse Sui, but merely to unveil the truth. Shi Ci Qing cast a glance at the girl beside Xia, the one who had been the most fervent in her reproaches towards her cousin. With a flick of his fingers, he struck her with a swift slap, twisting his wrist and curling his lips, his voice cold and deep. "This is what it looks like to hit someone." With that, he unexpectedly seized Su Luo's wrist with force, leaving red marks on her delicate skin. Now, this is the correct injury. After speaking, he forcefully released Su Luo, causing her to stumble and struggle to regain her balance. Am I seeing things? Did Senior Shi actually strike the campus bell? What a rare sight. The crowd murmured in disbelief, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. Su Luo stood there, staring at the marks on her hand, her eyes filled with incredulity. How could this be? Shi Ci Qing actually dared to lay a hand on her. Ignoring their astonished expressions, Shi Ci Qing's smile was icy. As for the program you mentioned, each relies on their own abilities. If there are disputes, address them with the chief director and planner. If you continue to bully Sui, I will strike every time I see it. I am not a benevolent man, and I will not hesitate to hit girls as well. With that final remark, Shi Ci Qing took his cousin's hand and departed, completely oblivious to the man in a mask standing not far behind him, merely 2 individuals away. Luo, don't be upset. Someone attempted to console Su Luo, unsure of how to proceed. What are all of you doing here? Causing a ruckus? A man cleared his throat. The students gathered around immediately dispersed, turning their attention to the man. He was dressed in a black shirt, casual trousers, and a mask, his demeanor cold and unyielding as he strode into the group. "Professor Yin," someone spoke up respectfully as the crowd finally recognized the newcomer. "Aren't you all supposed to be in class?" The man continued, prompting the onlookers to scatter towards the school. Su Luo stood rooted to the spot, momentarily entranced by the man's retreating figure before finally stepping through the school gate. Chapter 7. Professor Yin Jiuxing in the physics classroom. Shi Ci Qing rested his chin on one hand, the other idly spinning a pen. His gaze drifted to the window, where the sunlight streamed in and birds chirped merrily. A gentle breeze lifted the curtains, brushing against his cheek, causing the pen to fall to the floor and create a ripple in the tranquil classroom. Accompanying this moment was the sound of chalk striking his forehead. It didn't hurt, but it was somewhat itchy. Chalk fell onto the desk as Shi Ci Qing stared vacantly, his mind lingering on recent events. Just a few days prior, he had been unable to approach Su Luo Shui. Yet today, he found himself inexplicably able to confront her. He had scanned the room moments ago, failing to spot any suspicious figures. What could have caused this sudden change? His reverie was abruptly interrupted by a gentle tapping on the table. He looked up to meet a pair of icy eyes, devoid of emotion, simply gazing at him. The man spoke softly, his voice flowing like a clear spring, both refreshing and melodious. "Is my class tedious? Are you new here?" Shi Ci Qing instinctively shook his head. Upon discovering that he had chosen a literature major, one he did not favor. Solely for Su Luo Shui's sake, he had sought assistance from his elder brother, mentors, and the physics department, exhausting several days in the process to change his major. Fortunately, his aptitude for learning was commendable. He had even won awards for the school and had advanced a grade. Otherwise, such a transition would not have been so easily achieved. Additionally, as he was nearing graduation in his 4th year, the school had expressed interest in having him remain for further studies, which facilitated his swift agreement. After all, physics had always been his first love, and engaging in advanced studies was indeed a welcome opportunity. My apologies, Professor. I did not rest well last night. Shi Ci Qing replied sincerely, his gaze earnest and devoid of deceit. The man noticed the dark circles beneath his eyes, sighed, and turned back to the lectern, picking up the chalk to inscribe a name once more on the blackboard. Yin Jiusheng. It seems this Professor Yin holds a certain interest in you. His desk mate nudged his arm, whispering. Huh? Shi Ci Qing was taken aback, not comprehending. His classmate elaborated in hushed tones. This Professor Yin is notoriously cold and unapproachable, seldom repeating names and sometimes not mentioning them at all. It's surprising that he made an exception today. Despite this, his classes were always full, with some students even standing outside just to attend. Shi Ci Qing rested his chin on one hand, observing the figure at the podium. He had heard of Professor Yan's name. He was quite renowned at Hong Kong University, despite having only been there for a year. Previously, he had been preoccupied with Su Luo Shui, scarcely paying attention to such trivial matters. He had only heard of Professor Yin, but had never laid eyes on him. The coincidence was unexpected. Yet, there was something peculiar about this individual. Why did he wear a mask during class? Did he perhaps harbor some ailment? How could someone so enigmatic garner such popularity? It was indeed curious. Furthermore, the silhouette seemed oddly familiar. The bell rang, interrupting Shi Ci Qing's thoughts. You, student, please come to my office. Just as he was about to leave, he was called back by the young professor. His classmate cast him a knowing glance before departing with others, leaving Shi Ci Qing feeling disheveled amidst the chaos. Following the man, Shi Ci Qing kept his head lowered, kicking at the small stones on the ground. It was the first day of the semester, and he had already been summoned to the office. How embarrassing! Such a thing had never happened before. If word of this reached his friends, what would remain of his dignity? He awkwardly covered his face, the sound of hushed laughter seeming to echo in his ears, and he could hardly muster the energy to lift his head. Once a figure of prominence at Hong Kong University, he found himself embroiled in a significant faux pas. What an embarrassment. Here you go. In a moment of bewilderment, a warm rice ball was thrust into his hand. Lifting his gaze, he noticed 2 individuals standing before a convenience store, one of whom held a bottle of hot milk. What was this? Shi Ci Qing felt perplexed. He seemed unfamiliar with this Professor Yin, so why would he randomly offer him something? The man cleared his throat and nonchalantly handed him the warm milk, stating, during a lecture, it is easy to experience low blood sugar if you don't eat. Shi Ci Qing. Do they know each other? It appeared not. Today was their first encounter, wasn't it? Surely, this man wouldn't resort to poisoning him over matters discussed in class. The outward gentleness seemed merely a facade. Observing his expression, the man gently flicked Shi Ci Qing's forehead, softly chiding, what are you thinking? Why would you buy me something to eat? Shi Ci Qing blinked, feigning innocence in his inquiry. The man was caught off guard by the directness of the question, momentarily feeling awkward. After a brief silence, he replied, I know Shi Zong. He asked me to look after you. Shi Ci Qing was skeptical. If he referred to his elder brother as Shi Zong, it implied a business connection. But what business did the Shi family have that would intersect with a university professor? Let us go. I'll take you to rest. Before Shi Ci Qing could refuse, he was pulled toward the faculty dormitory. The afternoon sun was just right, and as Shi Ci Qing drowsily opened his eyes, he saw a person seated by the window, engrossed in a book, with his back turned to him. The warm light enveloped the man, imparting an aura of gentleness around him. Shi Ci Qing mused that this Professor Yin was not as cold as rumored. Otherwise, he wouldn't have genuinely followed him to the dormitory to rest. It seemed as if this man possessed an innate quality that brought comfort. No, something felt amiss. How could he so naively accompany a stranger to his residence? His mind had been clouded with too many thoughts lately. Just as he contemplated speaking, the man turned around. "Awake. Put down the book," he said, handing over a cup of warm honey water. "Let us go to the auditorium." He then presented Shi Ci Qing with a box. Upon opening it, he discovered a white shirt and a pair of khaki casual pants, both appearing to be of excellent quality, likely not inexpensive. Having worn many fine garments, Shi Ci Qing could easily discern their caliber. Momentarily, he hesitated to accept the clothing, believing one should not reap rewards without effort. The man seemed to anticipate this, chuckling softly. "Don't worry about it. This is a gift from your elder brother." Shi Ci Qing accepted the clothes and, seizing the opportunity while the man stepped out, sent a picture of the outfit to his brother for confirmation. A minute later, a simple arrived in response. Only then did Shi Ci Qing begin to change. As he emerged, obediently dressed in the attire prepared for him, Yin Jiusheng smiled, putting away his phone, and they proceeded to the auditorium together. Just outside the faculty dormitory, they spotted a girl in a white formal dress wandering nearby, glancing occasionally in the direction of the dorm. Accompanying her were several girls in similarly vibrant dresses, yet the brilliance of their attire only accentuated the purity of the girl in white, resembling a sacred white lotus. Shi Ci Qing sighed. How could she be so persistent, appearing wherever he went? The University of Hong Kong stands as one of the nation's premier institutions, notable for its expansive campus where students from diverse fields seldom encounter one another. Even within the same discipline, the likelihood of crossing paths is remarkably scarce. How is it, then, that Su Luoxue seems to navigate this labyrinthine environment with such finesse? Is the author intent on challenging his fate? His legs, somewhat unsteady, took a step forward, only to be swiftly redirected by someone beside him down a different path. Shi Ci Qing blinked, perplexed at being so easily led away. Could it be that Professor Yin is the one who defies the odds? Perhaps his previous assumptions were misguided. Only experimentation could unveil the truth. "Professor Yin, this path is far too long," Shi Ci Qing protested, halting and attempting to pry away the hand that held him, turning back the way he came. The man furrowed his brow, glancing at his hand before raising his gaze towards the white-clad girl, his expression cooling instantly. It was too late to prevent what had transpired, and he could only retrace his steps. Upon seeing Shi Ci Qing approach, Su Luoxue's heart leapt, though her exterior remained a facade of sorrow. "Shi Ci Qing, have you come to apologize to Luoxue? You humiliated her in front of so many. Without kneeling, your forgiveness is unattainable." No sooner had she spoken than a slap struck her face, her eyes widening in disbelief, fury igniting within her. "Ci Qing, how can you strike someone at will?" Su Luoxue interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of her companion, her voice soft yet firm, her beautiful eyes filled with disapproval. Shi Ci Qing turned to glance at the man who had approached from behind, a slight smile curling his lips. In a moment of misstep, his left foot tangled with his right, causing him to inadvertently strike Su Luoxue's cheek. The impact was light, leaving only a faint blush. Yin Jiusheng chuckled softly, steadying him with a hand and teasing, "How clumsy of you." Shi Ci Qing cast a sidelong glance at the man beside him before turning to the girl, whose eyes were now wide with indignation. "My apologies, I slipped. It was unintentional." Su Luoxue touched her face, struggling to comprehend that she had been struck, especially by Shi Ci Qing. Noticing the man behind him, she gently brushed her reddened eye, her voice warm and understanding. "It's all right as long as you are unharmed, Ci Qing." Shi Ci Qing observed in silence, discerning that Su Luoxue had ulterior motives for being there. Her presence was no mere coincidence. "Luoxue, do you have business here?" Upon hearing his return to his usual gentle tone and demeanor, Su Luoxue felt inexplicably relieved, hoping her worries were unfounded. "Ci Qing, is there a dance partner for the evening ball at school?" Before she could finish her thought, the man beside them interjected, "Yes." "Chip that awesome, Suloi schema." Shi Ci Qing looked at the man beside him, perplexed. When did he ever express an intention to attend the ball? From the outset, he had no desire to participate, though it was explicitly referred to as a ball. the underlying complexities were far more convoluted. He had little interest in engaging in the petty rivalries. In the past, he had only attended because Su Luoxue was going. Even then, it was merely to sit on the sidelines with a drink, observing Su Luoxue and Jun Chun as they twirled about. In retrospect, it is rather disconcerting. He merely served as a catalyst for the emotions shared between the two. As always, attending felt akin to not attending at all. Now that my mind has cleared, the mere thought of participating in the ball induces a wave of nausea. Who could it be? May I know? Su Luoxue wore an expression teetering on the brink of tears, biting her lip and forcing a smile. Shi Ci Qing's eyes darted around before settling on Yin Jiuxing. Recalling his earlier words, coupled with an aversion to entanglements with the female lead, she instinctively grasped the man's hand, arching an eyebrow with a smile. It's our Professor Yin. Su, you might want to seek someone else. Strangely, the discomfort that once gnawed at her seemed to dissipate. This could be regarded as a peculiar glitch. Su Luoxue stared vacantly at the departing duo, lost in thought, until a classmate nudged her back to reality. Luoxue, stop daydreaming. The performance is about to start. All right. By around 5 o'clock, the auditorium was packed, with latecomers left standing in the corridors due to lack of seating. In the backstage lounge, Shi Ci Qing held a script that he could scarcely focus on, an inexplicable tension settling in his chest. He reached for a cup of coffee beside him and took a sip. His fingers absent-mindedly tapped the script, the corners of his mouth lifting into a nonchalant smile. Leaning back in his chair, with his legs slightly bent, the script covered his entire face, plunging him into darkness, allowing his heart to gradually find its equilibrium. A knock echoed on the lounge door, and Shi Ci Qing frowned in annoyance. This lounge was private. Who would come at such a time? He recalled that Professor Yin was scheduled to give a speech and would not be arriving shortly. After a few seconds of silence following the knock, Shi Ci Qing dismissed it and continued to drift in thought. Minutes later, the door knocked again, but this time the handle turned gently and the door creaked open. The script that had been draped over his head was lifted, revealing Su Luoxue's lightly made-up visage. Is there something you need? He asked, his tone somewhat frosty. Su Luoxue, seemingly oblivious to his demeanor, extended a cup of milk tea towards him, her smile warm and her voice gentle. Here you go. I thought you might need something sweet to calm your nerves, so I specially bought this for you. Shi Ci Qing's left hand instinctively reached for it, while his right grasped the script tightly, firmly restraining his disobedient left hand. The grip was strong enough to leave a circle of red marks on his wrist, and he spoke through gritted teeth. Just leave it. Passers-by outside the lounge glanced in, pausing in their tracks. They had heard murmurs about the events unfolding at the door and were drawn to the scene, curious about what transpired between the two, especially regarding Shi Ci Qing's unusual display of emotion. So unlike the gentle soul who had always refrained from uttering harsh words to Su Luoxue. At that moment, the atmosphere between them felt inexplicably tense. Su Luoxue's grip on the milk tea tightened, yet she did not relinquish it. Still speaking with tenderness, she said, Ci Qing, when you're nervous, a little sweetness can help. Trust me, if you're truly anxious, I can go in your stead. You can rest here in the lounge. Shi Ci Qing's gaze fixated on the cup of milk tea, understanding dawning upon him. This last sentence was indeed the purpose of her visit. After all, to represent Hong Kong University in speech was to uphold its prestige. It will also allow more individuals to become acquainted, including prominent figures, if those individuals take notice. Her future could potentially soar to great heights. Even if not soaring, she would still ascend smoothly, avoiding years of struggle. Su Luoxue's father merely operates 2 small companies, and such meager assets pale in comparison to the wealth of the prominent families. Jun Chun's mother hails from the esteemed Chu family of Hong Kong, being the 3rd sister of Chu Xinglan. Despite any shortcomings in social connections, others would still engage with her for the sake of Chu Xinglan's reputation. Jun's mother, leveraging the ties between the Chu and Jun families, looks down upon families like the Su family, not to mention Su Luoxue herself. Jun's mother had entered the Jun family through dubious means and is well aware of certain tricks. If this speech goes well, it could elevate Su Luoxue's standing just a notch. Coupled with her delicate beauty, should she truly catch the eye of a certain magnate. Her entry into the Jun family would be significantly easier. In the past, he would have felt pained and willingly relinquished the manuscript. After all, it was his own creation. If he were to hand it to Su Luoxue, it would surely be perceived as her work. Should he wish to clarify later, others would simply view him as envious. The lounge lacks surveillance, and Su Luoxue speaks softly. Given his prior servile behavior, no one would believe him. Su Luoxue is truly calculating. I'll drink the milk tea, and I'll hold onto the manuscript for you. No need, he muttered a curse, wishing he had followed Yin Jiuxing instead to avoid such embarrassment. Observing their exchange, those at the entrance began to criticize him for seeking attention. Young Master Shi, are you being overly dramatic? Luoxue personally delivered the milk tea, yet you remain ungrateful. Indeed, he had once pursued Su Luoxue fervently. Now, he found himself in this position, not knowing for whom he was putting on a show. Cursing under his breath, Shi Ci Qing rose and slammed the door shut. He reached for the milk tea to toss in the trash, but hesitated. As the girl reached for the manuscript, Shi Ci Qing gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't move." Startled, the girl trembled, causing the manuscript to fall and the milk tea to spill, soaking the pages. Gazing at the ink that gradually became illegible, Shi Ci Qing seethed in frustration. This worthless author, if she cannot possess it, she must destroy it. Truly, it was infuriating beyond belief. Jiqing, I didn't mean to. I'll dry it off right away. Su Luoxue hurriedly picked up the manuscript, blowing on it. But to no avail. Her face was a mask of anxiety. She truly hadn't intended for this to happen, having been startled. Is there a backup? We can reprint it in time. Shi Ci Qing fixed his gaze on her, his mouth opening as his expression grew increasingly cold. No. At this point, still thinking about backups? Did she truly consider him a fool? He had indeed been foolish in the past. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Luoxue's eyes as she raised her gentle gaze and softly said, I have a copy I wrote myself, if you don't mind. You can use it for now. No trouble at all. Shi Ci Qing straightened his clothes and turned to leave. The manuscript was merely a prop for him. A last-minute crutch in case of nerves. Su Luoxue's scheme would likely come to naught. To achieve success through the appropriation of others' achievements. What kind of heroine does that make? One might ponder if Su Luoxue's deviation from her original character is what led him to awaken to the truth. Just as Shi Ci Qing's hand was about to make contact, the door swung open from the outside. Upon seeing the person at the threshold, Shi Ci Qing suddenly felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, his body leaning into the man's embrace. Resting against Yin Jiuxing's chest, Shi Ci Qing finally confirmed his suspicions. This individual was the key to his liberation from control. It was impractical to allow someone to shadow him so closely. A strategy was necessary. Truly, this was more taxing than studying. Professor Yin was somewhat taken aback by the unexpected appearance of an individual at this hour. He should have been delivering a speech. As a distinguished figure at Hong Kong University, it was rather inappropriate for him to be present here at this moment. Yin Jiuxing cast a glance at the disarray on the floor, his gaze cold as he addressed Su Luoxue, his voice devoid of emotion. If I recall correctly, the performance is about to commence, yet here you are, which seems rather inappropriate. Su Luoxue clenched her fists, momentarily at a loss for words. Once she regained her composure, she softly replied, I noticed that Brother Qing seemed a bit anxious, so I thought I would come to offer him some encouragement. Rest assured, Professor Yin, I will not delay the performance. Without uttering another word, Yin Jiuxing turned to lead Shi Ci Qing away. Su Luoxue cast a glance at the manuscript utterly ruined by the milk tea, her emotions inscrutable as she hesitated for a moment before departing. Are you all right? Yin Jiuxing brought Shi Ci Qing to his designated lounge and poured him a cup of tea. Shi Ci Qing shook his head. What could possibly be wrong? He had merely come close to losing control. I will retrieve another copy of the manuscript for you, Yin Jiuxing stated as he prepared to leave, only to be halted by Shi Ci Qing's voice. Professor Yin, there is no need for the trouble. It is unnecessary. Yin Jiuxing's gaze fell upon the red mark on Shi Ci Qing's wrist, glaringly conspicuous. Did she do this? The anger in his voice was palpable. Shi Ci Qing felt the temperature around him plummet instinctively shivering. "It was my own doing," he murmured. "Why?" Yin Jiuxing pressed. Shi Ci Qing fell silent, unable to articulate the enigmatic circumstances he had encountered. Even if he did, no one would believe him, especially not this person he had known for only a day. Noticing his continued silence, Yin Jiuxing refrained from further inquiries, quietly glancing at the time on his watch. Returning to the hall, Su Luoxue occasionally glanced back towards the lounge. With the manuscript lost, would that person still represent the speech? "Luoxue, stop daydreaming and hurry up. It's our turn." With no time for further contemplation, Su Luoxue was pulled onto the stage. Chapter 9. The Farce in the Auditorium in the final moments of the speech. One hoped that all would not squander their splendid youth, would honor the legacy passed down, and remain true to themselves and their era. In conclusion, may everyone soar to great heights and enjoy a bright future, with success awaiting at the pinnacle. As the words echoed, the lights above shifted, spotlighting one individual while illuminating all the students in their seats. Shi Ci Qing placed one hand over his heart, closed his eyes, and bowed deeply, his face flushed with warmth. The auditorium erupted into enthusiastic applause, with some rising to their feet, waving and cheering. The vast hall resonated with the fervent shouts of youth, and the leaders seated in the front row wore smiles of delight. The heavy and restless emotions gradually dissipated amidst the optimistic cheers of the young crowd. Glancing at Shi Ci Qing, who was bowing at the podium, one could see a face full of contentment. Shi Ci Qing's former teacher sighed softly, lamenting that if this child were not so preoccupied with chasing after Su Luoxue, he would surely become a person of great merit in the future. What a pity! Yan Jiusheng, seated in the front row, rose to his feet, clutching a bouquet he had prepared earlier, and slowly approached the stage. He presented the flowers to Shi Ci Qing, his eyes brimming with an irresistible tenderness. Su Luoxue, sitting in the third row, gazed at the radiant figure on stage, lifting her hand in an attempt to grasp that light, yet found it elusive. Lost in thought, she was nudged by someone. There stood Xia, clad in a striking red sequin dress, clutching a bouquet of roses seemingly procured from nowhere, stepping onto the podium. What was Xia Yi thinking? They had clearly agreed that it would be Luoxue who would take the stage. Luoxue had even kindly introduced her to Shi Ci Qing, never anticipating such a turn of events. With a gentle smile, she picked up a nearby lily and, displaying her understanding, spoke. "It matters not who goes up. This is also a splendid opportunity for EE to connect with Senior Ci Qing." With that, she rose gracefully and walked towards the platform, fully aware that Shi Ci Qing would not accept Xia Yi's flowers. Xia Yi's approach was destined to be a source of embarrassment. "I am allergic to roses," Shi Ci Qing remarked coolly, cradling a bouquet of sunflowers that Yan Jiusheng had given him. He cast a cold glance at the vibrant red roses, making no move to touch them, and even stepping back a few paces. Xia Yi felt a moment of mortification, never expecting Shi Ci Qing to publicly reject her and humiliate her in such a way. Upon hearing the clattering of high heels behind her, Xia Yi knew without turning that it was Su Luoxue. Reflecting on the farce that had unfolded over the past few days among them, she realized that Shi Ci Qing would likely reject her flowers just as he would Luoxue's. At worst, they would all find themselves in a predicament together. Before either of them could react, Shi Ci Qing, still holding the flowers, swiftly made his way backstage. He pulled forth a sullen figure lurking in the shadows, pushing her into the spotlight before Su Luoxue, Xia Yi, and the host. The two bouquets were perfectly balanced in number. He then took Yan Jiusheng with him off stage. But as he started to move towards the back row, a man halted him, compelling him to sit beside him. To be seated in the front row alongside the leaders of Hong Kong University was unprecedented. He felt somewhat uncomfortable, sensing numerous envious gazes directed at him. He patted his chest and turned his attention to the awkward situation unfolding on stage. He had heard that recently, Zhun Chun had struck the renowned director Li, an incident sparked by Su Luoxue dining with the Quan. The uproar caused by Su Luoxue at Longgang Bay had resulted in significant financial losses for both the Su and Jin families. Although Li Quan and Su Luoxue had merely shared a meal, they were pursued by Longgang Bay for $1 million in damages. compelling them to drag Su Luoxue and Jun Chun into the fray. While the resolution of the matter remained unknown, the dynamic between the three had shifted intriguingly. The relationship between Su Luoxue and Jun Chun had grown colder than before. On a brighter note, both had suffered considerable losses in recent days, with their stock prices plummeting. While the damage was not catastrophic, it was nonetheless gratifying to see both families in distress. Jun Chun seemed too preoccupied to confront him directly, likely being held back at home by her formidable mother. Su Luoxue appeared as indomitable as ever, much like an unyielding cockroach, seemingly aimless. Truly, she was the daughter of her father. Happy? Yan Jiuxing glanced at the person beside him. The corners of his mouth curved upwards and remained that way. Shi Ci Qing unabashedly nodded, stirring the waters. Of course he was happy. Observing the three on stage in their awkward predicament only heightened his delight. Nothing was more enjoyable than watching a spectacle. Seeing him like this brought a flicker of joy to Yan Jiuxing's heart. The atmosphere on stage contrasted starkly with that below. Among the four on stage, two were enveloped in embarrassment, the host and Xia Yi, while the other two, Su Luoxue and Jin Chun, were at loggerheads. Despite Xia Yi's modest background, her intellect was sharp. One does not gain admission to Hong Kong University without possessing wit. Faced with such an awkward situation, she paused momentarily before handing the bouquet of roses to the host, playfully remarking on their commendable hosting skills, comparable to that of a professional. Afterward, she elegantly tossed her hair and gracefully descended from stage. The host, clutching the flowers, quickly gathered her wits and praised Xia Yi for her poise. Shifting the topic towards the duo of Su Luoxue and Jin Chun, laced with jest in an attempt to alleviate the tension. Is this bouquet a declaration of love from Senior Luoxue to Senior Jin? The host's curiosity was piqued, as rumors regarding Su Luoxue and Jin Chun were rampant. Many speculated they were already together. However, few had witnessed them strolling together on campus. After all, Jin Chun was rather notorious at Hong Kong University, not only for his family's reputation, but also for his domineering manner, often disregarding reason. He would pursue his desires with relentless fervor. Yet he was uniquely different when it came to Su Luoxue. Upon hearing the host's words, Jin Chun felt a surge of pride welling up within him, even as he maintained a facade of cold arrogance. With a condescending gaze, he looked down upon Su Luoxue, his hand reaching out slightly towards the flowers. Su Luoxue stepped back, clutching the bouquet, her eyes slightly reddened as she defiantly met Jin Chun's gaze. Why should she bow first when it was he who had erred? It was utterly impossible. Taking a deep breath, she turned and handed the flowers to the host, whispering softly, "These flowers are for Ci Qing, not for you." With tears brimming in her eyes, she turned away from the stage, occasionally glancing back at the man seething with rage. Her words echoed through the auditorium via the microphone. The host then offered the flowers to Jin Chun, who, in a fit of fury, smashed them onto the ground before storming off the stage. The host's comment about the little theatrical performance brought the audience's attention back. As Jin Chun passed by Shi Ci Qing, his gaze bore the intensity of someone intent on destruction. He then carelessly pushed aside the person seated next to Su Luoxue and plopped down beside her. A chill ran down Shi Ci Qing's spine. What was happening? How had he become embroiled in this? It was clear that if the flowers had simply been given to Jin Chun, they could have exited the stage without incident. Instead, they had orchestrated this public display of tumultuous emotions. What was the intention behind this? Was it merely to toy with him? It seemed the author was intent on dragging him into the fray as a catalyst. Without his presence, would these two otherwise coherent individuals remain mute and fail to interact normally? Why must such chaotic elements be introduced into the narrative? The myriad of chaotic events, compounded by his family's tragic fate, serve to accentuate the profound bond between the male and female protagonists. I am utterly exasperated. I yearn to pry open the author's mind to ascertain whether the left and right hemispheres are engaged in a fervent romance. Otherwise, how could such heart-wrenching and soul-crushing narratives possibly arise? Professor Yin, there's something I would like to ask for your assistance with, Shi Ci Qing implored pitifully. He needed a formidable ally, Otherwise, he might fall victim to that treacherous Zhenshan at any moment. What do you think? Yin Jiuxing raised an eyebrow, discerning from the child's expression that it was likely no trivial matter. As Shi Ci Qing whispered a few words into his ear, Yin Jiuxing chuckled upon hearing the request. Chapter 10. Shi Ci Qing, are you out of your mind? Boss, the one named Shi, is always seen with a mask on. We have no opportunity to act. A scarred-faced man stood beneath a large tree across from the entrance of Hong Kong University, his brow furrowed as he malevolently fixed his gaze in a certain direction. If the person in question had any sense, they would reveal themselves. They would eventually emerge. Since they had accepted payment, this task must be completed. They had investigated thoroughly. It was simple to eliminate someone who came to study in Hong Kong alone and without support. They attempted to infiltrate the man's residence, but could not even gain entry to the community, having waited outside for 2 days without sighting him. Only then did they discover he resided on campus. After several days of surveillance at the school, they had yet to achieve any results. They were astonished that such an inexperienced youth could be so astute. Even when they saw him leave the campus, he would quickly return, clearly toying with them. The group watched the entrance of Hong Kong University with eager eyes. Had it not been for the insufferable security measures at the university, they would have infiltrated the premises long ago to apprehend him. Suddenly, the scarred man's phone buzzed. A text message urged them to act swiftly. Frustrated, he felt compelled to smash the device. If they had the opportunity, they would have acted already without needing reminders. So Luoxiu, having just exited a cafe, noticed them and, gripping her coffee cup tightly, hurried into Hong Kong University with a worried expression. She recognized these individuals and understood they had been sent by Zhenshan to retaliate against Shi Ci Qing. Upon learning of this, she confronted her partner, attempting to dissuade him from pursuing the matter, resulting in a heated argument and an unpleasant parting. Days passed, and Luoxiu continued to buy coffee, keeping an eye on the group, hoping to warn Shi Ci Qing not to venture out alone. However, she found no opportunity for a private conversation. She was perplexed by how close Shi Ci Qing had become with Professor Yan, as they were often seen entering and exiting together. In recent days, Shi Ci Qing had not returned home, instead residing in the faculty dormitory at the school. She even discovered that her home password had been changed. After 2 attempts to enter using her birthday, which proved futile, she triggered an alarm that summoned security. Only then did she learn that Shi Ci Qing had fought with Zhenshan, leading to a lock change and a new password. Each time this occurred, the password was merely changed symbolically, reverting the following day. Why was this time different? The password had not been restored. Luoxiu was baffled. Luoxiu, have you gone to see Professor Yin again? As Luoxiu made her way to the faculty dormitory, she was abruptly halted by a voice calling out to her. A few girls emerged from the adjacent teaching building, among them Xia Yi, whose gaze bore a hint of reproach. Luoxiu chose to ignore them. After all, it wouldn't be long before things returned to their usual state. That evening at the party, she had departed early due to her involvement with Zhenshan, missing the festivities entirely. However, she had heard snippets from her classmates, primarily concerning Xia Yi's failed attempt to dance with Shi Ci Qing and the subsequent tales of Shi Ci Qing dancing with Professor Yin, tales she had no desire to entertain. If there were any inquiries she wished to pose to Professor Yin, she would do so without regard for the idle gossip. With that thought, she brushed past them and entered the faculty dormitory, determined to warn the man of potential dangers, despite the embarrassment he had caused her in the auditorium. Xia Yi watched her depart before bidding her companions farewell and following Luoxiu into the dormitory. The faculty dormitory, predominantly comprised of standalone lofts, featured a blue exterior, with Yin Jiuxing's residence adjacent to the lakeside. Sunlight streamed onto the second-floor balcony, casting a warm and inviting glow that made one feel drowsy. Shi Ci Qing reclined in a rocking chair, eyes closed, a soft blanket draped over him, while a small round table nearby held an assortment of desserts and red tea. His spirits were notably buoyant these past few days, free from the presence of Luoxiu and Zhenshan. It was a revelation that the world could be so delightful. Far removed from the so-called protagonists, the company of Yin Jiuxing brought him immense comfort. Yet, He recognized that this state of affairs could not persist indefinitely. Remaining in the faculty dormitory would soon breed fresh rumors. Yin Jiuxing had his own responsibilities and could not be delayed by him any longer. After much contemplation, Shi Ci Qing resolved to embrace a risky strategy. His absence must become a constant, his presence a mere specter. With this thought, he suddenly opened his eyes, cast aside the blanket, left a note, and departed the faculty dormitory. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Su Luoxue, who was lingering at the entrance. Annoyed, he intended to sidestep her, but she seized his sleeve. Frowning, he regarded the hand that grasped his clothing with irritation, even as excitement flickered within him, a vexing and unwelcome response. Releasing himself from her grip, Shi Ci Qing glanced around, then picked up a stick from the ground. Although he could not control Su Luoxue's actions, he could dictate his own. If she did not relent, he might have to resort to inflicting pain upon himself. Su Luoxue, perplexed, noted that there was no disdain on his face, only a subtle glimmer of anticipation. Why was he still resisting her? She was only looking out for him. As she raised the stick, poised to strike, she hastily released him, exclaiming in frustration, "Shi Ci Qing, have you lost your mind?" Shi Ci Qing tightened his grip on the stick, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. With a mocking smile, he retorted, "Indeed, I have gone mad, driven to insanity by you all." Su Luoxue struggled to articulate the final 3 words she desperately wished to convey. He simply could not comprehend why the female lead was not eternally entwined with the male lead. Why was there time for her to become entangled with him instead? Did this catalyst require his involvement? Su Luoxue felt a pang of sorrow at his words, lamenting the loss of the gentle person he once was, who now seemed to have vanished inexplicably. Shi Ci Qing had never spoken such weighty words to her before. "Ci Qing, I am here to warn you. Do not leave the school gate. There are people waiting for you outside." With that, Shi Ci Qing grasped a stick and strode out of the teacher's dormitory. The scene of their struggle was captured and sent to Jinshan. Su Luoxue, heartbroken, exited the dormitory without noticing the fleeting red figure beneath the nearby tree. She gazed anxiously in the direction Shi Ci Qing had departed, frustrated that her well-meaning advice had gone unheeded. Despite her warning of danger outside, he recklessly charged forth. Upon reaching the school gate, Shi Ci Qing knocked on the security door. The door swung open, revealing a stern face. Shi Ci Qing exclaimed, "Ah, a familiar face." During the days spent with Professor Yin, this security guard had frequently visited the dormitory for food and drink. "Pei Ming, do me a favor and call the police shortly." He gestured toward the road across the street. Pei Ming merely acknowledged with a grunt, uninterested. Those individuals had been lurking for days, but had shown no signs of action. He thought to himself that if they dared to touch this esteemed individual, their demise would be imminent. "Shouldn't Tiwi inform Shungo?" Shi Ci Qing remained silent and turned right toward the school gate, unwilling to trouble Professor Yin any further. He felt he had already taken too much of his kindness. Matters that he could resolve himself, he would. Indeed, upon exiting the school gate, those individuals followed him to the right. They eventually cornered him in an alley. Led by a scarred-faced man, Su Luoxue rushed to the gate, only to find Shi Ci Qing's figure had vanished. In a panic, she dashed out of the school. But Pei Ming blocked her path, appearing nonchalant. "Classmate, it's class time. You shouldn't wander outside." Su Luoxue shot him a glare, urgently pleading, "Security brother, I have an emergency. Please let me through. If I'm late, Shi Ci Qing might truly be in danger." "Classmate, I advise you not to meddle," Pei Ming replied, making a phone call before heading in the direction Shi Ci Qing had taken. Su Luoxue's expression hardened. She momentarily failed to grasp the implication of the guard's words. Ignoring his advice, she pulled out her phone and repeatedly dialed a number, but it was perpetually busy and no one answered. Chapter 11. A Princess Carrie, yet one-handed? Shi Ci Qing wiped the blood from his lips, propping himself against the wall with one hand on the stick. A slight pain throbbed in his back. He had been struck from behind in a moment of distraction. His phone rang incessantly, diverting his attention, yet he could not turn it off, as it would hinder locating him. "How much do they pay you?" "I'll double it." The scarred man scoffed, his expression darkening. "Money for a job? Moreover, that person is not someone we can afford to offend. Your offer is of no use." What could Jin Shun possibly have that was so untouchable? The situation today was absurd. It almost seemed that they were intent on his demise. Contracting a murder is a crime. It was puzzling previously. When Su Luoxue and Jin Shun had feuded, they had fought but never like this. Outnumbered, Shi Ci Qing reached his limit, unprepared for the blow that rendered him unconscious from behind. In an abandoned warehouse, when Shi Ci Qing awakened once more, he found himself bound to a chair, his wrists ensnared with an unyielding grip. His mouth was unblocked, and his eyes unobscured. A musty odor permeated the air around him. As he blinked to open his eyes to survey his surroundings, he noted the rusted iron pipes, abandoned laboratory tables, thick webs, and peeling walls. It appeared to have been deserted for many years, likely situated in the outskirts. The creaking sound of the door announced the entrance of a new face, accompanied by a man with a scarred visage. The newcomer exuded an unhealthy aura, his misty blue hair haphazardly tied back, and a handkerchief in hand, punctuating his speech with intermittent coughs. His pallor was unnaturally striking, as if sunlight could penetrate his very essence. While his appearance was unremarkable, it was unclear why Pei placed such importance on him. At this, Shi Ci Qing raised an eyebrow. The stranger's looks had no bearing on him. He crossed his legs nonchalantly, gazing coolly at the frail beauty before him. His thin lips parted slightly. "Before abducting me, did you bother to ascertain who I am? I kindly advise you to reconsider. Otherwise, the consequences may prove dire." The blue-haired man paused, turning to the scarred face, his voice laced with incredulity. "What is the meaning of this? Did you not investigate this person's identity before capturing him?" The scarred man faltered, unable to admit that they had, in fact, neglected to do so, considering the stature of the one financing their endeavor. He stammered, "We did check. He is merely an ordinary student from the port city." The ailing beauty turned back, scrutinizing the bound individual with a discerning eye. Instinctively, Shi Ci Qing exuded an air of nobility that contradicted the notion of him being an ordinary person. A serene smile adorned his face, devoid of any semblance of panic, as if he were entirely detached from the situation, projecting an aura of control. Such demeanor was hardly characteristic of a typical adolescent. "Who exactly are you?" The urgency in the frail beauty's voice did not escape Shi Ci Qing. He smiled calmly, responding leisurely. "I am Shi Ci Qing. Were you not aware of my name prior to this encounter?" A fleeting moment of terror crossed the man's face as he hesitantly inquired, "Are you from a Shi family in Jing City?" Shi Ci Qing nodded with a gleeful smile. The surname Shi was rare. There was only one such family in Jing City, and as far as he knew, none in the port city. This man bore the demeanor of a scion from a prominent family and surely recognized the Shi lineage. With a swift motion, the frail beauty slapped the scarred man, his voice laced with indignation. "You have stirred a great hornet's nest." He then turned to personally untie Shi Ci Qing, for if his assumptions were correct, the young man before him was likely the esteemed young master of the Shi family. The Shi family had maintained such a level of protection over their heir that he seldom appeared in public, remaining notably discreet. This was a predicament. How had they entangled themselves with such a living relic? Just as the frail beauty's fingers brushed the ropes, the door was forcefully kicked open, and a tall figure stepped into the light, silhouetted against the backdrop. Shi Ci Qing's gaze fell upon the mask-clad man, his expression one of icy indifference. Internally, he gasped in awe, having never encountered anyone so strikingly handsome before. Before Shi Ci Qing could utter a word, a girl dashed forward, shoving the ailing beauty aside. Standing before him was a girl, her face etched with indignation. The ailing handsome man was pushed to the ground, coughing heavily, as someone reached out to help him up. Shi Ci Qing blinked at the girl obstructing his path. This scene felt eerily familiar. It seemed as though he was not the one bound here, but rather the girl before him. Wait a moment. He recalled a particular scenario that bore a resemblance to the current situation. Su Luoxue had inadvertently offended someone and was subsequently kidnapped. Leveraging his elder brother's connections, he had located Su Luoxue in advance. During the rescue, he was ambushed, and when Su Luoxue attempted to shield him from a knife, Jin Shun unexpectedly emerged from nowhere and took the blow for Su Luoxue. After losing a considerable amount of blood, the vague tension between the two blossomed into a fortuitous romance. In the hospital, Su Luoshua's sleepless vigil over Zhen Chun moved him deeply, and they officially established a romantic relationship. Shortly after this commitment, the return of a past love sparked a tumultuous affair between them. While he found himself ensnared in a painful and conflicted existence, why was he now the one being kidnapped? Was this some sort of cruel irony? Could it be the butterfly effect? Without his intervention, there had been no significant progress between Su Luoshue and Jin Shan. Perhaps they intended to forcefully catalyze their relationship by holding him captive? The author's mind must be quite muddled. More than just a single bubble, there were numerous bubbles, all of them filled with water. Brother Shi Qing, are you all right? I shall free you at once. Sure, Shi Qing loosened his grip and hastily pushed Su Luoshue aside, seizing a chair to strike at the assailant approaching him. The knife-wielding individual was struck on the head and subsequently kicked by another person, sending him crashing into a stone pillar, where he lost consciousness. The onlookers were rendered speechless by the scene, while those cradling the frail, handsome man coldly handed him over to the bodyguard accompanying them. Pei Ming, I swear it wasn't me. I did not express any grievances. Merely a pitiful cough muffled by a handkerchief. Yet Pei Ming remained indifferent, his gaze never landing on him, and in a fit of anger, the frail, handsome man fainted. No one anticipated that the scar-faced man would suddenly charge at Su Luoshue. Those lurking nearby, preparing to flee, found that Shi Ci and another had already dealt with the threat. Left without purpose, the assailant could only depart filled with resentment. Shi Ci shook his hand, feeling slightly unsteady on his feet, his head swimming. In the next moment, he was swept up into an embrace, held aloft in a single-handed princess carry. Yan Jiuxing raised a hand, signaling Pei Ming to attend to the ensuing matters. I will personally visit the Lan family, he stated before departing with the injured man in his arms. Su Luoshue stumbled along behind, her white dress stained with specks of mud. When Shi Ci regained consciousness, he found himself in a specialized ward under the care of C.I. Yan Jiuxing sat by the window with a book in hand, his long fingers idly flipping the pages. The buttons of his black shirt were undone, revealing a refined collarbone and a strong chest. Ignoring the masked face, he exuded an allure that was difficult to look away from. Suddenly, memories flooded back of how he had exited the warehouse, being carried out in front of so many people in a princess carry. Here he was, a grown man, being carried away by another man. The thought alone filled him with embarrassment, immense embarrassment. With a gentle slap to his own cheek, he sought to awaken his senses. Once again, he gazed at the man beside the bed and could not suppress a gasp. No, he was a straight man, undeniably so. What was the matter? Was there discomfort lingering? Lost in thought, Yan Jiuxing had already approached the bedside, looking down at him from a height. Leaning forward, he reached over Shi Ci Qing's head to seize the remote control, elevating the bed slightly to support Shi Ci Qing's posture. The pendant adorning his chest brushed against Shi Ci Qing's lips, its cool jade contrasting with the warmth of the moment. Shi Ci Qing's eyes lingered on the bare chest before him, unable to look away. The professors he remembered were generally round-bellied, balding figures. He had not anticipated Yan Jiuxing's physique to be so admirable. Were he also blessed with a perfect visage, he would be utterly invincible. How absurd! He chided himself for such fanciful thoughts. Rest well, and do not wander about. I have matters to attend to, and shall return late. Someone will bring your meals. Yan Jiuxing instructed before turning to leave. As he grasped the doorknob, he added, "This is a secure area. No unsavory individuals may enter." Shi Ci Qing responded with a soft acknowledgement. Upon exiting the hospital, Yan Jiuxing settled into a black Kian parked by the roadside. He removed his mask, his fingers lightly tapping against the leather seat. Twisting the ring on his finger, his expression gradually grew colder. "Let us proceed to the Zhen residence." "Yes, Seventh Master," came a reply. Chapter 12. Zhen Chun interrupted what is destiny? The Zhen family resided in a villa by the waterfront. The villa was brightly lit, and within the grand hall, Zhen Hao sat on the sofa, his face dark with displeasure. Beside him, a lavishly attired lady. "Your son has learned well. What could he not do but resort to kidnapping?" A ceramic teacup shattered against the floor, splintering into pieces that scattered onto the lady's elegant attire. The opulent silk gown was marred by a gash, threads unraveled, and the dress lay in tatters. The lady's expression soured further as she pushed the man aside. Adopting a nonchalant tone, "Chunner is still young. Minor mistakes are to be expected. Besides, it was merely a casual abduction. A bit of money would suffice. Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" Another teacup shattered. Jean Fu abruptly rose, glaring down at the brightly dressed, yet foolish woman with fury. "Is it merely a casual abduction? Did you even check the identity of the person beforehand? You dared to involve someone from the Lan family. Have you considered the consequences?" Because of this reckless act, the young master of the Lan family had been rendered unconscious. He now lay in a hospital bed while the Lan family sought an explanation. The lady trembled in fear, unable to comprehend how a simple individual could incite such significant turmoil. Since being with Zhang Hao, he had never raised his voice at her, always soothing her with gentle words. Yet now, he roared at her over an unknown, ordinary person, even reproaching her precious son. That young man from the Lan family brought this upon himself. He should not have intervened. Had he stayed away, none of this would have occurred. Furthermore, the person is from the Lan family, thus their responsibility lies with them. What does it have to do with Chunner? He is innocent. It is that wretched woman who stirred up trouble. Without her, Chunner would not have acted so foolishly. Zhang Hao, unable to contain his fury, struck the woman across the face. He was aware that her words often lacked restraint, yet he was taken aback by the sheer absurdity of her latest remarks. The woman, eyes wide with disbelief, exclaimed in utter indignation, "You actually hit me." The man's chest heaved with anger. Previously, the woman's antics had seemed trivial, but this time, the abduction involved individuals of significant consequence. Otherwise, the Lan family would not have come personally to seek retribution, nor would the Pei family and even those from the Chu family have felt compelled to intervene directly. The hall's door swung open, and Zhun Chun stormed in, her face etched with resentment. She barely glanced at her parents before attempting to ascend the stairs, only to be halted by her irate father, who bellowed, "Come here." Zhun Chun paused, turned back with a frosty expression, and coldly replied, "I have no time," before continuing her ascent. However, she was swiftly subdued by a bodyguard stationed beside her father, forced to kneel in the hall, struggling against the grip that twisted her shoulders. Zhun Chun grimaced in pain and glared at her father, demanding, "What have I done wrong?" Before her father could respond, the butler's voice resonated from outside. The hall's door opened once more, revealing Chu Xinglan, clad in a black suit, accompanied by Pei Zheng, the current head of the Pei family, and Lan Jin, the present manager of the Lan family, all bearing expressions of cold indifference. Pei Ming had intended to join them, but was ordered by his elder brother to remain at the hospital to look after the unconscious Lan Yu. Chu Xinglan cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling Zhen Chun before settling onto a pristine sofa that was evidently unoccupied. With her long legs crossed, one hand propped her chin while the other rhythmically tapped her knee. Pei Zheng and Lan Jin flanked her, wearing faintly amused expressions as they observed the flustered Zhen father. "Chu Xinglan, he is your nephew. Even if he has committed an abduction, it hardly warrants such a grand inquiry," someone interjected. Chu Xinglan lifted her gaze to the questioner, scoffing, "If not for an inquiry, would you prefer the Zhun family to vanish from the harbor city altogether?" The woman, emboldened by her connection to the Chu family and her status as Chu Xinglan's sister, assumed that Chu Xinglan would not dare to act against her. With a sigh, Chu Xinglan's demeanor grew colder, her gaze sharp as a blade directed at Zhun father. "Are you aware of the Shi family in the capital?" Upon hearing this, sweat beads formed on Zhun father's forehead. Even in the harbor city, he had heard of the Shi family, a powerful force that dominated the capital. Recently, he had been negotiating a collaboration with them, though many prospects had inexplicably fallen through. The only remaining project was a real estate venture in the western part of the city, which was still viable. He knew this project was almost guaranteed to yield profit, hence the Shi family had not abandoned it outright, as they sought to establish a foothold in the harbor city. However, an ominous premonition washed over him. He feared that this sole project could also be jeopardized, especially since the person he had abducted bore the surname Shi and was closely connected to that family. With a thud, Zhen's father knelt, never having anticipated that his foolish son would land them in such grave peril. I have come today to provide an explanation to the Shi family, Chu Xinglan declared, raising her hand. Lan Jin produced a baton from his waist and handed it to her. Rising to her feet, she rolled her shirt sleeves to her elbows and cracked her neck. What are you about to do? He is your nephew. The woman attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Pei Zheng, who pressed her back onto the sofa. She flicked her wrist, expressing her disdain with a soft click of her tongue, remarking on the uncleanliness of the situation. A handkerchief was offered to him to wipe his hands. As Chu Xinglan raised the stick to strike Zhen Chun's back, her hand faltered, unable to descend. Pain etched across her face. She exerted more force, her arm aching, her heart heavy with anguish. Glancing up at the foreboding sky, dark clouds loomed overhead, thunder rumbled, and raindrops began to fall, transforming into a torrential downpour. Lan Jin and Pei Zheng hurried forward, concern etched on their faces, inquiring about her well-being. Chu Xinglan remained silent, coldly fixated on the ceiling, a scornful smile gracing her lips as she continued to exert herself, indifferent to the pain in her arm. Zhen Chun scoffed, deeming her uncle merely a facade, one who relied on power to intimidate others. Meanwhile, the woman seated on the sofa laughed heartily, pointing at Chu Xinglan's discomfort. The fortune teller had indeed spoken the truth. Chun'er was destined for greatness, blessed with extraordinary fortune, a star of destiny unassailable by any. Zhu Xingleng, cease your futile endeavors and humbly apologize to Chun'er. The Chu family's future rests upon you. With a disdainful snort, Chu Xinglan retorted, nonsense. Even if such words held merit, I shall sever them. Zhen Chun declared, today I intend not only to cripple his hands but also his legs. No one can stop me. What nonsense! I have resolved to defeat this person. Not even the heavens can intervene. I believe in myself, not in fate. Even if fate exists, it must take a back seat. After so many years, I refuse to believe that I cannot take down one individual today. As she gradually intensified her grip, veins bulged on her hands and neck. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed from outside, accompanied by a tremendous clap of thunder. Chu Xinglan emitted a sound of acknowledgement, as if liberated from some restraint, her arms suddenly relaxing. A strike landed on Zhen Chun's back, followed by a sharp crack from his arm. Zhen's mother broke free from her constraints, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhen Chun, her voice trembling with emotion. Sister, I implore you to spare Chun'er. He is still just a child. If he is truly harmed, father will not let you off easily. Chu Xinglan twisted her wrist, snorted coldly, raised the stick, and brought it down, producing a crisp sound from Zhen Chun's leg. With a thud, she cast the stick aside, donned her coat, and headed for the door. Take care of him. Next time it won't be so simple. The Shi family will come personally. I am in charge of the Chu family. My father has no say. Zhen's mother stood in stunned silence, recalling how she had forgotten that since Chu Xinglan's return, the current status of the Chu family had been solely orchestrated by her. Even the elder had retreated behind the scenes, relinquishing all responsibilities to Chu Xinglan. Until now, she had failed to comprehend the terror of the Shi family. In a harbor city, she had never even heard of them. Even in other cities, given their standing in the harbor city, they would have to show deference. Once inside the car, Chu Xinglan's expression suddenly shifted. She took the handkerchief, covering her mouth to cough lightly. Observing the red stain on the cloth, she smirked with disdain. Even if it is true fate, what of it? After resisting for so many years, it will eventually change. What is fate? I am my own destiny. Are you sure you don't need to visit the hospital? Lan Jin inquired, her concern evident. They have grown accustomed to such circumstances, having endured them countless times, yet their concern remains unabated. The trio has known each other for many years, and instances like the one involving Chu Xinglan have frequently culminated in similar outcomes. However, there is no need for worry. It is unlikely that such a situation will arise again. The fact that he was able to defeat Zhen Chun today suggests that such occurrences are highly improbable in the future. This time, he has triumphed over what is deemed fate. Chapter 13. Lan Yu Professor Yen, there is no need for such formality. Shi Ci Qing observed the man retrieving items with a hint of embarrassment. He had initially been in good health. The doctor indicated he was merely in shock and experiencing some fatigue, allowing him to be discharged the same day. On that day, he was on the verge of exiting the hospital when Professor Yin, returning with desserts, caught him at the door. He was compelled to return to the hospital and undergo a comprehensive examination once more, lying in the hospital for 7 days before being permitted to return to school. The frail beauty had already bounced back and been discharged 3 days prior. The day after his discharge, the beauty appeared at his hospital room, clutching flowers, her demeanor reluctant as she hesitated to enter. Once inside, she placed the flowers on the table, turning away from him in an awkward manner, muttering something he couldn't quite catch. Ultimately, she was accompanied by someone who bore a striking resemblance to her, who cleared his throat and, with a serious expression, urged her to offer an apology. Also present was Pei Ming, but as the beauty departed, she glanced back at him multiple times, her expression pitiful and full of grievance. He feared that due to Pei Ming's presence, the delicate beauty might harbor resentment towards him, using it as an excuse to dismiss him. This was the route to school. Shouldn't they be heading home? Why were they heading directly to Hong Kong University? Not returning home for now. You will stay with me in the faculty apartment. Yin Jiusheng kept his head raised, continuing to attend to his affairs. Shi Ci Qing was taken aback. What was this absurdity? To share living quarters with the professor was akin to tempting fate. The few days he had spent cohabiting with Yin Jiusheng had felt like a purgatory, as his youthful spirit was thoroughly tormented. Meals had to be on schedule, snacks were forbidden, and he was mandated to consume a portion of fruit daily. Heaven knows he had no fondness for fruit, especially grapes and similar seeded varieties. As if that weren't enough, he was not allowed to stay up late. He had to be in bed before 10, and even his phone usage was strictly regulated. Used items had to be meticulously cleaned, leading him to suspect that the professor possessed an extreme case of obsessive cleanliness. Yet it was not entirely the same. At his tender age, he should be indulging in life, not adhering to the elderly professor's regimented schedule. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Ci Qing cautiously ventured, Professor Yin, I would prefer to reside in the student dormitory. He recalled that the student dormitory offered single rooms. At the very least, he could settle for a 4-person or 2-person room. Anything was preferable to living with the elderly professor. Their differing routines were akin to an aversion to washing one's feet. He simply could not endure it. Professor Yin lowered his head, his fingers tapping away at the keyboard, seemingly disinclined to respond. Just as Shi Ci Qing intended to speak again, the man shut his laptop and adjusted his glasses. With a smile gracing his features, the mole at the corner of his eye appeared even more striking. All right. Shi Ci Qing was taken aback, not expecting the usually stoic Professor Yin to acquiesce so readily. Professor Yin was silent, picking up his phone to make a call, promptly arranging for someone to be taken to the student dormitory. Shi Ci Qing gazed out the window at the departing figure, remaining uncommunicative. Without further consideration, he set about tidying his bed. The dormitory was a triple room. It appeared that the bedroom opposite him was occupied. Items were haphazardly strewn across the floor. Though the bed had been made, everything was in a watery shade of blue, reminiscent of a color that a young girl might favor. A shiver ran through Shi Ci Qing. He fervently hoped it was not what he feared. There was another room with the door closed, its occupancy a mystery. Once he finished arranging, Shi Ci Qing sat on the bed, lost in thought. How had those few managed? And what of Jin Shun? He felt little concern for him, especially with the protective buff he possessed. Su Luoxue had also been silent these past few days. An unsettling calm enveloped the atmosphere. While he was in a daze, the dormitory door swung open, and 2 figures entered. Their astonishment was palpable upon seeing the occupants of the room. What are you doing here? Shi Ci Qing lifted his gaze to behold a familiar face. It was the sickly beauty from that day. What was he doing at Hong Kong University? Surely, he was not here to study. Age was a factor that could not be overlooked. What brings you to Hong Kong University? The sickly beauty let out a soft hum, placing a large assortment of snacks on the table before comfortably seating himself on Shi Ci Qing's bed. He reached out to touch the mattress, exclaiming, "Ah, quite comfortable. I must have a mattress just like this." It was then that Shi Ci Qing noticed Pei Ming at the door, burdened with numerous bags, his expression one of indifference. Upon hearing the sickly beauty's remark, a flicker of impatience crossed his eyes, yet he remained silent. Lan Yu, the beautiful man, introduced himself, seemingly unfazed by Pei Ming's demeanor. Shi Ci Qing. Lan Yu stood up, rummaging through the snacks on the table, retrieving a piece of chocolate liqueur and offering it to Shi Ci Qing with an air of familiarity, as if the incident of abduction had never transpired. Have you eaten? Let us dine together. Lan Yu extended another invitation. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Ci Qing decided that being in school meant he was likely safe and nodded in agreement. It was only upon leaving that Lan Yu glanced back at Pei Ming, letting out a sigh tinged with melancholy. Minggu, thank you for your troubles. Observing Lan Yu's retreating figure, Pei Ming felt an inexplicable discomfort, though he chose not to reveal it. Silently, he tidied up Lan Yu's bed, his gaze resting on the open chocolate liqueur on the table, lost in thought. This chocolate liqueur would later become a lingering obsession for Pei Ming, even a source of pain over the years. In a window-side seat on the second floor of the cafeteria, Pei Ming stirred his milk tea absent-mindedly, the dessert beside him untouched. Shi Ci Qing, seated across, nibbled on an apple mousse, lost in a moment of silence. Eventually, Shi Ci Qing could no longer contain himself. Do you have feelings for Minggu? After a prolonged silence, he spoke, all signs indicating that the frail beauty before him harbored genuine interest in Pei Ming. The atmosphere between the two was somewhat peculiar, particularly with Pei Ming's demeanor, which suggested he was not oblivious to the situation, yet he outwardly displayed a sense of rejection and impatience. Lan Yu feigned indifference, continuing to engage Pei Ming in conversation. She paused momentarily, stirring her coffee, then lifted her gaze to Shi Ci Qing, fixing him with a brief, sorrowful smile. With a dismissive scoff, she remarked, "Yes, I do have feelings. Do you mind such a relationship? Does it repulse you?" In this era, despite its openness, many still hold reservations about such connections, perceiving them as a form of affliction. During his mother's lifetime, she had secretly sent him to a so-called institution, claiming it could cure his condition. Were it not for his brother's timely intervention, he might have perished within those walls. His brother exerted considerable effort to manage the Lan family, even sending him abroad, allowing him to return only after their parents had passed away. Since his release from the institution, his health had remained fragile, and his elder brother insisted he recuperate at home, seldom venturing outside. He simply harbored feelings for another, yet had committed no actions harmful to society or intrusive upon others' lives. Why should he be condemned? Why did so many harbor disdain? Shi Ci Qing's thoughts drifted to a certain scene, where a person clutched the photograph of his second brother until death, wearing a gentle smile that hinted at happiness. Reflecting on his second brother, he found no reason to harbor hatred or disgust. Love is a matter of the heart, transcending gender. This is quite delicious, Shi Ci Qing chuckled, nudging a blue fish-shaped cake toward Lan Yu. My home is not by the sea, so I cannot be overly concerned. Matters of the heart should follow one's inner feelings. In the Shi household, others often comforted him. He rarely had the opportunity to console anyone. Even when he indulged Su Luo Shui, it was through monetary means, never with such heartfelt words. Lan Yu gazed at the dessert, took a delicate bite, and felt a wave of emotion threatening to spill forth. This was the first time, aside from his elder brother, that someone had spoken to him in such a manner. "I'm sorry," she whispered, a tear escaping her eye, leaving Shi Ci Qing momentarily stunned by her sudden display of emotion. "Please don't cry. It makes it seem as though I am bullying you." He awkwardly offered her a handkerchief, attempting to comfort her. Wiping her tears, Lan Yu smiled and said, "I am touched. You're the only one besides my brother who has said something like this. Yet, some hearts remain impenetrable, no matter how hard one tries. They are less affected by outsiders. How did you come to study at Hong Kong University?" Seeking to divert the conversation, Shi Ci Qing asked. Lan Yu took a sip of her coffee and replied with a smile, "I have always been a student here, maintaining my enrollment due to health reasons. Now that my health has improved, I wish to return to my studies." Chapter 14. A lack of agency, have you heard? Zhen Xiao has taken several months of sick leave, claiming to be unwell. "I've heard. Someone saw Su Luo Shui visiting him at the hospital, even pushing Zhen Xiao around. What discomfort? My mother is a doctor at that hospital. Zhun Xiao had his leg broken. He's been incapacitated for 100 days and had no choice but to take such an extended leave. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals exchanged incredulous and fearful glances. To understand, Zhun Shun is the most favored youngest son of Zhun, accustomed to his domineering ways, inflicting harm upon others without fear of retribution. Almost all victims having been silenced by monetary compensation and the Zhun family's esteemed status in the harbor city. Dare not speak out, with some even vanishing without a trace. Not to mention the formidable presence of the Chu family. For the seventh master is not one to be trifled with. Who, then, possesses the audacity to break the legs of the arrogant and untouchable Zhun Xiao? According to whispers, Su Luoxue's actions stem from the fact that Zhun Xiao was injured on her behalf. It appears that their relationship is indeed genuine. Even if someone were to bully Su Luoxue, that individual would certainly refrain from acting against Zhun Xiao, given his stature. The very notion of breaking his legs is utterly unheard of. Those privy to this affair are left intrigued, eager to discover who possesses such audacity. As Shi Ci Qing and Lan Yu made their way back, they inadvertently overheard a few individuals discussing the matter. No wonder it has been so peaceful these past few days. It seems the protagonists are nurturing their romance. But how could Jin Shun sustain such an injury? Who could have done this? Given the Zhun family's affection for their son, it is implausible that they would allow such a grievous act to occur. The rumor has now transformed into a narrative that Zhun Shun suffered the injury for Su Luoxue's sake. Su Luoxue likely heard these discussions, prompting her visit to the hospital. Otherwise, given their current ambiguous relationship, such haste would be improbable. It appears that some author has gone to great lengths to ensure their union, forcibly propelling the plot forward. The individuals discussing the matter fell silent and hurriedly departed upon spotting Shi Ci Qing, their expressions betraying their anxiety. Did they truly believe he would erupt in anger? That would be a grave misjudgment. You care for Su Luoxue? Even outside of school, Lan Yu had heard of Shi Ci Qing's devoted antics, trailing after Su Luoxue, providing her with meals and presenting her with various luxurious gifts. Though Su Luoxue accepted some of these offerings, she never explicitly agreed to be with Shi Ci Qing, earning him the title of the ultimate sycophant. Upon hearing this, Shi Ci Qing clutched his chest, his hand clenched into a fist at his side, biting his lip as if restraining himself. Lan Yu noticed his unease and was about to speak when she saw Shi Ci Qing crush the beverage in his hand, droplets cascading down his fingers onto the ground. Words failed him. He could not articulate them. For some reason, Lan Yu sensed that Shi Ci Qing struggled to voice his refusal. Perhaps regarding Su Luoxue. After cleaning his hands, he discarded the bottle into a trash bin and, with a serious demeanor, spoke calmly. In the past, I was foolish, blinded by certain influences, leading me to commit many foolish acts. That will not happen again. Lan Yu, tilting her head to scrutinize Shi Ci Qing for a moment, then averted her gaze, noting the sincerity in his expression. What transpired during this time apart that transformed the ultimate sycophant into a seemingly different person? It was indeed peculiar, even miraculous. Shi Ci Qing found himself at a loss for words, as such matters are inherently difficult to articulate. Even if he were to express them, no one would believe him, merely considering him delusional. After all, it is improbable that one could suddenly lose interest after pursuing Su Luoxue for such an extended period. It is difficult to articulate. Blue Jade refrained from further inquiries. Having depended on his brother for so long, he had come to comprehend many unspoken grievances, even those beyond his control. The expression on Shi Ci Qing's face resembled that of someone ensnared by circumstances, captive to fate. One finds oneself compelled to undertake actions one would rather avoid. With a sigh, Shi Ci Qing resigned himself to this inevitability. The two walked back to their dormitory in silence. As fourth-year students, their class schedules were relatively light, affording them greater freedom of time. Upon entering their dorm, they beheld Pei Ming seated rigidly in a chair, absorbed in his phone. Hearing their approach, he put away his device and stood up, poised to speak, only to notice the slight redness at the corners of Blue Jade's eyes. His demeanor instantly turned cold as he hurriedly approached Blue Jade. Shi Ci Qing sensed an ominous chill in the air and swiftly leapt aside, instinctively pulling Blue Jade with him. Yet, Blue Jade remained motionless, staring blankly at the figure before him, lips pressed tightly together, rendered speechless. Pei Ming raised his hand, intending to gently brush away the redness from Blue Jade's eyes. But Blue Jade turned his head, casting a glance at that awkward hand. "Have you been crying?" Pei Ming's voice was icily detached after a lengthy pause. "No." Blue Jade averted his gaze, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. Leaning against the table, Shi Ci Qing picked up a bag of sunflower seeds, casually cracking them open while observing the unfolding drama. The scene resembled a live performance of restraint and stubbornness, particularly poignant given the juxtaposition of strength and weakness, with a fragile yet prominent young man at its center. It was akin to a story he had once witnessed involving a fierce bodyguard and a frail young master. The bodyguard, composed and restrained, while the young master, though sickly, remained resilient, optimistic, and audacious in his pursuits. The live rendition was far more captivating than the novel, prompting him to discreetly record several clips from different angles and send them to his cousin. Influenced by her third sister during high school, she had begun penning her own tales, primarily centered around the relationships between two men. By the time she reached university, she had achieved a measure of success, managing to cover her living expenses without asking her family for assistance. In a fleeting moment, his phone erupted with notifications. Glancing at it, he noted dozens of messages within the span of a minute. As the messages continued to flood in, he hastily silenced his phone. The responses were filled with excited exclamations and inquiries about the identities of the individuals involved, along with requests for contact details. "They are my new roommates, but not romantically involved. They are family friends. As for the future, who can say?" Blue Jade was undoubtedly real, and Pei Ming appeared to have some interest, though whether he was aware of it remained uncertain. There was also the possibility that he knew but chose to remain silent. His cousin sent another message brimming with excitement, suggesting that their familial connection made for an excellent ship to sail. "I'll ask for contact details. If he agrees, I'll pass them along to you," she wrote, sending an emoji of someone sitting obediently. Since the day of the lightning strike at the banquet, their relationship had thawed considerably during visits to the hospital. Recently, he had gifted his cousin an entire set of signed books from University, further strengthening their bond. It was clear that he understood her preferences well, as she was easily appeased. Without waiting for Pei Ming to finish speaking, Lan Yu circled around him, smiling as she approached Shi Ci Qing, reaching out to take the sunflower seeds and begin cracking them together. "Thank you, Pei Ming, but you surely have other matters to attend to, so I want to keep you." Pei Ming was taken aback. It was the first time he had been dismissed by this person, and the first time a child had refused him. The sensation was somewhat uncomfortable. With a grunt, he departed from the dormitory. Shi Ci Qing set down the sunflower seeds and tidied up. Turning to look at the person beside him, he sighed, perplexed. Was this relationship truly so complicated? He recalled Professor Yin mentioning that Pei Ming's background was not lacking. Could it be that their differing statuses posed an issue? Should he not take a look? Leaning against the window, Shi Ci Qing gazed at the figure standing below, resembling a statue. Surrounded by a number of men and women, Pei Ming, previously donned in security attire, now in formal wear, appeared quite appealing, particularly to the girls. Lan Yu barely glanced up, continuing to fiddle with the items in her hands, giving a faint acknowledgement. Lying on her bed, Lan Yu kept her eyes wide open in the dark, reflecting on her past encounters with Pei Ming. Suddenly feeling weary, she no longer wished to chase after him. The cold stone was no longer something she desired to warm. Having just left the hospital and moved into a new dormitory, Shi Ci Qing felt mentally and physically drained, enjoying an exceptionally comfortable sleep devoid of dreams. Chapter 15. The Odd Regulations of Hong Kong University Teaching. A new dessert shop has opened nearby. Let us go try it after class. At the podium, a certain teacher was vigorously writing criminal law points on a blackboard. Lan Yu twirled a pen, propping her chin on one hand, tilting her head slightly, and blinked at those taking notes. In the few days since returning to Hong Kong University, life had been markedly different. No one would have anticipated that he would become friends with someone he had previously been kidnapped alongside. Although it was not his doing, he sought out Shi Ci Qing due to the latter's remarkable kindness, driven by a sense of jealousy. However, after spending these recent days together, he discovered that while Shi Ci Qing appeared gentle on the surface, there was a certain coldness and even erratic behavior beneath. A couple days ago, Su Luoxue had unexpectedly stopped him, speaking words he did not comprehend, only to witness Shi Ci Qing pick up a stone as if to press it against his own hand. From his angle, he could not clearly see the actions between the two. It was later revealed that Su Luoxue intended to take Shi Ci Qing to the hospital, though the purpose remained unclear. Nevertheless, one could infer that it involved Zhun Chun, who was reportedly in that very hospital, purposely staying there to be with Su Luoxue. According to his brother, the Zhun family had their own private doctor. Having been away from Hong Kong University for so long, he could not fathom how these two seemingly unrelated individuals had inexplicably come together. Their statuses were utterly unequal. The pen clattered onto the desk, and Shi Ci Qing finally regained his focus, smiling and nodding. "What are you daydreaming about?" Lan Yu inquired curiously, intrigued by Shi Ci Qing's unusual distraction during class, which was typically marked by his earnestness. Just pondering, Shi Ci Qing instinctively touched his ear, originally reflecting on the events to come. For some reason, as his thoughts wandered, he found himself lost elsewhere. This class, initially supposed to be taught by Professor Yin, had transformed into a law lecture. Upon visiting the Academic Affairs Office, I learned that Professor Yin had recently departed to attend a conference, resulting in a change of classes. He did not go alone, but rather accompanied by Pei Ming, which left me perplexed. What purpose could Pei Ming serve in this context, given that he is not a faculty member of the University of Hong Kong? As the bell rang, signaling the conclusion of the tedious law lecture, Lan Yu stretched lazily, rose to her feet, and rubbed her neck. She quickly gathered her belongings and ushered Shi Ci Qing out through the back door, entirely oblivious to Xia Yi, who stood menacingly at the end of the corridor, fixating on them with a chilling gaze. The long-standing regulations of the University of Hong Kong remained unchanged over the years, dismissing the haunting image that lingered in her mind. Shi Ci Qing inquired, "What rules?" After all, having spent so many years at the university, he believed he was familiar with its regulations. "La ni u juke sopti." Have you never noticed that every department at the University of Hong Kong offers law courses? The Faculty of Law is comprised of top-tier talent, with some students even teaching courses in other departments. Indeed, Shi Ci Qing nodded in agreement. He recalled attending classes in various departments, where law and regulations were consistently part of the curriculum, constituting a significant portion of the credits. At the time, he found it rather peculiar and had even sought clarification from fellow students, yet few could provide an explanation. Do you know the reason? "La ni u not det hapfi mai si." Several years ago, an incident of bullying occurred on campus, where a girl was confined in a dark restroom. The restroom had been marked as under maintenance, and those who imprisoned her threatened the janitors not to enter. Anyone attempting to approach was obstructed, and shockingly, they demanded that the girl crawl and beg for mercy. In a desperate bid for survival, she relinquished her dignity, yet the tormentors continued their cruelty. The girl ultimately took her own life in the dead of night, leaving behind a farewell letter, which now resides in the exhibition hall of the university. Years prior, the regulations at the University of Hong Kong were not as stringent, but this tragedy prompted a complete overhaul of the institution. Almost all faculty and administrative leaders were replaced, while the perpetrators, due to their family connections, faced minimal consequences, merely compensating with monetary reparations. The girl's family, having exhausted all avenues for assistance, was left to accept their fate amidst threats. In recent years, a young and zealous board member, a professor of law, inadvertently discovered the incident and dedicated a year to gathering evidence. He successfully brought the now middle-aged offenders to trial, resulting in sentences ranging from life imprisonment to the death penalty. Despite attempts by the families of the offenders to employ similar tactics to evade justice, the professor remained undeterred. Those families soon found their businesses under siege, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, leaving them with little time to address other matters. Surely there must be some connection between that individual and the girl, Shi Ci Qing mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Only a profound relationship could compel someone to painstakingly investigate events from over a decade ago, even going so far as to ruin families and potentially orchestrate deaths within the confines of prison. Lanyu shook her head, pondering before responding. I heard from my brother that the girl had a debt of gratitude to the current board member. Beyond that, I am not well informed. My brother did not elaborate, but I recall he seemed to know the board member personally. With a yawn of ennui, Shi Ci Qing mused that the impetuous young board member was likely entangled with that girl. He had encountered the trope of revenge narratives before, where a destitute youth avenges a benefactor's life. It became clear to him why the prestigious law courses and elite legal teams at the University of Hong Kong existed. Indeed, the university boasted its own legal team, housed in a dedicated building for law practices. Any student facing adversity could seek assistance there, regardless of how daunting the situation. At one point, he had harbored a genuine interest in law, frequently visiting the law office to engage with the seasoned practitioners there. Although he had obtained his legal credentials and secured a position at the firm, his laziness often kept him from attending. This was a secret not known to others, not even Su Luoxue. This was also one of the many reasons why countless students aspired to attend the University of Hong Kong. Cousin, where are you headed? As they approached the school gates, they heard the girl's cheerful voice. Upon turning around, Shi Ci Qing was momentarily taken aback by the individual accompanying the girl, someone who would undoubtedly become one of Su Luoxue's suitors. This person was a rival of comparable ability to Chu Xinglan, a deeply sentimental supporting character. His instant infatuation with Su Luoxue seemed to stem from a specific reason, though he couldn't quite recall what it was, something that appeared to involve his cousin. No, that didn't seem right. This individual should not have appeared at this moment. Why was he with his cousin, seemingly engaged in light-hearted banter? I heard of a newly opened dessert shop and plan to check it out. Would you like to join? Shi Ci Qing momentarily set aside his questions and spoke with a light-hearted tone. The girl seemed particularly fond of desserts, and upon hearing the word, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Then, pointing to the man behind her, she asked, Cousin, can we bring Xiao Yuzhao along? Shi Ci Qing keenly noted the name the girl hastily retracted, and a smirk tugged at his lips. What a prophetic utterance. The board member's surname was Yu, matching that of the man before him. Although he had never met him, he had heard tales of this board member's exploits and had just learned of yet another significant achievement, deliberately slowing his pace. He walked alongside Lanyu and lowered his voice to a whisper. Is it the esteemed Professor Yu, the board member? Lanyu appeared astonished. It was hard to believe that Shi Ci Qing had never encountered this board member during his years at the university. You've never seen him? That's improbable. Shi Ci Qing nodded obediently, affirming that he had indeed never laid eyes on the elusive board member. During those days, he had been preoccupied with pursuing Su Luoxue, leaving him little energy to notice others, even if they happened to be present. Yet, why did it seem that this board member shared a good rapport with his cousin? Understanding the expression on his face, Lanyu sighed in resignation. That is indeed board member Yu, the one who advocated for the girl's case and mandated law classes across all departments. Shi Ci Qing fell silent, continuing to walk ahead. Shortly after they departed, Su Luoxue appeared at the university gates, coincidentally bumping into Xia Yi. Chapter 16. Shi Ci Qing's hospital madness. Shi Ci Qing absent-mindedly stirred her coffee, her peripheral vision discreetly observing the refined gentleman across from her. From her current observations, it appeared that the man had yet to encounter Su Luoxue. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such tenderness towards her cousin. She found herself puzzled by this aloof director Yu, who seemed to have known her cousin for quite some time. Could it be that this director harbored some ulterior motive? Or was it possible that his demeanor was merely a facade, a means of enacting revenge on her cousin on behalf of Su Luoxue? After much contemplation, this latter theory seemed most plausible. If that were indeed the case, then she cannot be blamed for her ungraciousness. Lost in thought, Shi Ci Qing's grip on her cup tightened, nearly causing it to shatter. A few drops of coffee splashed onto the table, emanating a palpable air of menace. Ci Qing, what troubles you? Lanyu, sensing something amiss, gently grasped her increasingly tense hand. Shi Ci Qing appeared oblivious, her deep-set eyes fixated on Yu Zhao across the table. Cousin? A long, slender hand rested on Shi Ci Qing's shoulder, applying a gentle pressure without force. Little one, relax, as though freed from a constraint. Shi Ci Qing lifted her gaze to the newcomer. King Lan Yi. Chu Xinglan, bearing a box of pastries, was accompanied by the smiling Lan Jin. Brother, what brings you here? Lan Yu's excitement was palpable, his eyes sparkling with delight. Lan Jin affectionately tapped his nose, chuckling. I heard this newly opened dessert shop is quite delightful. Thought I'd bring some back for you to try. Lan Yu lowered his gaze and indeed spotted a beautifully packaged dessert in Lan Jin's hand, shaped like a green apple. Chu Xinglan set down the pastries and ruffled Shi Ci Qing's hair, assuring her, everything is fine, just relax, nothing to worry about. He scooped a spoonful of apple mousse for her, the sweet aroma flooding her senses, snapping her back to reality. Chu Xinglan then pulled out a chair and sat beside her, casting a glance at the man across the table. He turned to Ci Yin Sui, speaking softly. Sui, come sit with your cousin. Due to her brother's connections, Ci Yin Sui had met Chu Xinglan before. Compared to Yu Zhao, she felt a greater sense of trust towards him. Director Yu likely has other matters to attend to. I shan't take up any more of your time. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhao understood all too well. Both Chu Xinglan and Shi Ci Qing regarded him with hostility, the origins of which remained a mystery. As Yu Zhao departed, Chu Xinglan followed him to the staircase, his voice low and tinged with warning, regardless of your intentions. It would be wise not to set your sights on Shi Ci Qing or that girl. The Shi and Ci families are not to be trifled with. They are not as easily dealt with as those families of years past. At these words, Yu Zhao's expression hardened, as if his secrets had been laid bare. Director Chu, you jest, there's nothing of the sort. Chu Xinglan lightly flicked his fingers, his expression inscrutable. It is best that it remains so. With that, he dismissed Yu Zhao with a glance and returned to his seat. Just as Yu Zhao stepped outside the dessert shop, he encountered Su Luo Shui, who was about to enter. Without a word, he simply blocked her path. Su Luo Shui shot him a glare and pushed past him, striding inside. Yu Zhao, with a deep gaze, watched her enter, a faint smile playing on his lips before he lingered for a moment and then departed. Lan Jin, leaning by the window, observed everything and discreetly tapped his phone. He sent a brief message of 8 characters to the nearby Chu Xinglan, confirming his suspicions that the two were acquainted. Chu Xinglan pocketed his phone with a cold snort and turned to Shi Ci Qing beside him. Ever since that banquet, this young friend had become increasingly unable to control his emotions, which was quite concerning. Shi Ci Qing needed to rein in his feelings. Otherwise, he would not only harm himself, but also others. Hitting Jinchun was a minor affair, after all, as he could manage the Zhen family. However, Yu Zhao's identity and background were somewhat intricate, making him a challenge to confront. Even if the Shi family intervened, Yu Zhao would remain unscathed. Shi Ci Qing understood this, but found it difficult to suppress his emotions at the thought of his cousin's predicament. Zhu Xinglen Sai. Speaking meaningfully, some matters will inevitably find a resolution. Just as they were about to leave, Su Luoshu dashed upstairs, extending her arm to block them. She hesitated momentarily upon seeing Chu Xinglan, but remained resolute in preventing their descent. Brother Xiqing, I wish to speak with you privately, she insisted. Shi Ci Qing stepped out from behind Chu Xinglan, looking down at the girl before him, his hands clasped behind his back. Not going to happen, he replied, circumventing Su Luoshu and heading downstairs. Upon exiting the dessert shop, Chu Xinglan chuckled lightly. Let us head to the hospital. Shi Ci Qing was taken aback, wondering how he knew what Su Luoshu was about to say. Wasn't going to the hospital akin to slapping himself in the face? Before he could ponder further, Chu Xinglan dialed a number on his phone and continued, Zhen Chun is in a private room with excellent soundproofing. At this, Lan Jin burst into laughter. Chu Xinglan's inherent mischief was evident. After a moment of silence, Shi Ci Qing finally grasped the situation, feeling a tinge of confusion about whether it was appropriate for his uncle to play such tricks on his nephew. When Su Luoshu emerged, all she saw was the exhaust of a departing car. They've gone to the hospital. I told you Shi Ci Qing was doing it on purpose, yet you didn't believe me. Xia Yi remarked suddenly from behind. Su Luoxue ignored her, hailing a cab, but before she could react, Xia Yi swiftly jumped in and followed her to the hospital. At the private hospital of the Chu family, Chu Xinglan led them directly to the VIP room on the top floor. Standing before Zhen Chun's room, he pushed the door open gently. "Be careful, don't kill him." Chu Xinglan refrained from entering, instead standing at the door with Lan Jin as a lookout. Upon seeing Shi Ci Qing, Zhen Chun grinned smugly and even flashed a middle finger. Luoxue was right. You actually came. Hurry up. I'm thirsty. Pour me a glass of water. As Shi Ci Qing poured a glass of water and was about to hand it to Zhen Chun, he heard him speak again. "Kneel to me, or I'll tell Luoxue you hit me." Shi Ci Qing responded with an bending slightly at the knees just as Zhen Chun's expression grew more self-satisfied and gleeful. Suddenly, Shi Ci Qing's chin was seized and a cup of hot water was poured over Zhen Chun's head, quickly followed by another glass forced into his mouth, leaving him gasping for breath. Zhen Chun reminisced about the incident in the bathtub, her pupils dilating in shock. Madness had ensnared her, rendering her utterly helpless. How could Shi Ci Qing seem like a completely different person? Shi Ci Qing set down her cup, striking Zhen Chun across the face with a resounding slap. Feeling it was asymmetrical, she delivered another blow to the other side. "You dare to hit me? Snow will arrive shortly. Are you not afraid of her ire?" Shi Ci Qing scoffed dismissively, blowing on her fingertips, exuding an air of indifference. "She is not here now. Even if she comes, who would witness this? Would you?" Zhen Chun, furious yet powerless, remained immobile, her leg encased in a plaster cast. Shi Ci Qing tapped on the cast, a wicked smile spreading across her face, her gaze intense and sincere. "What if I were to break this? Would your leg still be of any use? Why not give it a try?" With that, she produced a retractable baton from her waist, snapping it open and lifting it high, aimed at Zhen Chun's plastered leg. "Do not act mad in the hospital. This is the Chu family's private facility. If anything happens to me, you will not escape unscathed." With a resounding thud, the baton struck the nearby chair, leaving a gash in the leather from which small fibers erupted. Aware of the Chu family's influence, Shi Ci Qing had no intention of truly inflicting harm. It was merely a tactic to instill fear. Even if she did strike, Chu Xinglan would undoubtedly resolve the situation. "Zhen, do not provoke me without reason, otherwise every encounter will end in violence." She retracted the baton and turned to leave. Chu Xinglan, observing through the crack in the door, contemplated the scene. Unlike his previous struggle to subdue Zhen Chun, Shi Ci Qing seemed to face no resistance at all. Could it be that their frequent altercations had trivialized their confrontations? Further observation was warranted. Lan Jin thought to herself how fortunate she was to have sent her precious brother back to school, lest he be frightened by the unfolding events. Chapter 17. New roommate Tongxin Lan Jin drove, glancing at the slumbering figure in the rearview mirror, pulling over to the side of the road. She quietly opened and then closed the car door, leaning against the hood as she lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply and exhaling a large smoke ring. Gazing at the sky, she sighed, pondering whether to let him continue his reckless behavior. Did he not fear the troubles that might arise from the Jin family or the old Master Chu? For reasons unknown, despite Zhen Chun's carefree demeanor and some business acumen, he had achieved little and often found himself in trouble, embodying the essence of a troublemaker. Yet, the old Master Chu, along with the rest of the Chu family, aside from Chu Xinglan, lavished affection upon Zhen Chun, while they remained perpetually discontented with the prodigy that was Chu Xinglan. Even though most of their current prosperity stemmed from Chu Xinglan's efforts, their disdain persisted. As far as she knew, the old Master Chu intended to entrust the entirety of the Chu family to Zhen Chun's management, which was utterly absurd. Otherwise, Chu Xinglan, who had been abroad for so long, would not have returned home after exerting such effort to gain control of the family. Though the old master's intentions had remained unchanged, still wishing to hand over the family to Zhen Chun, he dared not speak of it openly. The Zhen family, needless to say, treated Zhen Chun like a treasured jewel, having cleaned up countless messes for him. Chu Xinglan, the fourth sister and the mother of Zhen Chun, indulges her son with boundless affection, even to the point of eccentricity, frequently declaring him to be the destined heir to great wealth and prosperity. One cannot fathom the source of such confidence. After all, mere talent alone is insufficient. The hospital room lacks surveillance. Longines suddenly comprehends that this is a private hospital owned by the Chu family, where ostensibly, Chu Xinglan holds the authority. Whether violence has occurred will depend on who possesses the greater persuasive power. Why does he permit such madness to unfold? Chu Xinglan takes a gentle puff of a cigarette, exhaling slowly. Children, in their youthful fervor, are prone to letting their tempers flare, which can be detrimental to their health. Upon hearing this, Longines raises an eyebrow, a smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth as he gives a thumbs up, expressing admiration. Only you, with your cunning nature, could extract retribution by using your own nephew as a vessel for venting frustration. I dare say, in the entire harbor city, only Chu Xinglan could pull off such a feat. Indeed, when Chu Xinglan is driven to extremes, he can turn his wrath upon himself. The most severe incident occurred during his university years when he represented his school for a speech at a prestigious institution. A minor mishap transpired mid-speech, and when they located Chu Xinglan, he was bleeding from his forehead, gripping an iron rod, poised to strike his own right hand. He was hastily rushed to the hospital. Yet what transpired during that time remained a mystery, as Chu Xinglan chose not to speak of it. Given his disposition, they refrained from pressing him for details. As such incidents became more commonplace, they grew accustomed to them, understanding that Chu Xinglan was, in a sense, engaged in an unseen battle against certain forces. He even cautioned them that, should they encounter a particular girl or certain individuals and feel compelled to act uncontrollably, they should promptly call him. Fortunately, throughout the years, non-controllable situations arose. Chu Xinglan exhaled the final wisps of smoke, discarding the cigarette butt, and retrieved a piece of gum from his pocket, tossing it to Longines. Do not bring the scent of smoke into the car. Longines, staring at the apple-flavored gum in his hand, chuckles softly. It is indeed quite enigmatic who possesses such a fondness for green, apple-flavored things. Upon returning to school, Chu Xinglan did not alight from the vehicle, but instead gently roused the slumbering individual. If there is something you need, just call. He handed Shi Ci Qing a new phone, which contained only Chu Xinglan's private number. Longines attempted to take the phone to input his own number, but a single glance from Chu Xinglan made him retract his hand in trepidation. Shi Ci Qing, gazing at the new phone, was uncertain whether to accept it. His relationship with this person had not yet reached the stage of gift-giving. Although he was quite familiar with his older brother, he knew nothing about him, finding the dynamic rather unfamiliar. He understood the principle of not receiving unearned favors. I, Xiao Si, will take what Chugo offers you without overthinking, is his obligation. Upon hearing his elder brother's voice, Shi Ci Qing resolutely paused before accepting the phone back. Thank you, Xinglan Ge. Do not thank Chugo. It is his duty. After ending the call, Chu Xinglan produced some snacks and offered them to him, watching as he exited the vehicle. As the car door closed, Longines could no longer contain his laughter. You anticipated the child would not accept it, hence the phone call, did you not? Oh, how rare it is. The esteemed President Chu, concerned about rejection, resorts to such indirect methods to present gifts. Chu Xinglan remained silent, abruptly pressing down on the accelerator, and the car sped away. Longines gently touched his bruised forehead, silently cursing the cunning and vengeful black fox. Upon returning to the dormitory, he opened the door and was greeted by the sight of a stranger standing before the coffee machine, grinding coffee beans. With a chime, the coffee machine released a fragrant aroma that filled the entire room. The individual, holding a coffee cup, turned to face the entrance, his expression devoid of warmth, exuding an air of cold indifference, as if to convey an unwelcoming demeanor. After a fleeting glance, he retreated into his own room, the one that had been closed off for more than half a month. Shi Ci Qing set down his belongings, gazing at that closed door for an extended period. He couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that the stranger carried an aura of lifelessness. Uncertain of the situation, Shi Ci Qing chose not to approach him. Despite residing under the same roof, he was reluctant to provoke anyone's bad luck without assurance. He resolved to inquire about the individual when Lan Yu returned. With a click, Lan Yu entered, cradling a guitar. Upon seeing Shi Ci Qing, he set down the instrument and approached with a cheerful smile. "You're back. Where did you two go? My brother Wu Ti let me accompany you, claiming I might be frightened. What on earth were you up to?" Curiosity sparkled in Lan Yu's eyes as he blinked eagerly, brimming with inquisitiveness. Shi Qing, without needing to ponder, understood Lan Jin's intentions. Lan Yu's health was fragile, and he couldn't bear the shocks of unexpected events. Witnessing any altercation would surely terrify him. "Oh, it was nothing serious, just a blood test. This is a little something that your brother picked up for you," he said, handing Lan Yu a large blue bag. Recognizing the Water Ripple logo, Lan Yu instantly knew what lay within. The snacks from that particular shop were known for their subtle flavors, being mostly additive-free and handmade, and he had grown weary of the limited variety. However, his brother forbade him from consuming treats from other vendors or roadside stalls, insisting that his health could not tolerate such indulgences. Though he had improved significantly, caution still prevailed. Your brother only wishes the best for you. Through their days of interaction, Shi Ci Qing had come to comprehend the reason behind Lan Yu's demeanor. Due to his health issues, Lan Yu's diet was strictly regulated, and he was prohibited from eating anything deemed unsuitable. "I know," Lan Yu replied, taking the items out and neatly placing them in the snack cabinet. His gaze fell upon the used coffee machine, and he briefly glanced at the closed door, suddenly recalling the reason for his earlier venture outside. He pulled Shi Ci Qing down to sit beside him and quietly pointed to the closed door. "When I returned, I was startled to see an extra person. He didn't say a word, so I had to go out and ask the instructor." "Didn't you ask him directly?" Shi Ci Qing remarked, noting that Lan Yu's fright must have been considerable for him to seek the instructor as counsel. Lan Yu shook his head, letting out a soft huff. "The moment I walked in, he wore such a glum expression, as if I owed him 8 million. After a brief silence, Shi Ci Qing continued. "What did the instructor say?" Lan Yu nodded, counting off on his fingers as he recounted the instructor's words. "The new roommate's name is Tong Xin. He is a senior from Hong Kong City No. 1 High School and has come to live at Hong Kong University for specific reasons. After the college entrance examination in June, Tong Xin will officially join Hong Kong University, but for now, he is merely acclimating to campus life. Furthermore, we are advised to maintain a cordial relationship with him, to look after him in every aspect, and to refrain from bullying him, as this child has faced numerous hardships. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to come to Hong Kong University during such trying times." Shi Ci Qing found this somewhat absurd. One was from the Department of Physics, another from the medical faculty, and then there was this person from an unknown department. It felt as though they were worlds apart. Lan Yu had merely enrolled in a physics elective and attended classes occasionally. Fortunately, the Faculty of Physics was in close proximity to the medical school, allowing them to encounter Lan Yu from time to time. However, this newcomer was unfamiliar with everything and was not even a student of Hong Kong University. How could they possibly provide care in all aspects? Was the advisor jesting? Moreover, the advisor requested that they take this new roommate on a tour of the campus. Shi Ci Qing couldn't help but feel that their advisor was presenting a dilemma for the two of them, who were not adept at socializing. When faced with a problem, one must find a solution and confront the challenge head-on. With a sigh, he rose and knocked on the door. After a brief moment, the door opened, and a cool voice inquired, "What is it?" Shi Ci Qing cleared his throat and reluctantly mentioned the advisor. Advisor Zhang suggested we show you around the campus and see if there's anything you need. As time passed, just when Shi Ci Qing thought he would receive no response, he heard a soft good. Chapter 18. Save a Child's Heart. The appearance of second brother, a photograph had gone viral on the Hong Kong University forum. Unbelievably handsome, tragically beautiful youth come to the rescue. Below it was an image depicting a few delinquents with brightly colored hair, grinning carelessly, wielding baseball bats, with bloodstains scattered on ground. In the center stood a boy in a school uniform, wearing a faint smile, blood on his lips, lazily leaning against a wall, exuding an air of contempt. He was slender, with drooping brows and eyes, and the sunlight cast a fractured beauty upon him. Lan Yu was engrossed in a game, his phone buzzing incessantly with notifications. He contemplated turning it off in annoyance, but cautiously clicked into the forum instead. Upon seeing the news, he noticed that the post already had hundreds of replies. Suddenly, he leaped to his feet, causing the classroom to fall silent. Shi Ci Qing, who had been dozing off, frowned in displeasure and groggily asked, "What are you making a fuss about?" Lan Yu thrust his phone in front of him. "Look, Tongxin is being attacked. Should we not go help?" While others may not recognize Tongxin, they certainly did, having shared the same roof for a few days. If something were to happen to Tongxin, they would undoubtedly bear responsibility. Shi Ci Qing immediately sprang up, not even taking the time to grab his jacket, and dashed outside, with Lan Yu following closely behind. In less than 3 minutes, Shi Ci Qing reached the street corner but found no one there. Lan Yu, panting, stopped, due to his time spent in a certain institution. He was particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. Spotting the stains on the ground, he glanced in a particular direction, estimating that the commotion was happening in a nearby alley. "Lan Yu, call the police. I will go take a look." Without waiting for Lan Yu to respond, Shi Ci Qing sprinted into the alley. In the corner of the alley, a group of delinquents with hair dyed in various colors surrounded Tongxin. Tongxin leaned against the wall, expressionless, a backpack clutched in one hand. The delinquent youths surveyed him from head to toe, some whistling, their gazes lingering on his pallid face. With a flippant tone, one remarked, "I never expected someone to be even more attractive than our Qing University's campus belle. Are you truly a boy? Let me see." As he reached out to touch, his hand was forcefully swatted away by a black backpack. Damn it, refusing a toast only to be served a penalty drink. "Brothers, let's go." The red-haired one, thoroughly incensed, raised his hand and struck Tongxin across the face. Just as a baseball bat was about to descend upon Tongxin, a furious shout echoed from the alley's entrance. "Get down." Instinctively, Tongxin crouched, and a stone struck the hand wielding the bat with precision. The bat clattered to the ground, rolling to the feet of the figure standing at the alley's mouth. Tongxin looked up to see a silhouette approaching against the light, a lollipop perched between his lips, a mischievous smirk gracing his face. He exuded the air of a debauched young master. "What you fellas up to? Is it fun? Count me in." As he spoke, he sauntered closer, his white shirt sleeves rolled up, revealing his slender, fair arms. One hand rested on his waist, seemingly searching for something. Crouching on the ground with his backpack, Tongxin maintained a cool demeanor, though a subtle change flickered across his features. "Are you foolish? If you don't come over, you'll just crouch there and take the beating." Upon hearing this, Tongxin seized the opportunity amidst their distraction, shoving one aside and darting behind Shi Ci Qing. Before Tongxin could finish speaking, Shi Ci Qing interrupted him, his voice cold. "Go keep an eye on Lan Yu. If he gets even the slightest fright, neither of us will survive this." After a moment's hesitation, Tongxin stepped out of the alley, realizing his current state would only be a burden. Shi Ci Qing rotated his wrist, one hand still resting on his waist, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "You can still leave now, otherwise the chance will slip away." The red-haired youth's gaze fixated on that waist, clicking his tongue. "But I don't want to leave. What do you do to me?" Shi Ci Qing raised his hand, beckoning with a finger, his brows arched. "You'll find out if you come closer." As the red-haired one approached, Shi Ci Qing seized the boy's outstretched arm and delivered a kick. The red-haired youth stumbled into 2 others, crashing to the ground with a thud. The remaining few, witnessing this, intended to rush forward. Shi Ci Qing evaded one and delivered a punch, sending that individual sprawling. Drawing a collapsible baton from his waist, he swiftly dispatched the other 2, causing them to collide with the wall. The red-haired youth, unsteadily rising, looked at the baton in Shi Ci Qing's hand, confusion etched across his face. "Aren't students from Hong Kong University all bookish scholars? What kind of good student carries such a dangerous item?" "Still coming?" The wail of police sirens pierced the street, and panic set in among the red-haired youth and his companions, realizing that Shi Ci Qing was merely buying time, toying with them. Leaning against the wall, Shi Ci Qing stepped aside. The red-haired youths dashed out of the alley, but it was too late. 2 or 3 police cars had already halted at the roadside. The lead vehicle's door swung open, revealing a man in sneakers with long, straight legs stepping out, adjusting his police cap. Upon glancing at the group haphazardly seated on the steps, A look of surprise flickered across his face. Isn't that little C from his family? When Shi Ci Qing recognized the man descending from the police car, he was utterly stunned, thinking to himself that it was over. How could his second brother witness him in a brawl? This was going to be disastrous. This is not right. Why is my second brother here? Shouldn't he be in the capital city? Before he could ponder further, a pair of white sneakers appeared before him. Shi Ci Qing felt a sense of defeat, realizing there was no time to escape. He obediently lifted his head and called out to his second brother. Get up. Are you hurt? He helped the person to their feet, examining them closely until he confirmed there were no injuries. Then he sighed in relief. What happened? Shi Ci Qing glanced at the individuals being escorted to the police car, then looked at Tong Xian and Lan Yu approaching, murmuring a quiet explanation. Shi sighed. Let us go. You all need to accompany me to the police station. Shortly after they departed, several girls passed by the alley, chatting and laughing. One girl paused, turning back to glance at the alley, feeling as if she had missed something significant. At the first police station, 3 obedient souls sat in the lounge, holding cups of milk tea. Lan Yu curiously observed the surroundings. Shi Ci Qing stared blankly at his cup, his mind occupied with thoughts of his busy second brother, wondering how he could suddenly appear in Harbor City. Tong Xian occasionally glanced at the boy beside her, lost in her own thoughts. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the ticking clock. With a chime, Shi Ci Qing looked up to see it was noon. His stomach grumbled slightly as he pondered when his brother would finish his business. Soda. The hesitant apology echoed in the quiet lounge. Shi Ci Qing sputtered, milk tea spraying from his mouth as he turned to the blushing individual beside him. Disbelief etched on his face. The person's complexion was pale, nearly translucent, but with a hint of color now, suggesting a flicker of vitality. We're friends, it's only natural. A single tear splashed onto the wooden floor, causing ripples of emotion. No one had ever told him they were friends. In that moment, Shi Ci Qing was momentarily taken aback. The person who was usually cold and distant, rarely speaking, not only apologized today, but also cried. Such a sight was unprecedented, something he had never witnessed before. Lan Yu was the first to react, offering a tissue to Tong Xian and stuttering, "Don't cry. Since we live in the same dormitory, we're friends." This was the first time he had comforted someone. He pondered for a while before settling on those words. Tong Xian wiped her tears and softly spoke. Those people were sent by Su Liang. He often troubled me at school. The principal of the first high school knows the vice president of Hong Kong University, and I had to move in there to ensure my safety during the exams. Su Liang, hearing that familiar name, made Shi Ci Qing spring to his feet in excitement. Su Liang, the brother of Su Luoxue. Tong Xian was puzzled by his reaction and continued. He wanted me to help him cheat during the exam, and when I refused, he constantly harassed me. I have already given up so much. I cannot let my most important exam in life be ruined. Shi Ci Qing took a deep breath. Striving to calm himself, he realized that Tong Xian wouldn't have moved to Hong Kong University without reason, clearly connected to the Su family. Damn it. The shadows of the past were relentless. It's all right. Just stay away from Hong Kong University until the exams are over. We can help you review, Lan Yu said, patting Tong Xian on the shoulder. They lack evidence. The words of those ruffians are hardly credible. Recklessly approaching the Su family would only lead to a biting retaliation. Thus, the prudent course is to retreat for the time being. The door to the interrogation room swung open, and Shi Shumo emerged with a cold expression, softly instructing the person beside him. Take good care of them, emphasizing the last 4 words with particular weight. After leaving the interrogation room, he changed into his regular attire, sighed, and thought to himself that this matter must not reach his elder brother's ears, lest he face severe repercussions. It was time to treat the little ones to a meal. They must not be left hungry. Chapter 19. Who struck? Yan Jiuxing is injured in the hot pot restaurant. On the 3rd floor, in a private room, the decor exuded a charming 1980s ambience, with each corner steeped in nostalgia. The tables resembled those from that era, and the hot pot utensils were the old-fashioned copper variety. The 1st and 2nd floors were open plan, while the 3rd floor and above featured private rooms. Shi Ci Qing examined the menu and glanced at the frail Tongxin before decisively ordering 30 plates of beef, lamb, and pork. He also requested 10 plates, each of lettuce, tripe, meatballs, and tofu skin, causing the table to overflow. A waiter then wheeled in a two-tiered cart, placing the items sequentially atop it, finally clearing a space on the table for bowls and plates. The waiter nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. These three individuals appeared so slender. Could they truly consume such a bountiful spread? Had they never visited such an establishment before, captivated by the novelty of it all? Or were they merely pampered young masters unfamiliar with the common fare? Such an abundance of food, if uneaten, would indeed be a waste. How typical of the affluent. Yet, they were undeniably striking in appearance. As they departed, one of them glanced back thrice, inadvertently colliding with a colleague. "Surely you can't finish all this?" Lan Yu stirred the sesame sauce in his bowl, utterly flabbergasted. He had never witnessed such a copious order. In the past, when accompanying his elder brother, the guests would only indulge in drinks, scarcely touching the dishes. Even the women typically nibbled just a few bites, claiming to be full. A description fitting of a bird's appetite. At home, the most they would have were 6 dishes and soup, predominantly vegetables, with the meat stir-fried. This was his first encounter with someone ordering so much at once. What if they couldn't finish it? "Fear not. I can manage," Shi Ci Qing reassured. "Have you not witnessed my appetite?" Upon hearing this, Lan Yu suddenly realized his oversight. Despite Shi Ci Qing's lean appearance, he possessed an unexpectedly formidable capacity for food. Shi Ci Qing, undeterred by any concerns, promptly placed several plates of meat on the table, his gaze fixed intently on the simmering hot pot. With his second brother present, he had no fear of insufficient food. "Are you well acquainted with that officer?" Lan Yu's curiosity was innocent rather than intrusive. The familiarity displayed between Shi Ci Qing and the handsome officer was striking. They had not lingered in the lobby, but had proceeded directly to the officer's exclusive lounge. As far as Lan Yu knew, such private lounges were a privilege reserved for high-ranking officials. In the precinct, there are only a handful of officers who boasted this honor. Among them, the youngest was Officer Yuhua, a friend of Shi Ci Qing's elder brother, slightly older than him. The others were of a more advanced age. With no other young officers in sight, Shi Ci Qing clicked his tongue, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. As uncertainty lingered, the door to the private room swung open, revealing the second brother, now clad in casual attire. Upon surveying the lavish spread before him, he chuckled lightly and made his way directly to Shi Ci Qing's side. Loosening the buttons of his shirt and rolling up the cuffs, he cast a glance at the bubbling hot pot. Why had he not begun to eat? Shi Ci Qing, eyeing the meat in his bowl and then glancing at his brother, spoke softly. "Second brother, my classmates wish to know the nature of our relationship. May I share it?" A gentle tap on his forehead was the only response, followed by his brother's resigned voice, audible enough for everyone in the room to hear. "What has to hide? Is it that your second brother is unworthy of mention?" He then turned to the bewildered pair, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I am Shirmu, Shi Ci Qing's second brother. I hope for your kind consideration." The moment those words escaped his lips, Lan Yu gasped in surprise, suddenly recalling that the second son of the Shi family indeed held connections in the military and political spheres. It was unexpected to discover Shi Ci Qing's background was so illustrious, making his previous humble demeanor before Su Luoxue seem quite unjust. Tong Xin displayed little reaction. Since entering the police station, he had surmised the connection between the two, noticing their striking resemblance. "Enough of this. Let us eat. The food will lose its appeal if left too long," the second brother declared, serving Shi Ci Qing some dishes while simultaneously typing a message on his phone. "It's done. Shao Si is fine." After their meal, the second brother, bound by duty, summoned someone else to escort the three of them back to school. As they passed by the faculty dormitory, Shi Ci Qing instinctively gazed at the blue house. The window on the second floor was ajar, the curtain swaying gently. Could it be that the occupant had not yet returned? No. He distinctly remembered closing the window when he left the dormitory. A shadow flitted past the window, drawing the curtain shut. "Lan Yu, you all go back to the dorm. I have matters to attend to," he instructed without waiting for a response, sprinting towards the blue house. Lan Yu raised his eyes to the second floor of the blue house. Sensing an almost imperceptible whiff of blood, Surely, just a trick of his imagination. Standing before the door, Shi Ci Qing rapped gently, but received no reply. Professor Yin, are you home? Still. Silence reigned. Professor Yin, I can see you. What troubles you? Yet again, there was no answer. Yin-Jiusheng leaned against the door of his bedroom on the second floor, listening to the persistent knocking from below, eyes shut, striving to resist the urge to open the door. He thought that eventually, the visitor would tire and depart. Little did he anticipate Shi Ci Qing's remarkable patience, standing outside for half an hour without any intention of leaving. With an exasperated huff, Shi Ci Qing took out his phone, repeatedly dialing a number. Yin-Jiusheng, distracted by the incessant ringing, focused solely on tending to the wound on his back. If the young one were to catch sight of it, he would surely inquire deeply. Unable to see the injury, he relied on instinct to apply the medication, aware that Lanjin and Pei Zheng had planned to come but were delayed by other matters. He fervently hoped not to encounter anyone from outside, as that would lead to considerable trouble. Upon returning to the Chu family, he found Chuya seated beside the elder, summoning him in while furiously accusing him of Zhen Chuan's dismissal and the events that transpired at the hospital. Unbeknownst to Chuya, it was Shi Ci Qing who had struck Zhen Chuan, and she unjustly placed the blame solely upon him. Old Master Chu never anticipated that his own uncle would be so harsh towards his nephew. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. But due to the current standing of his uncle within the Chu family, he refrained from unleashing his fury. What took him by surprise was that the old master had summoned several other elderly relatives of the Chu family, demanding an explanation from him. The other siblings were eager to witness his humiliation. Otherwise, he would face the family's disciplinary measures. He had endured the family's punishment countless times, and it was not as if he would lose a piece of flesh, hence he resolutely chose the latter option. He endured 20 lashes without complaint. The Chu family was hardly a haven for him. Had it not been for the unresolved matters and the items belonging to his mother that the old master clutched tightly, he would have long departed from the family. This beating was not in vain, as he managed to reclaim his mother's family jade pendant, which bore the character Wan. The sound of the door lock turning jolted Yin-Jiusheng from his reverie. He hastily shoved the items under the bed, donned a black shirt jacket, opened the window, and lit an incense stick. Once he confirmed that the room did not harbor any strong odors, he patted his face, donned a smile, and descended the staircase. Upon seeing the three individuals seated below, an ominous feeling washed over him. He quickly reassured himself that his brief acquaintance with Shi Ci Qing had not fostered a bond deep enough for him to meddle in his affairs. He should not concern himself too greatly with his matters. With this thought, he felt considerably more at ease. Lanjin made a face at Yin-Jiusheng, while Pei Zheng wore an expression of amusement, intrigued by the rare look of unease on the usually composed seventh master. Shi Ci Qing lounged with his legs crossed, raising his gaze to the approaching figure, his nose twitching slightly as he caught a faint scent of blood. Had Professor Yin returned from his exchange? The tone held an anger that he himself was barely aware of. Yes, just returned. Professor Yin sat down, suppressing the discomfort in his back. In such moments, one must not allow the opposite party to perceive any weakness. I'm hungry. I'll go make some instant noodles. As Shi Ci Qing stood to head to the kitchen, he deliberately passed behind Yin-Jiusheng, lingering for a moment before entering. Once the kitchen door closed, Lanjin raised an eyebrow, hinting, don't underestimate his youth. He is not foolish. The smell of blood on you is far too strong to go unnoticed. It was unexpected that a recently adult young man would exhibit such restraint, maintaining his composure with a curious demeanor. The medicine is a bit potent. You must endure it. Pei Zheng handed him 2 boxes of blue tubular ointment. All right. The two completed their tasks without lingering, exchanging a few words before departing. It was only when the door closed that the kitchen door reopened. Shi Ci Qing leaned against the wall. The kitchen behind him was spotless and devoid of any traces of cooking. Yin-Jiusheng quickly comprehended the situation, barely having time to conceal the ointment in his hand. Who struck you? Chapter 20. I am your father. Why should I bring you breakfast? The 3 words who struck you landed like a heavy hammer, striking at the core of Yin-Jiusheng's heart. It seemed as though it had been ages since anyone had inquired of him in such a manner. Recalling further back, it reminded him of his childhood when he returned home injured, and his mother would have asked him the same question, not why he had been fighting. Shi Ci Qing stood by the door, arms crossed, her gaze fixated on the dark, water-stained mark on the man's back. Yin Jiusheng clutched a tube of ointment in one hand while gripping the edge of the sofa with the other, his complexion pale and lips pressed tightly together. The room was hauntingly silent. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Even the rhythm of their breathing felt pronounced. After a prolonged silence, Yin Jiusheng spoke softly. "It was my grandfather who did this." "Grandfather? Your grandfather?" Shi Ci Qing inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. Yin Jiusheng shook his head. His grandfather had never laid a hand on him. Old Master Chu was the most lucid member of the Chu family and was well aware of the connection between Yin Jiusheng and the family's interests. He would never resort to violence against him, particularly considering that he held little regard for Lu Mei and her children. Moreover, the eldest and second sons of the Chu family were not even born of his father. They were brought from the countryside by Lu Mei. These two were nothing but useless drifters who had caused numerous troubles, all of which were settled with money. Old Master Chu looked down upon these three sons, especially as he aged and chose to live in the ancestral home, detached from worldly affairs, forbidding Chu Fu from bringing Lu Mei and her children there. Only Chu Xinglan had access to the ancestral home. "No, it was my father," Yin Jiusheng clarified. Shi Ci Qing remained silent, her expression cold as she moved behind him to unfasten the buttons of his shirt. With great care, she peeled the fabric down inch by inch. Upon revealing a back marred by lash marks, her heart surged with a fierce anger at the sight of the gory wounds. Could this truly be the work of a biological father? Such brutality was unthinkable. To inflict such harm upon one's own flesh and blood was inhumane. Having grown up in a sheltered environment, Shi Ci Qing had never encountered a father so monstrous. Rising, she expertly retrieved a medical kit from the study, opening it to extract cotton swabs. "Bear with it," she instructed, meticulously disinfecting the wounds while keeping a watchful eye on Yin Jiusheng's demeanor. She noted the veins on the back of his hands and neck bulging, a testament to his struggle for composure. "Enduring this may lead to internal injuries," she warned. "Have you always endured it this way?" Yin Jiusheng nodded subtly. Shi Ci Qing sighed heavily, realizing the peculiar temperament this must have cultivated. After applying the ointment, she cast a glance at the shirt beside her and remarked, "You should refrain from wearing clothes over these injuries for now. It could lead to inflammation." He replied. Shi Ci Qing settled onto the adjacent sofa, her gaze fixed on the masked face, pondering whether the mask concealed disfigurement from the beating, which would compel him to wear it constantly. The mere thought ignited a fresh wave of indignation within her. How can you just stand there and let him hit you? Don't you know how to dodge? Are you foolish? Is your home so small that you cannot evade him? Who would willingly endure such punishment like you? Her words tumbled out in a rush, brimming with palpable anger, the source of which eluded her for a moment. Ultimately, it all stemmed from their budding friendship, forged over nearly a month of shared experiences and mutual rescue, leading her to regard him as a friend. Yin Jiusheng lifted his gaze to the visibly flustered child, a rare look of confusion crossing his features at her fierce anger. Then, realizing her sentiment, the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. "I cannot dodge." Shi Ci Qing was taken aback. "The inability to hide from discomfort is evident, and I perceive you as a masochist. I shall prepare kanji for you." Upon realizing the futility of her inquiries, Shi Ci Qing refrained from further questioning. After all, it was a matter concerning another's family, and it would be inappropriate to pry. As she gazed at the bubbling kanji, her mind was consumed by thoughts of that scarred upper body. It is indeed a rarity for a university professor to possess such a physique. Remember to rest on your side, so as not to aggravate the wound. Shi Ci Qing had added an impromptu class, and as she departed, she admonished him like a concerned mother, repeating her warnings. Yin Jiusheng responded to her every word with a gentle smile. Once the door closed, he turned the jade pendant in his hand, adopting a demeanor of indifference. It seems that Chu Jia and the Zhen family have not yet learned their lessons, as they have dared to bring their grievances before the elder Chujia. That evening, news of Madame Zhen's entrance into a hotel with a stranger, alongside the bullying incident involving Zhen Chun, rapidly trended on social media. In a single night, numerous media outlets featured the story prominently. The Zhen family's stock plummeted several points. Even if they sought to retaliate against the media, the sheer number of outlets made it impossible for the Zhen family to act decisively. By the time the Zhen family became aware of the situation, it was already midday the following day. Although the trending topic had been retracted, a seed of suspicion had been sown, with losses amounting to millions. The Zhen family found themselves enveloped in despair, oblivious to Zhen Chun's indulgent revelry at the hospital, where he was being pampered by Su Luoxue, as Shi Ci Qing exited the faculty apartment in haste for her class. She failed to notice a pair of eyes fixated upon her from the second floor of the art building. The girl's delicate features were twisted in anger. The following morning, at the entrance of Hong Kong University, while Shi Ci Qing was out purchasing breakfast, she was intercepted. Sighing, she realized that tranquility would be short-lived. Disinclined to engage, she attempted to circumvent the obstruction. The girl blocked her path once more. Shi Ci Qing furrowed her brow in annoyance, finding this person to be an inescapable nuisance. With Yin Jiuxing absent, this predicament was rather troublesome. She feared she might act impulsively. "Is there something you need?" The girl, perceiving her indifference, felt a flicker of anger and a hint of grievance. "Luoxue, do not act rashly," a companion advised gently. Regaining her composure, Su Luoxue recalled her purpose for being there. The Zhen family situation was urgent, and she could not afford to act on impulse. "Is your matter related to the Zhen family?" The unexpected question caught Shi Ci Qing off guard. Why would the Zhen family's troubles concern her? It was utterly perplexing. She maintained her cold demeanor, glancing at her breakfast, which was at risk of cooling further with each passing moment. Cold food is unappetizing, and Yin Jiuxing cannot consume it when it has grown too cold. "No, I am unaware of any issues." "Step aside." Shi Ci Qing attempted to pass, only to be obstructed yet again. Su Luoxue's companion could no longer contain herself. "My brother has a grudge against you. It is entirely possible that, in your desire to retaliate against him for your affection for Luoxue, you would act detrimentally towards the Zhen family." It was then that Shi Ci Qing recalled that the girl before her was none other than Zhen Ji, the pampered and willful heiress of the Zhen family. Upon recalling this name, Shi Ci Qing could not suppress a chuckle. The names of this brother-sister duo were indeed amusing. Madame Zhen possesses a remarkable talent for naming. "I've been preoccupied with my studies these past few days, leaving me no time for trivial matters that serve neither benefit nor harm. Without evidence, I could accuse you of slander." As I spoke, I raised my phone, the bold 110 prominently displayed on the screen. A small red dot in the upper corner blinking insistently. Su Luoxue bit her lip in frustration, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Momentarily stunned with a mixture of indignation and anger, as she once again obstructed Shi Ci Qing's path. "Ci Qing, is it truly the case that you have no connection to the trending topic regarding the Zhen family? I recognize my shortcomings, yet no matter the circumstances, you must not harm Chun Ji's family." Shi Ci Qing tucked his phone into his pocket, clenched his fists, and, lost in thought, struck himself sharply across the face. His eyes blazed with fury as he replied, "Su Luoxue, I am not so cowardly, nor do I possess the leisure to concern myself with such trivialities." "Step aside." Su Luoxue stumbled back, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could scarcely fathom that the man who had always been so obedient to her would dare to push her away. Such a thing was inconceivable. Shi Ci Qing would rather inflict harm upon himself than ever lay a hand on her. A girl beside them stared at the breakfast in Shi Ci Qing's hand and nudged Su Luoxue, whispering, "Don't be disheartened, Luoxue. I believe he is merely putting on a facade, a strategy of feigned indifference. Look at the breakfast he holds." The sorrow in Su Luoxue's expression diminished significantly. After all, how could a man who had followed her for so long suddenly become so distant? "Ci Qing, did you bring me breakfast?" she asked. "It appears you have not forgotten my preferences. Hand it over." As she reached out to take it, Shi Ci Qing sidestepped her grasp. "Am I your father? I have no obligation to bring you breakfast." At his words, Su Luoxue's face turned ashen, her emotions a tumultuous blend of hurt, sadness, and humiliation. Shi Ci Qing himself was taken aback by his own sudden outburst. Realizing something, he instinctively glanced around. "We are quite busy, Luoxue, and don't have time to indulge your feelings." Lan Yu emerged from the school, playfully linking her arm with Shi Ci Qing's, followed closely by Tong Xin and Professor Yin. Chapter 21. The Ambiguity of Medicine. Why are you loitering by the entrance? Class is about to commence, Professor Yin admonished coldly. Su Luoxue felt an inexplicable fear towards the young professor, yet her subconscious insisted that this was not how things should be. It seemed as if Professor Yan's presence was both unexpected and unwarranted, almost as if he should not exist at all. The peculiar thoughts left her with a headache, and she instinctively rubbed her temples. Seeing Lan Yu affectionately grasping Shi Ci Qing's arm only deepened her discomfort. She could not articulate the sensation, but it was indeed unsettling. The boy beside her, whispering something to Shi Ci Qing, frowned. He should not be so indifferent towards her, but should instead revolve around her. Somewhere in the silence, something had quietly slipped away. Professor Yin was not like this. It was Shi Ci Qing who had erred, failing to apologize and even pushing Luoxue away. We merely sought an explanation from him. Besides, the breakfast in his hand was intended for Luoxue. He ought to apologize for his words. Zhen Ji observed the faint blush on Yin Jiuxing's face, his tone softer than before, almost tinged with a gentle shyness typical of a young girl. Pointing at Shi Ci Qing, she appeared utterly pitiable. Since returning to the country, she had chanced upon the man at Hong Kong University and was immediately captivated by his icy, noble demeanor. His aura bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she was all too familiar with. Unable to attain that person in her heart, she was willing to substitute him with another. Consequently, she sought to uncover the man's background, only to discover that he was a professor at Hong Kong University. Aside from his name and profession, there was little else to be found. Naturally, she branded him as a backgroundless orphan, with her own lineage. She believed it would be effortless to manipulate a man of such origins, especially considering that her familial standing alone intimidated many. Zhen Ji was striking, with a delicately doll-like visage and an appealing figure that attracted numerous suitors. From a young age, Zhen Hao had taken her to various banquets, and growing up in such an environment had finally honed her understanding of how to capture a man's heart. A curl of hair fell delicately against her cheek as she raised her hand to lightly brush it aside, presenting her exquisitely perfect profile to the masked man. Yet, she miscalculated. The man barely acknowledged her, merely stating that he had to return to class before departing with Shi Ci Qing and a few others. Su Luoxue gazed at the departing figures, lost in thought, her hand reaching out as if trying to grasp something slipping away. Zhenyi, furious, stomped her foot. How dare Shi Ci Qing? The man she desired would certainly not reveal himself so easily. She glared at Su Luoxue, muttering a curse under her breath at her perceived ineffectiveness, and strode into Hong Kong University. Downstairs in the physics building, Shi Ci Qing handed breakfast to Yin Jiuxing, softly murmuring that it needed to be reheated, as they had wasted time. "You shouldn't eat it cold," she remarked. Yin Jiuxing, holding the breakfast, narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes and smirked. What an amusing little creature she was. As he left with the breakfast, he happened to bump into Su Luoxue and the others, ignoring them with an impassive expression. Su Luoxue, entranced by the breakfast, failed to notice the ringing of her phone. Zhen Ji cursed under her breath, calling her a vixen. After class, Shi Ci Qing planned to head to the faculty dormitory to change Yin Jiuxing's bandages when her phone buzzed with a message. It was from a charming rabbit avatar. "Are you out of class? Let me take you to eat something delicious," accompanied by a cute rabbit emoji. Upon seeing the avatar, Shi Ci Qing smiled. It was rare for that busy individual to be in Hong Kong. She replied, "Just a moment. I have a bit of business to handle." Stowing away her phone, she swiftly made her way to the faculty dormitory, not bothering to knock as she pushed the door open. To her astonishment, she found him unclothed, and she hurriedly covered her eyes, slamming the door shut with a thud. She fumbled for the couch, sitting down with her head bowed, her ears burning with embarrassment. How could he be at home without clothes? What an awkward situation it would be if someone else arrived. Hearing the rustling sounds, she remembered her purpose for being there and scolded herself for feeling shy. She was no child, after all. She reached out, stammering, "You should put something on. Let me change your bandages first." The motion of dressing paused. Shi Ci Qing felt the couch sink beside her, and a strong hand brushed against hers, seemingly placing something cool and tubular into her palm. Accompanied by the man's somewhat husky voice, he asked, "Are you planning to apply the medicine with your eyes closed? Or do you wish to reopen the wound that I have painstakingly healed?" Suddenly realizing that the medication provided by Pei Zheng required refrigeration, Shi Ci Qing felt a surge of self-reproach, wishing to slap himself for such thoughts. After all, they were both men, possessing the same attributes. What was there to be shy about? Opening his eyes, he twisted off the cap of the medicine, feeling inexplicably nervous, so much so that he forgot to use a cotton swab and applied it directly with his fingers. As he felt the softness of his fingertips, Yin Jiuxing's back stiffened, his eyes narrowing dangerously. This was truly an unrelenting assault on his composure, and he feared he might lose control. Suppressing the stirring emotions within, he coughed lightly and said nonchalantly, "If this continues, it will be dark before we know it. I shall take care of it myself." Shi Ci Qing shook his head, casting aside the colorful thoughts that invaded his mind. He was, after all, a straight man, straight as could be. How could he possibly feel shy in front of Professor Yin, who was also a man? He hastily finished applying the medication and stared blankly as Yin Jiuxing dressed. After placing the medicine in the refrigerator, he remained seated, lost in thought when Yin Jiuxing returned with a cup of warm milk. With a light chuckle, Yin Jiuxing mused about what could be occupying the boy's mind. Just days prior, applying the medicine had been no issue. Yet today, he seemed unusually bashful. "Drink this while it's warm. Don't you have class this afternoon?" It was only when a cup of warm milk was thrust into his hands that Shi Ci Qing snapped back to reality, his ears still flushed. Why did the application of the medicine feel so ambiguous today? What had changed? After taking a sip of the milk, he caught a whiff of the medicinal aroma lingering on his fingertips and realized his mistake. He usually used a cotton swab, but today he had foolishly used his hands. He wondered if his hands were clean enough, concerned about the potential harm to the wound. He should have washed them more thoroughly. After all, his hand had been touched by Isu Luoxue earlier. Would he risk infection? "Yes, I have a class at 4. There's no rush. Shall we eat together?" Yin Jiuxing's voice echoed from the kitchen. Just then, Shi Ci Qing's phone buzzed again. Upon seeing the familiar name, he jumped up, cursing under his breath. The tension from the ambiguous situation had made him forget he had an appointment. Watching the phone continue to ring, Shi Ci Qing hesitated to answer, thinking to himself that the princess would surely be angry. What should he do? "Your phone is ringing. Why don't you pick it up?" Yin Jiuxing emerged from the kitchen. Glancing at the phone, recognizing the name, he smiled knowingly. "Do you need me to answer it for you?" Shi Ci Qing, seeing a glimmer of hope, clasped his hands together and nodded eagerly. When the call connected, a gentle yet slightly irate voice came through, dripping with frustration. "Shao Si, you really are something else. How dare you waste my time? Are you looking for trouble? I come all the way to Gangsheng to treat you to a meal, wait for half an hour, and you still haven't shown up. Who dares to keep me waiting this long? Are you asking for it? Speak." Shi Ci Qing gestured towards his mouth, indicating that Yin Jiuxing should speak. "Miss Shi, I apologize. I am Shi Ci Qing's teacher and require his assistance with a few matters. I shall be there as soon as I conclude my tasks." After a prolonged silence, the other party suddenly altered their demeanor, their tone markedly different from before. "No rush on my account," they replied. Upon hanging up, Shi Ci Qing let out a soft click of her tongue, realizing her third sister was indeed a sound enthusiast, easily swayed by the tone of voice. "A lovesick fool, double standards. Your sister is quite amusing." Shi Ci Qing did not catch what he had said, merely nodding in response. Her third sister appeared gentle and kind on television, but in reality, the disparity was stark. Were people to discover her true nature, one might wonder how many would still regard her as a national goddess. "Let us go. I shall escort you." After donning her attire and grabbing the car keys, she was pulled out the door before she could object. "What's the address?" Shi Ci Qing extended her phone toward him. Yin Jiuxing glanced at it, and started the vehicle. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the agreed-upon location. Stepping out of the car, Shi Ci Qing was greeted by a striking sight. Within a nearby coffee kiosk sat an elegant beauty clad in a white coat over a white dress, adorned with a black beret. Her fair, slender fingers stirred her coffee, obscured behind sunglasses. Surrounding men occasionally glanced her way, but she remained blissfully unaware, seemingly accustomed to the attention. Chapter 22. Shi Ci Qing's third sister, Professor Yin. You must be weary. Why not join me for a meal? Shi Ci Qing felt it inappropriate to let him return empty-handed after he had gone out his way. She surmised her sister would likely agree. Having not dined with her third sister in quite some time, there was an unshakable sense of awkwardness. It was somewhat alleviated by the presence of company. The crux of the matter was that Yin Jiuxing could hardly dine while still wearing a mask. Should he decline, she would be left wondering if his face bore injuries or concealed blemishes. Previously, when they had dined together, she had not realized that his mask possessed a seam perfectly aligned with his mouth. To her surprise, the typically aloof professor had chosen such a comical mask. A miscalculation indeed. Having observed him closely, she noted that this time there was no seam in the mask. Surely, he would have to remove it to eat. She was determined to uncover his true visage. Yin Jiuxing, perceiving the gleam of mischief in the child's eyes, recognized her intentions. With a playful arch of his brow and a gentle nod, he uttered a sound of approval. The next moment, he caught a glimpse of Shi Ci Qing's face, which was lit with a triumphant smile. Opening the car door, he exited, striding towards the cafe with Shi Ci Qing cheerfully trailing behind. However, they had scarcely ventured far when Yin Jiuxing's phone rang. Upon answering, a robust voice resonated from the other end. Professor Yin, you must return. The experimental data has gone awry. Yin Jiuxing hung up, offering Shi Ci Qing an apologetic smile. I cannot dine with you. There's a problem in the laboratory. The importance of the physical experiment was paramount. Errors necessitated a complete restart, a principle understood by all. Shi Ci Qing could not and would not impede him. She simply nodded in acquiescence. Watching the car recede into the distance, she sighed, her plans once again foiled. Just as disappointment washed over her, an ear was pinched with considerable force. As Ting Ting was about to utter a curse in pain, she turned to behold a visage of exquisite beauty, immediately tempering her words. Your Highness, do take care. The woman was momentarily taken aback by this demeanor and tone, which were remarkably different from before. Could it be, as her elder brother had suggested, that this obstinate, ultimate sycophant of a younger brother had finally come to some realization? No, she must observe further. The second brother was also in the harbor city. She would find an opportunity to inquire about the nature of the relationship between Su Luoxue and Jinshan. Surely, if there was nothing amiss between those two, her foolish younger brother would not have transformed so drastically. With one hand on her hip and the other tugging at Shi Ci Qing's ear, the woman led him toward a nearby Japanese restaurant. Accompany me for a meal, then let us go shopping. The mere mention of shopping struck Shi Ci Qing like a thunderbolt. Accompanying his sister on a shopping spree was a torment more profound than any earthly hell. Once she embarked on her retail adventures, she seemed impervious to fatigue, purchasing an array of items without restraint. Not only that, but she insisted on buying a second set for their aged sister, leading to humorous instances where the agent and his third sister were nearly mistaken for one another. Your Highness, I have classes this afternoon, he attempted to protest, but was swiftly interrupted by the woman. Classes? As a senior, what classes could you possibly have? Shi Ci Qing displayed a pained expression, and upon recalling certain matters, his heart softened. Inside the Japanese restaurant, he gazed at the salmon sushi before him, utterly bewildered by its appeal. It was merely a morsel of rice topped with a slice of fish, insufficient in quantity and exorbitantly priced. The so-called iced tofu was nothing more than crushed tofu mixed with ice shavings and a dash of seasoning, served in a minuscule dish that was equally exorbitant. What are you thinking? Eat up. The woman gently tapped the table, rousing him from his reverie. Shi Ci Qing frowned, took a few bites, and ultimately set down his chopsticks, finding the food unpalatable. A steaming bowl of tonkatsu ramen was then pushed toward him as the woman elegantly savored a piece of sushi, smiling as she suggested, "Try this." Relieved to finally have something edible, he devoured 2 bowls before patting his stomach and leaning back comfortably in his chair. Observing the woman gracefully dab her mouth, he inquired, "Where is Shi Jia? She usually never parts from Sanjia." In response, the woman set down her napkin and playfully replied, "She is busy managing her new studio, with much to attend to." Shi Qing nodded in understanding, refraining from further questions. There was no need to worry about conflicts. His third sister had established her own studio right from the start of her career, ostensibly an artist under the company, yet in reality, one of the shareholders of Starlight Entertainment. "Let us go shopping," she urged. As they strolled, Shi Qing's phone incessantly chimed, balancing his purchases with one hand. He took a glance at the screen, muttering a mild rebuke before tucking the phone back into his pocket. Moments later, it buzzed once more, and he glanced at his third sister, who was busy purchasing milk tea, setting his items on the table to free his hands. He finally had the leisure to address the persistent individual who had been harassing him. "Shi Qing, where are you? Are you still angry with me?" "In the morning, I was at fault. My impatience led to careless words." The special notification tone was quite lengthy, a result of the considerable effort he had invested to coax Su Luoxue into recording it. Upon first hearing that recording, he had been so thrilled that he couldn't sleep the entire night. Yet now, listening to it again, he felt nothing but revulsion. Recently, he had been preoccupied with a myriad of chaotic matters, and Su Luoxue seldom reached out, causing that notification tone to fade from his mind. Furthermore, the pinned message now seemed a glaring eyesore. He contemplated unpinning it, silencing the notification, and even deleting it entirely. However, a flicker of hesitation arose at the thought of erasing WeChat. Meanwhile, Su Luoxue, waiting for a response for an extended period, felt the urge to hurl her phone in frustration. Her countenance darkened as she regretted sending a text to Shi Ci Qing. Unaware of the inexplicable desire that compelled her to do so, she felt today was meant for a shopping spree, not for lingering at school. A girl beside her nudged her and remarked, "Luoxue, has Shi Ci Qing not replied yet? Was your tone perhaps unkind?" The mall at this hour was bustling, and those who had gone shopping were far from cheerful. She urged Shi Ci Qing to find a way to clear the place. Another girl whispered in agreement, "Shi is merely an ordinary student. How could he possibly have such influence to clear a crowd?" "Don't fret. Shi Ci Qing has his methods. In the past, he has cleared the space just to make Luoxue happy." Su Luoxue tightened her grip on her phone, feeling a surge of anger as her chest heaved. Just a mere sycophant, yet he seemed to think highly of himself. The tactic of playing hard to get had worn thin. If he would just respond to her message and transfer some funds, perhaps he could reconsider their relationship. Suppressing her displeasure for the sake of her pride in front of her friends, she sent Shi Ci Qing a text. "If you're busy, I won't disturb you. My friends and I are heading to the mall. You can reply when you're free." This time, his response was swift, a simple hum followed by several ellipses. Su Luoxue fell into silence upon reading those characters. This was not characteristic of Shi Ci Qing's texting style. Previously, a single message from her would elicit a barrage of replies, often accompanied by a transfer. Why was this interaction so different? Unconsciously, she began to reflect on recent events, realizing it was more complex than mere manipulation. On the other side, he held his phone, scrutinizing the transfer records, his lips twitching in disbelief. His younger brother was a complete pushover, frequently parting with sums of 10 or 20,000, and even 100,000 at times, emblazoned with the glaring words "voluntary gift." Anger boiled within him, causing his hands to tremble as he replied with a curt hum accompanied by an abundance of ellipses. He endeavored to calm his emotions. Glancing once more at the individuals enjoying their milk tea, he gently patted his chest. This was his biological brother, someone he could not strike, absolutely not. He dared not. For this younger sibling had saved their lives, a debt of gratitude that loomed large. Should he lay a hand on him, the entire family would turn against him. To suppress his indignation, Shi perused numerous high-end stores, purchasing an array of luxury items, including a new CX handbag valued at several $100,000. As Shi Ci Qing gazed at the dwindling balance in his account, a pang of regret washed over him, yet he dared not voice his displeasure. Resigned to his fate, he thought, as long as his sister was happy. Eventually, he found himself laden with shopping bags, so many that he could scarcely carry them, and even resorted to procuring a shopping cart, which too was filled to the brim. Shi Ci Qing, utterly exhausted in both body and spirit, felt the ache in his wallet intensify. Unbeknownst to them, a short distance behind, an individual was capturing their every moment with a camera. Shi Ci Qing was no stranger to fame at Hong Kong University, where discussions about him were rampant. The intricate love-hate dynamics among him, Su Luoxue and Jin Chun, piqued considerable interest. Thus, this candid shot was bound to create a stir. Chapter 23. Trending on the Hong Kong University Forum the following day, the Hong Kong University Forum erupted once more. A photograph featuring a man and a woman leisurely strolling through a shopping mall, surrounded by numerous shopping bags and laughter, circulated widely. The photographer's skill was evident. Shi Ci Qing's exhausted expression was masterfully framed as one of tender affection. The young woman, adorned with sunglasses, remained faceless, yet her demeanor, physique, and aura unmistakably suggested she was a great beauty. Despite the circumstances, the photograph quickly gained traction on the forum, inciting a flurry of shares from those eager for drama. Many even utilized trending hashtags, amplifying the excitement akin to a trending topic on Weibo. The narrative spun around Shi Ci Qing accompanying a mysterious beauty on a shopping spree, seemingly spending money without restraint. Whispers of a genuine rift with Su Luoxue began to circulate. Had Shi Ci Qing moved on, no longer the devoted admirer? The Hong Kong University community had long harbored disdain for Su Luoxue, whose unimpressive looks were overshadowed by an air of superiority that belittled others. Her haughty demeanor had unwittingly alienated many, particularly those who had faced trouble through her connections with Jin Chun. Consequently, the comments beneath the photograph brimmed with scorn. "Oh dear, it seems our lofty young lady has misstepped, while Senior Shi has found someone better. Let us not flatter too much. Senior Shi is actually younger than that young lady by a few years. I wonder how she has the audacity to address him as brother. My apologies for my colloquialism. I shall drink to my folly." The comment section erupted in laughter, mocking Su Luoxue. Meanwhile, in a hospital room, Su Luoxue was peeling an apple for Jin Chun while her phone incessantly buzzed in her bag. Distracted by her thoughts regarding recent events, she paid little heed to the notifications. The man in the hospital bed, his arm bandaged, struggled to navigate his tablet screen. The inconvenience of his injury made gaming difficult, leading to several losses and a burgeoning frustration. The incessant ringing of the girl's phone only added to his agitation. In a fit of irritation, he hurled the tablet onto the bed. Startled by the noise, the girl looked up to find him scowling. She inquired softly, "What's wrong?" Jin Chun's expression softened slightly. But recalling something, he lowered his voice deliberately. "The phone keeps ringing incessantly. It's quite bothersome." "Apologies," she replied, retrieving her phone only to find a message from her roommate. Upon opening it, her peeling knife clattered to the ground, and she gripped the apple tightly, juice spilling onto the pristine white sheets. Observing her reaction, Jin Chun's brow furrowed, and he took her phone to glance at the screen. It had been a long time since I last visited the forum, only to discover that the majority of discussions revolve around Su Luoxue, Shi Ci Qing, and that enigmatic Professor Yin. Why do you still think of him? Do not forget that my current predicament stems from him. Jin Chun's anger grew as he spoke. Why must Shi Ci Qing bear the surname Shi? Is he related to the esteemed Shi family of the capital? What right does he have to such fortune, commanding respect even from the head of the Chu family? What is the basis of his privilege? Were it not for Shi Ci Qing's deliberate concealment of his identity, I would not have resorted to such foolishness as kidnapping, nor would I have endured the wrath of that unpredictable uncle who left me incapacitated. To avoid offending the Shi family, my father, who had always treated me kindly, lost his temper and threatened to bring back my elder brother. I cannot allow that vile woman's son to return and contest my claim to inheritance. Nowadays, my grandfather rarely visits, even forbidding me from going to the ancestral home, surely due to something my uncle has said. All of this is Shi Ci Qing's fault, and now he continues to haunt me, coveting my woman. As Jin Chun's face contorted with fury, Su Luoxue momentarily froze, instinctively questioning what it was that had attracted her to Jin Chun. His actions seemed fewer than those of Shi Ci Qing, and he had not even made a formal declaration of affection, yet their relationship was deemed established. There was an inexplicable void, a sense of lacking something essential. This man harbored no trust in her. Everyone at school had witnessed Shi Ci Qing's conduct. She willingly cared for him in the hospital, yet he harbored doubts about her. Such a betrayal was infuriating. Recently, the Zhen family had seldom visited. It was solely her endeavor. Yet he dared to show her disdain. She abhorred distrust. A relationship must be built on mutual faith. If there was no trust, what was the point of explanation? Su Luoxue remained silent, refraining from clarifying her lack of connection to Shi Ci Qing, merely stating, "Calm down," before turning to leave. With a loud thud, Zhen Chun watched the door slam shut. Infuriated, he bit into an apple and hurled it to the ground. Instinctively, he pounded the bed, forgetting he still bore a cast. "Ouch!" he groaned, his expression darkening as he muttered curses under his breath. Shi Ci Qing sat holding a pen, lost in thought, his mind swirling with the words spoken by his sister the previous day. Due to his change in demeanor, she had begun to suspect he was unwell, checking his forehead and suggesting a trip to the hospital. He was aware that his attitude had indeed become problematic, yet he found himself at a loss for words. His memories were somewhat hazy. The events of the so-called future were not entirely familiar. He only recalled that neither the Shi family nor the Ci family met a favorable end, with the details of events having grown vague. There was no way to preemptively guard against what lay ahead. He could only take each step as it came. During this period, he endeavored to avoid Shi, discovering something peculiar. If he did not engage with Su Luoxue and her companions, certain incidents would not transpire. However, once he came into contact with them, it seemed inevitable that certain events would unfold. Nevertheless, these unpleasant feelings dissipated significantly in the presence of Yan Jiuxing, often vanishing entirely. Contemplating this, he supported his chin with one hand, twirling his pen, his gaze drifting to the podium, fixated upon the cool, austere figure of the professor. Professor Yin exhibited two distinct personas, one in the classroom and another at home, a notion that struck him as rather intriguing. He wondered what would happen if others were to discover this. Would the illusion shatter? Lost in thought, he was oblivious to the happenings on the forum. Today, Lan Yu, who loved to surf the internet, was preoccupied with other classes and was not by his side by the time he arrived to inform him of the forum's developments. The trending topics had escalated to astonishing heights, spiraling out of control. It seemed as though the forum administrators were non-existent, allowing the chaos to unfold unchecked. Have you gone viral again? Does the administrator not care about such misleading posts? Is this administrator even alive? After class, Lan Yu slammed his phone down in front of Shi Ci Qing, visibly irate. If this continues, even people will start sympathizing with Su Luoxue, and you will undoubtedly be labeled a scoundrel. Shi Ci Qing? He was not involved with Su Luoxue, so how could he be deemed a scoundrel? Currently, Su Luoxue was already taken, and her affairs were of no concern to him. Seeing Shi Ci Qing momentarily at a loss for words, Lan Yu smacked his head in frustration. Your past behavior as a sycophant cannot simply be erased. With a sigh, Shi Ci Qing picked up his phone, capturing screenshots of the images, IDs, and the unsavory comments for safekeeping. Sister San is a public figure. I must consult her before proceeding. I wonder if reporting this could provoke negative public opinion. He opened Sister San's contact information and promptly sent her the images along with his inquiry. Before long, he received a reply. Coincidentally, I am with Ergo. Please do not concern yourself with this matter. Ergo said he will handle it. Shi Ci Qing put away his phone and smiled at Lan Yu. Let us go. It seems we need not worry about this any longer. Upon seeing the contact name and the conversation, Lan Yu exclaimed in surprise. Could that be your sister? Shi Ci Qing nodded, not concealing the truth. Since Lan Yu was aware of the Shi family in Beijing, he surely recognized the siblings. Sister San's identity was not a secret, though some did not connect her with him due to their different family names. Lan Yu glanced around, then lowered his voice, asking, Could you possibly get me an autograph photo? Hearing this request, Shi Ci Qing chuckled softly. So you're a fan too? After a moment of contemplation, Lan Yu replied, I suppose it counts as being a fan. I simply admire her carefree and sunny disposition. All right, I will ask for you. Shi Ci Qing clicked his tongue, bemused, as he pondered the value of an autograph over meeting the person in the flesh. He glanced at the podium, where Professor Yin had already left the classroom. With no pressing engagements in the afternoon, and knowing Sister San was with Ergo, it would be more rewarding to bring Lan Yu directly to her, as obtaining an autograph personally would be far more gratifying. He decided to give Sister San a heads up. As Su Luoxue returned to school, she coincidentally brushed past Shi Ci Qing. Unable to speak, merely watching as he and Lan Yu hopped into a taxi. A sense of disappointment washed over her. In the past, Shi Ci Qing would have offered her comfort at such moments, never neglecting her presence. Xia Yi observed from around the corner, her expression inscrutable. Luoxue, why aren't you at the hospital caring for my brother? How did you come back? Zhenji suddenly appeared behind her, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. The recent events surrounding Yan Jiuxing had left her seething, and she was eager to vent her frustration. Yet, Su Luoxue ignored her, maintaining a cold demeanor as she walked towards the arts building. Su Luoxue, stop. Chapter 24. The encounter with the goddess, is there something amiss? Zhenji's voice dripped with indignation, a tone no one dared to adopt with her before. She maintained a veneer of politeness towards Su Luoxue, solely out of respect for her elder brother and the collaborative ties between their families in the entertainment realm. Were it not for the interests involved, she would scarcely bother to acknowledge the woman. In her estimation, given the Zhen family's standing in the harbor city, there was little need to associate with a lowly family enterprise like the Su clan, had it not been for the serendipitous acquisition of the land they desired. Her father would likely not have entertained any dealings with the Su family, nor would he have tacitly allowed Su Luoxue to associate with her brother. Consequently, she found herself frequently besieged by that fool, Su Liang, whose aspirations were as absurd as a toad desiring a swan. At that moment, as classes were letting out, Zhenji suppressed her ire to uphold her refined image at school. She softened her tone, though her words were laced with barely concealed animosity. Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital? What brings you back to school so suddenly? Su Luoxue shot her a glance, her voice icy. I have classes this afternoon. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. Zhenji, seething with frustration, stomped her foot and clenched her handbag, muttering a curse under her breath before leaving the scene. Hidden behind a tree, Xia Yi wore a faint, enigmatic smile as she exited the school grounds, hailing a taxi bound for the hospital. This little farce was unknown to Shi Ci Qing, and even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. It was merely a trifling skirmish among women. In the taxi, Lan Yu gazed out at the increasingly familiar route leading away from the school, realizing it was the path to the police station. Xiaoqing, are we headed to the police station? I have no desire to visit such a place again. At the mention of that name, Shi Ci Qing frowned involuntarily. Lan Yu, discontent with the cumbersome pronunciation of his name, had whimsically chosen a homophonic substitute, Qing. Hearing himself addressed as Xiaoqing felt awkward, reminiscent of a mythical serpent. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing it as merely a moniker. No, we are going to meet my second brother. I thought I would also introduce you to your goddess. Yet he refrained from voicing this directly, if his memory served correctly. Shi Ci Qing's second brother was indeed a police officer and a witness to the recent incident. What was the difference between visiting Shi's brother and going to the police station? Did he have a choice in the matter? It seemed not, for the vehicle had come to a halt, indicating they had arrived. As he stepped out, he was about to speak when Shi Ci Qing pulled him aside into the nearby bushes. What are you doing? Shi Ci Qing pressed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Then, with both hands clutching the foliage, he seemed unperturbed by the prickly branches, his eyes shimmering with curiosity as he observed a pair of figures in the distance. This was Lan Yu's first foray into such clandestine behavior, and it felt exhilarating as he followed Shi Ci Qing's gaze. Oh, isn't that your second brother? Who's that dapper man with glasses beside him? Their gestures appear rather intimate. Could it be? Lan Yu had perused numerous tales during his time in the institution, encompassing narratives of police officers and elite professionals. The interaction between these two men could easily lead to misinterpretation. Xiaoqing, is your second brother involved with that individual? Shi Ci Qing remained silent for a moment, uncertain how to respond. It surely was not that kind of relationship, but it did not preclude future possibilities. As long as one can evade the demise of the Shi family, the possibility of the second brother and that individual is not entirely implausible. Not at this moment, but who can say what the future holds? Lan Yu's response was rather perplexing. The glint in the bespectacled one's eyes was anything but innocent, while the affection reflected in the second brother's gaze did not seem feigned. How could one assert uncertainty? Regardless, it was best to observe for now. Shi Ci lowered her head, gazing at the silent figure, sighing at their stubbornness, which had not altered in the slightest. Everything was bottled up within, unable to be voiced. A complete enigma. One could only wonder how the elder brother managed to tolerate such a high-strung assistant. Nonetheless, there would be ample time to inquire later. After escorting the individual to the car and watching it drive away, she turned with a smile, casting a glance at the nearby bushes. "Hey, you two," she called out, knowing full well from years of intuition that it was impossible not to notice the vehicle that had just halted nearby, along with the hurried figures disembarking. Yet, there were matters still to discuss, so she chose to disregard it for the moment. Shi Ci Qing sheepishly pulled Lan Yu from the bushes, adopting a compliant demeanor as they entered the apartment. Hardly had they settled when sound from a floor above caught their attention. Setting her teacup down, Shi Ci Qing looked up to see her third sister descending the stairs, her hair disheveled, appearing as if she had just awoken. Upon spotting someone other than Shi Ci Qing, her drowsy eyes widened, and she quickly turned back to her room, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Lan Yu stood frozen, clutching her teacup, realizing that she had indeed glimpsed the illustrious Shi goddess. She was utterly different from her on-screen persona, appearing as if she were an entirely different individual. Yet, even without makeup, she retained her exquisite beauty and charm, contradicting the claims of those online who suggested otherwise. Don't be surprised. She is just as she is. The second brother set down a plate of pastries on the table and took a seat beside Shi Ci Qing on the sofa. "What brings you here? Is there something you need, or are you curious about the follow-up with those individuals?" Shi Ci Qing shook her head, expressing that she was not concerned in the least about the aftermath of those individuals, even if they were to emerge. The second brother's capabilities would likely ensure they would avoid her and Lan Yu altogether, let alone dare to brazenly bully the innocent. Lan Yu desired a signed photograph, knowing that the third sister was present, so she decided to bring her directly along. She was exhausted from her engagements and unaware of your visit, which is why she appeared that way. "I hope it hasn't tarnished her image in your eyes," Shi Ci remarked with a smile directed at Lan Yu. "Not at all," Lan Yu replied, shaking her head. "I take pride in witnessing a different facet of Shi. By the way, how did Xiaozi come to be here?" Shi Ci Qing inquired directly, acknowledging that the second brother had already noticed them, thereby tacitly accepting their earlier indiscretion. The second brother crossed his legs, resting one hand on his knee while the other supported his head, letting out a sigh. He came to deliver some items, nothing more. Understanding that the second brother was reluctant to elaborate, Shi Ci Qing refrained from pressing further. At that moment, sounds emanated once more from the second floor. Shi, now elegantly attired, descended gracefully. Lan Yu, upon seeing her approach, stood up nervously, for it was her first time witnessing her idol up close. Despite the challenges faced within the industry, those who performed admirably were rewarded with half an hour of television viewing, until I encountered a few words spoken during an interview by the rising star of young writers. Ran. It was those very words that helped him endure those trying times. A boy may propose to another boy, and a girl may kneel before another girl. They are not outliers, merely a beauty thwarted by societal norms, a destined union impeded by countless obstacles. Love knows no rules nor boundaries. There exists but one orientation in this world, and that is the direction of the heart. Holding on to this phrase, he lingered on the brink of life and death repeatedly until his brother took him away, granting him release. Yet, though he appeared liberated on the surface, a shackle remained within his heart. The shadows of those dark days lingered, even as he adeptly masqueraded as a normal individual. "Sister, allow me to introduce my classmate, Lan Yu, the young master of the Lan family from the harbor city." As Shi approached Lan Yu and scrutinized him closely, she felt a sense of familiarity. It seemed she had encountered this child before. Is your brother named Longjin? Lan Yu nodded nervously, stammering without uttering a complete sentence. Hello, I am Lan Yu. Sure noticed the marks on the child's wrist and remembered him as the boy burdened by emotional scars. Once withdrawn, he had engaged in self-harm, nearly spiraling into a realm of self-delusion. She recalled how Longjin had expended considerable effort to invite her, even going so far as to pay handsomely to cancel all her engagements, solely to ensure his brother's survival. When the child's emotions stabilized, she had pressing matters that compelled her departure, and it was not she who brought him to full awareness. As for who it was, she could not say. Now, the child appeared much like any ordinary person, and since he had returned to school, it implied that he was well. I am sure. Sure produced 2 books concealed behind her back, a set comprising 2 volumes. Redemption, Lan Yu exclaimed upon seeing the title, having previously come across this book online. It tells the tale of 2 boys who redeem one another, striving together to gain admission to their dream school and lead a life of happiness. The narrative involves misunderstandings and moments when one wishes to give up, yet is fiercely pulled forward until hope shines through. Yes, it suits you perfectly, and it contains those beloved phrases of yours, Sure remarked with an unusually tender smile. She wished for all lovers, whether boys or girls, to no longer be regarded as anomalies. They should forge ahead with courage, for she would be there to support them. Until she departed from the apartment, Lan Yu remained ensnared in excitement, rushing back to school without so much as a greeting, immediately retreating to his room to read. Shi Ci Qing? He seemed abandoned. It almost made her smile. Chapter 25. The Underground City, the Dark Realm. Shi Ci Qing observed the individual who returned from the restroom, failing to cast a glance his way as they directly entered their room. Speechless, he remained in a state of continued silence. Was the book written by his third sister truly that captivating? It seemed he had been neglecting sleep and meals these past few days. Can one subsist on books alone? He didn't even go to the cafeteria, opting instead to bring food back to his room. The book possessed an undeniable enchantment. A glance at the keys on the table revealed that he had not returned home in quite some time. It was high time to pay a visit. Grasping the keys, he informed Lan Yu of his departure and left the dormitory. The sight of the freshly polished floor and the new door brought him a sense of comfort. Upon opening the door, I was greeted by an immaculate space. After such a long absence, it astonished me that not a speck of dust lingered. As I wandered through the room, my gaze drifted upward to the pink door on the upper floor, and I cursed under my breath, having forgotten to replace that room. Ascending the stairs, I pushed open the pink door. Surrounded by familiar items, I felt a mix of disgust and revulsion, an urge to discard everything yet hindered by an unseen force. I retrieved my phone and dialed number. Soon, a clear feminine voice resonated from the other end. "What is the matter, cousin? Come to my house," I replied tersely, hanging up before waiting for a response. Descending the stairs, I entered the gym and was momentarily entranced by the central punching bag. In Ashurja, I was showered with affection, lacking for nothing, whatever I desired. My elder brothers would see to it. Even if I wished for the stars in the sky, my parents would find a way to bring them down for me. Yet, such indulgence had been shattered by my own ignorance. I had recklessly ventured to the harbor city for Su Luoxiu, even engaging in a fierce argument with my family. Clinging to my selfish pride, I refused to accept their financial support, striving instead to win Su Luoxiu's affection by learning to box. She had expressed admiration for strong men who could fight. Thus, I endured the grueling training, initially battered and bruised. The stakes in the underground fights reached tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Back then, my only desire was Su Luoxiu's happiness, and I would have pushed myself to the brink. Yet what of Jin Shun? No matter how I acted out, Su Luoxiu remained tender and understanding toward him. After half an hour of training, my white shirt was drenched in sweat. I delivered a punch that sent the bag swinging. As I watched it gradually sway back, I retracted my fist only for the bag to collide with me, sending me tumbling to the ground. Clutching my chest, I winced in pain. How foolish I had been, allowing myself to be enamored with Su Luoxiu. In retrospect, perhaps it was never genuine affection, but rather a forced misadventure. I could not continue this way, nor could I depend on Yin Jiuxing eternally. I had other matters to attend to. I needed to discover alternative solutions. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was a call from the underground city manager. Hello. Hey ye. What is up? I haven't fought in a while. I fear I'm not up for it. All right. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Rising, I removed my boxing gloves, took a shower, and changed before stepping outside. By chance, I encountered Shi Yun Sui, who was not alone. Yu Zhao trailed closely behind. To this day, I remained perplexed by Yu Zhao's intentions. Despite her acquaintance with Su Luoxue, she was inseparable from her cousin, who had a history with Su Luoxue. Cousin, where are you headed? I leaned against the doorframe, casting a cold glance at Yu Zhao before turning to don a gentle smile. I have a matter at hand. I needed your assistance. Shi Yun Sui tilted her head in confusion, but you never require my help. There's a pink room on the second floor filled with items that are rather bothersome. I need you to help me clear it out. You've always disliked living at school, so why not stay here? I'll have that room vacated for you, and you can redecorate it to your liking. I'll cover the expenses. In the pink room, the girl was not only perplexed but also aware of its significance. It was specifically prepared by her cousin for Su Luoxue. How could you be allowed to stay there? She had assumed that her cousin's recent behavior was a form of teasing, perhaps a tactic of allure. Could it be that he genuinely no longer harbored feelings for her? It seemed implausible. Feel free to throw it away, she said, casting a glance at the person behind her. Leaning closer to Shi Yun's ear, she whispered in a tone meant solely for their ears. Keep your distance from those surnamed Yu and Zhen. Huh? The girl responded, confused. Why? Shi Ci Qing chuckled lightly, clapping his hands. No particular reason. I simply find their presence irksome. Whenever I see them, I feel an uncontrollable urge to strike. Yu Zhao, for reasons unknown, felt an ominous chill in Shi Ci Qing's demeanor, even though he had done nothing to provoke him. As Shi Ci Qing reached the doorway, he retrieved his phone and made a call before departing. He had agreed to Black Feather's request. The rules of the underground city's black domain were not to be trifled with. Uncertain about leaving his cousin and Yu Zhao alone together, he sought someone to keep an eye on them. His second cousin was the best choice to manage Yu Zhao. Not long after Shi Ci Qing's departure, Shu Mo and Chu Xinglan arrived simultaneously. The two exchanged glances but remained silent as they stepped inside. When Shi Yun saw her second cousin and Chu Xinglan, she was somewhat taken aback. Second cousin, Brother Chu, why are you here? Second cousin sure sat upright, his gaze coldly fixed on the man opposite him. With a scoff, he replied, waiting for Shi Ci. Yu Zhao felt overwhelmed. The glances from both men were chilling. He regretted accompanying the young lady to this place. Shi Yun nodded and ascended the stairs to pack her belongings. Meanwhile, the three men downstairs exchanged silent stares, each one hesitant to speak. 20 minutes later, in the black domain of the underground city, Shi Ci Qing surveyed the dimly lit surroundings. It had been a while since his last visit, and he felt somewhat out of place. Ci Luo, you have arrived, Black Feather greeted, already waiting in the lounge area. Upon hearing this name, a shiver ran down Shi Ci Qing's spine. It sounded ominously foreboding. The two made their way to the viewing area, where Black Feather pointed to the center of the arena, showcasing a hefty man in trunks with dark skin. He hails from our country and has already fought 10 matches, nearly killing someone in the process. 4 of his opponents are now in the hospital, comatose. The man was rather arrogant, boasting that no one in Hong Kong could compete with him, gesturing obscenely, even flipping the bird upside down. I have no choice. If this continues, you will ruin my venue. I had to summon you, Black Feather confessed. I know you haven't fought in a long time, but perhaps if it weren't for the life-and-death agreement in the Black Domain, he wouldn't be such a nuisance. Shi Ci Qing leaned against the railing, his dark eyes fixed on the arena. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure. How could Su Luoxue be here? Before he could ponder further, he realized that today was indeed meant for fighting, yet he had remained inactive. Were it not for Black Feather's summons, he would have been disinclined to come. It seemed that Su Luoxue, unable to find him at school, had come here, perhaps hoping to confront him regarding the forum issues. Turning away from the girl, he paused in silence before stating, very well, I shall step into the arena, but I have one condition. Upon hearing his agreement, Black Feather's smile widened, nearly reaching his ears. Regardless of the circumstances, As long as the ancestor is willing to step into the arena, he shall comply. The name has been changed. It is no longer Ci Luo, but 01. Initially intending to convey zero, a sense of dissonance prompted the addition of another character. Furthermore, henceforth, Jin Shun and Su Luo Shui are prohibited from entering the underground city. Hey, you pause momentarily. Although unfamiliar with these two individuals, their identities could be easily ascertained. Entry into the black domain requires real name registration, information known solely to the administrative staff. He could simply check later. No issues arose. The black domain operates with remarkable efficiency, swiftly erasing all traces of Ci Luo as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, Su Luo Shui scanned the audience area, failing to locate the person she sought. Even the individual who escorted her inside went unheard. In the lounge, Shi Qing, clad in a black hooded sweatshirt adorned with a wolf mask, pondered deeply. Lost in thought, after donning the wolf mask, he exhaled deeply and exited the lounge. His entrance did not elicit cheers. Instead, it was met with confusion and disdainful scorn. The stout man had secured 10 victories in 10 matches, leaving the audience and bettors in a state of apathy, devoid of hope. An electronic panel above Shi Qing displayed only a name and a record of 0 victories, further diminishing the hopes of onlookers, who waved dismissively, some even urging him to leave the arena. If you know what's good for you, kneel and surrender, and I may spare you. Otherwise, leaning casually against the railing, Shi Qing rested his arms on the coarse rope, exuding an air of nonchalance, seemingly unfazed by the stout man's words. He absent-mindedly scratched his ear, a faint, cold smile playing on his lips. He spoke softly. Here, it is only you who will kneel and apologize, or roll off the stage. He gestured a mocking salute towards the stout man. Chapter 26. Underground fighting. Shi Qing intentionally lowered his voice, altering his demeanor and tone. At this moment, the arena fell silent. Sound amplifiers were installed at the top surrounding the stage, and Su Luo Shui would likely recognize his voice. The first floor accommodated ordinary spectators, numbering around 100, while the second floor featured independent compartments for only 20, and the third floor housed 5 VIP seats. The individual who brought Su Luo Shui was a regular in the underground city, seated in a private compartment on the second floor. The one commonality among all 3 areas was the electronic panel beside each seat, displaying the names of the fighters in the arena. Currently, the names were 01 in red and Shangjing in black. Betting patterns differed here. On the second floor, one could place 2 simultaneous bets, while on the third, a modification was permitted once the match reached its midpoint, albeit at 5 times the original stake. Most spectators anticipated a reversal only at the end. Patrons on the third floor typically made firm bets, while those on the second were more cautious, favoring familiar competitors. To them, 01 was an unknown newcomer, a name unheard in the underground city, deemed unworthy of wager. Conversely, Shangjing had triumphed in 10 consecutive matches, subconsciously leading the audience to believe that the stout man was destined to win. Consequently, 98% of the populace in the black domain wagered on Shangjing's victory. The 2% in question refers to the knowledgeable black feather and the man accompanying Su Luo Shui. Initially, the man intended to place all his stakes on the platform, but was deterred by Su Luo Shui, resulting in only a portion being wagered on 01. Luo Shui, how can you be so certain that the frail individual will emerge victorious? As a newcomer, unaware of the circumstances, his chances of winning are virtually non-existent. The girl remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the arena. This was not her first visit. Shi Ci Qing had brought her here on several occasions. At that moment, the display indicated that the odds for the red team stood at 49, and as more bets were placed, the odds continued to rise. A minute later, the odds settled at 98, with only 2 blue dots flickering, one belonging to Lin Hai, who was with Su Luo Shui. Though Lin Hai was indifferent to money, as a businessman, he despised incurring losses. Su Luo Shui concentrated on the arena, her instinct telling her that the figure wearing the wolf mask would triumph. Ling Ge, trust me, that wolf will win. Observing the girl's earnest conviction, Lin Hai relinquished his attempts to dissuade her, considering that it was likely her first time gambling. perhaps merely for the novelty of it. He was intrigued by the identity of the other individual betting on 0-1. Was he out of his mind? Meanwhile, Black Feather, seated in the lounge, placed a bet of 20 million, nearly wagering all his wealth. The assistant beside him looked on in bewilderment. Boss, have you lost your mind? The outcome is clear. Why gamble on that 2% chance? Black Feather flashed a mysterious smile, nonchalantly tapping the table. His gaze fervently fixed on the rising odds of over 9, his eyes gleaming with visions of wealth. This was his opportunity to prosper. The assistant scratched his head in confusion, contemplating whether he should seek another job, fearing that his position might be jeopardized by his boss's reckless gambling. The countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. The host exited the stage. Shi Ci Qing, with an expression of cold indifference, regarded the rotund figure opposite him, who weighed at least 300 pounds. A disdainful smile crossed his lips as his gaze sharpened like a blade, his left hand resting behind him. Please. Shang, known for his invincibility in the art country, had defeated numerous contestants with his iron fists. Believing no one in the world could surpass him, he made his first stop in Port City, having heard of a champion renowned for his undefeated streak. To trample his opponent would be a resounding slap to Port City's face. Upon arrival, he learned that the champion had ceased fighting, nearly causing a scene in his fury. Shi Ci Qing calmly observed the oncoming opponent. Despite Shangjing's heft, he possessed remarkable speed, causing the floor to tremble beneath him as his iron fists surged forward like a fierce wind. Shi Ci Qing closed his eyes, fleeting images of near-fatal encounters flashing in his mind. Though he had not fought for a long time, muscle memory had not abandoned him. He sidestepped, capturing the incoming fist with one hand, feeling the jolt of pain in his palm, and then swiftly drove his elbow forcefully into Shangjing's armpit. Shangjing staggered back uncontrollably, while Shi Ci Qing was rebounded to the edge of the platform, staring at the mass of flesh before him, realizing this method had additional utility. Astonishment flickered in Shangjing's eyes. The seemingly frail individual had managed to push him back. Clenching his fists once more, he charged at Shi Ci Qing, silently vowing to pulverize that wolf-like figure into dust. With the aid of the elastic rope, Shi Ci Qing leapt upward, her fist striking forcefully toward Shangjing, her palms pressing down with determination. "Kneel before me," she commanded. Shangjing's leg buckled, poised to collapse, as he swung a punch towards Shi Ci Qing's abdomen, which she deftly evaded. The host, growing increasingly animated, exclaimed, "Goodness. 0-1 appears to be a novice. Yet surprisingly, she has been engaged in combat with Shangjing longer than anyone else." Shangjing launched another punch, but 0-1 eluded it, executing a swift counter that sent Shangjing crashing to the ground, her foot firmly planted on his chest. To his astonishment, Shangjing found himself unable to rise. From her elevated position, Shi Ci Qing gazed down at Shangjing with disdain. "There is a saying in the Z Nation that I shall impart to you. Those who invade my territory, regardless of where they come from, will surely face divine retribution. And your punishment is I." As Shangjing lay on the ground, he felt the weight of her foot pressing down, as if it were 1,000 pounds, rendering him utterly powerless. The host hastily began to count, anxious that Shangjing might suddenly regain his feet. The bell rang, declaring the victor. The match had lasted half an hour, and all eyes were glued to the arena with palpable tension. 98% of the spectators lamented their rapidly dwindling fortunes, regretting their superficial judgments. The only one reveling in the moment was Yu, who erupted in excitement, having profited at least tenfold from the odds of over 9-1. His assistant marveled at his keen insight. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Lin Hai experienced a mix of emotions. Although he had regained a considerable sum of his 100,000, he had also incurred significant losses. Had he known, he would have heeded Su Luoxue's advice. Shangjing still possessed the strength to retaliate. Why did he not rise? "Get up, don't cost me my money." Yet, it was not that Shangjing could not rise. Rather, he could not stand. In the instant he knelt, his kneecap shattered, the excruciating pain rendering him incapable of standing. Shi Ci Qing raised her hand and snapped her fingers, the sound reverberating throughout the venue via the loudspeakers. The host finally comprehended the situation, excitedly grasping her hand and announcing her victory, his voice trembling with exhilaration. Shi Ci Qing moved her right arm, exerting too much force, likely dislocating it, causing her great discomfort. Just as she descended from the ring, she was intercepted. An individual attempted to remove her mask. Shi Ci Qing seized the slender wrist and flung it aside, regarding the intruder with cold disdain. You are unaware of the rules of the black domain. To indiscriminately remove a fighter's mask is to invite the loss of your arm. The girl hesitated, taken aback. The fighting style of the one in the wolf mask bore an uncanny resemblance to someone she knew all too well. She merely wished to verify her suspicions. Observing her reddened wrist, she felt a twinge of doubt. If it were truly that person, they would never treat her in such a manner. Could it be that she was mistaken? Lin boss, ensure your entourage behaves. Should they disrupt the rules of the black domain, do not blame me for lacking courtesy. Heiyu sauntered out of the lounge with a carefree demeanor. Although Lin Hai occupied the second floor, he could not afford to offend Heiyu. Luoxue, let us depart. Do not stir up trouble. Su Luoxue's eyes flashed with disdain. This man was utterly cowardly. As guests, customers are akin to gods. How can a host evict patrons? He truly knows nothing of business. You're the boss. Heiyu interposed himself before Shi Ci Qing, nodding towards Su Luoxue. You are indeed Su Luoxue, who subsequently summoned the management and security personnel of the black domain. Pointing at Su Luoxue's face, he spoke with an air of indifference. Remember this face. She is henceforth permanently banned from entering the underground city. He then turned to Lin Hai, wearing a smile that did not reach his eyes, and added, considering your status as an experienced player, I shall overlook this incident. However, should there be a next time, even you, Boss Lin, will find yourself on the blacklist. With that, he left without affording them an opportunity to respond, escorting Shi Ci Qing away. As they passed by Su Luoxue, she instinctively grasped the sleeve of the individual. Her eyes filled with a pitiful yearning. Yet, Shi Ci Qing did not spare her a glance, shaking off her hand and striding away. The two were escorted out of the underground city by the Black Domain's enforcers. Lin Hai watched as the door slowly closed, his heart brimming with anger. And a newfound disdain for Su Luoxue began to overshadow his previous infatuation. Unwilling to depart, Su Luoxue resolved to wait for that person to emerge. For one could not possibly wear a mask outside the underground city. She was determined to unveil the true identity behind that wolf mask, to discern whether it was indeed someone she recognized. Regrettably, after an extended wait, the person did not appear. Shi Ci Qing had already exited by an alternate route. Chapter 27. The conversation between Shi Ci Qing and Yu Zhao upon returning home. Shi Ci Qing found three individuals staring at one another in silence. The door to the pink room on the second floor stood ajar, with the girl bustling about within. In stark contrast, the first floor felt as frigid as winter, while the second floor radiated warmth and vibrancy. Ci Qing, you're back. The first to react was Chu Xinglan, who had been vigilantly watching the doorway. She rose and approached Shi Ci Qing, sensing something amiss, and glanced at his drooping arm. Gently touching it, she heard a soft hiss and quickly inquired, what happened? Are you injured? Her tone betrayed urgency, though it was soft enough for Shi Urge to overhear. Shi Urge sprang to his feet, his expression darkening as he moved closer to Shi Ci Qing, his brows furrowing as he scrutinized his right arm. What is going on? Shi Ci Qing cursed himself for his carelessness. In his haste to return, he had forgotten about his arm. With a guilty blink, he replied, I accidentally bumped it while walking. Gently grasping his right arm with a tender tone, hang in there. Before Shi Ci Qing could comprehend what was unfolding, he heard a sharp crack, and miraculously, the dislocated joint fell whole again. Astonishingly, he experienced no pain. They guided him to the sofa, inspecting him without probing further. The trio of wide-eyed onlookers had now become four. Eventually, Shi Ci Qing could no longer withstand the scrutiny and concocted an excuse to assist upstairs. Before ascending, he cast a glance at Yu Zhao, who remained seated, showing no sign of departing. Was he truly waiting for Sui Sui to finish her tasks? What had transpired between them that had rendered them inseparable? He recalled that Yu Zhao rarely appeared at school, and Sui Sui had never encountered him before. Given Sui Sui's history with Su Luoxue and Yu Zhao's acquaintance with Su Luoxue, it was evident that Yu Zhao's interest in Sui Sui was not without ulterior motives. Sui Sui, may I ask you something? Shi Ci Qing inquired during a brief moment of respite, addressing the girl seated in the chair, striving to maintain a calming tone that would not discomfort her. The girl let out a soft sigh and turned her head towards the person at the door. Cousin, what is it that you wish to inquire about? What exactly is going on between you and Yu Zhao? You seem quite familiar. She displayed a puzzled expression, habitually rubbing her chin with her fingers, shaking her head. I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that after you returned to school, he took the initiative to seek me out. I remember his eyes were filled with excitement, as if he had regained something precious. Since then, he has followed me wherever I go. Shi Ci Qing raised an eyebrow. The girl continued, I sensed no danger from him, so I allowed him to accompany me, treating him as an additional bodyguard. Besides, he is acquainted with Su Luoxue and seems to have a good relationship with her. It is quite satisfying to think of how Su Luoxue's demeanor has suddenly changed towards me. She observed Shi Ci Qing's expression and, seeing his face devoid of emotion, felt a sense of relief. Her words were tinged with a hint of trepidation, testing whether Shi Ci Qing's transformation over the past few weeks was genuine. From her perspective, it did not seem to be an act. Shi Ci Qing's impassive demeanor stemmed from discomfort at her casual acceptance of a man she deemed harmless. An undercurrent of anger quietly surged within him, causing his tone to become more pronounced. With a loud slam, he shut the door, suppressing his irritation as he spoke. You deem him harmless, and simply allow him to follow you? Have you lost your senses? You have a history with Su Luoxue, and he is acquainted with her. Are you not concerned that he may harbor ulterior motives, perhaps seeking revenge? If he truly belongs to Su Luoxue's circle, how could his attitude have changed so abruptly? Is he also a fool, struck by lightning like the rest? He had read numerous novels of this genre, fueling his imagination. In a small world, there are always exceptions, and one cannot dismiss the existence of entities that transcend such confines. The girl was startled by her cousin's sudden intensity, immediately sitting up straight with her hands resting on her knees, reminiscent of her childhood. Cousin, I am not foolish. I understand this principle well. I observed him for quite some time and only allowed him to follow me once I was certain it was safe. Noticing the boy remained expressionless, she cautiously continued. I have not forgotten what the CI family has taught me, so you need not worry. Shi Ci Qing sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. As long as you understand, you must inform me immediately of any issues. With that, he resumed organizing his belongings. The group shared a rather discordant meal together. During this time, Chu Xinglan incessantly piled food onto Shi Ci Qing's plate while occasionally advising him against drinking, which only fueled Shi's irritation. Yu Zhao, focused on peeling shrimp and deboning fish for Sui Sui, incited Shi Ci Qing's frustration to the point where he wished to throw Yu Zhao far away. Yet Yu Zhao remained oblivious, asking Sui Sui if she liked this or that. After the meal, Chu Xinglan escorted Shi Ci Qing home before parting ways with Shi. Once the door closed, Shi seized Chu Xinglan by the collar, his gaze icy as he warned, Do not set your sights on my brother, or you will not live to tell the tale. Chu Xinglan remained calm, his tone steady. I am merely carrying out your elder brother's instructions, Officer Shi. It is best to keep it that way, he replied, as the second brother dismissed him with a flick of his hand. He cast a cold glance at the person still standing at the door, urging him to leave quickly. Shi Ci Qing stood in his room, having changed into a different outfit, then turned and stepped out once more. Across from Hongda, there was a cafe that stayed open late, sometimes even operating 24 hours. Yu Zhao sat on the second floor, gazing blankly out the window as a gentle drizzle began to fall. He stirred his coffee absent-mindedly until the sound of a chair scraping against the floor brought him back to reality. He looked up to see the person across from him, raised his hand to summon the waiter, and ordered a cappuccino. What brings you here, young master? Upon leaving the restaurant, Shi Ci Qing had unexpectedly requested his contact information and sent him a message, instructing him to wait at the cafe. Shi Ci Qing fixed his gaze on him for a moment before getting straight to the point. What is your intention in approaching Sui Sui? Yu Zhao was taken aback by the directness of the question. Taking a sip of his coffee, he set the cup down, turned to look out the window, and replied in a nonchalant tone that skirted the question. Let me tell you a story, a tale of a selfish and foolish individual. Shi Ci Qing listened quietly, awaiting the continuation. A young man harbored feelings for a girl. In a misguided attempt to repay a supposed life-saving grace, he devoted everything to her. To match her, he ascended from the depths of orphanhood to a high position, committing many wrongdoings along the way. Eventually, he discovered that he was not an orphan at all. His true identity was far from simple, and he had exploited it to aid the girl in further misdeeds, all in hopes of receiving a fragment of her affection. Tragically, he ultimately met his demise at her hands. There was a pause, a silence that hung heavy in the air, before Yu Zhao spoke again, his tone laden with weight and regret. The man perished on a cold, rainy night. Ironically, the one who collected his remains was someone he had once harmed. A kind soul who, in the end, lost their life for the sake of a scoundrel. Is it not a pity? As Yu Zhao recounted this, his eyes reddened, tears welling up but held at bay. Shi Ci Qing remained silent, yet the grip he had on his coffee cup betrayed his emotions. He suspected he knew who that kind person Yu Zhao spoke of truly was. Everything was self-evident, was it not? Yu Zhao rose to depart, the rain outside falling ever harder. Shi Ci Qing stood on the second floor, observing as the figure lingered in the downpour for half an hour before finally leaving. Perhaps the rain would awaken him, affirming the reality of the moment. Chapter 28. A lesson. As Chu Xinglan returned home, her phone erupted with notifications. Upon checking, she found her long-dormant friend group suddenly buzzing with activity. The group was named Wheel of Fate, comprising 5 members: Chu Xinglan, Lan Jin, Pei Zheng, He Yu, and the overseas Zhang Lingyuan. Initially, the group bore only the character for Fate, but He Yu found it monotonous and added another character, signifying that the wheel of destiny is controlled by oneself, and that even if fate is predetermined, it cannot interfere. They would possess the means to resist it. The group had been silent for nearly 800 years, the last message being a New Year-esque greeting from Zhang Lingyuan, who was abroad for special reasons and could not return to the city. He traditionally sent the largest red envelope each year. However, today was different. It was He Yu, the stingy overseer of the underground city, the proprietor of the Black Domain, who sent the red envelope. The initial excitement stemmed from the lucky bag that was shared, followed by a uniform bag, each worth 10,000, with the lucky bag containing even more. Lan Jin was the first to open the lucky bag, revealing 50,000. Subsequently, Pei Zheng's lucky bag yielded 70,000, which he promptly transferred to Lan Jin, who scoffed lightly and withheld it, only to return it to Pei Zheng after 24 hours. Lan Jin remarked, "Heizi, have you lost your mind?" He Yu, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly shared today's odds from the Black Domain, declaring, "I wagered my entire fortune. The returns will be no less than tenfold. I'm in high spirits today. Consider this treat for me." He also shared a video of Shang Jing being carried away. Lan Jin was aware of the incident involving the R-Country individuals crashing the venue and had been assisting He Yu in locating someone to address the issue, but had yet to find a suitable candidate. He had encountered 2 who nearly ended up in the hospital. Pei Zheng, staring at the unclaimed red envelope on his phone, found himself astonished upon returning to the group chat, wondering aloud, who possesses such prowess? It was remarkable that someone could incapacitate a person weighing several hundred pounds in that manner. He Yu remained silent for a moment before ambiguously responding, "Well, he is undeniably formidable. He used to frequently participate in fights at the venue, but due to his busy schedule, he has not been seen much lately. A couple of days ago, I suddenly thought of him and inquired. To my surprise, he readily agreed and did not disappoint." Once this message was sent, the group fell silent again, with Lan Jin and Pei Zheng well aware of the Black Domain's rules and refraining from further inquiries. Half an hour later, the usually reticent 7th Master suddenly tagged He Yu, asking, "Are we fighting tonight?" while also selecting a red envelope, raising the total to an additional 100,000. He Yu, taken aback, nearly dropped his newly purchased phone, questioning if this formidable figure had somehow gleaned information, for such a query was unexpected. Today's match had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, unshared with his companions. If Jiang Zishu remained silent, I wouldn't mind dragging you to the black domain for a match. The lively atmosphere in the group plunged into an icy silence. Back at home, Heiyu paced anxiously, cursing his own folly for being overly exuberant. How should he respond? This formidable figure had called him by his full name, indicating displeasure and likely knowledge of something amiss. Amidst his turmoil, a private message chimed in from Zheng Lingyuan, containing a terse 9-character warning. Speak, or death will come swifter. After much deliberation, Heiyu managed to reply with a simple Before long, Chu Xinglan inquired once more. We're the Our Country people. Upon reading this, Heiyu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it was not a direct threat. If this individual truly sought to confront him, his life would be in jeopardy. In dire situations, they had all witnessed what transpired. He promptly sent an address. Seventh Master exited the group chat, and Heiyu cautiously re-emerged, pondering. He left. Surely he isn't genuinely going to deal with that hefty fellow? Could it be that today's figure is indeed connected to him? Lan Jin replied, there's an 80 to 90% chance. Pei Zheng added, after he's dealt with a hefty fellow, he'll surely come after you. Heiyu trembled in fear, pleading, Brother Lingyuan, I seek protection. Zheng Lingyuan departed from the group chat. Ha! Lan Jin inadvertently sent a voice message, laughing with evident schadenfreude, while someone nearby softly urged him to take it easy. He felt as though the sky had collapsed, plunging him into darkness, having been excessively reckless. Slapping his face, he hurried upstairs to gather his belongings and stepped out with his passport in hand. After exiting the group chat, Chu Xinglan changed his attire, donning a baseball cap and a mask before leaving. A Porsche was parked at the entrance, and as the window rolled down, Lan Jin's delicate features emerged, adorned with a wicked grin. Boss, you can't engage in mischief without us. Chu Xinglan glanced inside to see Pei Zheng resting in the passenger seat. He opened the back door, entered, and promptly sent the address to Lan Jin's phone. Pei Zheng opened his eyes, catching sight of Chu Xinglan's black gloved hands in the rearview mirror, exclaiming softly, It's over. That person is either dead or gravely injured. Nevertheless, he cautioned, just don't kill him. Lan Jin shot him a glare, retorting, silence. The private temporary residence of Shangjing was tightly secured, guarded by 2 bodyguards clad in Our Country attire. A black Porsche idled nearby as Chu Xinglan stepped out with an expression of indifference, twisting his wrist as he approached the gate. Who are you? What do you want? The bodyguards babbled on, but Chu Xinglan disregarded them, pushing the gate open. What do you think we're here for? Of course, to take you down, Lan Jin declared, swinging a baseball bat that struck with a resounding thud, incapacitating one of the guards. He remained oblivious to another figure behind him until Pei Zheng pulled him into his embrace. Let go, Chu Xinglan protested, but Pei Zheng remained silent, leading him further inside. The courtyard lay littered with bodies. Upon entering the hall, they spotted Chu Xinglan descending the stairs, one hand gripping a gun while the other dragged a hefty man down. Shang Jing's injured leg had reopened, blood seeping from the wound as he cursed vehemently. Who are you? This is illegal. Shang Jing was a significant figure in Our Country. Attacking him could incite diplomatic tensions. A translator, impeccably dressed in a suit with slick-back hair, rushed in. Chu Xinglan cast a cold glance at him before returning his attention to the half-conscious heavy-set man, his shoe brutally stomping on the wounded leg, filling the hall with the man's anguished cries. What else do you have to say, translator? He taunted, slapping the man's face with a mocking tone. Do you know why you're still intact? He then pointed at the disheveled figure on the floor, adding, because you were Chinese, otherwise, you would have met the same fate as them long ago. What about him? The situation was precarious. Mishandling the hefty man's case could lead to severe consequences. Leaving him in Hong Kong would also jeopardize the person Chu Xinglan cared for. Heiyu, Chu Xinglan U De Gu Li. Lan Jin smacked his forehead, recalling the significance of that name. Heiyu was intimately familiar with Our Country and would surely devise a solution. As they prepared to leave, Pei Zheng paused momentarily, took a few steps back, and squatted down to address the translator. Mind your words, or you'll end up as carrion in the wilderness. Upon receiving the news, Heiyu felt a sense of trepidation. He was reluctant to engage with Our Country. However, upon seeing the hefty man, he resolved to find a way to bring him back. Since Chu Xinglan had made the request, he had no choice but to act. Yu was remarkably efficient, and the response from the other side was swift, dispatching a plane that very night. However, no one anticipated that upon entering the country, the aircraft would encounter turbulent air currents. The quality of the planes in our country was subpar, leading to a sudden, catastrophic failure, resulting in the tragic demise of all passengers on board. Chapter 29. Murphy's Law. Shi Ci Qing had taken a week's leave, duly approved by Professor Yan. Though it remained a mystery what reasoning his cousin had employed to persuade the stern Professor Yan to grant such an extended absence. Initially, Shi Ci Qing's elder brother intended to visit the school personally, but due to his status, the responsibility of requesting leave fell solely upon his cousin. As he entered the physics building, he remained oblivious to the peculiar glances cast upon him by some individuals. The classroom was unusually quiet that day. Shi Ci Qing settled into the last row, glanced at the podium, retrieved his schedule to skim through it, and then returned it to the desk, resting his head down to sleep. As long as there was no class with Yan Jiuxing, he deemed the rest inconsequential to attend. A girl donned in a floral dress gently took a seat beside him, resting her chin on her hands and gazing quietly. The surrounding students were astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief, never expecting the girl would seek out Shi Ci Qing personally. Some, driven by curiosity, inched closer to observe. At that moment, the bell rang, and the teacher entered, holding a tablet, his demeanor grave as he stood at the podium. Upon seeing the unexpected visitor, some students gasped in shock, unable to process that such an inconspicuous individual would attend class in person. "Wait, is that director you?" a student exclaimed. "Isn't this supposed to be a social practice class? Why is Director Yu here personally?" Whispers filled the room, while Yu Zhao maintained an impassive expression as he wrote his name on the blackboard. His voice was cold. "Your social practice instructor has other commitments. The class has been rescheduled to the afternoon. This session will cover civil law. You, student, are not from the physics department. Please leave." The teacher's gaze fell upon the slumbering figure and the girl beside him. The girl turned towards the podium, momentarily taken aback, never anticipating that the person at the front would unceremoniously shoo her away. She merely wished to inquire about the forum matter. Why must it be handled so harshly? Who was that woman? For days, her mind had been preoccupied with the incident in the Black Domain, leaving her restless, even neglecting her visits to the hospital. She longed to uncover the truth, yet was continually obstructed. Remaining in her seat, she hesitated in silence until she saw Yu Zhao approaching, then stood up, smiling as she said, "Teacher, I am enrolled in this course." Yu Zhao remained silent, holding his tablet to access the physics department's roster, meticulously searching for the names of all students in the class, yet finding no trace of the girl's name. His voice was icy. "This class for the third-year art department is Chinese dance, not social practice. In the course catalog at HKU, aside from the arts, you have not registered for any elective courses." The girl bowed her head, momentarily at a loss for words. She had indeed skipped class to come here, thinking she would quickly ask her questions and return unnoticed. The dance instructor held a favorable view of her. Even if discovered, she believed there would be no reprimand. What bewildered the girl further was that this man, who had previously treated her with kindness, had recently chosen to deliberately distance himself, even avoiding her. Did he not fear that she might genuinely become upset, especially given his closeness with C.I. Yinshui? Silence enveloped the room as the classroom door was knocked upon. Zhenji and Xia Yi, clad in their dance attire, appeared at the threshold, peering curiously inside. Zhenji gently inquired if their teacher was present. A boy seated at the front, blushing, silently pointed towards the back. With a sweet thank you, Zhenji led Xia Yi to the last row. As they approached Yu Zhao, she deliberately slowed her pace, her cheeks slightly flushed. After all, encounters with Yu Zhao were rare, especially attending his class. Unlike Zhen Shan, the campus bully, or Shi Ci Qing, the ultimate admirer of Su Luo Shui, Yu Zhao was a revered figure among both girls and boys alike. Following the previous incident with a girl, he regarded many female students with an almost divine reverence, his feelings pure and untainted by ulterior motives, save for a select few. "Teacher Yu, Zhang Laosher sent us to find Luo Shui, Zhen Ji murmured, her gaze lowered, evincing a demeanor of shyness. In contrast, Xia Yi was unabashedly forthright, her expression radiating youthful exuberance and a hint of mischief, scoffing at Zhen Ji's pretenses. Yu Zhao acknowledged her with a simple stepping aside while uttering a remark that would chill Su Luo Shui to the bone. Ensure your teacher Zhang keeps an eye on her students and doesn't stray, lest her commendation be rescinded. It was clear that every educator at Hong Kong University was of exceptional caliber, and the rewards for outstanding teachers were plentiful. Thus, they held their evaluations in high regard. This comment undoubtedly struck a blow to Su Luo Shui, for if her actions led to her teacher losing recognition, the blame would fall squarely on her, diminishing her standing in the eyes of the faculty. Why must he threaten over just one class? Zvenye Bonderd. Let us go. We shouldn't provoke teacher you. Xia Yi and Zhen Ji flanked Su Luo Shui, guiding her out. As they neared the door, Su Luo Shui glanced back at the slumbering figure still sprawled over the desk. Keep looking, and be wary of my brother's wrath, Zhen Ji whispered as a warning. She found it perplexing how Su Luo Shui, who previously dismissed Shi Qing, now frequently sought him out. What of his brother? Was she not content with what she had? It was only after the trio had vanished from view that Yu Zhao commenced the lesson. Once the classroom emptied, he approached Shi Qing, gently tapping the surface of the desk. Awaken, no need for pretense. Shi Qing removed the garment draped over his head, ruffling his hair and slowly lifting his gaze to meet Yu Zhao's. Ah, class is over. Goodbye, teacher. He stood, preparing to leave with his jacket in hand. Be cautious. Zhen Shun has returned to school. Shi Qing retorted. So what? What does that concern me? His expression remained indifferent, prompting a sigh from Yu Zhao. Recently, there are programming and French competitions at Hong Kong University. Zhen Shun and Su Luo Shui will be participating. She may seek your assistance to relinquish a spot. I never said I would participate, Shi Qing replied, fully grasping the implications behind Yu Zhao's words. There was no escaping this. Opting out was an option. Yu Zhao sighed again, a self-deprecating smile crossing his lips. He had considered this too. Yet somehow, circumstances would conspire to ensure participation. The unexpected was always lurking. Shi Qing, with his back turned, remained silent for a moment before departing with his jacket. Beneath the trellis adorned with blooming vines, I observed the fish gliding through the lake, pondering the perplexing nature of Su Luoshui's reluctance to linger with Zhen Shun, despite her frequent appearances in his vicinity. Could it be true that what one cannot possess becomes the most desirable? The more indifferent he appeared, the more discomfort it seemed to instill in Su Luoshu, prompting her to seek validation, even when there was no pressing reason to do so. This truly seemed to cultivate animosity towards him. Yu Zhao had deliberately emphasized the importance of these two competitions. If my conjecture is accurate, regardless of the circumstances, he would ultimately participate. Ah, so you are here, causing me to make an unnecessary trip, Lan Yu remarked, approaching with 2 registration forms in hand. What is this? Shi Ci Qing inquired, perplexed by the sight of the papers. Lan Yu hesitated before handing him the forms, speaking with uncertainty. There are 2 competitions coming up, and I would like to request your assistance. A sense of foreboding washed over Shi Ci Qing as he glimpsed the text on the registration forms, akin to fireworks detonating in his mind. Indeed, it seemed that thoughts manifested into reality. Gripping the papers tightly, they crumpled under his hand. Lan Yu gently patted his hand, cautiously offering, "If you're not interested in participating, I can seek someone else. Why must it be both? I can comprehend the French, but programming is entirely beyond my ken. What compels you to participate in this?" Pointing to the programming registration form, Lan Yu explained, Tongxin wishes to join the programming contest. Winning would be tantamount to securing an entry ticket to the University of Hong Kong, along with a prize of 500,000. Tongxin is in dire need of that sum. I am aware you previously assisted the school in rectifying a network intrusion. This competition requires a duo, and no one in our school dares to partner with Tongxin, hence my request for you. Shi Ci Qing understood the precarious situation Tongxin faced within the confines of the school. I could partake in the programming contest, but what is the rationale for the French competition? At this, Lan Yu glanced toward the security booth at the school entrance. Lost in thought. Following his gaze, Shi Ci Qing remained silent, holding the registration forms, as a realization dawned upon him. Chapter 30. An unexpected encounter at the library. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lan Yu maintained his silence, his countenance devoid of joy, overshadowed by a palpable melancholy. Shi Ci Qing seated himself and discreetly scrutinized the contents of the registration forms. Upon reaching the conclusion, he finally grasped the reason behind the circumstances. The French competition offered not only a prize of 500,000 for the winner, but also a guaranteed admission to the graduate program at St. Petersburg University in France. Casting another glance at the firmly shut door, he noted that Pei Ming had not sought out Lan Yu in several days. Nor had Yin Jiuxing made an appearance. It seemed he had not seen him in quite some time. It appeared that Lan Yu was genuinely contemplating giving up. Understandably so. It is notoriously challenging to draw a straight man into the fold, especially someone like Pei Ming, who, while seemingly carefree, possessed an obstinate core. Lan Yu had undoubtedly endured considerable difficulty. With these thoughts in mind, I inscribed my name on the 2 registration forms and set them aside. Rising, I prepared a cup of coffee, gently knocking on the tightly shut door. When it opened, I placed the coffee on the table, pulled out a chair, and sat quietly, observing. After a minute, I sighed and reached out to pull back the covers, saying, "Do not conceal yourself. It is detrimental to your health. The registration forms are completed. Is there anything you require of me?" This was his first participation in the French competition, a stark departure from the past individual contests he had experienced. He could hardly fathom how 2 individuals could compete simultaneously. Lan Yu pulled back the covers, lowered his head, sniffled softly, and murmured, "No need, just read more books. I shall draft my piece and send it to you later." "All right." Shi Ci Qing nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Matters of personal sentiment were beyond his intervention. Rising, he gently closed the door, lifted his hand to check the time. It was getting late. The sunlight outside was radiant, making it the perfect moment to head to the library after lunch and peruse a few books. The library, the largest in the harbor city, boasted an extensive collection of volumes. Each floor featured a coffee station where one could brew their own coffee. The shelves were adorned with a myriad of books, including even the long-lost ancient texts. Students at the university enjoyed the liberty to choose freely, with no restrictions whatsoever. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Shi Ci Qing made his way to the language section. His slender fingers glided over the spines of the books until he located the most advanced French textbook he required, along with 2 volumes on English and German. He then ventured to the physics section, selecting 2 experimental texts and a master's-level physics book. Finding a quiet corner, he set down his selections and proceeded to the coffee area to prepare himself a cup. Resting his chin on his right hand, he opened a book with his left, turning the pages at a leisurely pace while occasionally sipping his coffee. His fingers glistened in the sunlight, and his profile appeared strikingly handsome. Nearby, a few girls, along with a couple of boys, could not help but steal glances at him, unable to focus on their own reading, their eyes fixed intently. They whispered amongst themselves in hushed tones, "Who is that? He is so handsome. I've never seen him before," a shy girl with glasses remarked. Her friend nudged her and disdainfully replied, "Stop being so absorbed in your studies. You know nothing." That is Shi Ci Qing. He is notorious for being infatuated with someone at the university. Don't be so smitten. The girl adjusted her oversized glasses, her initial admiration waning upon hearing his name. A man sitting across from them interjected quietly, "Haven't you checked the forums? Shi has not been with her for a while. It's that girl who has been chasing him." The girl who had referred to Shi as infatuated scoffed, "It's merely a case of playing hard to get." As noon approached, the library was sparsely populated, with small clusters of students gathered, some donning headphones as they flipped through pages and jotted down notes. French, English, classical literature. Programming. You're quite eclectic in your pursuits. Are you absorbing any of it? Shi Ci Qing pinched a page, his impatience evident as he furrowed his brow and looked up, his displeasure palpable. "Who are you?" he began, but quickly altered his tone. "Professor Yin, what brings you to the library?" Yin Jiuxing smiled as he took a seat. Accompanied by Pei Ming, who maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Yet, Shi Ci Qing sensed a hint of aloofness in his presence. "I'm seeking specific materials for a physics experiment." "And you?" Shi Ci Qing glanced at Pei Ming beside her, then lowered her head, casually flipping through a book. Recently, there were 2 competitions to participate in. While speaking, her hands moved incessantly, pausing on a page for no more than 3 seconds before turning to the next. The speed at which she flipped through the books left those nearby astounded. Within an hour, she had finished 3 volumes. "Can you even comprehend what you're reading at that pace?" Even Pei Ming was taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. Unfazed, Professor Yin continued to elegantly peruse his own book. "Ming Gu, have you ever heard of the idiom reading 10 lines at a glance?" Shi Ci Qing took out another book and resumed her reading without raising her head. Pei Ming shook his head in disbelief. The world of top students was beyond his comprehension, and he had no desire to understand it. It was a realm too bewildering for someone like him. Yin Jiusheng instinctively reached for his glasses, only to remember that he was currently wearing a mask and had no glasses on. He set down his book and glanced at his phone, tapping it twice before returning it to his pocket. "Is it a competition in French and programming?" His voice, deep and magnetic, carried a hint of intoxicating allure. Pei Ming rubbed his arms, feeling the oppressive atmosphere. He couldn't shake the sensation of being scrutinized by a living embodiment of death itself, a premonition of impending doom. Yet, Shi Ci Qing's words instantly pulled him back to reality. "Yes, Lan Yu is participating. I will be assisting him." Pei Ming paused in surprise and instinctively asked, "Is he really entering that competition?" Yin Jiusheng cast a glance at the excited individual, then raised a hand, prompting him to return to his seat, warning him, "Mind your manners. This is a library, not your security booth. If you wish to know what competition he is entering, why not just ask him directly?" It was only then that Pei Ming noticed the surrounding readers had lifted their heads to look at him. In his excitement, he had forgotten to moderate his volume. Attempting to turn away, his legs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. After a moment of struggle, he sat back down, turning to gaze out the window, where the birds chirped incessantly, adding to his agitation. He must not act impulsively. He could not allow someone to tread the same old path again. Observing his conflicting actions, Shi Ci Qing pointed and blinked, silently inquiring about the matter. Yin Jiusheng opened his mouth in silence, indicating he would explain later. Once the surrounding individuals had largely departed and their floor was nearly empty, Yin Jiusheng raised his voice slightly and said, "Remember, Lan Yu is not proficient in programming. He is entering the French competition." Shi Ci Qing responded with a soft hum. "I hear the rewards for this competition are quite substantial." As she flipped through her book, she nodded and instinctively added, "The prize is 500,000, plus a recommendation for graduate studies at St. Petersburg." With a screech, a chair leg scraped against the floor, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps descending the stairs. Shi Ci Qing lifted her head, momentarily stunned, and then turned to Yin Jiusheng with a dawning realization. "Did you do that on purpose?" Yin Jiusheng took a sip of coffee and replied nonchalantly, "I did not." His calm demeanor inexplicably irritated Shi Ci Qing, prompting her to respond with greater emphasis, "Professor Yin, are you meddling a bit too much? Isn't Lan Yu suffering enough without you adding to his troubles?" Clutching her book and preparing to leave, she had failed to notice that the usually composed individual had an exceedingly annoying side, meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Yin Jiusheng sighed. He had grown up alongside Lan Jin, and they were not only partners but also friends. Naturally, he regarded Pei Ming and Lan Yu as younger brothers and would never harm them. Pei Ming harbored feelings for Lan Yu, yet his predicament was hardly understandable. Shi Ci Qing, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Chapter 31. Shi Ci Qing kicks the door having finished the last sip of his coffee. Yin Jiusheng returned the book to its rightful place and turned to chase after the upset individual. Shi Ci Qing clutched a prestigious French textbook, walking briskly, eager to return to the dormitory. He could not allow Pei Ming to act violently towards Lan Yu. That fragile figure of Lan Yu was not built to withstand such turmoil. He had fainted once before from fright and could easily do so again. After the fight, when Lan Yu returned to the dormitory, he suddenly relaxed and fainted, which startled both him and Tong Exine. It was only upon reaching the hospital that they discovered Lan Yu had succumbed to excessive tension, activating his defense mechanism. Once he relaxed, he would inevitably faint. Shi Ci Qing understood that Yin Jiuxing's words were spoken with certainty, yet he remained infuriated. Did Pei Ming truly harbor feelings for Lan Yu? If so, his indifference was unfathomable. How could he watch Lan Yu pursue him for years with such a lifeless expression, failing to utter even a single word of affection? This was precisely the archetype of a straight man as depicted in his sister's writings, a futile hope for enlightenment. In the time he had known Lan Yu, he had come to truly understand him. On the surface, he appeared to be a delicate and reckless young master, yet beneath lay a sensitive and insecure soul, thoughtful and warm, prone to overanalyzing the slightest gestures from others. This was further complicated by a traumatic incident from years prior, which had resulted in an anxiety disorder. He wondered if Pei Ming was aware of this. If not, it would be dire, and he needed to act swiftly. In his haste, he collided with someone, causing the French textbook to fall to the ground, flipping open to a particular page. Mon cher, malgré ton destin repose entre tes mains, ne courbe pas la tête, partir de maintenant, sois enfin toi. As their hands briefly touched, Shi Ci Qing quickly withdrew, intending to leave, but was halted by a girl's voice. Ci Qing, are you avoiding me? The girl spoke with a hint of grievance. It was unclear why Shi Ci Qing's newfound coldness affected her so deeply. Without turning around, Shi Ci Qing coldly replied, "You are overthinking. I have merely regained my clarity. You are with Zhen Chun now. I implore you to keep your distance and refrain from bringing harm to others." With that, he lifted his foot to depart. Su Luoxue sprinted a few steps to catch up, blocking his path, as scattered students glanced in their direction. The girl, recognizing the inappropriateness of the location for their conversation, pulled him toward the corner. In the alleyway, Su Luoxue looked up at Shi Ci Qing, her tone assertive. "Is it that you disapprove of my relationship with a Chun and feel ignored, resulting in this behavior?" Shi Ci Qing glanced at his watch and turned to leave, having been inadvertently drawn into the conversation. With an anxious heart, he remained unaware of the peculiarities surrounding him. Shi Ci Qing walked briskly, forcing Su Luoxue to jog to keep pace. She felt unsatisfied, unable to clarify the situation. As they entered the dormitory building, Shi Ci Qing glanced back and coldly warned, "This is the boys' dormitory." Su Luoxue observed the person who had entered the elevator, briefly checked the dormitory supervisor's lounge, found it empty, and then stepped inside. Watching the ascending numbers in the elevator as it stopped at the upper floors, she pressed a button, her heart fluttering with an unusual anxiety. This was her first time engaging in such an endeavor, and it was all for a past infatuation, a thought she could hardly fathom. She had never behaved this way, even with the wealthy Zhen Chun. It perplexed her. She had once been disdainful of Shi Ci Qing's company, yet now she should feel elated. But instead, she was engulfed by a sense of disappointment and anger, akin to having something cherished snatched away. Standing at the door, Shi Ci Qing heard no sound. Was the soundproofing truly that effective? He reached for the door, approaching Lan Yu's room, only to find the handle locked. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He knocked forcefully, and a sound of something crashing came from within. The doorknob turned, but a click followed, and it was locked again. "Pei Ming, don't do anything reckless. His health is fragile." There was no time to fetch the key, leaving him with only one option, to kick down the door. Shi Ci Qing stepped back, raised his leg, and with a forceful kick, once, twice, thrice, the door swung open. The scene inside left him uncertain whether to look. Instinctively, he covered his eyes. Lan Yu was half reclining on the bed, while Pei Ming stood with one leg on the floor and the other kneeling between Lan Yu's legs, hands braced on the bed, silently towering over him. As Shi Ci Qing cautiously approached, he noticed the redness around Lan Yu's eyes, suggesting he had been bullied. "Pei Ming, let Lan Yu go. He can't withstand your roughness." The words felt awkward, terribly out of place. Seeing Shi Ci Qing, Lan Yu abruptly pushed away the person on him and rushed to Shi Ci Qing's side, gripping his arm tightly and gasping for breath, on the verge of hyperventilation. Having attended a medical class, Shi Ci Qing recognized the signs of hyperventilation and swiftly covered Lan Yu's mouth, speaking softly, "Relax, relax, it's all right." His earlier panic was likely due to the tension or fear. Witnessing their intimate interaction, Pei Ming's expression darkened, a small flame of anger igniting within him as he approached with heavy steps. "One more step, and I'll make sure you don't leave this dormitory." Hearing the footsteps, Shi Ci Qing turned with an icy demeanor, his eyes reflecting a distinct chill, even a hint of menace, an intensity honed from his boxing training. "Qing, I'm fine, don't be angry." Lan Yu sensed Shi Ci Qing's taut muscles and spoke softly. "He didn't do anything. He just accidentally knocked me over." "Let us hope that that's the case." Shi Ci Qing took Lan Yu by the hand, leading him out of the room to sit on a chair in the common area. Pouring a glass of milk and offering it to him, Pei Ming stood rooted, momentarily stunned, his gaze fixated on their entwined hands. Hearing Lan Yu's affectionate address towards another stirred a simmering rage within him. After regaining his composure, he stepped out of Lan Yu's room, lingering without any intention of leaving. Shi Ci Qing let out a cold snort. "Pei Shao, our dormitory does not permit outsiders. Please leave at once." Pei Ming remained silent, merely tilting his head to glance at the subdued and silent Lan Yu, who was clutching a cup without raising his head. With a sigh, Pei Ming turned to depart. As he reached the door, he inquired once more, "Do you really have to go there? Your health is fragile, and you have no one to care for you. I can manage without your concern." "I am not a child," Lan Yu replied, pouting slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Upon hearing this, Pei Ming's body stiffened, and he chose not to respond, instead stepping outside. Coincidentally, he spotted Su Luo Shui approaching, seemingly searching for something. When Su Luo Shui glanced in his direction, the anxious expression on her face gradually transformed into one of joy. Pei Ming turned to glance at Shi Ci Qing, instantly comprehending the situation, and walked towards Su Luo Shui to intercept her. "Classmate, this is the boys' dormitory. Girls are not allowed to enter." Su Luo Shui was visibly displeased at being stopped just as she was about to find what she sought, especially by a mere security guard, which only amplified her irritation. "If you can enter, why can't I? I have important matters to discuss. Do not impede me." With that, she attempted to push past him, only to be blocked once more. Pei Ming, uninterested in further argument, promptly pulled out his phone, revealing his work ID to Su Luo Shui. "I have the authority to enforce this. Leave immediately, or I will contact your instructor to escort you out." Upon seeing the ID, Su Luo Shui recalled the incident where she nearly offended her dance teacher and realized she could not afford to lose face again. With gritted teeth, she relented and departed. Pei Ming followed her into the elevator, watching her leave before turning towards the faculty apartments. "What is going on between you two? It seems rather ambiguous." As soon as Pei Ming was out of sight, Shi Ci Qing eagerly inquired, "He did not harm you, did he?" Shi Ci Qing circled around Lan Yu twice, relieved to see he was unscathed. Once the tension eased, he sank into a chair, feeling particularly parched. Grabbing the now lukewarm water from the table, he gulped down a few mouthfuls. The cool sensation coursed down his throat and into his stomach, providing some comfort. Turning to look at the damaged door, he weakly remarked, "Remember to fix the door. I had no choice but to kick it in for your sake. And refrain from addressing me so affectionately. My heart cannot bear it." Years later, when Shi Ci Qing reflected on that remark, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. At that time, he delighted in being called so by a particular someone whose voice was magnetic and alluring. He even waited several years just to hear that title. These two sentences elicited laughter from Lan Yu, and Shi Ci Qing joined in, the laughter instantly diffusing the awkward atmosphere in the room. "What did Pei Ming say to you?" Due to the incident concerning Lan Yu, Shi Ci Qing's manner of addressing Pei Ming had shifted. Previously, he had called him Minggu, but now he used his full name. Lan Yu, cradling his cup of milk, fell silent for a moment, gazing out the window before sighing and responding. He merely asked why I wished to go abroad. To such a distant country as F. Shi Ci Qing leaned back in his chair, shielding himself from the light streaming through the window, and spoke softly, his voice carrying an imperceptible hint of sorrow. "Have you truly given up on that person?" The affairs of Lan Yu and the other individual evoked memories of a certain person who, while cradling a photograph of the second elder brother at the time of demise, exhibited a subtle, almost imperceptible sense of relief and happiness. In contrast, these two were enveloped in sheer anguish, as if they had lost the capacity for expression. In truth, the desire to depart had lingered for quite some time, yet the elder brother had opposed it, especially given that my condition had only recently stabilized. I cast my gaze upon the crimson mark on my wrist and sighed once more. Perhaps I should have relinquished this notion earlier. After all, he had only endured this predicament out of obligation to the ties between our families, remaining with me, this frail shadow of a being. Over the past while, I have contemplated that liberation for both parties may indeed be the wisest course. Some things cannot be forced, and what does not belong to us will never rightfully be ours. A forcibly harvested fruit will never be sweet, regardless of how much sugar one might add. Surrendering and allowing things to mature naturally is the optimal path. Shi Ci Qing could no longer contain himself. With a thud, he struck the table, frowning. How can you ascertain sweetness without attempting to twist it? A ripe fruit must be harvested, otherwise it will rot. Though I had never inquired about Pei Ming's age, he appeared to be of a similar age to Yin Jiusheng, likely in his 30s. How could he not be ripe? Hearing this, Lan Yu chuckled, feeling the weight of his melancholy dissipate significantly. Who had spread the rumor that Shi Ci Qing was inarticulate? He spoke with such clarity. With a soft laugh, I replied, "Oh, after all these years, I've grown weary and lack the strength to twist anymore. When I visited the warehouse and encountered Pei Ming, I had expended most of my energy. I wished to reserve a bit for my departure." Reluctant to pursue this topic further, Lan Yu picked up his phone, accessed the Hong Kong University forum, and scrolled to a trending post, presenting it to Shi Ci Qing. "During your absence from school in recent days, there's been a post specifically addressing you with an apology. However, it seems less like an apology and more like a subtle lamentation of grievances, inciting the masses to condemn you." As Shi Ci Qing scrutinized the post, he recalled the incident at the police station. The second elder brother had mentioned handling it, and he had not given it further thought. It appeared that the individual who had taken the surreptitious photographs was from the school's photography department, seeking notoriety, only to entangle themselves in trouble for several days. This apology was so glaringly insincere, laden with insinuations, that only the dim-witted could fail to perceive its true nature. One could not help but wonder how those who empathized with him had gained admission to Hong Kong University. Was it possible that the institution filtered out academic excellence while allowing the morally deficient to pass through? Claims of his overreaction were made, asserting that it was merely a few photographs, that there was no need to involve the authorities. After all, mere words would not cause significant harm, and such drastic measures had jeopardized friendships among classmates. Upon reading these comments, Shi Ci Qing found himself both enraged and amused. The invasion of his likeness and the indiscriminate attacks constituted personal assaults, and to refrain from reporting such matters would be folly. Yet, some obstinate individuals might choose not to report, clinging to the delusion that the innocent would clear their name. Failure to explain, to present evidence, and to defend one's interests would only amplify public opinion, ultimately resulting in one's own detriment. Shi Ci Qing rapidly typed, uploading the evidence provided by the second elder brother, and called Shi to grant her access to the Hong Kong University forum. Simultaneously, he contacted the forum's administration, noting that the previous moderator seemed to have relinquished their responsibilities due to negligence. Amidst the escalating discourse, a comment was swiftly pinned to the top. "This serves as evidence. If you have anything to say, feel free to express it directly in my presence or report it to the police." Beneath this comment, there follows a greeting accompanied by a photograph, depicting two individuals in an affectionate embrace. The girl is wearing a sun hat that obscures her face. The young boy beside her appears quite youthful, seemingly still in middle school, yet his features unmistakably reveal his identity as Shi Ci Qing. Below the photograph, a caption reads, "Siblings by blood. If you doubt it, my sister can provide a paternity test. Children, do not blindly follow the crowd. Such a habit is detrimental, and spreading rumors is indeed against the law." Although the girl's face is not visible, her silhouette alone is enough to confirm that she is the same person seen at the mall that day. The comment section has once again succumbed to chaos, this time filled with apologies mixed with skepticism, questioning whether this woman and Shi Ci Qing were merely putting on a show for their amusement. Shi Ci Qing handed his phone back to Lan Yu, stretched lazily, and with a relaxed demeanor inquired, "Is there class this afternoon? If not, shall we indulge in some afternoon tea?" Lan Yu tucked the phone into his pocket, blinking in disbelief that the matter was resolved so easily. Having glanced at the comments moments ago, he noted there were still numerous voices of doubt. "I think some people might not believe you." Shi Ci Qing rose, dismissively stating, "For such individuals, further explanations would be a waste of breath. If their minds are incapable, they remain incapable." With that, he turned to leave for afternoon tea. "All right." Just as Shi Ci Qing and Lan Yu exited the dormitory, Yin Jiuxing appeared at the door, phone in hand, indicating an ongoing call. "Don't let Lan Jin find out. Otherwise, not only will he come after you, but your elder brother will as well." "Understood." The person on the other end acknowledged with a murmured response before hanging up. Yin Jiuxing gazed at the tightly closed door of the dormitory, which was locked. On his way downstairs, he encountered a student who informed him that Shi Ci Qing and Lan Yu had gone outside the school, pointing in the direction they had taken. Yin Jiuxing opted not to venture outside, returning instead to his office, preferring to avoid any unnecessary confrontation with the young ones at this moment. He would explain Pei Ming's situation once he had calmed his emotions. Meanwhile, upon reading the clarifications on the forum, Su Luoxue felt inexplicably relieved. It turned out they were siblings. Why had Shi Ci Qing never mentioned this to her? However, was the notion of them acting a farce true? If so, why didn't he continue to clarify? A sense of unease crept into Su Luoxue's heart, and she realized, perhaps for the first time, that she was genuinely concerned about Shi Ci Qing's affairs. "Luoxue, stop looking. You're going to be late for dance class." As Su Luoxue gathered her belongings and headed towards the dance studio, her mind wandered and she failed to notice someone nearby, colliding into them. The surroundings fell silent, and as she instinctively touched her forehead and looked up to speak, she was met with a pair of dark eyes brimming with anger. With a defiant expression, she attempted to sidestep the man and leave. "Do you so desperately wish to avoid my presence?" It seemed Su Luoxue anticipated the man's next words, hastily covering his mouth, softly warning him against speaking foolishly. "Come, accompany me for a meal." Without allowing her a chance to object, the man firmly took Su Luoxue by the arm and led her away, casually tossing out an excuse for his absence, until the two individuals vanished at the staircase. The onlookers finally exhaled, returning to their respective pursuits. Chapter 33. The past of Pei Zheng and Lan Jin after finishing their afternoon tea. Shi Ci Qing escorted Lan Yu back to her dormitory. With the French book in hand, he made another visit to the library, lingering there for half an hour before departing. As he stood in the corridor of the library, observing the gentle patter of rain outside, which showed no signs of relenting, he clicked his tongue in mild irritation, contemplating a return to the library until the rain ceased. Not far away, a man clad in loungewear, holding an umbrella, approached the library step by step. The sound of his polished shoes echoed softly against the ground. Upon noticing the newcomer, Shi Ci Qing let out a huff, initially ignoring him. Yet his footsteps came to a halt. Reflecting on the incident from earlier, he felt a surge of anger. He was at fault as well, having not allowed the man to finish his explanation. From Yin Jiuxing's demeanor, it was evident that there were matters between the Lan and Pei families, which surely explained his unwavering belief that Pei Ming had intentions towards Lan Yu. The man stood at the foot of the steps, his handsome face partially concealed beneath the umbrella, softening as he gazed at Shi Ci Qing. Observing the sulking child, Yin Jiuxing sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. "Let us discuss this at the apartment." After a moment of silence, Shi Ci Qing acquiesced with a slight Upon returning to the apartment, Yin Jiuxing headed to the kitchen to brew 2 cups of ginger tea, handing one to Shi Ci Qing. The boy regarded the tea with distaste. Wrinkling his nose and pushing it away slightly, he found the scent of ginger intolerable, let alone anything that contained it. "I dislike ginger," he stated plainly. Yin Jiuxing held the cup in front of the boy, leaning down to scrutinize him for a moment, then remarked, "Ginger tea wards off the chill. If you refuse to drink it, I wouldn't mind feeding you myself." Shi Ci Qing raised his gaze to Yan Jiuxing, his eyes reflecting an unspoken apprehension, as if the cup held an unforeseen consequence should he choose not to drink. Silently, he grasped the teacup, pinching his nose and closing his eyes, gulping it down in one go. He coughed, the spiciness overwhelming. How much ginger had been added? Setting the cup down, he shifted slightly away, feeling an unspoken pressure from being too close to the man. "You didn't finish your thoughts earlier. I was impulsive," Shi Ci Qing said, resting his hands on his knees, his voice betraying a hint of tension. Yan Jiuxing chuckled softly, settling onto the sofa, leaning back with his long legs crossed, removing his glasses to rub his temples in a languid manner. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke softly. "The Lan and Pei families have been friends for generations. Pei Zheng is a year younger than Lan Jin. At that time, Lan's mother suggested that if the Pei family had a daughter, the two families should arrange a betrothal." At this, Yan Jiuxing sighed, resting his forehead on his hand. After a prolonged silence, he continued, "When Pei's mother had a son, both families felt a sense of regret. The betrothal turned into a mere jest. Yet, Lan Jin would point at Pei Zheng and call him her husband, a child's innocent words which the adults dismissed. Right until the incident occurred after their graduation from Hong Kong University's first high school. On the day of graduation, everyone received their coveted acceptance letters, and plans for an evening gathering were underway. Individuals like Pei Zheng and Lan Jin, both academic prodigies, were prominent figures at the school, and even if they were reluctant to attend, they were inevitably coaxed into participation. At the social gathering, Lan Jin observed Pei Zheng surrounded by numerous girls, a surge of anger boiling within her as she nearly crushed the cup in her hand. Yet, despite her ire, she maintained her composure, consuming one drink after another. Pei Zheng was not the kind of person to force anyone into a corner. As university students, they understood that such gatherings were merely a festive occasion for confessions of affection, and he had no authority to intervene. At that moment, a pink card was presented before her, inscribed with delicate numbers, the handwriting exquisite and fragrant. Lan Jin lifted her gaze to the individual before her, a cute girl with a bun hairstyle, clad in a pink dress, her hands trembling slightly as she lowered her head. Seemingly anxious, in a voice as timid as a mosquito, she declared, "Lan Jin, I like you." Lan Jin released her hand from her face, crossed her arms, and glanced toward Pei Zheng's direction. Perhaps it was time for her to let go. With a sigh, she replied, "I don't like girls." The girl was taken aback, her hand awkwardly suspended in midair, unsure of how to retract it. Lan Jin reached out to touch the card, unwilling to let the girl lose face in such a public setting. However, before she could make contact, someone snatched the card away. "I'll take it for him. You may go now." The girl lifted her head, casting an embarrassed glance at the two, then turned and fled. "It's quite rare to witness someone confessing to an ice queen like you," Pei Zheng teased. Lan Jin retrieved the pink card and tucked it into her pocket, responding with a non-committal hum as she walked toward the direction of the girl. Observing this scene, Pei Zheng felt an inexplicable surge of anger, instinctively clenching his fists and following closely behind Lan Jin. He couldn't hear what Lan Jin said to the girl, but he saw them exchange a smile and wave goodbye. Until the end of the gathering, Lan Jin did not speak a word to Pei Zheng, which only fueled his irritation as he stared at the love letter in his hand. Thus began their inexplicable Cold War, which escalated when Pei Zheng learned that Lan Jin intended to study abroad. He confronted her, his voice laced with anger. "Why are you going abroad to study?" he demanded, blocking the door. Without lifting her gaze, Lan Jin lightly touched her lips and chuckled. "It's nothing. I just want to go." "Well, I do if you leave. We promised to attend university together." Pei Zheng's eyes turned red, trembling with frustration. In the past, Lan Jin would have soothed him in such a situation, but this time she remained crouched on the ground, tidying up. Her voice, now cold, bore an undertone of restraint. "Pei Zheng, you're an adult now. You should learn to take care of yourself. I'm not your caretaker. It's getting late. I have a flight tomorrow, so you should head home." This was the first time Lan Jin had urged Pei Zheng to leave, leaving him feeling more aggrieved, his lips pouting, on the verge of tears as they brimmed in his eyes. I don't like you anymore. Those words froze Lan Jin in place, a bitter smile escaping her lips as she stood and approached Pei Zheng, looking down at the fuming boy. At 18, Lan Jin stood nearly 6 feet tall, towering over Pei Zheng by a head. Sighing, she said, Pei Zheng, the affection you speak of is the kind shared among friends, whereas what I feel for you is of a romantic nature. Do you understand? Pei Zheng was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. Lan Jin sighed once more as he watched the departing figure from the second floor, lost in thought for an extended period, only closing the window after Pei Zheng had dashed away. Pei Zheng remained in a state of anger, oblivious to Lan Jin's peculiar demeanor. Lan Jin removed his clothing, revealing the crisscross scars on his back, gritting his teeth as he applied medicine to himself. A knock at the door heralded the entrance of Xiao Lanyu, who approached with a medicine box and a face full of concern, perplexed as to why her father would strike her brother without cause, yet acutely aware of her brother's pain. Brother, let me tend to your wounds, she said. Lanyu, in the future, if you have someone you like, be sure to tell me without hesitation, understand? I will always support you from behind, he silently added, believing that even parents should not interfere. I understand, brother. Little did Lan Jin realize the extent of his mother's madness, which nearly cost her own son his life. When Lan Jin visited Pei father and Pei mother, he spoke of matters unknown, and the light in Pei father's study remained aglow throughout the night. By the time Pei Zheng comprehended the situation, Lan Jin had long departed, vanishing for many years. Pei Zheng attempted to seek him out, but was met with futility. Pei father kept Lan Jin's visit a tightly guarded secret. It was not until years after Pei Zheng's university graduation that he encountered Lan Jin once more, only to find him even more aloof than before. Lan Jin took his brother abroad, severing all ties with the Lan family, and not a single word was exchanged with Pei Zheng. It was only after the demise of the Lan family's parents that their paths intertwined again. Shi Ci Qing, upon hearing the tale, could not help but click his tongue. The current Pei Zheng bore no resemblance to the oblivious youth of yore. Yet, what relevance did the matters of these two hold for Lan Yu and the others? Yan Jiusheng, discerning his thoughts, coldly elucidated currently, both Pei father and Pei mother are alive. They are aware of Lan Jin's affection for Pei Zheng and fully cognizant of their eldest son's temperament. They are merely placing their hopes on Pei Ming, as you should understand. Shi Ci Qing nodded, grasping the nuances of familial dynamics. Yet it did not excuse Pei Ming's actions toward Lan Yu. In truth, Pei mother had long recognized the burgeoning feelings, yet refrained from voicing them. Otherwise, she would not have allowed her youngest son to take on a security role at this university. Pei Ming was merely obstinate, unwilling to tread the same path as Lan Jin and his elder brother. Additionally, Pei Ming was aware of Lan Yu's troubled past, rendering him hesitant to speak certain words for fear of triggering her. Shi Ci Qing sighed, finding the situation exceedingly complex. A stubborn individual like him. If he truly cared for Lan Yu, could he not utter a single word? The Lan family was now under Lan Jin's dominion, and he would not disrupt his brother's happiness. Chapter 34. What made you think of studying French? Shi Ci Qing propped his chin with one hand, while his right hand absently flipped through a French textbook, a sheet of manuscript paper nestled between his fingers. The paper was densely scrawled with French, the elegant handwriting revealing an unseen strength. It was Lan Yu's prepared speech. Gazing vacantly out the window, he was no stranger to the teacher's indifference to his daydreaming, especially since he consistently scored near-perfect marks, which did not impede his studies. Shi Ci Qing's mind wandered back to recent events. After conversing with Yan Jiusheng, he noticed the man's phone screen was illuminated, displaying Pei Zheng's name. It was only then that she realized, from the moment their conversation commenced, Yan Jiusheng had dialed Pei Zheng's number, comprehending why she would divulge such intimate matters about the Pei and Lan families to someone so inconsequential. It was merely a pretext, the true aim being to unveil the truth of past events to Pei Zheng. One thing puzzled her: why not simply convey the information directly, rather than resorting to such an indirect approach? She recalled her first encounter with Pei Zheng. He did not strike her as the type prone to nitpicking, and Lan Jin, with his seemingly gentle demeanor, did not appear to lack the capacity for communication either. How had matters escalated to this extent? Shi Ci Qing, belatedly aware, felt increasingly like a meddlesome matron. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence to her. As long as her friends were unharmed, nothing else mattered. In 2 days, would this manuscript prove too challenging for you? Lan Yu expressed concern, knowing Shi Ci Qing was astute, yet mastering French was no small feat. Could Shi Ci Qing truly manage to compose it within such a brief time frame? Shi Ci Qing closed the book and glanced at the French manuscript, a smile gracing her lips. Rest assured, I shall not impede your progress. She then inquired, do you have a backup of the manuscript? Or perhaps the initial thoughts and ideas you had when you began writing? Lan Yu scratched his head, appearing perplexed by her question, yet he nodded. He had a habit of keeping records from a young age, though not everything was noted down, only matters he deemed significant. Due to certain reasons, his memory tended to falter, and recording was his sole means of recollection. That's good to know, Shi Ci Qing replied, just in case. The words of Yu Zhao lingered in her mind, prompting her to remain vigilant. After class, she stretched, picked up her coat, and cradled her French book as she headed outside, with Lan Yu trailing closely behind. In the square, Zhen Shun lounged nonchalantly against the edge of the fountain, surrounded by several boys, each with a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Su Luoxue and Xia Yi stood a short distance away. Su Luoxue frowned as she approached, snatching the cigarette from Zhen Shun's hand, and admonished, stop smoking. You just got out of the hospital. It's bad for your health. Zhen Shun ignored her, taking a deep drag before extinguishing the remaining cigarette against the surface. A cryptic smile gracing his lips, seemingly laced with intention. Indeed, my girlfriend has the final say. At this, the boys nearby erupted into teasing whistles, calling her sister-in-law. The raucous laughter caused Su Luoxue's face to flush, and she lightly swatted Zhen Shun. Xia Yi, feeling overlooked, wore a scowl. If not for the desire to approach a certain individual, she would not have bothered to accompany Su Luoxue. Glaring at Zhen Shun's face, she snorted softly, clearing her throat before stepping forward with feigned understanding. Luoxue, Chunge just got out of the hospital. He must be feeling cooped up. A smoke now and then is harmless, so no need to overreact. Su Luoxue did not turn around, but instinctively grasped Zhen Shun's hand, unaware of her own motivations. Zhen Shun regarded Xia Yi with an enigmatic gaze, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. Ah, isn't that Shi Ci Qing? One of the younger boys observed the pair entering the library, astonishment evident in his expression. Recently, it seems that a significant transformation has occurred in this individual. He no longer revolves around their new sister-in-law, resulting in their prolonged deprivation of those exquisite delicacies. The person beside him is the young master of the Lan family. When did they become so close? Upon hearing this, Zhen Shun lifted his gaze, lost in thought as he observed the duo's retreating figures, a deep-seated resentment flickering in his eyes. Were it not for these two individuals, how could he have suffered such a beating from his uncle? The family his uncle mentioned, the Shi family, appeared to him merely coincidental. If Shi Ci Qing were truly a member of the Shi family, he would not be so inconspicuous, nor would he relentlessly pursue his woman. What esteemed young master would stoop to being a sycophant for another? It was a disgrace to the family. His uncle's words must be false. It was ludicrous that he, as the head of the Chu family, could be so easily deceived by a mere shared surname. It was utterly humiliating. Clearly, Lan Yu was also involved, yet he faced no repercussions and remained as lively as ever. Why must he bear the brunt of such unwarranted misfortune? Please return first. I have matters to attend to with Luo Shui. With that, he took Su Luo Shui by the hand and headed towards the library. Inside the library, Shi Ci Qing approached the language and literature section, selecting a book entirely in French, no Chinese characters to be found. He chose a seat by the window and opened to a page, pushing it towards Lan Yu. Lightly tapping his chin, take a look at this page. The dense French text made Lan Yu's head throb. Although he could speak the language, he considered his grasp of it superficial at best. The book Shi Ci Qing had given him was something he could only barely comprehend. Do you know it all? Lan Yu asked, astonished. Initially, he had approached this with a sense of curiosity, not expecting such a delightful surprise. Shi Ci Qing pointed to a line of text. Speaking désireusly, il faut être ferme dans ses convictions en toutes choses, persévérer du début à la fin et ne pas vaciller aveuglément ni perdre confiance. Tu es le meilleur. Lan Yu understood the essence of this phrase. One must always adhere to their inner convictions and not be swayed by external opinions. I will draft another version of the manuscript in the next couple of days. Why do you need to rewrite it? Do you find my writing unsatisfactory? La ni u question. His expression fraught with concern. Noticing his distress, Shi Ci Qing reassured him. Your writing is quite good. I merely wish to have an additional copy as a backup. But please, do not share this with anyone. It should remain between the two of us. Very well, Lan Yu replied, though he did not fully grasp the rationale behind it. Still, he accepted it, sensing there was a certain logic to it. How did you become proficient in French, and so well? Shi Ci Qing chuckled lightly. Oh, it's nothing extraordinary. I merely learned it for fun. The Shi family mandates that each member must master at least 3 languages, and I happened to draw French in the lottery. His brothers had laughed at him for a long time because he had drawn the most challenging language. Although Lan Yu had never visited the capital or encountered any members of the Shi family, he had heard from his brother that the Shi family, being a prestigious lineage, adhered to many customs, and he assumed language proficiency was among them. The manuscript will likely be completed by tomorrow, and I shall provide you with a copy. Is it possible to produce it in a short time? This is what Shi Ci Qing finds concerning. Il shall do mes utmost. Very well then. The names of the participants have already been submitted and cannot be altered. Su Luoxue, as the head of the arts department, will certainly be aware of this. She will undoubtedly seek him out later. Shi Ci Qing absent-mindedly flipped through her French book, the rhythm reminiscent of perusing a comic, yet her mind was elsewhere. Lan Yu sat quietly beside her, awed by her rapid reading speed, silently giving her a thumbs up in admiration. Ci Qing, why are you reading a French book? Are you learning French? It's quite challenging. I could teach you. An unharmonious female voice interrupted Shi Ci Qing's thoughts. She looked up, snorting coldly. This presence was indeed persistent. Chapter 35. The university bully called out to CI brother. What made you think of reading a French book? The girl seated herself with a smile, her demeanor soft and familiar, as if all previous occurrences were non-existent. The man beside her sat down with a scowl, taking her hand in his and entwining their fingers upon the table, flashing a provocative grin at Shi Ci Qing. Shi Ci Qing continued to turn the pages, merely pinching the bridge of her nose and shaking her head. This couple seemed uncomfortable without seeking attention. What was there to admire about 2 intertwined hands? They bore little flesh and were inedible. Even if they were, they would be quite distasteful. The thought made her gag slightly, covering her mouth with her hand. This action rendered the expressions of the 2 across from her rather unpleasant, yet the library's atmosphere restrained any further reactions. Lan Yu patted Shi Ci Qing on the back, inquiring with concern, "What's wrong? Did you eat something unsanitary?" Shi Ci Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly. They had come directly to the library after class without having eaten, making the question rather redundant, as if they were playing a game. Clearing her throat and sipping some water, she wiped the corner of her mouth. Perhaps some things were too unsanitary. I'll buy some antacids shortly. Su Luoxue's expression faltered for a moment, hoping she was overthinking it and that Shi Ci Qing would not treat her with such disdain. Ci Qing, do you wish to learn French? I can teach you, though my proficiency is not at a professional level. I have passed the DLF exam and can certainly manage teaching. Shi Ci Qing, growing somewhat impatient with the buzzing voice, closed her French book and retorted, "Firm ton clap it." Su Luoxue frowned, not comprehending the phrase, yet sensing it was not a compliment. Her hands instinctively tightened around her skirt. Suddenly, the man beside Su Luoxue slammed his hand on the table, glaring at Shi Ci Qing, and reprimanded, "What are you pretending for? Luoxue is kindly offering to teach you. Don't be ungrateful. You used to chatter away, but now you act so aloof." He then glanced at the French book, noticing a corner of manuscript paper peeking from beneath it, with French writing visible. Though he could not decipher it, he understood its purpose. The University of Hong Kong is hosting 2 major competitions, of which he is well aware. In a bid to demonstrate his worth, he has entered one of them, while the other pertains to the French language. The insignia at the bottom of his manuscript bears the emblem of the university. He has also heard about Lan Yu's intention to participate in the French contest, and out of spite for a previous incident, he deliberately ensured that she could not find a partner. To his astonishment, she dared to approach Shi Ci Qing for assistance. It was indeed laughable. How could someone who is nothing more than a sycophant trailing after Su Luoxue possibly be proficient in French? It is a grand folly, and Lan Yu is destined to fail in this competition. Does Shi Xiao intend to partake in the French contest as well? I advise him to cut his losses and avoid further embarrassment before the entire school. Shi Ci Qing lifted her gaze, her eyes laced with disdain, her voice icy. Zhen Xiao should manage his own affairs, and not forget the pain once the scars have healed. This remark instantly conjured images of Zhen Shun being beaten by his uncle, a memory that still sends shivers down his spine. His eyes flared with anger. Shi Ci Qing, the wretched girl, was indeed aware of the situation, which had left him bedridden in the hospital for nearly 2 months. Do not revel in your triumph, Shi Ci Qing. I shall have my revenge. Shi Ci Qing raised an eyebrow, standing with an air of nonchalance as she returned her French textbook to its place. Leaning over the table, she looked down at him, a slight smile gracing her lips, though it bore an unmistakable air of intimidation. I await your challenge. I do hope Zhen Xiao does not falter. Zhen Shun felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, though he maintained a stubborn facade, his clenched fists betraying his emotions. Let us go eat, he said, and after Shi Ci Qing and Lan Yu departed, he snapped back to reality, slamming his fist on the desk in frustration. Su Luoxue glanced at the 2 registration forms on her phone, both bearing Shi Ci Qing's name, and was taken aback. Why would someone who never participates in competitions suddenly enroll in 2 at once? Was it to vex her in Zhen Shun, knowing they were also competing? Zhen Shun looked up and caught sight of the registration form, his irritation flaring anew at the sight of Shi Ci Qing's name. He lowered his head, his eyes darting as he sent out several messages from his phone. After tucking the device back into his pocket, he left the library with Su Luoxue. Not far from the university stood an internet cafe. At the end of the alley leading from the cafe was a well-known vocational school, notorious for its rowdy students, where fights were a common occurrence. The school typically turned a blind eye, as most of the students were wealthy scions merely seeking a diploma, destined to be sent abroad in the future. At the mouth of the alley stood a loose group of 6 or 7 individuals, with the leader leaning against a wall. His hair dyed a shocking red, spinning a basketball in one hand while holding a cigarette in the other, with a lackey eagerly lighting it for him. One of them spotted the 2 students exiting the school from a distance, and as they drew closer, recognized them as familiar faces recently released from a juvenile detention center, their eyes gleaming with malice. They could hardly wait to exact their revenge. Hey, big brother, look over there. Isn't that the pretty boy who got us locked up? Finally, we've caught him, one of the yellow-haired youths exclaimed, rolling up his sleeves and striding forward, only to be halted by the red-haired leader, who remained silent for a moment. We cannot let this slide, brothers. Have you forgotten what Su Liang said on the day we got out? Red-haired man clenched the cigarette in his hand, the basketball thudding to the ground. He certainly had not forgotten Su Liang's words. Yet the individual before him appeared even more formidable. Otherwise, that stern-faced officer at the police station would not have issued such repeated warnings. You may endure, but I cannot swallow this humiliation, he declared, charging forward. Shi Ci Qing, wearing headphones, was engrossed in conversation with Lan Yu when a hand adorned with a black chain suddenly blocked their path. Shi Ci Qing, with his cold, dark eyes unyieldingly fixed ahead, met a pair of fiery, furious eyes. Removing his headphones, his slender, pale fingers looked quite exquisite. Who are you? Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired youth became even more incensed, having evidently forgotten that he had been detained by them. You sent us in once, and now you've forgotten so quickly? Truly, the affluent are often forgetful. Shi Ci Qing frowned, momentarily unable to recall, as inconsequential figures seldom lingered in their memories. It was Lan Yu, standing beside him, who quietly reminded. He asked the one who bullied Tongxin that day. Shi Ci Qing responded with a dismissive sound, mockingly questioning, "So what is your intent? Do you wish to go back in again?" The yellow-haired youth, unable to contain his rage, raised his hand to strike, only to be intercepted by the approaching red-haired man. "Don't be foolish. If you go back in, finishing vocational school will be a challenge." Although vocational schools had their share of wealthy heirs, there were also ordinary students, creating a diverse mix. The red-haired man, though typical, was a dominant figure in vocational school, earning a modicum of respect from the affluent. Just as Shi Ci Qing was about to remove his black wristwatch, he halted mid-motion upon hearing the red-haired man's words, raising his gaze to him, recalling what his second brother had mentioned, and lowered his hand. "Qin Shu." The red-haired man abruptly lifted his head, astonishment flooding his features. How could this person know his name? Before he could voice his inquiry, he was struck by a bombshell. Shi Ci Qing continued, "If you call me brother, I will assist you with your grandmother's affairs." The grandmother was Qin Shu's lifeline, his parents having divorced and remarried, leaving him as a burden no one desired. It was his grandmother who had raised him through her scavenging efforts. Recently, she had fallen and required a substantial sum for hospitalization, prompting his urgent need for money. Coincidentally, Su Liang had sought him out, intensifying his desperation. "Are you serious?" Qin Shu tossed the cigarette aside, crushing it underfoot. Shi Ci Qing nodded, having learned of Qin Shu's past, understanding that some circumstances were unavoidable. "Brother Ci Qing," Qin Shu called without hesitation, willing to kneel if it meant saving his grandmother. Shi Ci Qing adjusted his ear, stating, "I'm the fourth in my family. Just call me fourth brother." Ci Qing sounds peculiar. Fourth brother. The young men behind Qin Shu were astonished, never having anticipated that such a notorious school bully would defer to someone else, especially the one who had sent them to the police station. The world had gone mad. Chapter 36. Qin Shu kneels. Shi Ci Qing retrieved his phone and dialed a number, which rang for a considerable time before being answered. A languid, deep, magnetic voice resonated from the other end. "What is up, little four?" Upon hearing the unfamiliar voice, Shi Ci Qing glanced at his phone screen, cursing inwardly for dialing the wrong number. He had inadvertently reached Chu Xinglan. This was the number his elder brother had given him before departing, forgotten without a note. His brother, truly. Why did the number resemble Chu Xinglan's so closely? Did he think they were a pair of romantic numbers? He would certainly have to inform his sister-in-law about this later. Why does he call this man Little Four when they are hardly acquainted? Having merely dined together a few times at the behest of the elder brother, Shi Ci Qing found herself at a loss for words, as it was her first time seeking assistance. Noticing her prolonged silence, the man across from her pressed his fingers against his temples and spoke with a hint of fatigue. "Are you referring to the matter concerning Qin Shu's grandmother?" Shi Ci Qing pondered. "He hasn't disclosed anything. How could the other party possibly know?" "Your second brother just called, concerned that the issue with Qin Shu might not be resolved, and that the Su family could trouble the old lady. He instructed me to transfer her to the private hospital of the Chu family, which should be nearly settled now." Shi Ci Qing was bewildered. "It's merely a brawl. How could it involve the Su family? Despite their affection for Su Liang, they wouldn't be foolish enough to harass a defenseless old lady. Is there anything else?" The deep voice inquired once more. Sensing the exhaustion in his tone, Shi Ci Qing instinctively shook her head, quickly realizing he could not see her, and murmured, "Thank you. Brother Xinglan, please take care of yourself." After hanging up, Shi Ci Qing exhaled deeply. The man's imposing presence had nearly rendered her speechless. She was grateful for their acquaintance. Otherwise, provoking Chu Xinglan would have dire consequences. Upon ending the call, before Shi Ci Qing could speak, Qin Shu's phone rang immediately. "Really? All right, thank you." Qin Shu stammered in excitement, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his body trembling. His companions looked on in shock, having never witnessed such a display from the formidable Qin school bully. What could the caller have said to evoke such fervor? Suddenly, without warning, Qin Shu knelt before Shi Ci Qing, his eyes reddened. Everyone present was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. It was Lan Yu who reacted first, stepping in front of Qin Shu and pulling Shi Ci Qing closer, shielding him from view. "Get up," Shi Ci Qing said, bending down with a reassuring smile that radiated comfort. Qin Shu hesitated for a moment, wiping his hands on his clothes before extending one to rise. "Thank you," he exclaimed. Shi Ci Qing shook her head. "There's no need. It was a small effort." After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "If he seeks further trouble, do not hesitate to strike back. Just ensure that no one is killed." Qin Shu understood perfectly well whom she referred to. Previously, he had refrained from confronting Su Liang due to concerns for his grandmother, but now, without that burden, Su Liang posed no threat to him. "Let us go out for a meal together. Since we are already calling each other brother, it would be unseemly not to treat my companions." Qin Shu hesitated, glancing back at his subordinates, torn between his desire and uncertainty about how to address them. It was one thing for him to dine alone, but what about his brothers? Moreover, he feared encountering that individual, who had not only spoken harshly but had also resorted to violence in the past. He felt utterly embarrassed. That person was also a friend of the fourth brother, who had now extended his help to him, making it even more difficult to face him. "They can join us. I am more than able to treat everyone." Shi Ci Qing assumed that Qin Shu was concerned about the number of guests. Qin Shu shook his head. His face flushed with embarrassment as he nervously scratched his head. His voice was uncharacteristically low, barely audible, as he muttered that he wouldn't go. "Feeling too ashamed to face that friend of yours." Shi Ci Qing leaned in slightly to catch his words, almost forgetting the history between this individual and Tongxin. Today, Tongxin was preoccupied with exam preparations and had not been around much. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Shu nodded in agreement. At the hot pot restaurant, Shi Ci Qing intended to sit on the first floor, but due to the striking appearance of Qin Shu and his companions, he reluctantly opted for a private room. Inside the room, Qin Shu and his few subordinates sat stiffly, resembling elementary students awaiting instruction. Shi Ci Qing, with his arms crossed and legs casually crossed, observed them with a bemused expression, surprised to find that he could share a meal with these individuals, especially after their recent altercation. This situation was different from the ones involving those who had previously kidnapped him. Those individuals were still incarcerated and would not be released anytime soon. An eerie atmosphere lingered in the private room until it was interrupted by a knock on the door. A waiter entered, bringing dishes and arranging them on the table before exiting the room. Once the pot began to boil, Lan Yu placed meat into it, prompting Shi Ci Qing to finally pick up his chopsticks, while Qin Shu and his companions remained motionless. Shi Ci Qing lifted his gaze and chuckled. "Hurry up and eat. Are you all frozen?" It was only then that Qin Shu began to move his chopsticks, followed by the others. After the meal, Shi Ci Qing glanced at their colorful hair, clicked his tongue in disapproval, and took a sip of milk tea before speaking. "You should dye your hair black and change out of those ridiculous outfits to avoid frightening people." Qin Shu nodded without hesitation, while his subordinates hesitated slightly, as they had dyed their hair to express individuality and were reluctant to change. After the meal, Qin Shu dismissed his subordinates and accompanied Shi Ci Qing to Hong Kong University. Standing under a tree at the entrance, he did not enter, acutely aware that he was unworthy of such a prestigious institution. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Shi Ci Qing had appeared to be on the verge of saying something back at the hot pot restaurant, seemingly constrained by the presence of his brothers, prompting Qin Shu's silence. Nodding, Qin Shu nervously fidgeted with the hem of his shirt, his demeanor a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. "What is Tongxin like?" Shi Ci Qing and Lan Yu exchanged puzzled glances. Qin Shu stammered, "I did something terrible to him. I want to apologize," but Shi Ci Qing found himself in a dilemma. With Tongxin absent, he felt it inappropriate to unilaterally disclose Tongxin's personal preferences. "This is something I need to ask Tongxin. Whether he wishes to meet you is another matter altogether." Qin Shu bowed his head, a hint of disappointment on his face, fully aware that seeking forgiveness for his actions would be a formidable challenge. After a prolonged silence, Lan Yu finally spoke. "Such matters must be resolved on your own. Our words carry little weight." With that, the two entered the university. Qin Shu lingered at the entrance of Hong Kong University for half an hour. Upon catching a glimpse of Tongxin's silhouette, he clenched his fist as if making a resolute decision and turned to leave. In the dormitory, Tongxin listened to Shi Ci Qing's words, his expression blank as he absent-mindedly touched his cheek recalling that the slap from that day had not truly landed on his face. The person had glanced towards the other exit of the alley while striking him. These individuals differ markedly from the previous groups, and he can sense the distinction. However, as for forgiveness, he finds himself unable to grant it in the immediate moment. Regardless of their significance, they remain closely linked to Su Leon. I merely relay this, as the matter ultimately rests in your hands. After a brief silence, Shi Ci Qing spoke again. I should have informed you in advance about this. In a moment of impulsiveness, I unwittingly made such a request. Tongxin tightly clutched her backpack, remaining silent as she entered the room. Shi Ci Qing, rubbing his temples, sighed, feeling as though he had committed a rather foolish act. Lan Yu gazed out the window, saying nothing. Such matters are inherently difficult for anyone to accept. Within the room, Tongxin lay on her bed, a book covering her face, lost in thought. 3 individuals, 3 distinct contemplations. Chapter 37. The French competition, the programming and French competitions were scheduled for the same day, one in the morning and the other in the afternoon. The French competition took place in the morning, with Lan Yu seated in the middle, while Tongxin's programming contest was the second to last in the afternoon, fortuitously ensuring no overlap. Granting Shi Ci Qing some respite, he sat in the last row of the classroom, leaning back in his chair, one leg slightly bent, a French book shielding his face, while a script filled with French phrases rested in his hands. The teacher, observing his posture, felt a degree of displeasure, although a new instructor. He was aware of the competition at HKU and knew a bit about Shi Ci Qing, particularly the entanglements with Su Luoxue. The most favored contender for this competition was Su Luoxue from the arts department, not even a member of the French department, yet reputed to have passed the DLF exam, a remarkable girl. Following her was another candidate from the French department. Faced with such formidable opponents, Shi Ci Qing felt utterly devoid of hope. How audacious to participate in the competition. The person who sought him out must have been quite misguided. What could this cramming last minute do? Today's students seem perplexingly impulsive, often engaging in reckless actions that jeopardize significant competitions for their personal gain. Even so, despite any dissatisfaction, the new teacher refrained from reminding Shi Ci Qing that it was indeed class time, continuing his lecture undeterred, if he wished to embarrass himself. The teacher saw no reason to intervene. Lan Yu sat on the sofa, boredly scrolling through her phone, while Peijing busied himself in the kitchen. A glance from Lan Yu, her lips curling in a smirk, indicated no intention of assisting, as she continued to lounge with her legs crossed, engrossed in her phone. Chuxinglin, wearing a mask of indifference, stared at his notebook, occasionally tapping a few keys. After some time, he closed his laptop, rubbed his temples, and began to rest his eyes, only to be startled by Lan Yu's exclamation. Opening his eyes, the glint in his phoenix-like gaze exuded a dangerous aura, his tone as chilling as a biting wind, causing one to shudder. You better have something of great importance to share, otherwise. Lan Yu, somewhat excited, thrust her phone toward him, a hint of playful mockery in her voice. Your little friend is entering the competition. Aren't you going to take a look? Or are you too burdened? Participating in both French and programming? Chuxinglin had just been pondering matters concerning M-Continent, where that group had begun to boast again, and upon hearing this, his irritation only intensified. He retrieved a black cigarette, its mouthpiece gleaming in silver, resting between his lips yet unlit. Glancing at the blue phone belonging to Longines, he returned it promptly. His right hand gently tapped the coffee table, the black ring adorning his index finger reflecting a piercing light. Did you know all along? Observing Chuxinglin's calm demeanor, Longines suddenly realized that this cunning old fox was indeed the physics teacher of the young one. Surely, he must have known about Shi Ci Qing's participation in the competition long before. How foolish of him to be so anxious. Aren't you worried that your little one might lose? Longines settled back onto the sofa, chuckling, completely oblivious to the fact that if Shi Ci Qing lost, it would also mean defeat for his brother. He will not lose. Chuxinglin lightly touched the ring on his right hand, asserting with confidence that a person who had studied French since elementary school and passed the language proficiency exam could not possibly fail. Longines propped his chin on one hand, unsurprised by Chuxinglin's assertion. When he claimed someone would not lose, it was a certainty. French is renowned as one of the most challenging languages, yet for certain prodigies, it is as effortless as eating, much like the individual before him. If you were to lose, Xiaoyu would also face defeat. Pei Zheng emerged from the kitchen, carrying a platter of food, which he set upon the dining table. Longines abruptly recalled that his precious younger brother's partner for the French competition was none other than Shi Ci Qing. What time is it? Longines hastily consumed his meal, anxious about missing his brother's competition, having been so preoccupied today that he had forgotten all about it. It's just past 9. Xiaoyu is in the middle position, probably around 11 o'clock. Don't rush. Take your time eating. There is still ample opportunity. Pei Zheng served a bowl of soup to Longines, gently advising him to slow down. A cough escaped Longines as he drank too hastily, causing him to choke. Pei Zheng patted his back lightly, shaking his head in exasperation. Where had the composed brother Jean gone? Although he no longer treated him with the same cold indifference, this new demeanor only intensified the sense of distance between them. The mere thought of Pei Zheng's hand resting on Longines' back involuntarily made him clench his fist, especially after learning about that particular matter. Longines seemed to have grown even more distant, leaving Pei Zheng perplexed and uncertain about how to break this invisible barrier. Chuxinglin, indifferent to their interaction, finished his meal, rose, and donned his coat before departing. Are you leaving just like that? Longines, finishing the last sip of his soup, gazed at the impeccably dressed figure heading out, bewildered. With Chuxinglin's stature, attending school was no trivial matter. Was he truly confused? Given their association with Pei Zheng, did he not fear that Shi Ci Qing might catch on? They seldom appeared alongside Chuxinglin, usually accompanying Yan Jiuxing instead, wary of raising suspicion. The Shurs were a clever bunch. No change. Seated in the car, Longines occupied the passenger seat, peering through the rearview mirror at the man resting with closed eyes, unable to comprehend why he insisted on adopting another's identity to pose as a university professor. Moreover, Yan Jiuxing's status, though less significant in Gangsheng, held substantial weight in Ouching. Should someone recognize him, the repercussions would be dire. Longines found himself questioning the peculiar tendencies of this gentleman, akin to that mischievous little rascal Pei Ming, who forsook his privileged position as a young master of the Pei family to become a university security guard, without so much as a word of explanation from his elder brother. The competition at Hong Kong University this time holds particular significance. There is no need for deliberate promotion, as nearly everyone is already aware. As the time approached, the auditorium became exceedingly lively, almost overflowing with attendees. Some even climbed nearby trees to catch a glimpse of the event, while the large electronic screen in the square broadcasted the scene. The French department professors, serving as judges, had taken their seats in the front row well in advance. This row comprised 8 seats, 3 of which were occupied by the professors, while the remaining seats were filled by representatives from the French consulate and a renowned team of French instructors from a prestigious translation institute. Shi Ci Qing arrived early in the lounge with her manuscript. Unlike the previous speech, the larger attendance necessitated that several individuals share the same lounge. Unfortunately, Su Luoxue and Shi Ci Qing were assigned to the same space. After arranging seats for her friends in the hall, Su Luoxue returned to the lounge. Lan Yu poured a glass of water and turned, nearly colliding with a girl entering through the door. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you," she said coldly, handing the water to Shi Ci Qing, who was resting with her eyes closed. Lan Yu's apology felt less like a gesture of remorse and more akin to disdain, even laced with a hint of superiority. Su Luoxue felt a twinge of displeasure. After all, Shi Ci Qing was merely an ailing individual who, by mere chance, was born into a privileged family. It was rather excessive for the second young master of the Lan family to personally serve her water. "Ci Qing, have you memorized your manuscript? It's inappropriate for you to have Lan Yu fetch water for you. After all, he is the second young master of the Lan family," Su Luoxue remarked, her tone seemingly considerate, yet dripping with veiled sarcasm and jealousy. Shi Ci Qing opened her eyes, placed the French book, which held her manuscript, on her lap, and casually accepted the water, finishing it in one go. She remained seated, her fingers lightly tapping against the French book, her posture relaxed, exuding an air of indifference. When she cast a glance at Su Luoxue, there was an unmistakable chill in her gaze. Noticing that neither of the two acknowledged her, and realizing there were several pairs of curious eyes in the lounge, Su Luoxue felt her pride momentarily wounded. Zhen Ji, sitting beside her, nudged her, her expression darkening. She had come to witness others' misfortunes, yet now found herself the subject of ridicule. She regretted not having brought Xia Yi along. Su Luoxue glanced at the French book, its title obscured, revealing only the faint hint of the word beginner, presumably an introductory text. A small, mocking smile crept on her face, tinged with derision. How audacious it was for Lan Yu to partner with someone who was so evidently unprepared. She wondered whether he was overly confident or merely floundering in desperation. Should they lose miserably, she would not hesitate to remind them of her forewarnings. Once again, in a manner that seemed both gentle and understanding, she spoke. Shi Qing, don't you think it's a bit late to be studying now? This competition is no trivial matter. She then turned her gaze toward Lan Yu, her voice laced with subtle contempt. Senior Lan, if things do not go well, I would be willing to assist you, especially since I will be following you in the lineup. If she can compete alongside Lan Yu, regardless of the circumstances, victory is assured, and the coveted graduate recommendation spot must rightfully belong to her. This is her opportunity to prove herself, one she cannot afford to miss. To gain the esteem of the Zhen family, she must triumph in this competition. Shi Ci Qing let out a disdainful scoff, raising her gaze. Sister Su, if you alongside of you, whose victory is it? There's only one recommendation spot. As she spoke, she cast a pointed glance at Su Luoxue's partner from the French department. It was perplexing that the school would orchestrate a dual competition while offering only a singular recommendation. The other participant would merely receive an empty trophy. This arrangement is inherently unjust. She knew all too well that Su Luoxue placed immense value on the recommendation, especially since it encompassed all living expenses in F country, ensuring that the student would incur no costs, not to mention the substantial prize money. Half of the prize would need to be shared with another, should they indeed win. Would Su Luoxue be willing to part with it? As for herself, it mattered little. The allowance from her older siblings far surpassed any prize money, and she had more than enough of those trifling trophies at home. Upon hearing the long-forgotten title, Su Luoxue's expression faltered momentarily. Some names had become habitual, causing her to overlook their true essence. She was in her third year, while the boy before her was already a senior, having accelerated his studies due to his aversion to those younger than himself, thus fulfilling his wish of becoming her senior. How had the boy transformed into such a cold figure, no longer caring for her, now referring to her as senior? Noticing her silence, Lan Yu snorted derisively, crossing her arms with an air of pride. I am more than happy to serve Qing. It is none of your concern. No one here is paying you any mind. Are you seeking discomfort? Do you have a penchant for humiliation? Su Luoxue, rendered speechless by the confrontation, clenched her clothing tightly. The person shielded by Lan Yu showed no intention of defending her, allowing her to be subjected to such humiliation. If that was the case, she would not hold back in a competition. Zhen Chun nonchalantly appeared at the door, a folder in hand, and approached Su Luoxue, offering her the folder with a smile. I had someone prepare a new version for you. This one will undoubtedly secure your win. There is no need for a verbatim recitation. The judges do not prioritize that. As Su Luoxue opened the folder and glanced inside, she noted that it was far superior to her previous work, containing several elements she could barely comprehend. With this document, victory was assured. Yet, she wondered where Zhen Chun had procured such a script. Shi Ci Qing, shall we make a wager? Zhen Chun proposed with an air of certainty. No wager. Shi Ci Qing immediately retorted, recognizing the ill intentions behind the proposition. Only a fool would take such a bet. Zhen Chun grasped Su Luoxue's hand, pausing momentarily before adopting a knowing expression. Are you afraid? Afraid to wager with me? Shi Ci Qing's impatience was palpable, tinged with a hint of hostility. She refrained from speaking further, feeling that engaging with such a person would diminish her worth. It is not a matter of gambling. We are exemplary students, and gambling as well as drugs and vice, are illegal. Does young Master Zhen not understand this principle? Or do you knowingly defy the law? As Zhen Chun faced Shi Qing, he could argue and even resort to physical confrontation. However, when confronted with Lan Yu, he remained apprehensive, fully aware of Lan Jin's approach, especially concerning his protective nature. Prepared to be utterly defeated, he declared before turning away, disregarding Su Luo Shui entirely. The lounge fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to speak until the voice of the host echoed from the auditorium. Next, we invite the following contestants: Su Luo Shui from the third-year art department and Qin Yan from the French department. Ingjian, standing beside Su Luo Shui, appeared bewildered and confused. They were supposed to be behind Lan Yu's group. How had they suddenly moved to the forefront? When had the order been changed without notifying her? Su Luo Shui seemed unperturbed, as if she had anticipated this turn of events. With an air of indifference, she departed from backstage, stepping into the spotlight. The warm yellow light illuminated her figure clad in a shimmering white sequin gown, adding an ethereal quality to her presence. Coupled with her fluent French and an unflustered demeanor, she silently garnered admiration from the judges, who nodded in approval. Seeing the judges' reactions, Su Luo Shui felt a surge of pride. Victory in this competition seemed assured. After this event, she would undoubtedly earn newfound respect, even from the Zhen family. Meanwhile, backstage, Lan Yu listened intently to Su Luo Shui's script, growing increasingly uneasy. Hastily, she compared it to her own, only to find them nearly identical, save for a few minor alterations. In a fit of rage, she slammed her manuscript onto the table, her delicate hand trembling with anger. No wonder Su Luo Shui had suddenly advanced her position. She must have intended to capitalize on this scheme. A nearly identical script meant that whoever performed first would reap the benefits, while the latter would be accused of plagiarism. If they presented this script, they would surely become the target of scorn and derision. No wonder you insisted on rewriting it. Did you suspect they would stoop to such tactics? Shi Ci Qing nodded without reservation. Had it not been for Yu Zhao's reminder, he might not have conceived of this strategy. It's outrageous. How could Su Luo Shui, the belle of Hong Kong University, engage in such underhanded actions? The more Lan Yu contemplated, the angrier she became. Shi Ci Qing handed Lan Yu the script he had tucked within his French textbook, whispering, perhaps Su Luo Shui is unaware or only partially aware. Currently, lacking evidence, they could not directly accuse Su Luo Shui of plagiarism. No one would believe them, and it would only grant her unwarranted attention. It seemed Zhen Chun, raised in such an environment, was not entirely naive. He sought to outmaneuver them, but regrettably chose the wrong approach. Now, we invite Shi Ci Qing from the physics department and Lan Yu from the medical department. Let us go. The truth will soon be revealed. In the third row, Zhen Chun observed the two ascending the stage with a malicious grin that lingered on his lips. The applause in the auditorium had yet to subside, still resonating from Su Luo Shui's flawless performance. In stark contrast, Shi Ci Qing and Lan Yu appeared considerably less impressive as they took the stage. The judges seated in the front row felt a subtle shift in their perceptions. They viewed Su Luo Shui as the epitome of perfection, and anyone following her would inevitably seem a shade less remarkable. Aside from the few individuals from the Institute of Advanced Translation, the other judges appeared disinterested, quietly deliberating whether to include Su Luo Shui under their wing. The members from the Institute rolled their eyes in unison. One of them, of a similar age to Shi Ci Qing, muttered a curse under his breath, labeling the situation as foolish, throwing away pearls to grasp at sesame seeds, a grave error indeed. A companion beside him patted his head, gesturing towards the stage, urging him to focus on the competition. As Shi Ci Qing took to the stage, a piano was also brought forth. He sat down, his hands poised on the black and white keys, casting a disdainful glance at Zhen Chun seated in the third row, a smirk gracing his lips. The melodious notes began to resonate, two beams of light illuminating both Shi Ci Qing and Lan Yu. Accompanied by the enchanting music, Lan Yu glanced at the script, carelessly placing it on the piano stand, then grasping the microphone, commenced his fluent oration. At the first note, Zhen Chun's face lit up with excitement. A malicious smile emerging. They had not even changed their script. Of course, in such an unexpected scenario, it was impossible to alter the manuscript. He eagerly awaited the moment of disgrace, anticipating the accusations of plagiarism that would befall them, ready to witness Shi Ci Qing's downfall. At that moment, Zhen Chun felt an overwhelming urge to stand and report Shi Ci Qing and the others, yet he knew the timing was not right. Even the dimmest of minds would comprehend that a mere phrase or passage was insufficient to substantiate claims of copying, as long as the similarity exceeded 50%. He could bide his time. However, how could their script bear such resemblance? One judge frowned in discontent, contemplating rising to intervene. As a professor from a French department, he could not allow such an occurrence. Typically, Shi Ci Qing's unruliness could be overlooked, but this was a sacred competition, involving the young master of the Lan family. It was tantamount to ruining someone's future. Given Shi Ci Qing's prior behavior, the professor instinctively attributed the misconduct solely to him, dismissing any connection to Lan Yu. Just as he was about to raise his hand to signal, he was halted by a member from the institute, whose tone was laced with derision. It would be wise not to make any sudden movements. The French professor appeared anxious, despite his indignation. He could not afford to scowl at the individuals from the institute, merely murmuring, "This is blatant plagiarism. As a professor at Hong Kong University, I cannot remain indifferent." A young member from the institute scoffed, pointing at the stage, his words dripping with mockery directed at the French professor. "Are you deaf? You presume to declare plagiarism based solely on a similar opening? Please listen closely. The meanings are entirely different. It's a shame you're a French professor. You come off as a fool." The French professor felt his dignity wounded, a blatant affront to his expertise, yet he dared not retaliate against the members from the institute, choosing instead to endure in silence. On stage, Shi Ci Qing surveyed the audience, anticipating the outcome he desired, and soon the style of the music shifted, prompting Lan Yu to alter his approach to the speech. Members from the institute compared the two manuscripts. On the surface, they appeared similar, yet they were fundamentally distinct, the latter being of a more sophisticated caliber, merely employing a sleight of hand. The previously fervent French professor's expression darkened, wishing he could slap himself in disbelief. "In conclusion, I wish everyone that you take flight towards a radiant future." As Shi Ci Qing added, "What does not belong to you will never belong to you. To covet the fruits of others is the most foolish act." The last statement was lost on other students, yet the judging teachers and Su Luoxue comprehended it. The expression on the judge's face darkened, and his gaze toward Su Luoxue shifted, as if he wished to speak, yet lacked evidence. Su Luoxue believed that Shi Ci Qing's words were a veiled reference to her, but she too could not find proof. To stand up rashly would surely invite ridicule. Zhen Chun, filled with indignation, pounded her fist on the chair, questioning what the judges were thinking, that they could favor such behavior. Undoubtedly, Shi Ci Qing and her team had triumphed, receiving resounding applause, while Su Luoxue, pale and defeated, only achieved second place, her meticulous plans now in ruins. She offered a congratulatory remark to Shi Ci Qing as she descended the stage, feeling somewhat disheartened as she exited the hall. Zhu Xinglen, Gluting Fulao, approached Shi Ci Qing with a gentle smile, exclaiming wonderful. Shi Ci Qing glanced at the two individuals beside him, then back at Chu Xinglan, her eyes reflecting a hint of suspicion. "Do you know each other?" At that moment, Shi Ci Qing's phone chimed, revealing a message of congratulations from Shi Yinjiao. Lan Jin, puzzled by the situation, casually remarked, "It's not surprising, several families have business dealings together." Shi Ci Qing simply acknowledged with an "oh" and fell silent. "My brother is incredible. So impressive." Lan Jin et Gulim, embracing Lan Yu, who cast a glance towards the entrance of the hall, noting the absence of a certain individual since that day. It seemed they were genuinely upset. However, this time, the anger had rendered them powerless to reconcile. "Stop looking. Let's go eat. They're not worth it. Neither of them are good people." Lan Jin shot a glance at the person beside her, Pei. Pei Zheng stood frozen, utterly perplexed, questioning how his brother's foolish actions concerned him. It was over. The previously eased tensions were now shattered, and Pei Zheng felt a surge of frustration towards his brother. "Let's go. The reservation is made." Chu Xinglan lightly tapped Shi Ci Qing and turned to leave. Shi Ci Qing, holding the flowers, blinked, pondering if this was yet another directive from her brother. Goodness, isn't that the head of the Chu family? What brings him to our school? Perhaps it was for Zhun Xiao, given that he had a competition that afternoon. That made sense, but it doesn't seem likely. If he were truly here for Jin Shan, why associate so closely with his rival? Their relationship appears quite amicable. What do you know? Do not forget that Shi Ci Qing and Zhun Xiao are rivals. Mr. Chu's actions must surely be for Jin Xiao. There are plenty of conspiracy theories surrounding this. The school leaders in the grand auditorium were equally astonished upon hearing Chu Xinglan's name. Just as they intended to approach for a conversation, they were jostled to the back by the throngs of students, and by the time they emerged, several individuals had already departed in their vehicle. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. I would likely see them again at the afternoon competition. I turned and specifically instructed someone to arrange for Chu Xinglan and his companions to be seated in the front row. While in the car, I occasionally glanced at the man beside me, who was resting with his eyes closed. His furrowed brow bore an uncanny resemblance to someone else. Why would one person need two identities? Before I could ponder further, my phone chimed again. A playful message made me smile, and I thought it was indeed time to reunite with that group whom I hadn't seen in quite a while. Chapter 40. An unexpected programming competition with a crash. Zhun Shun returned home, unable to contain his fury as he smashed several items around him. Standing amidst the shards, his expression was one of pure rage. A piece of porcelain having cut his hand, blood dripping steadily, yet he paid it no heed. The servants in the villa stood nearby, trembling in fear, none daring to approach. Damn it! How dare they play me for a fool? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. "Miss Su, you have arrived. Please come in." The servant, spotting a potential savior in Su Luoxue, hurriedly ushered her inside. Su Luoxue glanced at the chaos strewn about the floor, a fleeting look of disdain crossing her face. She wondered what had set him off this time. It was merely a competition, after all. "Who has upset you?" Taking the first aid kit from the servant, she cautiously applied ointment to Zhun Chun's wounded hand. "We have the programming competition this afternoon. Do not let your temper get the better of you." Su Luoxue wanted to inquire about the manuscript, knowing that since it had come from Jin Shan, he must be aware of its implications. She had likely pieced together some details, but sought confirmation. Zhun Chun clenched his uninjured hand in silence, not having anticipated that Shi Ci Qing would have a backup plan, turning him into the laughingstock instead. "Never mind. As long as you're all right, let us go." Once Su Luoxue finished bandaging his wound and tidying his clothes, she led Jin Chun out of the villa. As Su Luoxue observed their hands intertwined, she found herself lost in thought. How had they come together? There had never been a formal declaration of affection. Why did Shi Ci Qing's image keep surfacing in her mind? This had never occurred to her before. Rationality told her that Shi Ci Qing was simply an ordinary university student, lacking the stature and background that Jin Shan possessed. Yet, for her, Jin Shan remained the best choice available. The Jin family held considerable influence in the harbor city, with the Chu family providing steadfast support. It was undoubtedly the most advantageous option. Caught in this internal conflict, the balance still tipped in favor of Jin Shan. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the venue was once again the grand auditorium, now equipped with over 10 computers, and the audience was notably less than during the French competition, leaving many seats vacant. Those interested in the programming competition were predominantly male, with few females opting to attend. To my surprise, my cousin Sui had shown up. She had dismissed the French competition as tedious and uninteresting earlier that morning. Ironically, she found the programming competition engaging. What astonished me even more was that Yu Zhao had seated her in the front row alongside several familiar faces: Chu Xinglan, the Lan brothers, and Pei Zheng. The host had changed, likely a member of the computer science department. The host, having dispensed with unnecessary chatter, invited the school leaders to the stage. Once the principal had finished speaking and was about to announce the commencement of the competition, he noticed Chu Xinglan seated in the front row and altered his course of action. With palpable enthusiasm, He extended an invitation for Chu Xinglan to join him on stage. However, Chu Xinglan remained motionless, his expression icy, as this was beyond his obligations. The atmosphere became awkward instantaneously. Lan Jin cast a displeased glance at the principal, who had failed to provide prior notice. This was not merely a push to compel someone, but rather a gamble, betting on whether Chu Xinglan would decline the request. In this scenario, with so many students present, the wager was that he would not refuse to preserve the dignity of the students. The situation grew increasingly uncomfortable, and even the school leaders sensed the discord. The unexpected whim had escalated beyond their expectations. Stalemate ensued, leaving the host at a loss for words. Seeking assistance from the other leaders seated in the front row, Yu Zhao rose, nodding at Chu Xinglan, and implored him with a smile to show some grace. Yet, Chu Xinglan remained unmoved. Yu Zhao sighed in resignation. It was indeed their fault, and it was understandable that Chu Xinglan would not acquiesce. In the lounge, Shi Ci Qing glanced at the messages on his phone, which included a photograph and some mild complaints from his cousin. He surveyed his surroundings, sensing that Tongxin had yet to arrive and wondering if something might have delayed her. His cousin continued to text, expressing her surprise at Chu Xinglan's apparent coldness, remarking that he seemed somewhat unapproachable, though she attributed the fault to the foolish school leader. Due to the connection with Shi Dage, they did not refer to Chu Xinglan by name, instead opting for Brother Chu. Shi Ci Qing sighed, tapped his fingers a few times, and rose to exit the lounge, harboring a foreboding feeling. Back in the auditorium, Yu Zhao realized that the situation could not persist and resolved to take the stage. Just then, the immovable Chu Xinglan stood up and, with long strides, made his way to the platform. He took the microphone and uttered a few succinct words before descending the stage. Indeed, it was merely 2 sentences, neither more nor less. Yu Zhao and the others were puzzled by the sudden change in Chu Xinglan, who had, just moments ago, appeared to reject the notion of participating. Only Lan Jin, before the screen went dark, caught a glimpse of a message adorned with an adorable emoticon. As the competition commenced, Zhen Chun garnered victories against the initial contenders until it was time for Tongxin and Shi Ci Qing to take their turn. The host called out their names 2 or 3 times, but neither made an appearance. Zhen Chun, arms crossed and a confident smirk playing on his lips, radiated an air of inevitability. After a few minutes of waiting, he, dissatisfied, took the microphone from the host and remarked, "Could it be that they're afraid to come out? If they don't show up soon, it will be considered a forfeit." He then returned the microphone, casting a knowing glance. The host, receiving the unspoken cue, smiled and announced, "There are 10 minutes remaining. If the next contestant does not arrive, it will be treated as a forfeit." As 7 or 8 minutes passed without any sign of movement from backstage, and the auditorium doors remained closed, Zhen Chun, arms still crossed, lowered his head, pressed his lips together, and a sinister smile crept across his face as the countdown continued. As the clock approached the 9-minute mark, Zhen Chun once again seized the microphone. "Dear classmates, as you have observed, Shi Ci Qing and that student from the first high school have yet to appear. Whether it be out of fear or for other reasons, we have granted them sufficient time. We cannot afford to delay any further. The outcome has become quite evident." Upon Zhen Chun's words, the students in the auditorium began to express their dissatisfaction, spurred on by his lead. In the front row, Chu Xinglan sat, fixated on the stage, the veins in his neck prominent beneath his black shirt as he adjusted his glasses. At that moment, Lan Yu's phone illuminated with a message from Shi Ci Qing. "Delay a bit longer. We are almost there." Lan Yu showed the message to her brother, Lan Jin, who then passed the phone to Chu Xinglan. After reading the message, Chu Xinglan rose calmly and walked onto the stage. Meanwhile, not far from the first high school, in a narrow alley, Qin Shu, holding a stick with blood at the corner of his mouth, urged Shi Ci Qing and Tongxin to hurry along. "You all go ahead. Time is of the essence." Shi Ci Qing grasped Tongxin's hand, sprinting forward without a moment's hesitation, reassured by the fact that the police had already been notified and would arrive shortly. Back in the auditorium, as the hour hand pointed to 12, Chu Xinglan sat below the stage, his grip tightening. Zhen Chun's smile widened, for he believed that Shi Ci Qing had utterly succumbed to him. "Allow me to take his place." A female voice resonated, drawing everyone's attention to a girl seated beside Director Yu. Jin Chun, disdainful, scoffed softly, aware that this was against the rules, yet choosing not to refuse. After all, she was merely a girl, and his consent would maintain his reputation. Very well. My apologies for a late arrival. The grand doors of the auditorium slowly swung open, revealing two tall boys supporting each other as they entered. Sorry. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances. The crowd, backlit, could not discern the newcomers' faces, yet their voices were familiar, as they were considered prominent figures within the school. The two boys, leaning on one another, descended the steps from the entrance to the front row. As they drew closer, the audience noticed the stains on their white shirts. With Tongxin sporting a bruise at the corner of his mouth and Shi Qing's shirt partially tucked into his trousers, it soon became evident that they were both limping. All eyes in the auditorium were instantaneously drawn to them, while Jun Chun's fury intensified, his teeth grinding audibly, and his fists clenched so tightly that the veins threatened to burst, demonstrating his profound anger. Upon reaching the front row, Shi Qing released Tongxin, slightly bending towards Chu Xinglan, whispering, "Brother Chu, could you please summarize briefly?" He sighed with relief upon receiving a nod from Chu Xinglan. Their conversation was so hushed that only Chu Xinglan and Pei Zheng could hear. Once both nodded in agreement, Shi Qing relaxed, only to stumble slightly, nearly collapsing to the ground had it not been for Chu Xinglan's timely catch. He then turned to the speaking girl, chuckling softly, "Sway, sway. This is not a personal grudge. It cannot be participated in casually. Thank you, cousin." The weight of his words, neither too heavy nor too light, resonated clearly due to the proximity to the microphone, revealing to some the connection between Shi Qing and Ci Yun Sui. The young girl cast a concerned glance at the two individuals in disarray and inquired softly. Shi Qing placed her index finger upon her lips, revealing a faint, elusive smile, while her gaze turned frosty as it fell upon the people on stage. With a nonchalant tone, she stated, "It's nothing." Tongxin accidentally drove the car into a ditch. Shi Yun remained silent, and the two turned to ascend the steps, each movement deliberate. Zhun Xiao had been waiting for a considerable time. As the two reached the stage, Chu Xinglan stood up, guiding Pei Zheng as they exited the hall, leaving no time for the leaders of Hong Kong University to utter their words of retention. "Brother, they are about to commence the Shaoqing competition. Why did Chu Xinglan and the others leave?" Lan Jin cast a fleeting glance before shifting her attention back to the stage. "Do not concern yourself with them." As Shi Qing passed Jin Chun, she offered a subtle, icy smile, an undeniable chill coursing through Jin Chun's body. He settled before the dual computer screens, gazing at the densely packed electronic symbols on the large display. This was the firewall he had crafted. If they could breach this firewall, victory would be theirs. Despite his indignation, Jun Chun's confidence re-emerged upon seeing his creation. This programming had been executed by the finest hacker from the dark web, and no one could penetrate it. He was certain of his triumph in this competition. Shi Qing's humiliation was a foregone conclusion. Tongxin sat before the computer, glancing at the large screen before her fingers began to dance rapidly across the keyboard. Shi Qing reclined languidly against her chair, exhibiting no intention of intervening. Jun Chun fixated on the large display, occasionally casting a glance at Tongxin, noting the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He chastised her lightly, questioning how a mere child could hope to dismantle a master's programming. He eagerly anticipated their utter defeat, envisioning them begging for mercy. Shi Qing merely tapped the keyboard occasionally. However, her phone in her pocket vibrated incessantly, and she showed no inclination to retrieve it. At such a moment, pulling it out would only provide the host with fodder for discussion, potentially implicating Tongxin and jeopardizing the competition. Moreover, it was likely that the host and Jun Chun were in cahoots, waiting for them to falter. The phone continued to vibrate urgently, and an expression of impatience crossed Shi Qing's face as one hand left the table. The host, noticing this movement, sparkled with excitement should Shi Qing reach into her pocket. A topic of conversation would undoubtedly arise. Jun Chun's expression mirrored this excitement, his gaze fixated on Shi Qing's hands. As time elapsed minute by minute, There were no signs of the firewall being breached on the large screen. Zhen Chun's smugness grew more pronounced, and he began to devise ways to ensure Shi Ci Qing's embarrassment. With 5 minutes remaining, should they fail to penetrate the firewall, the two would have no choice but to exit the stage in regret. It was evident to all who had been watching who would triumph. After all, Zhen Chun had decisively outperformed the preceding competitors, leaving only the final two, where the outcome was glaringly apparent. Brother Lan Yu nervously glanced at his older brother, gripping Lan Jin's arm tightly. "What should we do now?" Lan Jin yawned in boredom, calmly observing the final row of blinking dots on the large screen, along with a barely noticeable letter that was fading away. "Do not worry. Trust that they will succeed." With merely 10 seconds remaining, Zhen Chun revealed an even more sinister smile, intent on ruthlessly grinding Shi Ci Qing's face into the ground, convinced that destiny had marked him as the inevitable victor. As the countdown reached 7, Shi Ci Qing gently pressed the confirmation key, causing a flurry of numbers, letters, and symbols to swiftly vanish from the large screen. Upon reaching the central portion, the screen erupted in a burst of fireworks, returning to its normal interface, even displaying a contemptuous gesture before disappearing just as quickly. Zhen Chun's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could he possibly lose? It was inconceivable. He hurried to the computer, clicking frantically, but the screen remained unchanged and pristine. The host momentarily lost his ability to speak. Just as he began to announce the results, Zhen Chun interrupted, accusing, "Cheating. He must be cheating." He pointed accusingly at the calm duo. Some judges seated below appeared skeptical. After all, Zhen Chun's affluent background suggested he would not lie. Seeing the judges' doubtful expressions, Zhen Chun pressed on. "That student's hands have been down there, touching something. I have reason to suspect he is cheating. I request the judges to investigate." At that moment, Yu Zhao stood up, smirking. "The competition is monitored without any blind spots with high-definition cameras. Cheating would be impossible. It is rather you and that host." The host's face paled, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, momentarily losing composure. "I am from the same department as the host. It's perfectly normal for us to know each other," he stammered. Before he could finish, Shi Ci Qing lazily stood up, stretched his neck, and scoffed. "Then what if nothing is found? What will you do if you falsely accuse us?" Zhen Chun was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words, unable to fathom this possibility, having been so certain of Shi Ci Qing's impending defeat. "Very well, if nothing is discovered, you shall apologize in front of the entire school." Upon hearing this, Zhen Chun's grip tightened. It was utterly inconceivable for the prestigious Zhen family heir to apologize to someone he deemed inferior. Yet, refusing to comply would only serve to prove to everyone that he had indeed slandered Shi Ci Qing. Su Luoxue, seated in the audience, was constantly glancing at her phone. As she stood up to say something, Zhen Chun unexpectedly acquiesced, stating that if nothing was found, he would apologize in front of the entire school. Shi Ci Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly, looking down at the audience. "Let the judges come. I trust no one is more impartial than they." "Very well," Zhen Chun readily agreed. In Chapter 42, Zhen Chun's apology, Ci Gu, Tong Xin said, feeling close to Shi Ci Qing, as he had been hearing incessant vibrations since earlier. This must be Zhen Chun's scheme. If those teachers were to search them, it would surely lead to trouble. No, he couldn't let Ci Gu bear a tarnished reputation. The competition was his to participate in, and he was the one who had sought help. Knowing that Zhen Chun would target them, Shi Ci Qing had still agreed to assist. And thinking back, he realized he bore half the responsibility for this predicament. He could not allow anyone to harm Ci Gu. Tong Xin raised his hand slightly, wanting to speak, but Shi Ci Qing pressed down on him, shaking his head to indicate he should remain silent. "Let them check. Let Zhen Xiao be thoroughly convinced." Childlike heart, observing the composed individual before him, the anxiety that had previously gripped his heart dissipated entirely, allowing him to relax considerably. He raised his gaze to Shi Ci Qing, who exuded a sense of reassurance, far removed from the mindless sycophant depicted in rumors. Shi Ci Qing absent-mindedly scratched his itchy nose, aware that he was being maligned without any evidence to substantiate such claims. I kindly request all esteemed teachers to ensure fairness and justice. Upon hearing the words fairness and justice, the teachers who had taken the stage suddenly halted, for it was clear that anyone capable of becoming a professor at Hong Kong University possessed considerable intellect and understood the underlying implications of such statements. Shi Ci Qing remained unfazed as he extended his arms for inspection, while each teacher meticulously conducted their examination, unwilling to exhibit any negligence. This matter transcended mere student rivalry. It pertained to the very reputation of Hong Kong University. The competition was not solely under the aegis of Hong Kong University. It also involved esteemed institutions from Country F, along with the consulate, and even the prestigious Graduate Institute of Translation was participating, thus mandating utmost diligence. The Graduate Institute of Translation, a high-caliber entity, seldom engaged in trivial events, and their direct involvement in this competition underscored its significance. After several minutes, a few teachers shook their heads and expressed their apologies to Shi Ci Qing, their gazes toward Zhen Chun tinged with disdain. Shi Ci Qing and his companions were devoid of any incriminating evidence. The notion of cheating was entirely unfounded. Zhen Chun, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could this be? This is impossible. I distinctly heard a phone vibrate. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" He then attempted to personally search Shi Ci Qing. The mere suggestion of doubt darkened the expressions of the teachers, who were in their 30s or 40s and, as educators, felt the sting of being questioned by a student, an indignity they could scarcely bear. Zhen Chun, while an individual may lie, we are reputable professors at Hong Kong University. How could we all conspire to deceive? Your words question our integrity. Zhen Chun felt increasingly unsettled. He was convinced he had seen Shi Ci Qing with a phone. Where had it vanished? Stealing a glance at Su Luoxue in the audience, he winked at her and then retrieved his own phone, tapping a few times, only to find the message failed to send. Su Luoxue experienced the same predicament. She had just been able to send messages moments ago, but now it was impossible, and throughout the ordeal, she had not witnessed Shi Ci Qing using his phone. Zhen Chun took a few steps forward, intent on conducting a personal search. Several teachers blocked his path, their expressions icy. Zhen Chun, what are you attempting to do? Do you not trust us, your teachers? We are honorable professors at Hong Kong University, with our moral integrity at stake. If you doubt us, we can seek the principal's judgment, as Director Yu is present. Zhen Chun's countenance darkened completely, his lips quivering with indignation, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He harbored past grievances at Hong Kong University. Should he receive any further demerits, expulsion was a distinct possibility. Whether or not he was expelled mattered little to him. He could always retreat to a life of leisure, for the Zhen family's wealth ensured his comfort. However, Zhen's father was particularly concerned with reputation. Following a previous incident that had cost the family significantly, any further scandal could render the Zhen family a laughingstock, and Zhen Chun knew he would face dire consequences. As Shi Ci Qing took a few steps forward, she chuckled lightly, declaring, "Senior, it is time for you to fulfill your promise." This statement darkened Zhen Chun's expression further. Although both were in their 4th year, he was a repeat student, and her calling him senior was undoubtedly a slap in his face. The entire auditorium fell silent, all eyes awaiting Zhen Chun's response. As seconds ticked away, someone broke the silence with a taunt, voicing their glee at the spectacle. The audacity to falsely accuse and then refuse to apologize was truly disgraceful. Indeed, how could one expect a scion of the Zhen family to be taken seriously? Who would dare enter the Zhen family's company now, lest they be bullied? What a coward! Amidst the cacophony of voices, Zhen Chun, scowling, surveyed the audience. There were many seated, and he could not identify the speakers. Shi Ci Qing glanced at her watch, her patience waning as time slipped away. She had other matters to attend to. "Senior Zhen, please expedite this. I have pressing engagements." Should he be unwilling, she would not press further. With a feigned air of concession, she turned to leave the stage. However, one of the teachers detained her, speaking gently. "Do not fear. We are here to support you. An apology must be made today." Turning to Zhen Chun, the teacher's voice turned cold. If you refuse to apologize, we shall summon your parents. The mere mention of his parents darkened Chun's countenance further, a flicker of fear crossing his features. Surely, he would face punishment at home for such a trivial matter. Minutes later, Chun clenched his fists, glaring fiercely at Shi Ci Qing. Lowering his head, he gritted his teeth and muttered an apology before storming off the stage in a fit of rage. Su Luoshu contemplated asking a question, but, upon observing the departing figures, opted to postpone her inquiries. Some matters could wait. With the competition concluded, the crowd dispersed. Tong Xin quietly remarked, "Where's your phone?" I distinctly heard it vibrate, yet the teachers found nothing. Shi Ci Qing feigned mystery, smiling, "It's a secret. Searching someone is illegal. Even for teachers." Tong Xin had longed to voice this sentiment, surprised that the teachers at HKU were also ignorant of the law. Shi Ci Qing stretched lazily, dismissing the matter. "Did you see those teachers truly searching anyone?" Upon reflection, Tong Xin realized they had not. So what had that performance been about? Forget it, we won anyway. Shi Ci Qing's watch lit up, revealing an unread message and 2 missed calls. The message was from her second brother, stating that a boy was refusing to go to the hospital, lingering by the HKU entrance as if waiting for someone. Tong Xin, wait a moment. Accompany me to the entrance. There's a stubborn fool who won't go to the hospital. As they reached the school gate, they spotted Qin Shu leaning against the entrance, his face bruised and battered, glancing inside periodically, oblivious to the passers-by. Upon noticing Tong Xin and the trophy in his hand, he waved weakly, then collapsed backward with a thud, losing consciousness. Medical personnel stationed nearby rushed over, swiftly placing Qin Shu on a stretcher and loading him into an ambulance. Chapter 43. A vicious beating of Su Liang Tongxin found himself unexpectedly lost in thought, gazing blankly at the lights above the operating room. His previously tranquil heart now stirred. Shi Ci Qing leaned against the corridor wall, arms crossed, one leg slightly bent, momentarily at a loss for words as his mind replayed the words of his elder brother. When Shi Ci's second brother arrived with a group, Qin Shu was half leaning against the wall, his arms hanging limply, blood staining the corners of his mouth, and his body marked with wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. Scattered on the ground were others, each bearing varying degrees of injuries. Though not fatal, they were perilous nonetheless. As Qin Shu targeted the vital points with precision, to his astonishment, despite Qin Shu's seemingly carefree demeanor, he proved to be remarkably formidable, revealing that the title of school bully was not without merit. A person could endure such injuries and still hold on long enough to ensure Tongxin was unharmed before consenting to go to the hospital. This indicated that Qin Shu's intentions were not genuinely malevolent towards Tongxin. Rather, he was merely toying with him. Otherwise, Tongxin could not have emerged from that alley unscathed. He was, after all, quite resilient. Shi Ci Qing, not wishing for Tongxin to become overly distressed, attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, though the corners of his mouth refused to lift. The younger brother he had just taken under his wing had fallen into trouble right before his eyes, thanks to that wretched group. When his phone chimed, it was a message from his second brother containing details about those individuals and the circumstances surrounding the incident. Personal grievances, what utter nonsense. After reading the message, Shi Ci Qing's expression darkened entirely, nearly crushing his phone in his grip. What sort of personal grudge leads one to ambush another during a match and beat them mercilessly? He took a deep breath to steady himself, opened his phone, and navigated to a particular chat, tapping a few times. While awaiting a response, he occasionally glanced towards the operating room. He reached out to pat Tongxin's shoulder, reassuring him. "Do not worry, everything will be fine." Tongxin pressed his lips tightly together, seemingly drained of all strength, murmuring an acknowledgement while his gaze remained fixed on the surgical lights. Since the disappearance of his brother and the passing of his parents, he had been wandering through life in a daze, compelled to disguise his true self, for there was no one left to stand up for him. To his dismay, after becoming an orphan, even his closest school friends gradually distanced themselves, unwilling to be labeled as friends of an orphan. Some even joined in bullying him, seeking to highlight their own distinct existence. He never expected that someone with whom he had only exchanged glances, and who had previously sought to confront him, would go to such lengths for his sake, risking even his life in the process. Shi Ci Qing sighed, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that Qin Shu saw a reflection of his former self in Tong Xin. The shared background and similar experiences compelled Qin Shu to intervene. As the lights in the operating room dimmed, Shi Ci Qing's phone buzzed once more. He merely glanced at it before sliding the device into his pocket and approaching the operating room door. The door swung open, and Qin Shu was wheeled out, while Tong Xin, unsteady on his feet, leaned against the moving hospital bed, his gaze fixed on the unconscious figure. Trembling, he asked, "How is he?" The doctor removed his mask, stating, "The surgery went smoothly. The patient will be fine once he wakes up tonight." Qin Shu was wheeled into the ward, and Tong Xin sat motionless before the bed. Shi Ci Qing idly played with a lighter, the clicking sound echoing as he stared out the window, lost in thought. In the stillness of the dark night, an untimely sound emanated from a mobile phone. Shi Ci Qing glanced at it, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his lips, creating an eerie atmosphere in the shadows. "You stay with him. I have some matters to attend to," he said. On this moonless, windy night, it was undoubtedly a time for demons to stir. "Young Master Su, let us continue to drink until we are inebriated." Several companions intertwined their arms, swaying unsteadily while clutching their bottles. "Young Master Su, I hear that Master Zhen has bestowed upon you numerous benefits. Might we brothers catch a glimpse? Surely they are splendid treasures. After all, young Master Su's sister is destined to become young Master Zhen's wife. The Zhen family is a realm of high society that we can only dream of reaching." The boy at the center of the group was of slight stature, with a flat face, visibly intoxicated. Upon hearing such flattering remarks, an expression of unbridled pride spread across his features. His speech began to slur. "What's the big deal? When the time comes, I'll gift each of you a luxury car." Wow, young Master Su is indeed generous. The sound of a baseball bat scraping against the ground ignited sparks in the darkness. A figure donned in a black baseball cap and mask, wielding a bat, approached with an ominous air, as if a demon from the depths of hell was drawing near the drunken youths. From the earpiece of the man in black, a voice quipped, "The nearby surveillance has been dealt with. For now, it's just them. The boss can act without worry." "Understood," the man replied, lightly tapping his earpiece, and quickened his pace. The grating sound of the bat grew increasingly jarring. One of the intoxicated boys looked up just in time to see the figure approaching, rubbing his eyes as if to confirm his sight. "Young Master Su, do you see someone coming towards us?" Su Liang raised his head, startled to find the man in black now standing before them. Before they could utter a word, the figure lifted the bat, his dark eyes radiating a perilous threat. "What do you want?" "We haven't finished speaking." Su Liang was sent flying by a single blow, leaving the others dumbfounded, their drunkenness dissipating instantly. With another thud, another boy collapsed to the ground, and the remaining few were paralyzed with fear, trembling, and speechless. Su Liang, dazed and incredulous, widened his eyes in disbelief at the sudden violence. Before he could react, several more strikes followed, the sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. "I am the young master of the Su family. My sister is Zhen Chun's girlfriend. If you offend me, you shall not escape unscathed." The man in black merely adjusted his cap, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips, and without a word, he rained down more blows until Su Liang lost consciousness. As he turned to leave, he lightly tapped the bat, prompting one of the trembling boys to stutter. "We fell on our own." "I saw nothing," he muttered, collapsing to the ground, followed by the others who mimicked his actions. The man in black was satisfied with the outcome and departed with his bat in hand. "Moments later," a voice crackled through his earpiece. "Boss, that kid from the Zhen family went straight home, and he brought the girl with him. There are bodyguards around, it seems." Removing his gloves, the man glanced at his phone, his voice icy as he replied, "No matter. The opportunity will come in due time. Ensure everything is cleaned up." "Certainly, no problem. You can rest assured that I will handle this." In the hospital, Tong Xin lay by the bed, drowsily sensing a gentle touch on her hand, which startled her into immediate wakefulness, causing a momentary fright to the recently awakened Qin Shu. "You are awake," Tong Xin remarked, unaware that her voice bore a quivering note of tears. Due to the surgery, Qin Shu could only produce muffled sounds in response. "Stay still. I will call the doctor," she exclaimed, rising with excitement and nearly toppling the chair in her haste to fetch assistance. Before her hand could reach the door, it swung open, revealing Shi Ci, accompanied by the doctor. "I estimated the time was right, so I went to summon the doctor." Chapter 44. Shi Ci confronts Zhen Chun brother. What did those individuals say? Is it merely a personal vendetta? Lan Yu had returned to the Lan family for the holiday, while Tongxin remained at the hospital, tending to the newly awakened Qin Shu. Finding herself bored, Shi Ci opted not to return to the dormitory and instead went straight to the apartment. It had been quite some time since he had last visited. During his absence, his cousin Sui had occasionally stayed there, transforming the pink room on the second floor into a refreshing azure. The plush toys, clothes, and various adornments had been packed into boxes and discarded with the trash. Observing the revitalized room, Shi Ci felt a twinge of discomfort. Though it was significantly less than before, it seemed that it would not be long before he could completely shed that feeling of constraint. Those individuals likely accepted a bribe and remained tight-lipped. Given their history of violence, we cannot resort to underhanded methods for the time being, he surmised. These individuals were mere delinquents, orphans with a simple background, making them nearly impossible to trace. Upon hearing this, Shi Ci understood a crucial point. As orphans and troublemakers, they placed great value on money, yet possessed little themselves, thus complicating matters regarding Qin Shu's medical expenses. Ending the call, Shi Ci sighed and rubbed his temples. Su Liang is merely a scapegoat. The true mastermind behind him remains perfectly concealed. Lacking evidence complicates matters further. Rising, he made his way to the kitchen for a cup of coffee when the doorbell rang. Carrying the coffee, Shi Ci stepped out, peering through the peephole to identify the visitor. It was Su Luoxue. Reflecting on it, he realized that Su Luoxue had not visited in quite some time. Despite his reluctance to engage, his hand instinctively reached for the doorknob. Upon opening the door, Su Luoxue stood outside, holding a beautifully packaged box of pastries. Leaning against the doorframe, Shi Ci did not indicate any intention of inviting her in. A flicker of displeasure crossed Su Luoxue's face, but she quickly suppressed her discomfort and spoke softly. "I made some desserts to share with you." Shi Ci thought to himself, there must be some ulterior motive. Su Luoxue is not typically this benevolent. "May I come in?" Su Luoxue's voice was gentle, her eyes revealing an understated sense of grievance that was previously absent. Instinctively, Shi Ci shifted to the side, cursing his muscle memory for betraying him. Su Luoxue entered the kitchen with ease, retrieving a plate and arranging the small cakes before placing them on the table. "Come try some," she urged. Shi Ci remained seated on the sofa, watching with a cold gaze, making no move to partake. "I do not enjoy sweets." "Speak your mind. I would hate for Sui to return in a foul mood." This statement rendered Su Luoxue momentarily frozen. Sui? Could it be the Sui she was thinking of? Doubt clouded her eyes. The boy despised his cousin. How could he possibly allow her to stay? Yet, she recalled hearing that Shi Ci Qing had recently grown closer to his cousin. Was it not merely a case of feigned indifference? Had she been overthinking it? How could this be? At that moment, Shi Ci Qing lifted his gaze and caught sight of the second floor, where her room now seemed to have a new occupant. The pink door had been replaced with a soothing sky blue. Suddenly, she stood up, instinctively wishing to ascend the stairs, hoping that her fears were unfounded. Shi Ci Qing stepped in her path, his silence speaking volumes as he rubbed his temples. "It is quite late. You should return home." This unexpected remark left Su Luoxue taken aback. Shi Ci Qing was actually urging her to leave. Yet, outside, the day was still bright. "Shi Ci Qing, I have a favor to ask," she said, settling onto the sofa, her hands clasped tightly together, betraying her anxiety. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, "Could you possibly relinquish your study abroad position to me? I am in dire need of it. You are aware of my family's circumstances. My brother was inexplicably assaulted and is currently hospitalized. You know they favor him, so they have placed the blame for his injury on me, claiming I failed to win the competition and caused a plethora of trouble." Upon hearing this, Shi Ci Qing maintained a stoic expression, though his hands clenched at his sides. There was no correlation between the competition and Su Liang's beating. Su Luoshue's words were merely an attempt to elicit sympathy and persuade him to relinquish his spot. Suppressing the unsettling feelings within him, he responded, "I am merely a supporter. If you desire it, you should approach Lan Yu directly." Su Luoshue was taken aback, fully aware that this was an impossible task. She could not even set foot in the Lan household, let alone secure that position. If she dared to speak up, Lan Yu's brother would undoubtedly drive the Su family to ruin. Since Shi Ci Qing was also participating in the competition, he surely possessed some influence. Rumor had it that Lan Yu and Shi Ci Qing shared a dormitory and had a decent relationship. If Shi Ci Qing advocated for her, Lan Yu might not refuse. "Shi Ci Qing, you understand my situation. Could you not assist me?" "Absolutely not." Shi Ci Qing firmly declined, rising and moving towards the door, his actions speaking volumes. Su Luoshue's expression turned more pitiful, her eyes glistening with tears. "Shi Ci Qing, have I done something to earn your disdain? Why are you treating me with such indifference? You were never like this before." Shi Ci Qing clicked his tongue in annoyance. In the past, he had relentlessly pursued her while she paid him no mind. Now, the roles had reversed. A curious twist of fate indeed. "What are you two doing?" A thunderous voice shattered the silence between them. Shi Ci Qing turned to see Jin Chun, his face twisted in anger. "Luoshue, you said you had something to discuss. Is this why you sought him out?" Jin Chun accused furiously, and upon noticing Su Luoshue's reddened eyes, his expression darkened further. Without a second thought, he lunged at Shi Ci Qing, only to be intercepted by Su Luoshue. "What are you doing? This has nothing to do with Shi Ci Qing." Her vague statement only fueled misunderstandings, and Jin Chun, acting without thought, seized Su Luoshue and swung a fist at Shi Ci Qing. Caught off guard, Shi Ci Qing turned his face aside just as the punch landed. The indignation was unbearable. With a light reprimand, a whisper escaped. "Just as I was vexed by the lack of reason to unleash my fury, yet fate had conveniently presented one. It was as though I had been given a pillow while drowsy. I kicked Jin Chun to the ground, raising my fist to strike his face. And before he could rise, I landed several more blows." Su Luoshue, anxious at the side, exclaimed, "Stop fighting. Shi Ci Qing, refrain from being so brutal. He is the young master of the Jun family, and you cannot afford to offend him. Please cease this." With a resounding thud, Shi Ci Qing's fist smashed into the ground, intended for Jin Chun's face, but redirected by Su Luoshue's unexpected shove. Gazing at his bloodied knuckles, an inexplicable thrill coursed through Shi Ci Qing at the sight of the crimson. Just as Su Luoshue was about to utter another word, a sharp slap struck her face. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She could never have anticipated that Shi Ci Qing would turn on her, an occurrence hitherto unseen. Tears brimmed in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks in a display of profound grievance. Shi Ci Qing, equally astonished at his own actions against Su Luoshue, recalled the day of the fight at the sight of his bleeding hand. Was it possible that the mere sight of blood could provoke such a reaction, compelling him to act against her? Jin Chun, witnessing Shi Ci Qing's alarming demeanor, felt a surge of panic. Disregarding the pain on his face as he grabbed Su Luoshue and rushed towards the door, Shi Ci Qing, uninterested in their retreat, rose and entered the room, fixating on his injured hand for a moment before revealing a peculiar smile, finally tending to his wounds with a first aid kit. Chapter 45. An encounter at the hospital with the Su siblings' fourth brother. What happened to your hand? As Shi Ci Qing entered the hospital room, Qin Shu, half reclining on the bed, was the first to notice the bandaged hand. A fruit basket rested on the table, and Shi Ci Qing glanced at his hand, dismissively responding, "It's nothing, just a minor accident." Qin Shu furrowed his brow slightly, his mind racing with suspicions. He was no fool. There was no way a perfectly healthy hand could sustain such an injury without cause. The thought stirred a sense of vulnerability within him, his eyes inexplicably growing moist. He had always relied on his grandmother, and aside from her, no one had ever regarded him as worthy of compassion. To his surprise, there was someone willing to stand up for him. Having been beaten to a pulp the first time by Shi Ci Qing, he now found this so-called younger brother defending him. Was this the essence of an unexpected bond? Eat an apple. Fourth brother, you should have one too. Tong Xin offered them 2 perfectly sliced apples. Fourth brother? Shi Ci Qing bit into the apple, eyeing Tong Xin with curiosity. In their dormitory, they typically addressed each other by title, with the exception of Lan Yu, who occasionally called him Qing Qing or Xiao Qing. Tong Xin lowered her head, her ears flushed with embarrassment, fidgeting with her fingers before finally speaking. You are older than I am. It feels impolite to call you by name. So I thought to address you like Qin Shu does, fourth brother. Shi Ci Qing observed the bashful figure before him, her ears aglow, and raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. Call me whatever you wish. He turned to Qin Shu, noticing the slight redness in the boyish eyes. Realizing that Qin Shu must have understood, he stepped forward and gently patted the uninjured shoulder of the youth. Since you have called me brother, I feel obliged to protect you. Do not overthink the rest. With a curious tilt of her head, Tongxin struggled to comprehend the silent riddle posed by the 2 individuals. Qin Shu's Adam's apple bobbed as a blush tinged the corners of his eyes. He nodded vigorously, the words he wished to articulate still unspoken. When the ward door swung open once more, Lan Yu entered, cradling a bouquet and clutching a large bag of food. Breathless, as she casually set her belongings on the cabinet. Handing the flowers to Qin Shu, she wiped the sweat from her brow, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I am utterly exhausted. I had to inquire around just to locate this ward, and Qing hasn't responded to my messages." Her gaze fell upon the figure backlit by the room's light. Immediately catching sight of his injured hand, her concern surging. "What happened to your hand? Did you get into a fight?" Lan Yu had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of Shi Ci Qing in a brawl. "You are quite astute," Shi Ci Qing replied, a hint of exasperation evident as he discreetly concealed his hand. "Is this about Qin Shu?" Lan Yu, not one to be easily fooled, leaned closer to Shi Ci Qing, lowering her voice while casting a sidelong glance at Qin Shu on the hospital bed. "I heard that Su Laiyang was beaten up a couple of days ago, and it was brutal. Several of them were left battered, and Su Laiyang even had his arm broken. Could it be that you?" At the mention of the familiar name, Qin Shu's head snapped up with alarm. Could those individuals have been sent by Su Laiyang? After a moment of silence, Shi Ci Qing neither confirmed nor denied the implication, simply stating in a calm tone, "I merely found him displeasing." A brief stillness enveloped the room, and Tongxin paused in her playful arrangement of the flowers. Lan Yu blinked, glancing between the 2, while sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Shi Ci Qing's bandaged hand and accentuating the sharp lines of his profile. Determined, Qin Shu threw off the covers and struggled to rise from the bed. The situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. If Su Laiyang was indeed involved, it would be directed at him, given his past entanglements with the man. Tongxin, unable to hold back, shared the same eager gaze with Shi Ci Qing upon hearing the familiar name. "What are you doing?" Shi Ci Qing stepped forward, pressing a hand on Qin Shu's shoulder. Qin Shu met his gaze, his eyes shining with fervor, his voice trembling with emotion. "Thank you, fourth brother. Thank you." The words echoed in unison from both of them. "For what?" Shi Ci Qing gently pushed Qin Shu back on a bed, his demeanor typically casual yet underscored by an undeniable authority. "It is a long-standing tradition in the Shi family to protect one another. Since you call me brother, I shall ensure your safety." Motivated by this sentiment, Qin Shu dedicated himself to rigorous training, striving not to burden Shi Ci Qing. Lan Yu, observing the trio's camaraderie reminiscent of a brotherhood, chuckled softly and scattered snacks across the bed. "All right, enough of this melodramatic farewell. Come and eat." She casually bit into an apple, the crisp sound breaking the tension. "Sulie yang truli di ser salesen." Within their circle, Su Laiyang's notorious arrogance was well known. He bullied both men and women alike, indulging in every vice without restraint. As long as his actions did not cross into their territory, they tended to turn a blind eye. Tongxin handed a piece of chocolate to Shi Ci Qing, her lips curving into a smile, instantly lifting the somber atmosphere in the ward. Shi Ci Qing gazed at Qin Shu, whose pallor was softened by the sunlight, yet bore a new-found vitality. then glanced at the animated Lan Yu and the gentle smile of Tongxin, realizing that perhaps being a fourth brother suited him quite well. Outside the window, the sky is a brilliant blue, and the clouds float lightly like cotton candy. In the quiet exchange of glances and words among a few individuals, something begins to sprout and take root, growing with abandon. As Shi Ci Qing stepped out of the hospital room, he leaned against the corridor wall, listening to the laughter and chatter of 3 people within, reflecting on how fortunate he was to have such friends in his life. Previously, he had revolved around Su Luo Shui, with very few genuine friends by his side. Any acquaintances he had seemed to approach him solely for monetary gain. With a water bottle in hand, he intended to fetch some hot water and buy a meal, as none of them had eaten yet. Just as he rounded the corner of the corridor, his steps faltered. Not far ahead, a figure sat on a bench, their head wrapped in bandages and an arm encased in plaster, presenting a rather comical sight. Upon approaching, he realized it was Su Laiyang. Su Laiyang was turned sideways, his face marred with bruises and blood at the corner of his mouth, grimacing as he stuttered something to Su Luo Shui. The girl, with her head bowed and hair cascading over her face, revealed only half of her cheek, which bore several noticeable red marks, as if she had been struck harshly. She clutched a bloodied piece of paper in her hand, her shoulder trembling slightly. Shi Ci Qing admonished lightly, wishing to ignore the situation, but as he turned, he accidentally bumped into a nurse's cart, the noise drawing the attention of Su Laiyang and the others. Su Laiyang's eyes widened in surprise and discomfort upon meeting Shi Ci Qing's gaze, his expression shifting to one of complex emotions, shock, embarrassment, and a surge of resentment. Su Luo Shui, hearing the commotion, lifted her head. The red marks on her face appeared particularly striking under the cold white light, and her eyes were rimmed with red, filled with a sense of grievance. Upon seeing Shi Ci Qing, she froze momentarily, then, like a startled doe, lowered her gaze, gripping the paper tightly until her fingers turned pale. Shi Ci Qing assisted the nurse in organizing the cart, not sparing a glance at them as he turned to leave. Su Laiyang remained seated, muttering curses, his gaze fierce and genuine. When Shi Ci Qing returned with a meal and hot water, his mind was preoccupied with other matters. Approaching the door of the room, he heard hurried footsteps and angry shouts from down the corridor. Su Laiyang still occupied the same spot, now accompanied by a middle-aged couple, while Su Luo Shui remained silent, head bowed. Chapter 46. The entanglement of Su's parents, Shi Ci Qing, did not linger, intending to turn away when Su Luo Shui seemed to sense his presence. Her eyes, tinged with red, sought his, her lips moving as if to express boundless grievances. "What are you looking at? You've caused your brother this much trouble. I really don't know what purpose you serve. You've been raised for nothing." The girl, mercilessly chastised, fixed her gaze on a distant point, gripping her right arm with her left hand, her expression a mixture of confusion and grievance, as if hoping Shi Ci Qing would step forward as he once did. Yet, contrary to her expectations, he merely cast her a cold glance, indifferent as he prepared to leave. Su Luo Shui instinctively murmured softly. At that moment, Su's mother, who had been soothing her precious son, suddenly looked up, following Su Luo Shui's line of sight. Recognizing Shi Ci Qing immediately, she recalled how he had persistently pursued her daughter, trailing closely behind her. Recently, the school addressed an incident involving her son in a fight. While visiting her daughter at Hong Kong University, she encountered a rebellious youth whose cold demeanor left a lasting impression on her. Initially, she contemplated urging him to contribute to a resolution, only to be met with indifference, as if her presence was inconsequential. Her beloved son had been assaulted due to Su Luo Shui, which naturally led her to harbor resentment towards Shi Ci Qing. At this moment, upon seeing him holding a thermos, her thoughts drifted to her son's injuries. That evening, under the pressure of his parents' inquiries, Su Laiyang had vaguely mentioned some reasons for the altercation, daring not to reveal the true instigator, instead implicating Shi Ci Qing as a scapegoat. Upon encountering Shi Ci Qing, Su's mother felt a surge of anger. "It is you," she exclaimed, rising abruptly, nearly losing her balance in her high heels as she stepped forward. Her well-manicured finger nearly touched Shi Ci Qing's nose. "Look at what you have done to my precious son. And my daughter, she could have won that competition. Yet you subjected her to such humiliation. How do you propose we address this matter?" Su's father, though momentarily silent and more composed, spoke with an authoritative tone that cast blame upon Shi Ci Qing. Steadying his trembling wife, he questioned with an air of intimidation, "Shi Ci Qing, do you know that Liang has multiple soft tissue contusions and a mild concussion? Who do you think is responsible for this?" Shi Ci Qing remained silent, coldly observing them. Su's father, a shrewd businessman, seemed to imply that the blame was to be placed on Shi Ci Qing. He continued, "While youthful impulsiveness is understandable, such severity demands an explanation." Indeed, Su Liang stood up, supporting himself against the wall, his swollen eyes gleaming with triumph as he cast a victorious glance at Shi Ci Qing, his posture exuding confidence. As if to say, "You are finished." Su Luoshu bit her lip tightly, lowering her head further, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment in silence. Shifting slightly to the side, Shi Ci Qing handed the items he held to a passing nurse, requesting her assistance in delivering them to the ward. He then crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, his gaze lofty and disdainful, as if looking down upon all existence. His expression remained placid, yet his eyes were chillingly cold. Glancing at the smug Su Liang, he found the entire family utterly ridiculous. An explanation? Shi Ci Qing's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the quiet corridor. "Mr. Su, you are in your 40s. How can you falsely accuse someone without any evidence? Do you not understand the law? Or do you treat it as a mere jest? If so, I commend you." Su's mother paused for a moment, then, as if seizing upon a realization, spoke urgently, "Even if you did not do this, you bear some responsibility. Since you have feelings for my daughter, then Liang is like your brother. If you fail to protect him, that is your fault. And because of you, Luo Xue has suffered. You must take responsibility for that." Su's father added gravely, "It is as it stands. You should also bear some accountability. Our demands are not excessive. We simply require you to cover Liang's various expenses." Noticing Shi Ci Qing's prolonged absence, Lan Yu ventured out to find him. Upon turning the corner, she spotted the tense confrontation among the group, her pale face hardening with anger as she approached. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, Shi Ci Qing suddenly broke into a smile, devoid of warmth, infused with his unique sharpness and sarcasm. "If I produce evidence, I will take responsibility. Otherwise, the responsibility will fall upon you." He withdrew his hand from his pocket, brandishing his phone, its screen illuminating the recording interface. Mr. Su's expression soured dramatically, his brow furrowing as he cast an irate glance at Shi Ci Qing, momentarily struck dumb by his anger. As Mrs. Su attempted to speak, Mr. Su restrained her, realizing that the youth before him could not be swayed by monetary means. "Uncle Su, I have heard that your Su family wishes to collaborate with the Lan family on a project. If I were to inform my elder brother..." Lan Yu's words trailed off, yet Mr. Su comprehended the insinuation. That project was fiercely contested among several parties, and the Su family stood to gain little. If the Lan family were to abandon them, their prospects would dim further. "We shall take our leave," Mr. Su stated, supporting his son as they departed hastily. Seemingly indifferent, To Sulue. Su Luoxue lingered, intentionally brushing past Shi Ci Qing, casting a glance filled with a tangle of emotions, disappointment, shame, and complexity. As the elevator doors closed, the corridor fell silent once more. "Isn't Su Liang hospitalized? How has he recovered so swiftly? Truly a calamity that endures through the ages," Lan Yu scoffed, standing beside Shi Ci Qing, gazing towards the elevator at the corridor's end. Shi Ci Qing shrugged nonchalantly, his tone returning to its usual casualness. Pushing open the hospital room door, he observed the two concerned individuals and raised an eyebrow. "It's nothing. Bothersome flies are hardly worth mentioning." Qin Shu studied Shi Ci Qing's composed profile, sensing that the delay earlier had been due to some entanglement, possibly related to him. His heart felt as though it were ensnared, a blend of warmth and bitterness. He surmised that his fourth brother was not only aiding him, but also shielding him from certain troubles. Shi Ci Qing poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Qin Shu, saying, "Do not overthink it. Whatever arises, I shall take the brunt of it. I will not allow my younger brother to be bullied. Understood, fourth brother, Qin Shu replied, his upbringing having rendered him sensitive to unspoken implications. Shi Ci Qing approached the windowsill, pushing the window open and lightly tapping the ledge with his fingers, observing the four figures below, leaving in a rather disheveled manner. His gaze returned to the hospital bed, where Lan Yu wore a cheerful expression and Tong Xin looked worried. He smirked slightly, jesting, "It seems the hospital is thriving these days." Huh? Qin Shu and Tong Xin exchanged bewildered glances. Was it a good thing for the hospital to be thriving? Fourth brother's remark was rather peculiar. Lan Yu sidled up to Shi Ci Qing, playfully nudging his shoulder and feigning mystery as he winked. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "Given the Su family's avaricious nature, they are unlikely to let this matter rest. Even without evidence, they will seek to extract benefits from you. The Su family would not dare to confront Jinshan, leaving them to pursue someone who appeared to have no backing, a mere sycophant to Su Luoxue. However, that sycophant was no more. It remained to be seen whether the Su family possessed the means to gain any advantage. We shall see if they have the audacity to pursue it," Shi Ci Qing replied, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Chapter 47. The Fall of Su Luoxue, Su Family Villa. Su's mother poured a cup of hot milk for her son and delivered it to his room, tenderly advising him to rest well and not to stay up too late on his phone. Descending the stairs, she caught sight of Su Luoxue, who sat vacantly on the sofa, and her irritation flared. "How can you still sit there in a daze? You can't even win a man's heart. What good are you?" She chastised. "Wasn't that Shi Ci Qing quite fond of you? What happened today?" Seated on the sofa, Su Luoxue lifted her gaze, cool and detached, offering no response. Some things eluded her understanding. How could circumstances shift so inexplicably? The sound of her mother's high-heeled footsteps echoed through the spacious living room, heavy and piercing, like a dull knife carving into her heart. Just moments ago, she had spoken tenderly to her son, embodying the nurturing spirit of a loving mother. Careful even in the way she closed the door. Yet, before her daughter, she wore an entirely different demeanor, as if Su Luoxue were a stranger. At times, she wished she were not her biological child, but that was a mere fantasy. Her birth was witnessed by all, leaving no room for doubt. For reasons unknown, her mother had never favored her. Now, it seemed her only value lay in her utility, allowing her to reside in this household. The dim glow of a solitary wall lamp illuminated only a small patch of the room, casting Su Luoxue into a murky shadow, indifferent to her mother's words. As if lost in her own world, this display of apathy ignited an unnameable fury within Su's mother. "Su Luoxue," she stormed forward and struck her daughter across the face, the girl's head turning sharply to the side, her expression still cold, imbued with stubborn resentment. "Have you lost your voice? What kind of hostile demeanor is this? Who are you trying to impress?" Su's mother seethed, her anger simmering in the silence. "Do I owe you anything? Your brother is the cherished son, while you're merely a daughter by name. It's utterly ridiculous. You are truly worthless. Which daughter lacks any contribution like you do? You've been with Zhen for so long, yet brought no benefits to the family." "I am not worthless. It is Liang who is," Su Luoxue retorted, her eyes devoid of warmth, filled only with disappointment for this frigid home. Her voice trembled with suppressed emotion. Another slap came without warning, and Su Luoxue's mother's hand was forcefully shaken off. Tears welled in her eyes as she fled the house. The silent night enveloped her in confusion, leaving her unsure of where to go. Her gaze fell upon a distant glow of warm yellow light. There stood a cafe, the very place where Shi Ci Qing had first taken her. She remembered the delicious caramel macchiato they had enjoyed there. Strangely, her thoughts did not wander to her boyfriend, Zhen Chun, but rather to that boy who had once indulged her every whim. As thunder rumbled and rain poured down in heavy droplets, Su Luoxue raised her hand to shield her head, making her way toward the cafe. The rain intensified, quickly soaking her dress and clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Yet she paid it no heed, only yearning for the warmth within the cafe. Raindrops cascaded down the glass, creating a stark contrast between the warm, inviting interior of the cafe and the dreary world outside. The air was infused with the rich aroma of coffee and the sweet scent of pastries. Luo Shui paused at the door, her gaze landing on Jin Shan, who, despite the lingering puffiness on his cheeks, managed to muster a gentle smile as he offered a cup of delectable hot cocoa to the girl seated opposite him. His movements were tender and delicate, and his eyes conveyed an infinite softness, an emotion she had never experienced. Her hand pressed against the glass, tightening involuntarily, and she suddenly found herself devoid of any accusatory tone. A flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the dark sky, evoking memories of a similar rainy day when her brother had been punished and forced to kneel. The window had been tapped, and Shi Ci Qing had appeared, holding a black umbrella and extending his hand to her, leading her away from that home. Shi Ci Qing. Memories of his kindness flooded her mind. Upon exiting the cafe, she wandered aimlessly, allowing the rain to drench her, until she found herself standing at the entrance of Shi Ci Qing's residence. Looking up, she noticed the first-floor hall was brightly lit, with several individuals gathered around the fireplace, laughing and conversing. They were familiar yet distant faces. Lan Yu, Lan Jin, the elusive He Yu from the underground city, a student from her school, and a person wrapped in bandages. Even her sworn rival, Xi Yin Sui, was among them. The girl stood the center, surrounded by their affectionate gazes. If he had not been with Jin Shan, that girl would have been her, enjoying the warmth of their company. The smile on Shi Ci Qing's face was one she had never witnessed before. No, perhaps she had seen it, but had overlooked it. Her hand lingered on the door, hesitating to knock. It seemed as if Shi Ci Qing sensed her presence, for he looked up and caught sight of a white figure clumsily retreating from view, embodying despair and abandonment, as if forsaken by the world. She approached the window, her hand resting on the curtain, frozen in place until that sorrowful silhouette vanished, prompting her to swiftly draw the curtain shut. "Xiao Qing, what is wrong?" Lan Yu inquired, sauntering over, a spoon in hand with cream lingering at the corner of her mouth. The cafe was bustling today, and after repeated insistence from Shi Ci Qing, Lan Yu had reluctantly refrained from calling her Qing Qing. "It's nothing, just saw someone familiar," she replied. The doorbell rang, and Shi Ci Qing frowned, reluctant to answer, wondering if Luo Shui had returned. Lan Jin glanced at her phone and, with a smile, went to open the door before Shi Ci Qing could intervene. As the door swung open, Chu Xinglan stepped in, shaking off his umbrella. No one noticed his unusual gait, but Shi Ci Qing did. Approaching him, she offered a hand to support him, while Pei Zheng naturally steadied Chu Xinglan's arm from behind. Lan Jin, who had grown up alongside him, quickly understood the situation and moved to the other side of Chu Xinglan. Shi Ci Qing retracted her hand and took the items Pei Zheng was holding, placing them on the table to reveal an assortment of snacks and beverages. She invited everyone to partake, while Qin Shu could only watch, restricted to a bland diet. He shouldn't have been out of the hospital yet, but he was restless, and the doctor had permitted him a brief outing. "What's going on?" Pei Zheng questioned during a moment when he was absent, as Lan Jin cornered someone in the restroom, adopting an air of insistence that he would not let them leave without the truth. After the programming competition concluded, Chu Xinglan vanished, claiming he was returning to Ouching to handle some matters. Even if he had business to attend to, it should not have unfolded in such a manner. Pei Zheng dried his hands, cast a glance at the bustling living room, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "I also paid a visit to the temple." Lan Jin, Pai, thought to himself that he had known all along that Chu Xinglan did not believe in the supernatural. It was utterly incomprehensible for him to impulsively visit a temple. Pei Zheng did not elaborate further, instead reaching out to grasp Lan Jin's hand, chuckling softly. "If you wish to know the reason behind the temple visit, you must inquire directly with him." Lan Jin, noticing his hand being held, struggled to free himself but found it futile, so he chose to disregard it. Asking him directly was less appealing than giving him a good beating. It seemed unlikely that he would extract any explanation from Chu Xinglan. Lan Jin scoffed, and the two returned to the living room. When Su Luoxua left Shiqing's residence, she found herself without a destination. She hastily sought refuge in a hotel, exhaustedly taking a hot shower before collapsing onto the bed in a daze. Her mind felt foggy, warmth enveloping her, and in a hazy trance. She seemed to witness a series of fleeting scenes. Chapter 48. The new female teacher restless in the night. It was not only Su Luoxue who tossed and turned, but also Shi Ci Qing, who stared at the amulet in the wooden box on the bedside table. Unable to comprehend why Chu Xinglan had inexplicably gifted it to him. Unable to sleep, Shi Ci Qing decided to rise, taking the box with him as he headed to the kitchen to pour a glass of water. In the living room, Pei Zheng sat on the sofa with his eyes closed, one hand resting on the couch while the other lay on Lan Jin, who was sprawled across his lap, occasionally adjusting the blanket. With Chu Xinglan occupied with his affairs, he had also dropped Qin Shu off at the hospital, while Tong Xin had departed alongside him. Lan Jin and Lan Yu stayed the latest, and Pei Zheng, feeling uneasy, remained by their side. After finishing his water, noticing that he had not returned to his room, after all, he could not sleep, he quietly made his way to the second-floor balcony, resting his chin on one hand as he gazed at the post-rain sky, where a few stars twinkled faintly. In the early hours of the morning, the harbor city was enveloped in darkness, resembling a slumbering beast on the verge of awakening. The view of Victoria Harbor remained stunning even at dawn, with lights ablaze and voices lively, as people continued to laugh and converse, seemingly tireless. Due to the rain, visibility was low, preventing Shi Ci Qing from noticing a figure leaning against the railing on the second floor of a nearby building, turning to gaze at him. The eyes were deep and intense, reminiscent of a predator fixating on its prey. The air was cool yet pleasant, infused with a faint medicinal scent, while a sharp pain emerged in his knee. The man, however, remained oblivious, his almond-shaped eyes narrowed, exuding a dangerous allure. Only when the figure on the second-floor balcony vanished and the light extinguished did the man divert his gaze. Returning to his bedroom, Shi Ci Qing stared at the amulet in his hand, his thoughts a chaotic turmoil. Why had Chu Xinglan given him this? The amulet had been consecrated, but what had transpired with Chu Xinglan's leg? Confusion plagued him throughout the night, as the faces of Chu Xinglan and Yan Jiuxing, both wearing masks, alternated in his mind, tormenting him relentlessly, leaving him sleepless. Xiao Qingqing, why do you have such severe dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep at all last night? Early in the morning, Shi Ci Qing, bearing the weight of heavy dark circles under his eyes, startled Lan Yu as they crossed paths at the staircase corner. Appearing utterly lost in thought, he seated himself at the dining table, sipping the milk before him a few times before setting it down. In the kitchen, a man and woman were busily engaged in their tasks. He reached for the sandwich that Lan Yu had offered and took a bite, his voice tinged with fatigue as he spoke. I couldn't find sleep last night. I only managed to doze off briefly at dawn. Lan Yu remained silent. Everyone experiences sleepless nights. Perhaps Shi Ci Qing's insomnia was related to that fleeting figure in the rain. On the surface, he seemed to have let it go. But how could one truly forget? Has Brother Chu sent you the amulet? Pei Zheng emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of soup, casting a glance at Shi Ci Qing's neck, failing to spot the amulet. Chu Xinglan had repeatedly instructed him yesterday to ensure that Shi Ci Qing wore the amulet. What's wrong in the room? Shi Ci Qing inquired. Pei Zheng raised his eyes to the second floor, his tone nonchalant, as if merely relaying information. That was specially requested by Brother Chu for you. The monk insisted it must be worn personally and never be removed. Why? Shi Ci Qing pondered why Chu Xinglan would personally seek out this amulet. He had spent the entire night wrestling with the thought, convinced there was no reason compelling him to wear it. Pei Zheng contemplated for a moment, recalling Chu Xinglan's words, and cautiously conveyed, wearing it can grant you a measure of freedom, perhaps even complete liberation. While he did not fully grasp the meaning behind Chu Xinglan's statement, he faithfully communicated it. Shi Ci Qing stood momentarily in stunned silence, his eyes widening in sudden realization, an unsettling hypothesis forming that required validation. Yes, I'll wear shortly. After breakfast, each went about their own affairs. Pei Zheng escorted Shi Ci Qing and Lan Yu back to school before joining Lan Jin at the Xingxi group. Upon returning to school, Shi Ci Qing sensed an odd atmosphere. Some students appeared unusually excited, reaching out to touch the amulet, yet he felt detached from it all. Did you hear? A new beautiful teacher has joined the school, specializing in vocal and dance. Lan Yu, having secured a recommendation for further studies, had relaxed considerably, no longer needing to attend formal classes. He often visited the physics department to see Shi Ci Qing and frequently wandered to forums or the student council, drawn to the gossip and lively discussions. Shi Ci Qing understood that Lan Yu's actions stemmed from a desire to distance himself from someone deep within his heart. Pei Ming had not been seen for quite some time, and the security personnel mentioned that he had taken an extended leave. Shi Ci Qing, uninterested, focused his gaze on the amulet, his tone marked by an inherent aloofness. Beside him, Lan Yu pulled out his phone, opened a forum, and thrust a photograph in front of Shi Ci Qing, snorting softly. If you knew who this was, I bet you'd be intrigued. Shi Ci Qing, puzzled, raised his eyes to the photograph, his pupils dilating as he cursed under his breath, and took the phone for a closer look. He recognized the woman in the image. She was Jun Shun's long-lost muse, rumored to be 2 or 3 years older than Jun Shun and the former girlfriend of Jun Shun's elder brother. However, it seemed that Jun Shun's brother did not hold a fondness for her, as Jun Shun had often tried to undermine their relationship. That elder brother had ventured overseas in his teens and had not returned to the Jun family since, while this woman had also gone abroad for further studies, not having returned to Port City for several years. What could have prompted her sudden return, and why had she applied to be a teacher at Hong Kong University? The sudden return of Bai Yueguang has stirred quite a commotion between Jin Shun and Su Luoxue, granting him a much-needed respite. Today, her arrival at school caused quite the sensation, especially since Jun Shun personally escorted her. It was unexpected to see him exhibit such eagerness. Jun Shun was notorious for his arrogance within the school, often dismissing everyone, including his girlfriend Su Luoxue, with little regard, treating her with only a modicum of civility. Unlike the current display, Shi Ci Qing did not respond, but instead turned her gaze towards the window. As the bell rang, Lan Yu and Shi Ci Qing headed to the cafeteria. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with an astonishing sight. Pei Ming, whom they hadn't seen in ages, was accompanied by a woman with soft brown, slightly curled hair, simply held up with a sharp clip, donned in a water blue dress and blue high heels adorned with butterfly chains that sparkled in the sunlight. It appeared they were familiar with each other. The woman was laughing and chatting animatedly, while Pei Ming maintained his usual cold demeanor, showing no signs of impatience. "Shall we eat elsewhere?" Shi Ci Qing suggested, pulling Lan Yu away, concerned that Lan Yu might react adversely to seeing Pei Ming with another woman. Lan Yu bit her lip, struggling to contain her emotions, and after a prolonged moment of silence, she feigned nonchalance, saying, "No need, let us eat here." Shi Ci Qing and Lan Yu changed direction, walking on the outer side to shield some of Lan Yu's view. The woman they had just seen on the forum was none other than the new female teacher, the inescapable Bai Yueguang of Jin Shun. As they drew near Pei Ming, out of courtesy, Shi Ci Qing greeted them, while Lan Yu merely called out, "Hello, teacher," without sparing Pei Ming a glance. They did not linger, entering the cafeteria and heading straight to the secluded rooftop restaurant, where they settled into a quiet corner. In Chapter 49, The Changes in Su Luoxue, Shi Ci Qing placed 3 cups of milk tea on the table, pushing one with a straw towards Lan Yu. She pulled out a chair opposite her, crossed her legs, propped her chin on one hand, and gazed at the glaring sunlight outside, taking a sip of her milk tea. "It's not very sweet, even though I ordered it with full sugar," she remarked, rubbing the silver amulet in her hand, then glanced at Lan Yu, who seemed lost in thought. With a sigh, she asked, still thinking about it, "Why not just ask directly?" Lan Yu, clutching her milk tea, turned her gaze out the window, observing 2 figures closely reflected beneath the trees. In a calm and indifferent tone, she replied, "There's no need." She was well aware of that person's temperament. After all, her brother and he were childhood friends. She had confessed her feelings many times, only to have them fall on deaf ears. After years of drifting anxiously through life, it was time to settle down and seek a genuinely stable existence. Though her brother provided her with ample security, she realized it was her own inertia that kept her from moving forward. Indeed, Shi Ci Qing, despite her usual eloquence, found herself at a loss for words regarding such matters of the heart. Just don't regret it. Shi Ci Qing was acutely aware that although Lan Yu's exterior appeared as tranquil as a placid lake, her inner world was tumultuous, akin to raging waves. How could one simply let go of someone cherished for so many years? Lan Yu let out a soft huff, choosing silence over words. At that moment, the absence of sound spoke louder than any utterance. 10 minutes later, after savoring 2 cups of milk tea, Shi Ci Qing cheerfully remarked, "I'm hungry. What shall we eat?" "It's on me." The two had lingered for nearly half an hour without ordering anything. Vegetable and bean sprout noodles, something light. "All right, I'll go buy them." Just as Shi Ci Qing stood up, someone approached with a tray, nearly colliding with her. Fortunately, she managed to evade the impending crash. "Xiao Qing, are you all right?" Lan Yu quickly steadied the person and inquired about her condition. Shi Ci Qing shook her head. "It's not a good habit for children to walk without paying attention," a woman's voice admonished, its tone unpleasantly laced with condescension. Shi Ci Qing discerned a hint of provocation in the voice, which felt oddly familiar. Lifting her gaze, she met a pair of brown eyes, sparkling with amusement, the lips forming a smile that was more mockery than mirth. It was indeed the new female teacher. "Clearly, you were the one who bumped into her. Why should it be blamed on Xiao Qing?" Lan Yu, with a hint of indignation, glared at the silent figure before her. Her eyes reddened with frustration. Pei Ming set down the tray, which held 2 bowls of noodles, 2 dishes, a pair of chopsticks, and a pink milk tea with a straw. "Oh, my fault," he conceded. Lan Yu cast a glance at the tray, her anger inexplicably intensifying as she tugged at Shi Ci Qing to leave. She failed to notice that the noodles were indeed the vegetable and bean sprout variety, along with 2 of his favorite dishes. Halfway out, Shi Ci Qing dashed back to retrieve their phones before exiting once more. As she turned, she saw that the pink milk tea had vanished. Realizing something amiss, she hurried outside in search of Lan Yu. Observing their departure, the woman held the milk tea, scoffing with an air of superiority, her demeanor dripping with disdain. So this is her? Not impressive at all. Though she had encountered Lan Jin, she had seldom seen Lan Yu, as the latter had been meticulously shielded due to certain events. Pei Ming said nothing, merely casting a dispassionate glance at the now-cold noodles before walking to the window and ordering another steaming bowl. "Bai Ning, it's time for you to return," he stated, leaving without a backward glance. The woman lingered for a moment, checking her phone with a look of contempt, crumpling the plastic cup in her hand as she clicked her heels, a mocking smile trailing behind Pei Ming. "Ah, so he is Lan Jin's brother. Having visited such places, what could he possibly be worth? He hardly deserves Pei Ming." Upon returning to the dormitory, Lan Yu promptly locked herself in her room. Shi Ci Qing sat in the living room, idly twirling her phone, seemingly indifferent to the risk of dropping it. Shortly thereafter, a new email notification popped up on her computer. Opening the email, the photo in the upper right corner caught her eye, and upon seeing the familiar name on the left, a smirk curled at the corners of Shi Ci Qing's lips. Bai Ning, the second miss of the Bai family, was mentioned alongside her unscrupulous brother, Bai Yu. The Bai family's parents were quite intriguing, petty and greedy. Their decline was undoubtedly a consequence of their own making. Bai Ning returned with a specific purpose. Though Pei Ming was an unexpected variable in her plans, the Bai family had encountered setbacks in their overseas business, prompting Bai Ning to return in search of financial support from the Zhen family. Yet, it appeared that Bai Ning harbored ulterior motives. As long as her actions did not harm those around her, everything would unfold naturally. Rubbing his temples, Shi Ci Qing's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. He chose to ignore it, harboring a dislike for unsolicited calls. However, this habit was eventually shattered years later, and he felt fortunate to have answered that unknown call. For otherwise, he would have regretted it for a lifetime. The phone rang persistently twice, and upon receiving no response, it shifted to text messaging. "This is Su Luoxue. Let's meet." Shi Ci Qing hesitated. He did not wish to meet her, yet the tone of her message differed from the Su Luoxue he remembered. He decided he had to step out and see her. "Lan Yu, I'm going out for a moment." Just as he exited, he encountered Tong Xin returning from the hospital. After casting a glance at the closed door, he instructed Tong Xin to knock every half hour to ensure everything was all right, nodded slightly, and departed. At the cafe across from Hong Kong University, Shi Ci Qing ascended to the second floor and immediately spotted Su Luoxue seated by the window. She appeared different from her usual self, no longer clad in a delicate white dress with her hair down and adorned with a bow. Instead, she had her hair tied in a sleek ponytail, with only a simple hairpin for decoration, dressed in casual black attire that projected the image of a career woman. "State your purpose quickly," Shi Ci Qing said, instinctively reaching for the Buddha amulet at his chest, a habit that had recently formed yet felt oddly familiar. Su Luoxue glanced at the amulet and remarked coolly, "Didn't you dislike wearing any accessories? What is this?" Shi Ci Qing pulled out a chair and sat down. Avoiding eye contact with her, his gaze fixed on the silver amulet. "I decided to wear it." Su Luoxue stared at the amulet, finding it rather glaring, as if something was spiraling out of control. "State your purpose quickly," Shi Ci Qing reiterated, eager to conserve his time, unwilling to engage with Su Luoxue, as meetings with her seldom yielded favorable outcomes. Su Luoxue's slender fingers rubbed against her coffee cup as she looked up at Shi Ci Qing, a smile playing on her lips. "Are you aware that Bai Ning has returned?" Jin Shun's so-called white moonlight. Taken aback by her words, Shi Ci Qing furrowed his brow and directed a scrutinizing gaze at Su Luoxue, filled with suspicion. At that moment, Su Luoxue had only recently begun her relationship with Jin Shun and was unaware of Bai Ning's existence. Now she was bringing it up herself. Did she, perhaps? It was then that Shi Ci Qing noticed Su Luoxue's pallor, her discomfort evident, though it was of no concern to him. "I don't know her." "How could you possibly not know? You are from the Shi family." Su Luoxue's tone grew, somewhat agitated. Hesitating, as if afraid Shi Ci Qing might uncover something she wished to keep concealed, Shi Ci Qing muttered, "What is Pei Ming really thinking?" Standing on the street, he watched the ebb and flow of traffic, feeling somewhat dazed as Su Luoxue's words echoed in his mind. "How could you not know her? Don't avoid it. Some matters are already destined, and evasion will lead to no resolution. We should all acquiesce to destiny. To resist stubbornly only deepens the wounds. My decision to part ways with you is for your own good. If you wish to live well, you must heed my words. Do not covet what does not belong to you. Such strife will only leave you battered and bruised." The meaning of these words is apparent even to the astute. Su Luoxue, like herself, is utterly laughable, fully aware of the painful process, yet still wishing to align with fate in hopes of a favorable outcome. Naively desiring rewards without effort. How could one expect cooperation under such circumstances? It is absurd to think that two culprits, responsible for his family's ruin, could compel his obedience. It is truly laughable. How did Su Luoxue discern his change? Or was she merely issuing a warning without knowledge? As she returned to her dormitory, contemplating the essence of Su Luoxue's words, she concluded that Su Luoxue likely remained ignorant, simply attempting to admonish him not to oppose the leads of their story, but rather to yield to fate. If this is indeed the case, Su Luoxue's expectations are exceedingly naive. "Brother, are you still in the harbor city?" "Yes. I am currently staying put, waiting for Xiaoza." Suddenly, a cacophony echoed through the phone, the sound of something crashing to the ground, accompanied by a voice tinged with tears. "Let go of me. I must return and not delay your date." "Xiaoza, you misunderstand. I am not familiar with that woman. There is no reason for you to be angry. If you stop me again, I shall retaliate and cease communication with you." A resounding slam of the door followed, punctuated by the helpless call of Xiaoza from his brother. Shi Ci Qing pulled the phone away from her ear, her intense emotions momentarily replaced by curiosity. If her instincts were correct, Xiaoza referred to Sheng Xiaoza, but as the senior secretary to her elder brother, why would he frequently visit the harbor city? What entanglement could possibly exist between him and her brother? What could have transpired to provoke the usually composed Sheng Xiaoza into a confrontation with her brother? This had never happened before. She recalled that no matter how displeased or unhappy Sheng Xiaoza was, he would never quarrel with her brother, maintaining an air of gentility. The tone of the conversation even hinted at a hint of petulance. Who was the woman they spoke of? Suddenly, the change in Su Luoxue crossed her mind. Could it be that Su Luoxue sought out her brother? This could not be allowed. She had always avoided letting her brother meet Su Luoxue to prevent him from becoming ensnared and jeopardizing his accomplishments. She had to intervene. In a flurry, Shi Ci Qing rushed out of the dormitory without a moment to spare. In her haste, she caught a curious glance from Tongxin, who was preparing milk. Today, both individuals seemed peculiar, one confined indoors, the other rushing out. Never mind, she thought. It was more important to check on Lanyu. Her fourth brother, being a grown man, would not get lost. Lanyu, would you like some cake? As Shi Ci Qing dashed out of the dormitory and passed through the flower corridor, she unexpectedly encountered Yan Jiuxing, whom she had not seen in quite some time. What a surprise! Yan Jiuxing appeared in a wheelchair, pushed by Pei Ming, accompanied by two women, one being a teacher and the other the sister of Jinshan. Yan Jiuxing had not anticipated encountering the little one and momentarily lost his words. It was Pei Ming who spoke softly. The old ailment has resurfaced. He dared not divulge the true reason without Yan Jiuxing's consent. Where could they possibly be heading in such haste? Yan Jiuxing sought to divert his attention away from her legs, attempting to change the subject. However, Shi Ci Qing's gaze remained fixed on the long legs covered by a thin blanket, his hand instinctively moving towards the amulet at his chest. Noticing his gesture, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Yan Jiuxing's mouth. After a brief silence, she raised her hand to check the time. My brother has some matters to attend to. I must go. Since there is an urgent matter, you should hurry along. Let Pei Ming drive you, Shi Ci Qing replied. And what about you? I can push Professor Yan. You both should attend to your affairs. The usually silent Zhen Ji seized the moment to speak. With Pei Ming out of the way, she could cultivate her relationship with Yan Jiuxing without hindrance. The presence of the two had made it difficult for her to converse with the professor. Please do hurry. Yan Jiuxing nodded, and Pei Ming released the wheelchair's armrests. Turning to fetch the car. Wait for me to find you when I return, Shi Ci Qing said, aware that this matter could not be probed further. All right. As the vehicle departed from the school, Yan Jiuxing cast a disdainful glance at the hand resting on the armrest. She maneuvered the wheelchair to a secluded corner and retrieved a tissue to wipe down the armrest. Zhen Ji looked at the empty hand, stamping her foot in frustration. Just as she was about to pursue, she was stopped by Bai Ning. Young lady, you must learn to maintain your composure. Do not chase after them. It will diminish your value. You need to learn how to make a man pursue you instead. Zhen Ji, lost in thought, nodded and withdrew her steps. Pei Ming drove, gripping the steering wheel tightly, occasionally glancing at the passengers in the back seat, his expression betraying an unspoken question. Minggu, if you have something to ask, just go ahead. Shi Ci Qing could no longer endure the scrutiny, feeling uncomfortable under the intense gaze. If one were unaware, they might think Pei Ming harbored feelings for him, a thought that sent shivers down his spine. How is Xiaoyu doing? Pei Ming hesitated before finally voicing his most pressing concern. He had failed to deliver the freshly packed vegetable noodles, as Lanyu had not shown herself. Well, she's keeping to herself in her room, refusing to eat or drink. An abrupt halt caused Shi Ci Qing's head to bump against the back of the front seat. Rubbing his forehead, he frowned at Pei Ming. Minggu, are you plotting against me? Aren't you afraid of upsetting Yan Jiuxing? Pei Ming, rarely apologetic, muttered a soft sorry. It wasn't intentional, well, I'm worried about my Xiaoyu. Shi Ci Qing leaned back in his seat, a smile playing on his lips. My Xiaoyu? The endearing term stirred discomfort within Pei Ming. Are you two getting along well? Yes, very well, Shi Ci Qing emphasized, keen to test Pei Ming's patience. Ming Yi, if you truly have no other questions, kindly drive faster. I have urgent matters to attend to. Understood. Pei Ming indeed accelerated the car. Shi Ci Qing thought to himself. It's clear these two are not of the same ilk, as they fail to engage with one another. One remains silent, while the other refrains from inquiry, leaving the unaddressed situation as mere decoration. He extended his hand to rest on the back of the passenger seat, tilting his head toward the earnest driver. Ming Yi, what are you truly thinking? You are well aware of Lan Yu's circumstances. Although Shi Ci Qing proclaimed his disinterest in meddling in others' affairs, particularly regarding matters of the heart, he found himself unable to disregard Lan Yu, his true friend at Hong Kong University. It seemed that only this individual could assist Lan Yu with his psychological barriers. Sanjie had previously mentioned that while she had superficially comforted Lan Yu, it was someone else who had truly awakened him. After a period of observation, Shi Ci Qing had surmised the identity of that individual, none other than the man before him, Pei Ming. Brother Ming, please do not fault me for my candidness. Regardless of your thoughts, silence will forever preclude any opportunity. You are well aware of Lan Yu's situation. His ability to emerge from such depths and continue living is testament to his determination to escape the shadows. With a sigh, Shi Ci Qing abruptly halted, exited the vehicle, and closed the door, watching as it drove away. He had articulated all that needed to be said. Now it was up to Pei Ming to awaken his sensibilities. Chapter 51. A Conversation with Sheng Xiaoza Ding Dong. Shi Ci Qing peered through the peephole, hoping to ascertain whether anyone was present within the room. When no one responded, he knocked forcefully once more. With still no reply, he proceeded to dial his second brother's number. The ringtone echoed in the living room. Had he perhaps gone off in pursuit of someone? Squatting at the door, he waited for several minutes. Since his brother had not answered his phone, it should be permissible to call Sheng Xiaoza. After a few moments of ringing, the call was finally answered. What is it, young master? Shi Ci Qing mused. So I have already begun to address him as young master. It appears he is quite irked. His recollection of Sheng Xiaoza was that he had initially referred to him as young master upon their first meeting, but thereafter had called him by his name, or, like his elder brothers, Little Four. He wondered what his second brother had done to provoke such a significant change in temperament from someone usually so amiable. Xiaoza, where are you now? After a brief silence, he could discern the sounds of an airport announcement in the background, accompanied by Sheng Xiaoza's gentle voice, returning to Beijing. I need to speak with you. Could you delay your departure for a moment? Shi Ci Qing tentatively inquired. The silence on the line persisted, and he wondered if perhaps his brother had not gone to find Sheng Xiaoza after all. Where could he have gone? After what felt like an eternity, footsteps could be heard, and Shi Ci Qing listened intently to Sheng Xiaoza negotiating with the ticketing staff. A wave of relief washed over him. It seemed there was still room for discussion. 2 hours later, at a tea restaurant near the airport, Shi Ci Qing regarded the expressionless figure seated across from him, stirring his coffee. It was the first time he had seen Sheng Xiaoza so stoic. What brings you to Hong Kong, Xiaoza? Has Big Brother accompanied you? Sheng Xiaoza shook his head, taking a measured sip of his coffee. No, I came here on short notice. He added, I must leave shortly. What is it that you need? He lifted his hand to check the time, confirming his schedule. Shi Ci Qing sighed inwardly. His brother was indeed upset. A rare occurrence for someone usually so congenial, now adopting a businesslike demeanor. After sampling the bitter coffee, he cautiously ventured. Did you have a disagreement with second brother? No. Did you come specifically to see him? Not particularly. Is there something of importance you wish to discuss with him? No. Upon hearing this response, Shi Ci Qing smiled faintly, recognizing that he had specifically come to seek out his elder brother. The casual khaki ensemble he wore was a clear indication of this intent. If he were engaged in work, Sheng Xiaoza would undoubtedly don formal attire, as he typically adhered to a polished appearance and seldom opted for such laid-back attire, particularly of a leisurely style. The shade of khaki was his elder brother's favorite, and even his usually meticulous hair had been styled into gentle waves, rendering him considerably younger, almost as if he were a vibrant university student of 17 or 18. What does the elder brother enjoy? He relished abruptly halting words on the verge of being spoken, swallowing them back with effort. Sheng Xiaoza looked up in confusion, pondering the peculiarity of the question. Shouldn't the younger brother know better what Shu Mo liked? Besides, even if he were aware, what significance would it hold? It would merely reflect a brotherly understanding. Do you like your elder brother? The question slipped from Sheng Xiaoza's lips in a moment of bewilderment, his instinctive reaction halting abruptly. His mind erupted in a colorful array of thoughts, casting a complex gaze toward the boy across from him, whose smiling demeanor appeared unintentional, almost as if the question had been posed inadvertently. With a single word, Shi Ci Qing had gleaned the answer he sought and reiterated his previous inquiry. Why is Xiaoza angry with the elder brother? Could it truly be over someone of negligible importance? Sheng Xiaoza hesitated in response, caught in a web of unspoken anguish. His mind was consumed with Shi Ci Qing's earlier question, failing to probe how this younger brother, who had been away from home for years, had unearthed such a hidden matter. This was a secret he had guarded for years, leaving no trace or hint, and he could scarcely imagine that anyone might be privy to it, especially Shi Ci Qing, who seemed to be a frivolous young master, always trailing after a certain woman. Then what is the reason? Shi Ci Qing's gaze deepened, filled with an inquisitive intensity directed at the person before him. This was one of his obsessions. He wished for these two not to miss each other. Based on his understanding of his elder brother, if Shang Xiaozi were not of particular significance, he would never allow him such proximity, nor would he invite him into his bedroom or permit him to freely enter his study and touch any of his belongings. Such privileges had never been afforded to Su Luoxue. To claim that the elder brother did not harbor feelings for Shang Xiaozi would be absurd. It can only be said that he was fond of him without full awareness of his own emotions. He was not angry. Rather, Shang Xiaozi found himself a loss for words regarding this matter. How could he express frustration at his own inadequacies, knowing that even when opportunities arose, he failed to grasp them, allowing Shi Ci to tread perilously close to death? If only he possessed greater capability, perhaps he could have altered certain outcomes. Even if he exerted every effort to prevent Shi Ci from coming to the harbor city and attempted to avoid those cursed moments, fate ultimately orchestrates encounters between those destined to meet. Perhaps there was still a chance, if Shi Ci Qing were to cautiously voice his thoughts. If either of them were to articulate their feelings clearly, there might be an opportunity. Shang Xiaozi shook his head, realizing that if a genuine opportunity existed, he would have seized it long ago, for his disposition was not one inclined to excessive restraint. Having known Shi Ci for such an extended period, it is evident that they are not of the same ilk in any regard. To voice such a sentiment would jeopardize their friendship, a scenario he is keen to avoid. Shi Ci Qing sighed, perplexed by the obstinacy of those around him. Why do they remain silent, refusing to speak, and when will it all come to an end? How can one possibly know? Is this the very reason you call me today? Shang Xiaozi seemed to finally grasp the situation, his tone tinged with surprise. Even Shi Jingquan, his superior, was oblivious to this matter. How could the naive Shi Ci Qing be aware? As far as he recalled, Shi Ci Qing had departed from the capital at the tender age of 15 or 16. How could he possibly be privy to such information? Look into Ji's eyes. Even if he attempts to conceal his feelings, some emotions will inevitably seep through, refusing to be fully hidden, especially considering what I overheard during the call. Shang Xiaozi fell silent, realizing that despite careful attempts at discretion, one could still inadvertently reveal their true feelings. Since Shi Ci Qing was aware of this, did it imply that Shi Ci was also in the know, perhaps not voicing it openly, or simply indifferent? In that case, he ought to refrain from visiting the harbor city so frequently. He must find a way to bring Shi back to the capital, away from that individual. He would also limit his encounters with Shi Ci, as this would prevent him from being disliked so swiftly. Observing the turmoil on Shang Xiaozi's face, Shi Ci Qing understood his thoughts, gently tapping his forehead in exasperation. Truly hopeless. And what about you? Do you harbor feelings for Chu Xinglan or Yan Jiusheng? Shi Ci Qing was taken aback by the unexpected question, especially one so peculiar. What kind of affection does this entail? Is it the camaraderie among friends, or something akin to Shang Xiaozi's feelings for Erge? No, that does not align. Shang Xiaozi seldom visits the harbor city, so how could he possibly know Yan Jiusheng? Erge did not seem like the type to gossip. Shang Xiaozi propped his chin on one hand, his previous solemnity dissipating, a faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 52. The Cha-Chan Tongue Battleground. Brother Xiaozi, which kind do you mean? Shi Ci Qing felt an inexplicable tension, unable to articulate his emotions or how to respond to such an inquiry. A wave of inner conflict washed over him. This was hardly the time for such contemplations. Why would Shang Xiaozi pose such a question? Simply due to the few innocuous inquiries he made? That was even more absurd. How could he possibly have romantic feelings for either of those individuals? Even if there were any affection, it would be of a platonic nature. His hand instinctively reached for the amulet resting against his chest. It was then that Shang Xiaozhen noticed the amulet, his eyes lighting up with curiosity. This amulet was unique to a temple in the Australian city, attainable only through sincere devotion and the arduous task of climbing 3,000 steps to earn one. Given the stringent conditions, few dare to seek it. The climb was merely the beginning. Each step was illuminated by a perpetual lamp that must be lit. Beyond the 3,000 steps, a waterfall cascaded from a cliff, and to gain recognition, one had to leap into the churning waters below. However, he had heard rumors that this amulet possessed a remarkable quality. It was said to have the power to bring the dead back to life, though its veracity remained uncertain. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a man, in a desperate bid to revive his beloved, knelt and prostrated himself upon 3,000 steps, only to faint from exhaustion. Upon regaining consciousness, he found his beloved by his side. The two would often visit a temple to offer incense and pray for blessings, living a blissful life together. You inquired about that particular kind of love, and indeed, that was the essence of my question. Upon receiving a definite answer, Shi Ci Qing resolutely shook his head and boldly declared, "That is even less plausible. One is my teacher, the other is a friend of my elder brother. How could I possibly harbor feelings for either of them? Besides, I am fond of women, as you well know from the past." Shang Xiaozhen raised an eyebrow, took a sip of his coffee, and remarked with significant implication, "I hope you do not find yourself with egg on your face. To profess affection for Su Luo Shui is not something one can simply abandon. It is evident that your feelings for her are neither heartfelt nor of a physical nature." Shi Ci Qing replied, "There are layers to your words, indeed. Brother Xiaozhen, I have never been one to utter words that would lead to embarrassment." After finishing the last sip of his coffee, Shang Xiaozhen stood and departed. Shi Ci Qing glanced at his phone, cursing his second brother 100 times in his mind for forgetting to bring his phone during such a crucial moment. He regretted not slapping himself for almost falling into Shang Xiaozhen's trap. Truly, merchants are astute. He had intended to extract information, but ended up ensnared himself. A most embarrassing turn of events. "Brother Xiaozhen," Shi Ci Qing exclaimed as he spotted his phone on the table and hurriedly stood to retrieve it for him. In the next moment, he witnessed Shang Xiaozhen misstep on the stairs and tumble down. His heart sank, and he rushed to the staircase, only to see Shang Xiaozhen land atop someone. The individual's face was obscured, yet a familiar bracelet adorned their wrist, with a pendant inscribed with the character Z in traditional script. The person beneath Shang Xiaozhen was none other than his second brother, Shi Ci. "Are you all right? Let me see." Both individuals at the foot of the stairs exclaimed in unison. Shi Ci looked up, while Shang Xiaozhen looked down, their lips inadvertently brushing against one another, leaving them both momentarily stunned. In a flurry, Shang Xiaozhen scrambled to his feet, but sharp pain shot through his right hand, causing him to lose his balance and fall once more, fortuitously colliding lips with Shi Ci locked in a gaze. Neither moved. Shang Xiaozhen's face and ears flushed a deep crimson. He attempted to rise again, but his body felt weak. A well-meaning bystander rushed to assist. But before they could intervene, Shi Ci wrapped one arm around Shang Xiaozhen's waist, using his other hand to brace himself, and with determination, helped him to a chair, kneeling beside him. He reached out to inspect Shang Xiaozhen's wrists and ankles, relieved to find no injuries. Yet his voice held a tone of tempered anger as he reproached, "You should watch your step on the stairs. If it weren't for me, with your slender limbs, it could have been quite painful. Let us ensure this doesn't happen again. Let me see if you're hurt," Shang Xiaozhen urged, attempting to rise from the chair, only to be pressed back down with a hint of urgency, even a touch of a pout. Fearing Shi Ci would disregard his concerns. "I'm fine, just a dislocated arm," Shi Ci replied nonchalantly, effortlessly resetting the dislocated joint. "Let us go to the hospital." Casting a glance at the pale figure before him, he felt an unease and resolved that a visit to the hospital was indeed necessary. Without finishing her sentence, she was interrupted by Shi Ci, who declared, "Opposition is futile." The two were so engrossed in their affectionate exchange that they completely overlooked the presence of a third person, a most unwelcome guest. Witnessing Shi Cing's gentle demeanor, even lowering himself to console a man, the woman felt a mix of disbelief and simmering anger. After making the effort to lower her guard, hoping to get to know him or offer him a chance, she found her advances rebuffed by his coldness. She assumed his demeanor was simply a product of their recent acquaintance, believing that, with time, he would soften. However, it appeared that her assumptions were misguided. What she found intolerable was the realization that she was inferior to a man, yet to ascend to a higher echelon. She knew she had to cultivate a connection with this talented individual. "Shimo, are you all right? We should go to the hospital," she urged, stepping forward to touch his arm, only to have him evade her. "Miss Su, we are not well acquainted. There is no need for such familiarity." Noticing Sheng Xiao's agitation, Shi Ci hastily interjected, lamenting his misfortune of encountering such a troublesome woman while on a business trip to the harbor city and being misunderstood by Xiaoza. This woman was utterly perplexing, making nonsensical remarks upon their first meeting, insinuating her desire to infiltrate the military and political circles he occupied. It was not as simple as choosing vegetables at a market. A woman without accomplishments could not simply waltz into such realms. It was a fool's dream. "I merely wish to express concern as a friend. Why must you be so confrontational?" she replied, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance, for this was not her intention. These men ought not to adopt such a frigid demeanor. They should be compliant to her wishes. Or perhaps she was being too hasty. To avert certain bodily harm, she felt compelled to take preemptive measures, ensuring she would not be passively dragged into unwilling circumstances. From his vantage point above, Shi Ci observed his second brother and Sheng Xiaoza engaged in an intimate embrace and exclaimed in surprise. Had it not been for an odd noise shattering that moment, he might have found himself with a sister-in-law. Since he had interrupted a budding romance, he cannot be blamed for turning the scene into a battleground. In addition to calling for an ambulance, he made several other calls, including to Zhen Chun, Su Liang, Zhen Ji, and that elusive, white moonlight figure. Do not inquire how he obtained their numbers. There were methods. Descending the stairs, Shi Ci flashed a smile at his second brother and raised an eyebrow towards the outside, announcing, "Brother, the ambulance has arrived. You should carry Xiaoza to the vehicle." "All right." Shi Ci lingered, casting a dark gaze at Su Luoxue until he spotted a man rushing in, prompting him to leave with a cheerful demeanor. The first to arrive was the director of the previous variety show, Li Quan, followed closely by the previously sidelined administrator of the Hong Kong University Forum, who sought to defend Su Luoxue, along with the vice president of the student council, who harbored feelings for Su Luoxue and Zhen Ning, the white moonlight of Zhen Ji and Zhen Chun, as well as the tardy Zhen Chun herself. Upon seeing the redness in by Yu Guang's eyes, Zhen Chun's temper flared, and she raised her hand to strike Su Luoxue. Thus unfolded a tumultuous scene in the bustling tea restaurant. Shi Ci observed the commotion for a while before discreetly slipping away. The true spectacle was just beginning, and everyone was invited to indulge in the unfolding drama. Chapter 53. The calamitous constitution of Shi Ci, feeling a wave of ennui, stifled a yawn. His eyes misted over with a veil of lethargy. He squinted lazily, seemingly oblivious to the cacophony of wails echoing through the alley. Slouched against the wall, he idly scraped the baseball bat against the ground, producing a jarring sound. A meter away, a disheveled figure lay sprawled, accompanied by Qin Shu and his lackeys. A sliver of light peeked through the end of the alley, where dust danced in the beam. The air was thick with the mingling scents of smoke and blood, and Shi's white shirt bore gray stains. He glanced down at the bat in his hand, crafted from wood, its black tape-wrapped handle polished from use, heavy and somewhat aged, yet undeniably durable. He was reluctant to part with it. The ground was littered with bodies, some curled up, others face down, while one half-conscious figure leaned against the wall. Beneath Qin Shu's foot lay a man with an arm grotesquely twisted, his face smeared with grime, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. His eyes wide with a mix of fury and terror. Dressed in a black hoodie, Qin Shu sported a bandaged arm slung around his neck, his expression a blend of nonchalance and menace. He crouched slightly, playfully patting the disheveled man's face, his voice low and deceptively gentle. "You dare to block my fourth brother? Truly, you must have a death wish. If you wish to be reborn sooner, a mere word will suffice. I wouldn't mind doing a good deed." The disheveled man trembled, sensing the abyss before him. Despite Qin Shu's seemingly jovial demeanor, an unsettling feeling loomed that he might actually meet his end in the next moment, especially with the silent figure clutching the baseball bat nearby, which sent shivers down his spine. Had he known that this mission would entail such individuals, he would have never come. Although they were desperate thugs, their lives were still precious, not merely driven by monetary gain. Shi Ci Qing sighed, furrowing his brow in resignation. It seemed prudent to consult the almanac before venturing out lately, as he had repeatedly encountered pursuers, be they thugs or hired killers. He could hardly fathom why his life had suddenly become so valuable. Yawning once more, he twirled the bat in his hand, resting it against his shoulder. Not far from the alley's entrance, a figure struggled to rise, attempting to escape amid the chaos. Shi Ci Qing, without a second glance, swung the bat with one hand, landing a solid blow that rendered the fleeing man unconscious, plunging the alley back into silence. What a bore! Utterly tedious. The quality of the targets was dismally poor, and the mastermind behind this operation hardly seemed impoverished. Why not offer a bit more remuneration? A gust of wind swept through the alley, carrying the sense of blood and dust. Shi Ci Qing straightened, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his hands, then flicked a lighter to ignite it, carelessly tossing it to the ground. The handkerchief burned to ashes, scattered by the breeze, leaving no trace. One of the lackeys leaned closer to Qin Shu, whispering something that caused Qin to momentarily furrow his brow as he glanced in Shi Ci Qing's direction. Shi looked up, his gaze indifferent, devoid of emotion, as unyielding as the wall behind him. "Thank you for your efforts," Shi Ci Qing spoke slowly, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the pleasantness of the day. He stretched his neck and stepped towards the alley's exit. Clean up thoroughly. He had faith in Qin Shu's abilities. Despite being merely a teenager, his experience and worldly wisdom shone through. Qin Shu Song released the person beneath his feet and followed suit. In a fit of primal rage, the disheveled individual seized a stick from the ground and charged at Qin Shu's back. The events unfolded too swiftly for anyone to react. The stick was poised to strike Qin Shu when a resounding clash echoed as it collided with another object. Before long, the stick was sent hurtling back, striking the assailant squarely on the head. Qin Shu maintained his side stance, observing the baseball bat wrapped in black bandages that lay at his feet. He gave a thumbs up to Shi Ci Qing, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Such skill would be wasted if not applied to firearms." Shi Ci Qing scoffed dismissively, offering no reply. After all, his second brother was an exceptional police officer, licensed to carry a firearm. How could he possibly be inept with a gun? Yet, while he was indeed proficient, the techniques he remembered were not imparted by his brother or any family member. The shadowy figure that lingered in his mind remained elusive, and he struggled to recall its identity. Amidst the haze of his thoughts, a phrase echoed: "Self-defense is paramount. To evade threats, one must cultivate their own strength." It seemed he had endured something significant, leading him to forget many people and events. His elder brothers claimed that a high fever during childhood had nearly claimed his life, erasing memories in the process. Back then, he had taken their words to heart, but now he perceived a different truth. "What are you staring at?" Shi Ci Qing inquired, his voice raspy as if just awakened, laced with a hint of indifference. The individual sprawled on the ground, trembled uncontrollably, pressing his face into the dirt with eyes tightly shut, too frightened to utter a word. "Brother, aren't you concerned about letting these people go without consequences? What if they seek revenge later?" Qin Shu voiced his unease. Previously, one batch had been sent away, leaving only him, fortunate to have befriended Shi Ci Qing. He had stumbled upon the ambush purely by chance. After spending a day out post-discharge, he had been compelled to remain in the hospital for another week. Bored, he ventured out for snacks and unwittingly spotted Shi Ci Qing being followed. By the time he reached the alley, 4 or 5 individuals were already lying on the ground. Without time to ponder, he called for his brothers, still puzzled if this was what his brother referred to as a disaster-prone disposition. Shi Ci Qing, without turning his head, spoke in a detached tone, as if discussing an unrelated matter. They are not from the harbor city. While they appear to be mere thugs, they are, in fact, lethal assassins. If they are apprehended, they will not survive even a day in prison, creating unnecessary complications for the police. He continued, moreover, should they fail their mission and escape the harbor city, a mere gesture from me would suffice to eliminate them, sparing my brother any trouble. It would be an act of convenience. The individual in question would eventually become a guest of Su Luoxue, and while he held considerable influence, he was not to be trifled with. However, it remained unclear whether he was currently acquainted with Su Luoxue. him. Qin Shu, bewildered by such matters, accepted Shi Ci Qing's assertions without question. As the two exited the alley, they spotted someone seated on the nearby steps. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Shi Ci Qing exhibited a teasing demeanor, as if relishing the unfolding drama. In contrast, Qin Shu appeared flustered, cautiously approaching and nervously asking, Tongxin, how long have you been here? Did you witness the altercation? How much did you see? If you witnessed everything, it could spell trouble. During their time in the hospital, Tongxin had repeatedly admonished him against fighting. Today, in a moment of panic upon seeing Shi Ci Qing being followed, he had forgotten all caution. Approximately half an hour, Tongxin replied. Tongxin glanced at the time, vaguely uttering an hour without revealing the truth. Shortly after they began their endeavor, Tongxin found herself stationed at the alley's entrance. After waiting for some time in the hospital for Qin Shu and growing increasingly anxious due to his prolonged absence, she ventured out to search for him, unexpectedly witnessing the scene before her. Let us go back to the hospital. Shi Ci Qing waved at the two, her phone chiming with a message. After a quick glance, she returned to her dormitory to change into a fresh outfit before stepping out once more. Chapter 54. The black market at around 1 or 2 in the morning. Taking advantage of the slumbering Blue Jade and the others, Shi Ci Qing donned a set of black attire, complete with a baseball cap and a black mask. Her dark brows and eyes strikingly cold and clear against the night. To avoid making noise while opening the door, she supported herself on the European-style balcony railing with one hand, effortlessly leaping down and landing soundlessly on the ground, casually brushing off her hands. She glanced back at the dormitory, relieved that their building was not particularly tall. Otherwise, her descent would have been considerably more challenging. Adjusting her cap and slipping her hand in her pocket, she walked leisurely towards the back gate rather than the main entrance, which had long been closed at this hour and was under surveillance, rendering escape impossible. Upon reaching the wall, she took a few steps back to gain momentum and nimbly climbed over. She hailed a taxi and headed towards the bar street, several kilometers away. Outside the bar street, in a corner devoid of surveillance, a modified black Cullinan SUV awaited. The driver, sporting a head of misty blue hair, rested an arm on the window, holding a cigarette between his index and middle fingers, the smoke dissipating in the gentle breeze. Xianming, a mysterious figure with an unclear background, was also the largest underground arms manufacturer in M-Continent. Regardless of how complex the weapon design was, once it reached his hands, it would be effortlessly produced. He was even ranked among the top 3 artists on the Dark Domain bounty list. He had a peculiar trait of valuing money over people, with one exception. The black Bluetooth earpiece flickered as he casually responded to the inquiries from the person on the other end until the car door swung open, interrupting him as he firmly denied the request from the caller. The reason for his refusal was straightforward. He was unsatisfied with the offered price. At this hour, aren't you a diligent student with class tomorrow? Xianming raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat flippant. The newcomer tossed him a black pouch, which Xianming opened with a glance. Chuckling lightly, not quite to your liking? Though he wasn't the absolute best, anyone who claimed to be second would find no one daring to contest that title. Was this ancestor truly having trouble with it? Perhaps he ought to explore better methods. Shi Ci Qing lifted her cap, casting a fleeting glance at him. Her tone indifferent, not needed for now. It would be cumbersome to keep. Such items were perilous to store in the dormitory. Her second brother's identity rendered him sensitive to such matters, and his frequent visits to the harbor city could lead to complications if discovered, leaving her at a loss for explanations. Xianming raised an eyebrow, feigning enlightenment as he carelessly tossed the items into the back seat. That makes sense. Where to? Fancy grabbing a drink? Just returned to the harbor city, and I'm curious about the potency of the local spirits. Shi Ci Qing rested her arm on the car window, her eyes lifting slightly, exuding an air of casual bravado. They serve counterfeit liquor here. She then added, drive, I'll take you somewhere else to drink. As Xianming started the vehicle, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the scar on his hand, a shadow of hostility darkening his brow. What happened to your hand? He inquired. Shi Ci Qing raised his hand to glance at it, responding nonchalantly, I missed when I was hitting Jinchun and struck the ground instead. Xianming clicked his tongue. You speak of it as if it were an everyday occurrence. It is, Shi Ci Qing replied, his tone casual yet earnest. Xianming shrugged. The affair between this ancestor and the foolish Shin family was no secret within their 29th bureau. Whispers suggested that this lone wolf had lost his mind, targeting the inconspicuous jeune fool for the sake of a woman. However, he had heard that this ancestor had recently undergone a significant transformation, not only avoiding the woman, but also resorting to violence. What game was he playing? Could it be the ancient adage of seeking to capture by letting go? Don't overthink it. I'm merely awake now. He found a comfortable position and closed his eyes to rest. Xianming sighed in resignation. This ancestor was a treasure of the 29th Bureau and must be indulged. The vehicle traversed towards the outskirts of the city, arriving at a desolate, abandoned chemical building. Beneath its dilapidated exterior lay a different reality. The renowned black market of the port city, even more formidable than the underbelly of Black Feather. Unable to drive inside, they parked at the roadside lot. As the car halted, Shi Ci Qing opened his eyes, deftly unfastened the door, and exited in one fluid motion. Wait a moment, Xianming called, retrieving two dark objects and handing one to Shi Ci Qing. Shi Ci Qing displayed no suspicion regarding how Xianming, freshly returned to the country, came into possession of such items. After all, one does not rise to prominence in the arms trade without connections. The guards at the entrance scrutinized the duo. Shi Ci Qing, clad in a black hoodie, black baseball cap, and black trousers, with a mask covering his face, appeared as an enigma. The other, seemingly carefree, yet unmistakably a smiling tiger, had a demeanor that belied his true nature. They did not appear to be there for a transaction, but rather for trouble. Lacking evidence, and given the duo's possession of access passes, the guards could do nothing but follow them with watchful eyes. Upon entering the black market, the two found themselves with a few tails trailing behind. Are they after us? Xianming mused, toying with a Swiss Army knife, casting a cold glance back. Shi Ci Qing shook his head and joked, they probably think we are wealthy and have appointed themselves as our bodyguards. Hearing this, Xianming couldn't help but twitch his lips. These were no bodyguards, but rather individuals wary of potential disturbances, choosing to follow them instead. Besides, they were both well-behaved, far from troublemakers. Truly a sight for sore eyes. What brings you to the black market? Xianming finally thought to ask, recalling that Shi Ci Qing had been in the port city for many years and could count his visits to the black market on one hand, two of which were for that woman. To buy medicine, Shi Ci Qing replied nonchalantly, though his gaze was drawn to an empty sign in the corner. Xianming refrained from probing further. The thoughts of this ancestor were as peculiar as they were unpredictable. You go buy your things. No need to follow me, Shi Ci Qing stated, striding towards the nameless apothecary. Xianming shrugged indifferently and turned to head towards the stone betting arena. Prior to his arrival, he had conducted some research. Although the prices in this black market were exorbitantly high, the stones guaranteed a variety of goods, with the quality of the gemstones relying solely on luck. As he approached the corner, he caught sight of the characters unnamed, which struck him as abstract, suggesting that the nameless held an advantage over the known. The entrance curtain displayed a peculiar design, a black cross with a sword piercing through its center, an oddity indeed. However, it is often in such strange places that one might find what they seek. Upon entering the so-called apothecary, he observed the neatly arranged shelves stocked with numerous precious and rare herbs and medicines, many of which were unavailable elsewhere. It seemed that the items he desired might also be found here. Lowering the brim of his hat, he tapped on the glass counter. The person organizing the medicines turned around, startled to see a figure clad in black standing silently before him, momentarily thinking he had encountered a ghost. "What medicine do you need?" Sun Wu inquired lazily, descending from a ladder and brushing off his hands. Those who visited his shop typically fell into two categories: newcomers intrigued by the oddities of his apothecary, or regular patrons. The individual before him was obscured, and while it was unclear how many times he had frequented the black market, it was indeed his first visit to this particular shop. Shi Qing retrieved a folded prescription from his pocket and handed it over. "Do you have these medicines?" "Both for external and internal use." Taking the prescription, Sun Wu glanced at it, momentarily taken aback. "Do you have them?" "No. I'll look elsewhere." Shi Qing responded impatiently, a chill lacing his tone. Sun Wu followed the line of the prescription with his gaze, and, upon noticing the amulet hanging from the boy's neck, his eyes widened in surprise, involuntarily peering closer. What impressive lineage! Even if he didn't possess these particular medicines, he surely had others that would suffice. It was difficult to imagine the consequences had he not. "Did you write this prescription yourself?" Sun Wu resumed his nonchalant demeanor, holding the prescription between his thumb and index finger, leaning on the glass counter with his elbow, and shaking the paper slightly. "No." Shi Qing stood upright, one hand tucked into his pocket, his dark eyes deep and inscrutable, revealing no emotion. "In such a place, the less one knew, the better." Sun Wu scrutinized him once more, filled with suspicion and curiosity, attempting to uncover the boy's secrets. Yet Shi Qing remained unfazed, standing calmly under his gaze. Tilting his head slightly, a faint smirk gracing his lips, Sun Wu asked, "Can you tell me the origin of this prescription?" "Absolutely not." Shi Qing interjected coldly, not allowing him to finish. A trace of icy hostility flickered in his eyes. Sun Wu's fingers lightly tapped on the glass counter, his brow furrowing as he pondered how to extract the origins of the prescription from this formidable youth. A soft cough emanated from within, though no words were spoken. The calm voice carried an undercurrent of warning that Sun Wu discerned. With a sigh, he quelled his thoughts, momentarily forgetting about the even greater presence within. It seemed that today was particularly ill-fated. He had neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out. After a brief silence, Sun Wu tucked the prescription away, raising an eyebrow. His legs slightly bent as he leaned against the counter. His words were laced with a blend of irreverence and bravado. "Come back in 2 days." "Very well," Shi Qing replied, tossing a card onto the counter without inquiring about the price, turning swiftly to leave. Upon reaching the doorway, as if recalling something, he stepped back towards the counter, his slender fingers pointing at the prescription. "Take it." Sun Wu, understanding his intent, turned and made a copy, returning the original prescription to the boy. "Thank you," he said casually, yet beneath that smile lay a sharp blade, devoid of genuine gratitude. Sun Wu watched the figure depart, wiping away non-existent sweat from his forehead, then tucked the prescription away and retreated to the inner room. Beneath the warm yellow light sat an extraordinarily handsome face, regrettably confined to a wheelchair. The earlier sound had emanated from the 9 rings in his hand, which now lay scattered across the tea table, some broken, some intact. His black shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a sturdy chest and perfect collarbones, while a smile lingered at the corners of his lips as he regarded the newcomer with an enigmatic gaze. Without uttering a word, he extended his long fingers, pointing towards Sun Wu's right pocket. Sun Wu, clutching his pocket, took 2 steps back, leaning against the wall like a miser, indignantly exclaiming, "I've only just opened shop. You cannot expect me to starve." Regardless of others, his funds were untouchable. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of coolness. Su family does not lack in this regard. Sun Wu understood that negotiation was futile, reluctantly handing over his bank card, his expression one of palpable distress. "What medicine?" the man inquired without raising his gaze from the card, his presence unwavering. "Look," Sun Wu replied, presenting the prescription as he plopped down into a pearwood chair. Crossing his legs, snow lotus, rainbow flower, half summer. This is practically a concoction of medicine and poison. I truly wonder where your little ancestor procured such a prescription. One might think it was intended to poison someone. The man's elongated fingers brushed over the elegant characters on the prescription, scrutinizing each ingredient until a realization dawned upon him, prompting a subtle smile, his phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Suwu shivered at the sight of his smile, unsure of what pleased this man so. Could it be that he believed this medicine was for himself? The thought was unsettling. The man was indeed beyond redemption. With a light chuckle, the man gestured towards his legs, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable pride. Suwu took the prescription back, examining it once more, and with a slap to his thigh, "Cursed damn, this medicine is indeed for you." It was to be used both externally and internally, yielding remarkable results. Impressive. Suwu grinned and gave a thumbs up, genuinely admiring the formulation. "This medicine cannot be treated carelessly. I cannot accept your funds. You must." Suwu's miserly nature was vividly evident. The man casually remarked, "Has the casino's dividends diminished? Should I reduce them further?" Suwu has the zjet, fearing the man might actually retract the casino's profits, which would spell disaster for him. After all, these trifling gains paled in comparison to the casino's dividends. Running this pharmacy was purely a pastime. As the sound of the wheelchair faded, Suwu sighed, recognizing that this man was far from finished, having just accomplished something significant. He was undeterred by his leg injury, eager to return to the city to see the one he cherished most, a decisive and ruthless figure. Yet he was a hopeless romantic at heart. Shi Ci Qing's pale, slender fingers lightly tapped the screen. "Where are you?" The individual across appeared to take an eternity to respond with a voice message, interspersed with a cacophony of other sounds, as a palpable excitement filled the air. After a few seconds, 3 words emerged: Gambling Stone Venue. Shi Ci Qing surveyed the surroundings and proceeded towards the right, where at the end of a narrow alley, a neon sign glimmered with the same 3 words, Gambling Stone Venue. With a leisurely stride, he approached the entrance, glanced up, and pushed open the grand door. A pungent mix of smoke, alcohol, and sweat assaulted his senses, causing him to furrow his brow momentarily before he stepped inside. Standing in the center of the hall, he surveyed the throng of gamblers, a crowd gathered around the front stage, fervently shouting, "Open it." It was then he spotted the individual he sought, distinguished by their misty blue hair and stature, easily identifiable even in such a chaotic environment. Shi Ci Qing's brow knitted together slightly, his expression revealing discontent and a hint of coldness, as he resignedly made his way to the back of the crowd. He retrieved a black ballpoint pen and deftly struck the man on the back of the head. Xianming, caught off guard, was about to retort when he noticed the cool, composed figure standing on the periphery, an unmistakable hint of anger in their demeanor. He parted the crowd, donning leather gloves, and pulled the man to the forefront, stating, "Wait until I finish this, then we shall leave." Shi Ci Qing fixated on the gambling stones for a moment before speaking nonchalantly. "There's potential here, though it's not ideal." He then pointed casually to a pile of stones beside him. The crowd fell silent for an instant, before someone burst into laughter, mocking Shi Ci Qing for his apparent inability to recognize value among a heap of worthless stones. "If you can't gamble, don't meddle. Those are merely scraps." Came the jeers. "Indeed, little brother, you don't seem wealthy. Don't act recklessly." Ignoring the taunts, Shi Ci Qing approached the pile of discarded stones. Someone, quicker than him, seized a stone and placed it on the gambling stage, sweeping their hand dramatically. "Let us open this one." The onlookers deemed the man with misty blue hair insane for heeding the words of an apparent novice. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Xianming waved his hand dismissively. "Open it. I'm not short on funds." While others may not comprehend, he recognized Shi Ci Qing's intuition, or perhaps his innate gambling talent, which had always proven remarkably accurate, often yielding flawless results. Enough of your chatter. Let us hasten the reveal. Chapter 56. The stone heist. "It seems there's nothing of value," someone remarked, disbelief etched across their face. "This lad doesn't trust the process, truly youthful and impetuous." Cease your comments. Clearly, these are 2 pampered young masters, spoiled by their families. It was likely their first venture into the black market, everything appearing novel to them. As the stone was cut halfway, yet yielded nothing, Xianming glanced at Shi Qing, who nodded, prompting the master to continue. With the stone dwindling, the laughter of the crowd grew louder, yet Shi Qing and Xianming remained unfazed, encouraging the cutting to persist. Amidst the rising tide of ridicule, Shi Qing pointed to the edge of the half-cut stone, saying calmly, "Right here, be cautious." For reasons unknown, Xianming too felt a surge of anxiety. In a hush of anticipation, the master nervously made the final incision. As the remaining stone was cleaved open, gasps erupted from the crowd, their eyes widening at the sight of exquisite, unblemished emerald green, the finest quality devoid of any impurities. Even some individuals involuntarily gasped, top-tier imperial green jade. A mere piece can be worth tens of millions, let alone such a complete specimen. Xianming, grinning broadly, hoisted the stone, gave Shi Ci Qing a thumbs up, and winked. His pride particularly striking. "Let us go." Shi Ci Qing gently pinched her nose, displaying an expression of discomfort. Xianming tossed down some money, cradled the stone, and departed. On the second floor of the gambling stone venue, a few envious gazes were fixed upon the duo, who whispered something to one another only after they exited the establishment. Once outside the black market, Shi Ci Qing and her companion turned towards the most desolate, abandoned laboratory. On the second floor of the laboratory, Xianming securely wrapped the jade stone and placed it in the most concealed and secure corner. He hefted a steel bar in his hand, casually tossing another to Shi Ci Qing, and approached the window to take a glance, noting only a few shadows entering the laboratory. The sound of footsteps ascending the staircase grew nearer. Xianming clicked his tongue. Good things easily incite envy. Shi Ci Qing, with a cool demeanor, took out a piece of gum and placed it in her mouth. Adjusting the ring on her right index finger, she raised her hand to touch the amulet, the collision of the amulet and ring producing a resonant sound. The gambling stone venue typically engaged in transactions that guaranteed profit. It rarely allowed exceptional items to be revealed. Even if something remarkable was unveiled, it would be challenging to take it out without substantial backing. Individuals within the black market were adept at discerning the strengths and weaknesses of others, particularly within the dual-sided gambling stone venue, where everyone was astute and such stone snatching was commonplace. The black market has always been a domain for the capable. They had no inclination to intervene in such matters, perhaps even hoping to gain some benefit themselves, and thus remained indifferent. Just as Xianming had smoked half a cigarette, they found themselves cornered in the abandoned laboratory by a group of individuals. The leader, a bald man with a sly grin and glinting eyes, commanded, "Hand over the goods, and I guarantee you two can leave this forsaken area alive. Otherwise," with a crunch, the bald man viciously crushed a withered tree branch beneath his foot, his expression turning menacing, his tone laced with threat. The guards at the entrance of the black market glanced in their direction, quickly averting their eyes. After all, such scenes unfolded daily, and they had long since grown accustomed to them, showing no inclination to intervene, perhaps hoping to reap some benefit themselves. Shi Ci Qing casually wrapped a strip of cloth around her hand, gripping the steel bar and lightly scraping it against the ground, producing a screeching sound. With an indifferent gaze, she tilted her head slightly, a calm smile playing on her lips. "What is it?" Her eyes seemed to regard them as mere ants. The condescending tone was perceived as a profound insult by the bald man and his cohorts. "Don't be foolish." Xianming chuckled derisively, his tone flippant. "Our little Jiao does not indulge in liquor, especially not in punishment." The bald man, seething with rage, darkened to the color of a pot's bottom. In the black market, no one dared to speak to him in such a manner. Everyone typically gave him a modicum of respect. He had never encountered someone so brazenly arrogant, appearing quite youthful as well. "Kill them," the bald man commanded, and his underlings instantly surged forward with shouts. With a resounding crash, the first of the underlings fell to the ground, blood streaming from a shattered head. The steel bar, now stained with blood, appeared quite gruesome. A man beside the bald fellow, filled with rage, charged forward. Before he could even approach Shi Ci Qing, he was sent flying several meters by Xianming's kick. Tumbling down the stairs, "Our dear one, dare to lay a hand on him? I shall send you to enjoy tea with the king of hell." The term dear one made Shi Ci Qing frown. This man had been away from the country for so long that his words were incoherent and disjointed. The bald man, taken aback, instinctively recoiled, not expecting the two young individuals to possess such formidable fighting skills. Yet, seeing his subordinates behind him, his pride would not allow retreat, and he charged forward. If he failed to acquire what he sought today, the one at the gambling stone venue would surely not treat him kindly. With a resounding thud, the bald man was kicked away, crashing against a column with a sharp sound, followed by a heavy thud as he fell to the ground, spitting out blood, utterly humiliated. The remaining 3 or 4 subordinates, sensing the dire situation, helped the bald man up and attempted to flee, only to find Xianming blocking the doorway, a smile on his face, resembling the Grim Reaper. The subordinates, paralyzed with fear, were in disbelief that these 2 seemingly frail youths had bested them without any resistance. As the bald man slowly regained consciousness, he attempted to rise, only to be pinned down by Shi Ci Qing's foot. With the sleeves of his black hoodie rolled up, revealing a fair arm, he tapped the bald man with a steel rod, his tone chillingly indifferent. Next time you attempt to steal, be sure to recognize your opponents. After a brief pause, he added, "You shall have no next time." The bald man felt the weight of Shi Ci Qing's foot crushing his chest, each breath painful. Fearing for his life, especially with that detached voice sending shivers down his spine, rendering him speechless. "Get lost." The group scrambled down the stairs in a panic, not daring to look back, stumbling as they fled. Xianming discarded the steel rod, dusting off his hands with a click of his tongue. "What a stroke of bad luck. No drinks, and I wasted so much effort. How will you compensate me?" Shi Ci Qing glanced at his watch, noting he had no classes the following morning and ample time to spare. "Let us go. I shall treat you to breakfast." "Sure." Xianming had long heard of the delightful dim sum in Hong Kong, rich in variety, but had never managed to return home until this impromptu trip with his companion. Just as the bald man and his group returned to the black market, they were ensnared in burlap sacks and tossed into international waters. Sun Wu removed his mask, rubbing his waist, lamenting having to engage in such thankless tasks. However, he hadn't anticipated that the young master-esque companion would be so formidable. Previously, his encounters with the Zhen family had felt like mere games, perhaps out of consideration for a certain woman. Nevertheless, such matters were of no concern to him. Healing was of utmost importance. Shortly after Shi Ci Qing and the others departed, a heavily cloaked figure entered the black market, heading straight for the pile of discarded stones at the gambling venue, disregarding the curious glances from others as they rummaged through the stones. After cutting open several pieces, none met her expectations, and after hours of searching, her funds were nearly depleted without finding the stone she sought. Frustrated, she nearly smashed the gambling venue, but, mindful of her status, could only storm out in anger. Chapter 57. Is it misaligned? Shi Ci Qing stood at the entrance of Yan Jiuxing's door, hesitating momentarily before knocking. As the door swung open, before he could step inside, a figure clad in a striking pink dress adorned with sequins gracefully entered ahead of him. The cascading waves of her long hair were elegantly bound by a white butterfly clip. He couldn't shake the suspicion that his life's narrative would falter without the presence of the Zhen family. Ever since the tumultuous encounter with Zhen Shan, she had busied herself comforting her white moonlight, rarely appearing before him. Su Luoxue seemed to be engaged in some clandestine affair, as she had not been seen accompanying Zhan Chun these past few days. His spirits had been lifted lately, as procuring medicine from the black market had gone smoothly. However, delivering the medication led him to an unexpected encounter, as the Zhen family seemed to linger like a ghost. This young lady appeared to harbor an obsession with Yan Jiusheng, consistently seeking ways to draw closer to him. Logically, even though Yan Jiusheng wore a mask, and regardless of his well-proportioned figure, it was puzzling that someone would be so fixated in this era that prized appearances. Zhen Ji's fervent enthusiasm felt somewhat suspicious, as if she were hiding something. "Professor Yin, I've specially prepared bone broth for you," the girl said, her voice laced with sweetness as she shyly offered the thermos filled with soup to the man in the wheelchair. The man tilted his head to glance at the person standing outside, neither reaching for the thermos nor indicating for her to set it down. The girl stood there, a mix of vexation and embarrassment washing over her. How could a man be so ungrateful when the esteemed young lady of the Jean family personally delivered soup? Internally seething, she maintained a facade of composure, for her ultimate aim was to ensnare Yan Jiusheng's affections, and she must uphold her gentle, kind, and innocent persona at all times. Suppressing her awkwardness, she again flashed a sweet smile, placed the thermos down, and turned to fetch a bowl from the kitchen. The furnishings in the teacher's apartment were rather simple, nearly uniform. Having visited other teachers' residences, she was well aware of the kitchen's location. "Are you not coming in?" Yan Jiusheng beckoned to the person at the door, attempting to propel his wheelchair forward, only to be halted by Shi Qing's command, "Do not move." "What are you holding?" he inquired, feigning ignorance as he observed Shi Qing's grasp. Shi Qing cast a glance toward the kitchen, squatted down to place the items on the coffee table, opened them, and revealed a stack of medicated plasters and a bottle of pills for your leg injury. Yan Jiusheng shifted his wheelchair to examine the medication. The packaging was plain, devoid of any markings. Had he not known their origin, he would have assumed them to be unbranded products. The medicines crafted by Sun Wu were not without labels. They were simply discreet, designed to prevent unsavory elements from infiltrating, with only a select few privy to their identification. Seeing him scrutinizing the pill bottle, Shi Qing felt a pang of trepidation. He had not anticipated that the individual in question would produce such unmarked medications. Such practices were only permissible in the black market. Outside, they would surely invite legal repercussions. However, items from the black market typically bore a price but lacked demand, and it came as no surprise that a character with such uniqueness would exist. The prescription had been personally provided by him, and he had inspected the medication to ensure no corners were cut. If you do not trust it, you need not take it. Shi Qing sensed the atmosphere was particularly awkward, 100-fold more so than when the girl had presented the thermos. After a moment of silence, Yan Jiusheng let out a soft chuckle, his voice tinged with a hint of allure. "I trust you." Reaching out, I grasped the medicated plaster, tearing it open, ready to affix it to my leg. A pale, bony hand, distinct with its slender fingers, took the plaster from my grasp, blowing softly upon it. As I rolled up Yan Jiusheng's black loungewear, inch by inch, revealing his long, smooth legs devoid of hair, the powerful muscles beneath were undeniably captivating. Shi Ci Qing instinctively averted his gaze, his mind inexplicably recalling the moment he had applied medicine to Yan Jiusheng's back, that well-defined, inverted triangle physique, leaving him utterly speechless. His ears flushed crimson, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor around Suluashue. The plaster was misaligned, and a light chuckle escaped, tinged with affectionate exasperation. A large hand enveloped my delicate, pale one, correcting the placement of the plaster. "Here it should go like this." Even gripping my hand, he ensured the other side was properly adhered as well. Our hands remained intertwined, neither wishing to withdraw. Shi Ci Qing shifted slightly, momentarily lost in thought, his gaze fixed upon our joined hands, feeling surprisingly unbothered. He tugged slightly, a hint of discomfort evident. "Could you let go? It hurts a bit." Unbeknownst to him, his tone shifted dramatically, fluctuating through various pitches. Yan Jiusheng hesitated for a moment, though reluctant. Now was not the time to release his hold. Just as he prepared to do so, a voice filled with ire erupted from the kitchen. "What are you two doing?" The girl emerged, her left hand cradling a bowl and her right grasping a cup of coffee. The sight before her incited a surge of fury, nearly causing her to drop the porcelain bowl. Recognizing that this was not her home and considering her carefully curated image, she suppressed her anger. Observing our clasped hands, she felt her dignity profoundly insulted. Two men holding hands appeared repugnant, especially since one of them was supposed to be hers, and in that moment, she felt as though Yan Jiusheng had somehow been tainted. Who could blame Yan Jiusheng for resembling that person? For him, she was willing to endure so much. Shi Ci Qing withdrew his hand, but did not forget to adjust Yan Jiusheng's pant leg. Rising, he cast a cold glance at the girl, his gaze fixating on the coffee cup in her hand, which was quite glaring. Neither of us responded to her inquiry, only serving to heighten her irritation. Suppressing her anger, the girl approached Yin Jiuxing, lifting the lid of the thermos and pouring a fragrant bowl of rich bone broth. Yin Jiuxing did not accept it. Casting a fleeting glance filled with frost, his voice icy, "I won't drink it." The girl's hand faltered, a tremor causing some of the broth to spill onto the carpet beneath. A wave of emotions surged within her, aggrieved, resentful, and filled with a myriad of sentiments. Here she was, a distinguished young lady, deigning to bring soup to someone she deemed inferior. Yet he showed no gratitude and responded coldly, his attitude even less amiable than he had shown a man. Reflexively, she glanced at the silent Shi Ci Qing, a man devoid of any background, merely a university professor. What authority did he possess? It was merely a matter of her word whether he could remain a teacher or not. A single statement could strip him of everything. Bowing her head, she shot a venomous glance at Shi Ci Qing, contemplating the ramifications if the school were to discover any improper relations between a professor and his student. Neither of them would emerge unscathed. "I've worked hard for so long. Professor Yin deserves some respect." Suppressing her own bitterness, she spoke again. "If it weren't for that person, I could easily have the school expel you." Even Shi Ci Qing would not escape unscathed. She has not forgotten that, due to Shi Ci Qing's actions, her elder brother faced considerable reprimand from their father. Furthermore, with Su Luoxue's presence, her brother's chances of inheriting the Zhen family legacy have diminished even further. Zenya. Professor Yin cannot indulge in rich foods, particularly this bone broth laden with excessive seasonings. Shi Ci Qing stood with crossed arms, his voice icy. The broth was evidently not prepared by Zhenji herself. It was far from being a pure bone broth, infused with an abundance of spices and peppercorns. Its aroma somewhat pungent. It appeared that an unusual medicinal ingredient had been added. Consuming it might jeopardize the healing of his leg injury. Chapter 58. The Scandal of Chu Xinglan. Why is she so infatuated with you? Shi Ci Qing leaned against the doorframe. Observing the irate figure departing, his curiosity piqued. From the moment Zhenji arrived at Hong Kong University, he sensed something amiss, particularly during their first encounter with Yin Jiuxing, where an inexplicable obsession seemed to blossom. It is indeed perplexing to develop such fixation on someone masked, obscuring their true visage. Zhenji had spent years abroad. Had her personal life not been in disarray, she would not have returned prematurely to salvage her reputation. The Zhen family expended considerable resources to fabricate academic credentials for her, hosting an extravagant homecoming banquet. Their aim was to restore her image as the illustrious, multi-talented young lady she once was. They even donated a library and 2 basketball courts to Hong Kong University, barely securing her admission. Zhenji is enrolled in the arts department, sharing classes and a mentor with Su Luoxue and Xia. Zhenhao's extensive efforts hinge on the hope that Zhenji will marry into a higher status, thereby elevating the family's standing and wealth. There is no way he would permit Zhenji to pursue a mere university instructor, unless, of course, this was a decision made independently by Zhenji. Unbeknownst to the Zhen family, Yin Jiuxing gazed at his knee, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes narrowing with a knowing look, as if certain of the outcome. Prior to this, he was uncertain whether the young girl was that type of person, but today, it seemed entirely plausible. His fingers lightly brushed his knee as he looked up at the pensive individual, brows furrowed in contemplation, seemingly grappling with some perplexity. He preferred her vibrant demeanor from before, or the confident attitude she exhibited while practicing shooting. Shi Ci Qing waited for a response, but after a moment of silence, he surmised that the individual was either unwilling or unable to answer, and decided to refrain from pressing further. Checking the time, he recalled he had class in the afternoon and needed to prepare. Tong Xian was also coming to listen to the physics lecture for the impending exam. Technically, Tong Xian could opt out of the exam, but for a particular desire, it seemed imperative to participate. Just then, Yin Jiuxing, observing the departing figure, cast a glance at the broth, covered it, and casually remarked that she likes her little uncle. Shi Ci Qing. What? Liking her little uncle implies affection for Chu Xinglan. This relationship is exceedingly complicated, bordering on ethical concerns. Zhen Ji harbors feelings for Chu Xinglan, while Zhen Chun harbors a deep-seated animosity towards him. Are these siblings not at odds? Should such a scandal come to light, would Chu Xinglan silence them? Or would Zhen Ji pursue him with vengeance? This is incorrect. How could Yan Jiuxing possibly know? It cannot be through Lan Jin or the others, as such an extremely private matter would never be carelessly spoken of. I learned about it inadvertently, being classmates with Chu Xinglan. Given our similar appearances, she likely sought a stand-in for her uncle. Shi Ci Qing suddenly realized that since Yan Jiuxing was acquainted with Lan Jin and Pei Zheng, it was only natural that she would also know Chu Xinglan. This juicy gossip was likely well known among their circle. He was quite curious. If Zhen Hao were to discover this one day, would he become furious? Chu Xinglan was unlike any member of the Chu family, especially in terms of appearance, at times. He even doubted that she was truly the biological daughter of Old Master Chu. Wait, if there truly was no blood relation. Then if Zhen Ji were to be with Chu Xinglan, Zhen Hao would probably be the most thrilled, as he had long sought to take over the Chu family and could hardly bear to see someone younger and more capable than himself. Zhen Ji was indeed formidable, keeping an eye on the pot while eating from a bowl. Given her current capabilities, it was highly probable that she aimed to maintain Yan Jiuxing's favor. If for some reason, this thought left her feeling slightly uncomfortable. They had no blood ties? Shi Ci Qing asked the burning question. Upon hearing this, Yan Jiuxing erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke. After a brief cough, he spoke. He is indeed my uncle, pausing for a moment before continuing. But Chu Xinglan was not a child anticipated to enter this world. Shi Ci Qing responded, what other astonishing revelation is this? Is this something I am meant to hear? Old Master Chu and Chu Xinglan's mother were united through a marriage of convenience, devoid of any genuine affection. It was merely a means to solidify Old Master Chu's standing within the family. They had been married for many years without ever sharing a bed, and Chu Xinglan was merely an unexpected occurrence. Yan's mother had not wished for him and even contemplated termination. The only reason he was allowed to survive was due to Yan's mother's frail health, which posed a risk to her own life. She thought that since they both had children now, they might as well live together, having been effectively bound to one another. However, it was soon evident that Yan Jiuxing was struggling to contain some emotional turmoil. Shi Ci Qing was ever watchful of the person in the wheelchair. This barely perceptible emotion did not escape his notice, and he frowned deeply, sensing that Yan Jiuxing was deeply affected. Why? He and Chu Xinglan were merely classmates. Why did it feel as if he were recounting his own story? Enough, he urged. Regardless of the circumstances, it was better to know less. And this was also to help soothe Yan Jiuxing's troubled heart. Yan Jiuxing shook his head and continued. Not long after, Yan's mother discovered that Chu Long had 4 children in the countryside, born with a village girl, and they even held a marriage certificate. After the incident, Yan's mother became the mistress who destroyed another's family, facing scorn and attack, leading to postpartum depression. Isn't it quite absurd? Soon after, on a dark night, she leapt from the Chu family's estate, and even more absurdly, before her death, she bequeathed all her possessions to the unanticipated son, in a bid to ensure his survival. She even sent him abroad. The most ludicrous part was that although Chu Xinglan was not the youngest, she was arbitrarily designated as such, with the family tree reflecting the same. Old Master Chu's sole intention was to elevate Chu Xinglan above all others, perpetually suppressing and controlling her. Shi Ci Qing felt a sense of admiration for Chu Xinglan. It was indeed a miracle to have lived such a long life, a testament to a fortitude that is rare among ordinary individuals. To occupy a position of power suggests that this person possesses formidable methods. Anyone capable of befriending an elder brother must not be lacking in character, yet they are hardly virtuous, often harboring profound and sinister thoughts. Far away in Jing City, Shi Jing Chuan inexplicably sneezed several times, startling his secretary into hastily adjusting the temperature. Shi Ci Qing looked down at his clenched fist, the knuckles faintly whitening, and the peculiar sensation in his heart intensified. Take a rest. Come back after class, he instructed. As he departed, he took the bone broth with him, pouring it out for the stray cats and dogs on campus. Once the door closed, Yin Jiusheng reverted to his cold, rigid demeanor and retrieved his phone to dial Lan Jin's number. What the hell? Did you really say that? You're not having a breakdown? Lan Jin's surprised voice was so loud that Yin Jiusheng had to move the phone away from his ear. No, I managed to hold it together. The person on the other end silently gave a thumbs up in admiration. What was his reaction? Yin Jiusheng recalled, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Very calm, as if he were listening to an inconsequential tale. A fresh wave of astonished curses erupted from the other end, prompting Yin Jiusheng, disinterested, to end the call. Chapter 59. Farewell to Sulai yang insane. Absolutely insane. No, it's the Chu family that is truly deranged. To elicit sympathy, they revealed such a hidden matter. And to a child at that, utter madness, complete madness. An 18 or 19-year-old could hardly comprehend such complexities. This world had undoubtedly gone mad. After being disconnected, Lan Jin was infuriated, pacing the living room and stamping his feet in frustration, completely forgetting the prior events. Shi Ci Qing was unlike his peers. The incidents involving the brutal beating of Zhen Chun at the hospital, the rescue of Tong Xin in the alley, and the French and programming competitions all attested to Shi Ci Qing's extraordinary nature. Each member of the Shi family was exceptional. They had received various etiquette educations from a young age, possessing deeper thoughts and greater understanding than their contemporaries. Moreover, they were precocious, unable to contain his anger. Lan Jin called back, only to receive a series of nonsensical replies. You don't understand. Personally deliver my medication and apply ointment to my knee. Their essay chants. Though the statements were disjointed, Lan Jin grasped their meaning. Feeling a surge of frustration that made him want to throw his phone while simultaneously finding the person at home even more disagreeable. He did not comprehend the subtleties. It was merely a ploy he had employed once or twice before, remnants of his own strategies. The effectiveness of such tactics was dubious. Otherwise, he would not have remained absent for so many years. Don't be angry. He has his own plans. Pei Zheng's silence was preferable, but when he spoke, it only exacerbated Lan Jin's discomfort. With an angry glare directed at Pei Zheng, his eyes wide and unblinking, he looked down from his elevated position, indignantly asserting that both of them were cut from the same cloth, neither being of good character. Pei Zheng, feeling wrong, thought, I am truly innocent. I know I was in the wrong, and during those years Lan Jin was away, I too suffered greatly and have been striving to make amends. How could Lan Jin equate him with that scoundrel? Chu Xinglan. Jiner, do not call me. Just seeing you irritates me. Lan Jin, Fu Ming, kicked Pei Zheng and plopped down onto the sofa, sulking while clutching a panda plush toy. Pei Zheng did not react with anger to the kick. Instead, he felt a flicker of joy. Lan Jin's temper tantrum indicated that he was not entirely without hope, for he knew that Jiner still harbored feelings for him. Glancing at the time, he hurried to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Lan Jin, witnessing his cheerful demeanor rather than an angry one, inwardly cursed his eccentricity. Yet a smile crept into her eyes. As for Tong Xin, it was her inaugural experience attending a guest lecture at Hong Kong University, a cross-disciplinary endeavor that naturally led to moments of confusion. Having inquired about the physics department beforehand, she learned that Shi Ci Qing, though seemingly disinterested, was a perennial top performer at the school. Despite his past pursuits of Su Luoxue, his academic achievements remained stellar. He was a true scholar, even having skipped a grade. It was only due to the challenging nature of this year's physics exam, as indicated by the review teacher, that he chose to attend classes at Hong Kong University ahead of time. This also clarified why the majority of examination questions were crafted by the university's faculty. Lost in thought, Shi Ci Qing pondered over matters concerning Zhu Xinglan and the storyteller. Yin Jiusheng's vivid narration, accompanied by subtle tremors, suggested he was restraining himself. Regardless of their close relationship, the depth of understanding he displayed was perplexing. It was as if he had intimate knowledge of the same individual. If they were indeed one and the same, why the necessity for dual identities? There seemed to be a crucial detail he overlooked in today's conversation. How did the Yin surname come to be? Fourth brother, are you all right? Tong Xin called out once. receiving no response, so she repeated her inquiry. Noticing Shi Ci Qing's unusual demeanor, she grew concerned and cautiously spoke again. Finally, Shi Ci Qing snapped back to reality, gazing at Tong Xin with a hint of confusion. "What is it?" he asked. Tong Xin, holding her notebook, approached him again. "You don't look well. Do you need to visit the infirmary?" Shi Ci Qing shook his head, explaining that he had merely been lost in thought. "What were you asking me earlier?" Tong Xin handed her notebook back to him, pointing to a particular question and restarting the discussion. They had been answering questions for a while, and the bell signaling the end of class had rung some time ago. Stretching lazily, Shi Ci Qing closed his notebook and led Tong Xin outside, as they still needed to pick up Lan Yu from the medical school. As they passed the supermarket, they unexpectedly spotted Jin Shan and Su Laiyang, who were engaged in hushed conversation, with Su Laiyang exhibiting a distinctly guilty expression. Shi Ci Qing cast a fleeting glance before ignoring them and turning to leave the area. Upon exiting the medical school, they were deliberately summoned to the equipment room, which finally illuminated the nature of the two's scheming. This equipment room had been abandoned for several years, and it was inconceivable that their mentor would summon them here without reason. Realizing the implications, Shi Ci Qing sensed something was amiss as he approached the door. Just as he intended to escort his companions away, they were forcibly pushed inside, and with a resounding click, the door was locked behind them. The dilapidated room allowed a sliver of light to penetrate, revealing several figures standing before them, all wearing malevolent grins. With Su Laiyang at the center, Shi Ci Qing instinctively pulled Lan Yu behind him and instructed Tong Xin, "Keep an eye on Lan Yu." In this confined space, the atmosphere was decidedly unwelcoming for Lan Yu, evoking memories of similar places. With childlike innocence, Tong Xin clutched Lan Yu's hands tightly, half embracing him. Shi Ci Qing glanced at his watch and took a couple of steps forward, casting a sidelong glance at the bench, tilting his head with an ambiguous smile. His voice calm, yet indifferent. "Is Su Laiyang still in the hospital?" This man seemed to have lost his senses, perhaps struck by the door, suffering from intermittent amnesia. Despite the brutal beating he endured, he still dared to provoke trouble. Truly a resilient little cockroach. Upon hearing the word hospital, a chill ran through Su Laiyang, as painful memories flooded back. Had it not been for his luck, he might have been killed that day. The next day, he had someone check the surveillance footage, but it revealed nothing. Only the faces of a few people were visible, with no one else present, leaving the matter unresolved. Could it have been Shi Ci Qing's doing? Su Laiyang cast a doubtful glance at the seemingly composed individual beside him, but then reconsidered. Someone who was utterly obedient to Su Luoxue could hardly be the one who assaulted him. Shi Ci Qing was merely an obsequious follower, incapable of fighting. Thus, it was inconceivable. "Speak. What is your purpose?" Shi Ci Qing turned to glance at Lan Yu, his voice imbued with an icy intensity, unwilling to squander time, for prolonged exposure would be unbearable for Lan Yu. "I heard you won the programming competition. My demands are modest. Relinquish the reward, and I shall allow you to leave." Su Laiyang believed he had intimidated him, his expression turning smug as he brazenly replied, "And that prize from the French competition as well, or else my sister will never speak to you again." As he spoke, his gaze was directed at Tong Xin. Shi Ci Qing observed Su Laiyang's expression, seemingly grasping something significant. His demeanor was haughty, laced with provocation. Not a chance. The signal in the abandoned equipment room was poor. The red light on Shi Ci Qing's watch continued to blink until it transformed into green. Suddenly, he seized a wooden chair from his left and brought it crashing down. A resounding thud echoed as the person standing before Su Laiyang collapsed, motionless, blood streaming from their head. The chair, old and somewhat decayed, could not withstand the immense force and shattered into splinters, some stained with blood scattered across the floor. Shi Ci Qing disdainfully shook his hand, murmuring about the filth. Chapter 60. Abandoned equipment room so filthy, it needed something to clean it up. A malicious grin crept across Shi Ci Qing's lips, his dark eyes glinting with a predatory gleam as he directed a bloodied finger at Su Laiyang, resembling a demon. The room fell into an eerie silence, the suddenness of his actions leaving several individuals frozen in shock, unable to fathom his abrupt aggression. Particularly, Su Liang recoiled several steps, his back pressing against the abandoned iron rack, forced to halt. That gaze was terrifying, as if he were staring at a corpse. He had never been like this before. Due to his sister's influence, Shi Ci Qing had always been accommodating, even when it came to expensive items. Some had mentioned his transformation, but Su Liang had dismissed it as a mere tactic to attract his sister's attention. Now, it seemed that was not the case. This behavior suggested he might genuinely be willing to give up on her. If my sister finds out you are bullying me, she will certainly not let you off the hook and will never speak to you again, Su Liang stubbornly declared. Shi Ci Qing advanced step by step, treading upon fragments of wood that creaked beneath her weight, sending chills through the hearts of those present. Very well. The two-word phrase left Su Liang momentarily perplexed regarding its true implication. Among them, a slightly portly individual, known as Doggo, was the first to react. Having been in this circle for quite some time, he was accustomed to being addressed with respect. He had never endured such humiliation and could no longer bear it. With a fierce determination, he lunged towards Shi Ci Qing, only to find himself sent sprawling several meters away, his face colliding with splintered wood and the remnants of discarded equipment. Crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, blood spewed from his mouth. He felt as if his bones were shattering, the pain piercing through his very core. He never anticipated that such a seemingly frail individual could wield such formidable strength. The remaining companions, witnessing Dog G's plight, turned pale with terror, scrambling to escape, only to collide with the elevated platform and nearby apparatus, completely forgetting the exit lay behind Shi Ci Qing. Su Liang, leaning against the platform, lifted his gaze to the two figures by the door, their brows furrowed in contemplation. He nudged his companion, signaling towards the entrance. The red-haired individual, trembling in fear, looked up and understood Su Liang's intent. If they were to escape today, those two were crucial. While Su Liang and the others distracted Shi Ci Qing, the red-haired youth stealthily maneuvered. As he brushed past Shi Ci Qing, a sudden, powerful grip seized his hair, yanking him back violently, and he crashed to the ground. A foot pressed down on his chest, a knee bent, while a stick, seemingly scavenged from the debris, was brandished in one hand. The equipment room echoed with the harrowing cries of the red-haired boy. Su Liang stared in disbelief. It was unimaginable that such a bookish individual could possess such fighting prowess. They stood defenseless, with 2 or 3 of them being from the physical education department. Just as the red-haired boy regained some awareness and attempted to speak, Shi Ci Qing's foot came crashing down upon his head, the pressure threatening to fracture his skull. In a low, gravelly voice, she spoke, unhurried yet imbued with an unsettling aura. "What do you intend to do? You're not in a position to act against us." Lifting her gaze to the unscathed Su Liang, she flashed a ghostly smile. "Would you prefer an arm or a leg broken, or perhaps both?" With one hand casually tucked in her pocket and the other gripping the stick, her foot firmly planted on the red-haired boy, a faint smile graced her face. Yet, it sent a chill down Su Liang's spine, as if he could truly feel the agony of bones fracturing. "Shi Ci Qing, you dare? I am the brother of Su Luoxue and a distinguished guest of the Jin family. If you harm me, they will not let you go." Upon hearing this, Shi Ci Qing appeared to hear the most ludicrous joke, her eyes narrowing with a chilling glint as she looked down upon him. In the dimly lit equipment room, light streamed through the cracks, casting a silhouette of Shi Ci Qing's slightly curved profile. She shook the stick in her hand, declaring, "Let them come. Let us see who meets their end first." A palpable aura of menace sent shivers down the spine. He struck Zhen Chun numerous times, and the old man of the Zhen family did not dare to take any action throughout, the reasons for which are quite evident. As for the Su family, they are even less qualified to intervene. "I was severely harmed by you, and you shall wait for Hong Mao to furiously point at Su Liang and berate him." If it weren't for the assertion that he was merely dealing with someone as defenseless as a chick, how could they have suffered such humiliation? At that moment, the sound of a wheelchair rolling and some disordered footsteps came from outside the door. Following that was the sound of a lock dropping to the ground, and the door swung open, allowing sunlight to pour in, causing everyone to shield their eyes in discomfort. Once the visitors were discerned, Those who had been knocked down appeared to see a savior, especially Su Liang, who instantly collapsed to the ground. He had gone mad, trembling fingers pointing towards Shi Ci Qing. Upon hearing the sound of the wheelchair rolling behind him, Shi Ci Qing froze, forgetting to retract his feet. This deranged display was seen, and for a moment, no one reacted. "Your feet are dirty." A man's deep, magnetic voice resonated as he held the ankle gently and placed it back on the ground. "Get up." Yin Jiusheng, without even glancing at the fallen Hong Mao, spoke coldly, then turned with a gentle demeanor to wipe Shi Ci Qing's hands. Hong Mao, trembling, scrambled to rise, desperately trying to flee, but was intercepted at the door by Pei Zheng, who restrained him and kicked him down again. "Are you all right?" Pei Ming, looking at the person leaning against Tong Xian, spoke with evident concern. Lan Yu cast him a glance, then turned away, no longer regarding him. Pei Ming felt a pang of hurt. His hand awkwardly hovered in midair, unsure of how to withdraw. Outside, onlookers gathered, mostly students from the basketball court. And when they saw Yin Jiusheng approaching with his entourage towards the warehouse, some curiously followed. Upon witnessing Shi Ci Qing's state, they were momentarily stunned. The Shi Ci Qing they knew was not like this. The contrast was too stark. Su Liang and the others were taken to the principal's office, while Shi Ci Qing, expressionless, leaned against the window, and Yin Jiusheng sat beside him, gently tapping the wheelchair. Lan Yu was taken directly home by Lan Jin, as today was the scheduled time for psychological therapy, and he believed Yin Jiusheng would handle the matter well. Naturally, the Pei brothers also left together. "You few are from the sports department of Han University? How did you end up mingling with students from the first high school? And how did you gain admission to Han University?" Yu Zhao, seated in an office chair with materials in hand, lifted his gaze towards Hong Mao. An overwhelming sense of pressure instantly enveloping Su Liang and the others. The student from the sports department abruptly knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for Yu Zhao to spare them. Yu Zhao remained silent, instead directing his attention to Shi Ci Qing. Shi Ci Qing merely cast a cursory glance, stating coolly, "If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police?" Yu Zhao instantly grasped his meaning. However, the situation could escalate or diminish. Since they had not resorted to violence, there was no need to waste police resources, especially as these individuals were on the receiving end of the beating. Among them, 2 were quite severely injured. Truly, in their youthful exuberance, they had struck without restraint. "I refuse to accept this," Su Liang shouted vehemently after hearing Yu Zhao's words. He could not fathom why they were being punished while Shi Ci Qing, the instigator, remained unscathed. "Why is that?" Yu Zhao coldly reprimanded, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "You are not a student of our school and have no authority to interfere with our decisions." Su Liang's anger intensified, filling him with a rage that overshadowed any fear he had felt in the equipment room. He was acutely aware that here, Shi Ci Qing would not dare to lay a hand on him. Why is there no punishment for what he did to us? Because he is the victim. Yin Jiusheng, who had remained silent until now, spoke in a calm tone, his masked face obscuring his features, yet his words carried an icy resonance. Just as Su Liang was about to respond, the sight of those narrowed phoenix eyes caused his fear to swell, overwhelming him and making his legs weaken, nearly causing him to collapse. The office door was knocked upon, and a timid boy entered, followed closely by a visibly anxious Su Luoxue and the Su family parents. Upon seeing Su's father, Su Liang regained his confidence. Though the Su family was not well known, in this office, no one could rival their influence. If Lan Jin and Pei Zheng had not left early, Su Liang would not have dared to entertain such bold thoughts, rarely attending formal occasions. His brashness was out of place, and he had never encountered the current heads of the Lan and Pei families, nor did he possess the qualifications to do so. Su Luoxue had seen them a couple of times, but only because her father had insisted she meet them, and those gatherings were secured through considerable effort on Su's father's part. They seldom had the opportunity to meet otherwise. Su Yan's initial thought was simple. Having heard that the heirs of the Lan and Pei families remained unmarried, he believed that whoever caught there would provide significant support to the Su family. Yet, he never anticipated that his daughter would become entangled with Jin Shun, causing the Lan and Pei families to fall by the wayside, given Zhen as prominent status. What is happening here, Director Yu? What have you done to my son? Are you holding a tribunal? Su's father stormed in, his son pitifully surrounded, igniting a surge of anger within him. Oh dear, my precious son. Who did this to you? Su's mother, her eyes red with concern, rushed to inspect Su Liang, fearful for his well-being. My son has been harmed in your school. You must provide an explanation, or this will not end well. Without regard for the situation, she began to accuse everyone present, demanding accountability. Then, she inadvertently spotted the boy standing by the window and, with fury in her eyes, strode forward in her high heels, raising her hand to chastise him. What is the matter with you? You see my son being bullied and do nothing? Be careful, or Luo Xue will no longer pay you any attention. Her hand was forcefully brushed aside, pain shooting through her wrist. On my hand. Su's mother quickly withdrew, her hand now reddened. Lowering her gaze, she seemed to notice that there was another person beside Shi Ci Qing, a disabled individual in a wheelchair. Who do you think you are to strike me? I will teach him a lesson. You have no right to interfere, you worthless cripple. The moment those words escaped her lips, she felt the weight of many penetrating gazes filled with disdain. Shi Ci Qing turned around, finally meeting the woman's gaze. The sharp and caustic expression on her face was one he had encountered far too many times before. Out of consideration for Yu Zhao's reputation, the woman initially dismissed any concerns regarding him, even choosing to ignore the situation. Yet, she now expressed her inability to tolerate Yan Jiusheng. Lifting her gaze towards Yu Zhao, he immediately understood her silent plea and ushered the extraneous individuals out of the office. Moments later, only the Su family and the crimson-haired figure sprawled on the floor remained. Yu Zhao locked the door, drew the curtains, ensuring that the events within remained concealed from the outside world, taking advantage of the office's commendable soundproofing. Approaching Yan Jiusheng, he whispered, "Are you truly willing to let him act with impunity, unafraid of the trouble it may bring you? This little rascal is rather ruthless." Yu Zhao glanced at the hospital report on his phone, his tongue clicking in dismay. 2 of the assailants were seriously injured, while the others bore mere superficial wounds. The crimson-haired individual posed little concern, easily dealt with, yet one of the incapacitated was from a family of modest influence, necessitating intervention from a higher authority. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly pursue trouble with the young one. This individual possessed some clout, albeit limited. It is at your discretion to handle it. Yu Zhao handed the documents to Yan Jiusheng and fell silent. Yan Jiusheng raised her eyes, casting a languid glance at the individual who had been struck down, and spoke slowly, "Fear not, for I am here." Yu Zhao shrugged in resignation, acknowledging that one must indulge their own. Were he in her position, he would have acted similarly. In essence, he was there to provide support, not to witness her suffering. Regardless of who was right or wrong, his allegiance was unwavering. Shi Ci Qing stepped before the woman. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and struck her down. "What are you doing?" Su Fu, taken aback by the sudden aggression, could not react in time and rebuked him furiously. "Get away." Shi Ci Qing, unfazed, scolded, leaving Su Fu, a man in his 40s, momentarily daunted. He half-squatted, patting the woman's face. "If your mouth cannot speak, I wouldn't mind silencing it for you or removing it altogether." The woman, startled by his sinister demeanor, found herself rendered speechless, trembling uncontrollably, unable to comprehend how the man who once courted her daughter had seemingly transformed into a different person. She unwittingly placed the blame for their predicament entirely on Su Luo Xue, lamenting her daughter's inability to win a man's favor. After all, Shi Ci Qing had once treated them with utmost respect, a stark contrast to the current scene. "Ci Qing, how can you strike my mother? She is your elder," Su Luo Xue declared, her face devoid of sorrow upon witnessing her mother and brother being assaulted, even displaying a hint of excitement. She truly wished to remain uninvolved. Yet in that moment, she felt compelled to play the role of a dutiful, virtuous daughter. Shi Ci Qing coldly regarded Su Luo Xue, retracting his hand and returning to Yan Jiusheng's side, stating icily, "My elder bears the surname Shi. She is hardly an elder in my eyes." Yu Zhao, How can you stand idly by as he brazenly assaults others without regard for his superiors? I must say, the quality of your institution is rather questionable, Su Fu. Unable to confront Shi Qing, redirected his ire towards Yu Zhao, a director of Hong Kong University. Yu Zhao ambled back to his desk, seated himself, and rested his chin on his clasped hands, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Your son is not a student at Hong Kong University. Perhaps you should first inquire how he managed to gain access here and how he lured someone into that abandoned equipment room. A word of caution, that room has been derelict for many years, and even our own students rarely know of its existence. How did your son come to know of it? A series of questions left Su's father momentarily speechless, his excessive concern leading him to overlook numerous critical issues. Why Su Liang came to Hong Kong University, and the reasons behind his presence, were questions he had neglected. At that moment, Su's father found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in an unarticulated sense of guilt, casting a glance at his beloved son that momentarily reflected disappointment. Chapter 62. How did the altercation arise? Acknowledging his culpability, Su's father, though a self-made man with a touch of ostentation, possessed a degree of shrewdness. Upon coming to terms with the situation, he refrained from further entanglement, promising a generous compensation to facilitate a smooth departure, during which he also called back Su Luoxiu, who was on her way to class. Shi Ci Qing noticed the glimmer of hope in Su Luoxiu's eyes as she left, a hint of desperation that he chose to disregard. Su Luoxiu appeared increasingly despondent, trailing her father homeward. After resolving the matter, Shi Ci Qing wheeled Yan Zhouxing back to the apartment, both enveloped in silence. Yan Zhouxing contemplated the most opportune moment to address the incident involving the sports academy student, while Shi Ci Qing pondered how to explain the violent scene Yan Zhouxing had witnessed. Their thoughts remained their own until they returned to the apartment. How did the altercation arise? Shi Ci Qing sought an excuse to retreat to the kitchen, prompting a calm inquiry from Yan Zhouxing behind him. Shi Ci Qing hesitated at the kitchen door, his right foot poised to enter, but then withdrew, leaning against the doorframe. His brow furrowed and hands clasped behind his back. The amulet around his neck gleamed with an almost blinding light. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Su Liang sought the prize money from 2 competitions, but that is secondary. My primary concern is that Lan Yu cannot remain in a confined space for too long, which compelled me to act swiftly. If I do not take the initiative, I can only await my fate. Yan Zhouxing, familiar with Lan Jin for many years, understood Lan Yu's condition well and refrained from further comment. Let me see your hand, he requested. The boy's hand bore old scars, and Yan Zhouxing wondered if excessive force might have exacerbated the injuries. After a brief hesitation, Shi Ci Qing obediently approached Yan Zhouxing, extending his hand, which was slightly reddened, with faint marks of a stick strike evident on his palm. Upon seeing these marks, Yan Zhouxing's brow furrowed in visible displeasure. The boy attempted to withdraw his hand, but the grip was too tight for immediate movement. Professor Yan, could you please let go? My hand hurts. Very well, Yan Zhouxing replied, maneuvering his wheelchair to the first-floor storage room, returning with a medical kit in hand. Shi Ci Qing approached cautiously, crouching to reach Yan Zhouxing's chin level, his hand resting on Yan Zhouxing's knee as he observed the man carefully applying the medication. That peculiar sensation resurfaced, causing his ears to flush inexplicably. Keep your hand away from water for the time being, Yan Zhouxing instructed with a serious tone as he finished organizing the medical supplies. Understood, Shi Ci Qing replied. Return home first. I shall grant you leave, Yan Zhouxing remarked coolly as he emerged from the storage room. The sound of the wheelchair rolling over the floor resonated deeply, akin to a weight pressing upon Shi Ci Qing's heart. The boy instinctively raised his hand to his chest, brushing against the amulet, the stir within him becoming more pronounced. He found it perplexing. Their acquaintance had only spanned a few months, and his approach towards Yan Zhouxing had been intentional. So how could such elusive emotions arise? Lost in thought, Shi Ci Qing stepped out of the apartment, absent-mindedly kicking at the small pebbles scattered on the ground, his mind a tumult of entangled ideas. Furthermore, an oddity had emerged during this period. He seemed to have broken free from Su Luoxiu's certain constraint over him, for he would not have acted against her that day otherwise. Everything felt chaotic, he needed to find a moment to sort through it all. After returning to his dormitory to retrieve his backpack, he did not head home, but instead made his way to the Lan residence. Having accompanied Lan Yu home twice before, he was well acquainted with its location. Beneath the shade of the large tree at the entrance of the university, a figure watched Shi Ci Qing retreating further away with a scowl, muttering curses about his ineptitude, before glancing at the messages on his phone and storming off in another direction. Once Shi Ci Qing had departed, Yan Jiuxing changed his attire and wheeled himself outside, where Pei Zheng and another individual awaited. The car sped directly toward a hospital. In the passenger seat, the person beside, Yan Jiuxing, cast a meaningful glance at his knees, a smirk playing on his lips, eyes glinting with intrigue. How effective is that medicine? In the rear seat, the man remained engrossed in his tablet, his fingers deftly tapping the screen. He replied nonchalantly, "While the medication is potent, its effects surpass that of ordinary remedies by 100-fold." He continued, "This leg injury will not heal in 3 or 4 months. With this medicine, I estimate recovery in under a month. I can already walk lightly on my own. If used inversely, it could cure an elephant," remarked Sun Wu, casting a sidelong glance at Pei Zheng in the driver's seat before returning his gaze to the man in the back. "That young fellow certainly appears authoritative. You have a keen eye." Sun Wu recalled the dilapidated factory and the video of Shi Ci Qing fighting. Swift, ruthless, precise, yet not lethal. It was a sight that sent chills down his spine. The method appeared feral, one that even he could not decipher, particularly given his acquaintance with that notorious arms dealer from M-Continent. It seemed that Shi Ci Qing was indeed extraordinary, a youth not yet 20, yet familiar with such underworld connections. That arms dealer was no mere trifler, but a formidable character, which explained how he thrived in such perilous endeavors at a young age. Sun Wu pondered with curiosity how a student from Hong Kong University came to know such a figure. Did the Shi family realize the prowess of their precious heir? Indeed, the man mused, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He has been nurtured since childhood. He is bound to be exceptional. The car halted at the hospital entrance, and the three proceeded directly to the top floor's VIP ward. Upon reaching the innermost room, they could hear a voice within, filled with righteous indignation, vehemently cursing Shi Ci Qing. "How dare a lowly wretch without any background lay hands on my son? I shall ensure he cannot remain in this city. My dear child, to strike him is a privilege. To retaliate is indeed his fault. Truly, he is unaware of his own mortality and has failed to inquire about the esteemed reputation our Chun family holds in the harbor city. Offending us is a reckless act that cannot go unpunished. We must ensure that he is expelled from the university, or we shall not rest until justice is served." As the door swung open, the sound of the wheelchair rolling across the floor silenced the fervent curses momentarily. An irritable voice questioned the audacity of intruding here, oblivious to the presence of a resplendent woman. Upon turning, she halted abruptly, and the middle-aged man beside her donned a sycophantic grin, rubbing his hands together as he approached. "Mr. Chu, what brings you here?" Gazing at his son on the hospital bed, the man mistakenly assumed that Mr. Chu had come specifically for his child. After all, the Chu family was involved in a project collaboration with them, and this thought filled his face with uncontainable joy. "Mr. Chu is indeed considerate. My son is not severely injured. Merely," Mr. Chu rested his elbow on the wheelchair's armrest, propping his chin with one hand, raising an eyebrow in a semblance of amusement. "What is it?" The middle-aged man feigned difficulty in articulating his thoughts. "It is the one who struck my son. He is a prominent figure at the university. They intend to shield him by placing the blame entirely on my son. Which leaves me." His unspoken words prompted a chuckle from Mr. Chu, while the man beside him, Sun Wuzhen, laughed heartily, showing no regard for the middle-aged man's dignity. The audacity of his assumptions was almost laughable. The elder had conjured an elaborate narrative without even a word from Mr. Chu. "Indeed, I have come regarding this matter." However, the incomplete thought only served to inflate Chen Yang's pride further, as he reveled in the notion that his son had garnered such attention from the illustrious Mr. Chu. Did this not imply that their recent medical project could proceed smoothly? "Mr. Chu, there is no need for concern. We will resolve this matter and ensure it does not hinder our collaboration. Rest assured, Mr. Chu's brow furrowed slightly, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Pei Zheng, on the other hand, maintained a stoic expression, though his gaze betrayed disdain and evident condescension towards Chen Yang. Sun Wuzhen's openly dismissive attitude elicited laughter from him, bending at the waist and repeatedly slapping his knee in mirth. His derision was unmistakable, and Chen Yang could hardly miss it. Yet, since this man was in the company of Mr. Chu, he refrained from retaliation. Had it not been for Mr. Chu's presence, he would have likely left the hospital in a less than complete state. What is so amusing? Chen Yang managed to restrain his indignation, speaking in a calm tone. Sun Wuzhen cleared his throat, stifling his laughter before leisurely replying, "You are simply ignorant and obstinate. How can you be so certain that the esteemed Mr. Chu has come for your son?" With those words, Chen Yang's fury could no longer be concealed. Trembling, he pointed a finger at Sun Wuzhen, his gaze shifting to the silent figure beside him, and with barely contained rage, he exclaimed, "Are all of Mr. Chu's associates so uncouth? The master has yet to speak, yet the dog has already barked. Is this appropriate?" As Chu Xinglan remained silent, a sharp crack reverberated through the air as Chen Yang's finger bone shattered, accompanied by his agonized wail that echoed throughout the hospital room. Sun Wu, unhurried, picked up a damp tissue from the table, disdainfully wiped his hands, and tossed the tissue into the trash bin as if it were contaminated. He shook his hands in irritation at being pointed at. "What are you, daring to strike my man?" The affluent woman finally reacted, furiously advancing to argue, only to be slapped back to the bedside, landing heavily on the hospital bed. Sun Wu wiped his hands again and disdainfully clicked his tongue. "I do not strike women, but such an ugly act has truly sullied my hands. What are you attempting to do? This is a hospital." The individual on the hospital bed stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. These people were utterly lawless, daring to engage in violence in a hospital. Were it not for his current inability to move, he would have retaliated long ago. Having already suffered humiliation at the hands of Shi Ci Qing, being struck by these brazen individuals was an affront too great to bear. He vowed that he would not rest until he avenged this insult. The Chen family was not to be trifled with, and these individuals would surely pay the price. Chu Xinglan, ever astute, discerned the thoughts reflected in the eyes of the man on the bed and let out a derisive snort. Chen Yang, clutching his injured finger, glared angrily at the silent figure seated in the wheelchair, accusing Chu Xinglan, "You did not come here to visit. You clearly came to stir trouble. As your elder, do you not fear me reporting you to old Master Chu for reprimand?" Finally, Chu Xinglan made a move. Pei Zheng retrieved a cane from the side of the wheelchair and handed it to him. The man, leaning on the cane, rose and approached Chen Yang step by step, looking down upon him with condescension. "Whether you can enter the Chu family is one matter. I have stated that I indeed came here for this issue, not to pay a visit, but to seek justice for my family member." Chen Yang inquired, which family member? Doubt clouded his mind. Had his son not relayed the truth? He had investigated, discovering that the individual in question possessed no background. How could he possibly be connected to Chu Xinglan? It was evident that his son had been the one to strike first. So why were they all defending the true instigator? Madame Chen had only one precious son, Chen Jin. Due to a grave injury, he could no longer bear children. Thus she bestowed all her affection upon him, naming him Jin, signifying a life of wealth and prosperity. Little did she expect her cherished son to be so brutally beaten by someone like him. And now, the Chu family dared to threaten her, seeking to protect that vile person. How could she possibly allow that? Pei Zheng, who had remained silent until now, produced an envelope from behind and opened it, causing several sheets of paper to flutter to the floor, along with numerous photographs. The images depicted Chen Jin engaging in brawls outside of school, and even involved in the trafficking of certain substances, alongside various acts of bullying. Pei Zheng then set up a projector, clearly illustrating how Su Liang and others had lured Shi Ci Qing to the warehouse, detailing Chen Jin's actions and words with precision. Shi Ci Qing's retaliation was merely an act of self-defense. Anyone with eyes could discern the truth of the situation. Sun Wu crossed his arms and scoffed. "Your precious son has offended someone he should not have. It is a miracle he is still alive, and yet you expect to hold him accountable? How utterly delusional. If that ancestor were to make even the slightest misstep, the Chun family would face annihilation in the harbor city. Chen Yang was taken aback, utterly incredulous. This was in stark contrast to his investigations. How could an individual devoid of any background possess such formidable power to render the Chun family extinct? Even with Chu Xinglan's backing, it seemed impossible. No, it cannot be. Sun Wu sighed, rubbing his temples. Conversing with someone so bereft of reason felt like a waste of life. Chu Xinglan tapped Chun Jin's leg with her cane, causing him to grimace in pain. Casting a cold glance at the stunned onlookers, she retreated to her wheelchair, leaving her words unspoken. Act wisely. As Sun Wu exited the hospital room, he turned back to make a particularly mischievous and disdainful expression. Once the door closed, the affluent woman sank onto the bed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Yet her anger simmered within her. No matter how she contemplated it, she could not swallow the indignity. Chu Xinglan was merely a young man, privileged by lineage. But in her eyes, the true authority lay with the elder of the Chu family. Regardless of how formidable Chu Xinglan appeared, he was bound to heed the elder's words. How could a grandson dare to defy his grandfather? That would be a grave act of filial disrespect. Husband, we cannot let this matter rest. Our son cannot endure such unwarranted violence, she proclaimed. I shall speak with Madame Chu shortly. Chen Yang, momentarily silent, silently concurred with his wife. Indeed, he could not allow a junior to belittle him. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, his phone rang. It was his assistant. Boss, there is an unfortunate development. Numerous projects have been halted, leading to a staggering loss of nearly 100 million in just an hour. Furthermore, Xian Yang impotently interjected, irritated by his assistant's reluctance to speak plainly. There is also the branch office we were preparing to open in the capital. The approval documents have suddenly been deemed unacceptable, and that project is now completely derailed. Do you know who is behind this? Chen Yang inquired, refusing to believe that Chu Xinglan could act so swiftly. We do not know. The assistant's response made Chen Yang want to shatter his phone in frustration. How could this happen? Was it possible that the young man truly possessed such a powerful background? This situation could not persist. He needed to visit the Chu family to ascertain the truth, for he could not allow his hard-earned foundation to be dismantled so easily. Boss, our investigations have revealed a connection to the Shi Ci group and another entity in the capital, but we are unable to identify the mastermind behind Shi Ci group. The Shi Ci company in the harbor city had thrived in recent years, its rapid ascent seemingly unstoppable. Chapter 64. The third tribunal of the Chu family upon returning home. Su Liang felt increasingly aggrieved. Nothing had been going smoothly lately. His attempts to rally support for Tong Xin had been thwarted twice, and he had been inexplicably hospitalized. Today was no exception. It was evident that Shi Ci Qing had assaulted them, yet that group insisted on defending Shi Ci Qing, a mere sycophant of his sister. It made no sense. Clearly, he had incurred the wrath of some nefarious individuals. All of this was Su Luoxue's fault. Were it not for the trouble she stirred, he would not be experiencing such misfortune. Pacing back and forth in the room, he was consumed with anger. His phone rang. It was a group of friends urging him to join them for drinks to alleviate his distress. Grabbing a jacket, he stormed out. Upon seeing the woman seated on the sofa in the living room, sipping coffee, he shot her a fierce glare before slamming the door behind him. Upon stepping outside, a sense of unease enveloped him. Why had his parents not reprimanded Su Luoxue, allowing her to sit there serenely, sipping tea? Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts. Indulging in drink was of paramount importance. Come, let us drink. Our esteemed Su has been wronged. Tonight, my friends, I shall treat you all until we are inebriated. Suda Shao thought it prudent to let that scoundrel frolic for a few more days. When he comes begging to his sister, he would relish the opportunity to humiliate him thoroughly. Su Liang drowned his sorrows in drink, remaining silent. Yet his eyes burned with resentment, dark and foreboding. He vowed not to let Shi Ci Qing escape unscathed. Should vengeance remain unfulfilled, he would write the Su character backward. The group drank until the midnight hour, stumbling back home when they were suddenly ambushed in a shadowy corner, ensnared in burlap sacks, and beaten soundly. The next morning, Su Liang awoke, sunlit and disoriented, in a plaza near the Su family villa, stripped of his clothing and suspended from a horizontal bar. Beside him, another figure, also encased in a sack with only his head exposed, was none other than Jin Shan. At that moment, the plaza was filled with elderly gentlemen and ladies preparing to engage in their morning exercises, who were left astonished by the sight. Those acquainted with Su Liang hastily informed his father. Su's mother, upon learning of the incident, fainted from fury, while chaos erupted within the Su household, save for Su Luoxu, who wore a smile, subtly hinting at her excitement. Few in the plaza recognized Jin Shan. After recuperating at the Su residence, he changed his clothes and returned to the Zhen household, without exchanging a word with Su Luoxu during his stay. The scandal of their exposure soon spread throughout the school, igniting a flurry of gossip. Shi Ci Qing, though uninterested, found himself pondering the identity of those responsible for the debacle. After class, he hurriedly exchanged pleasantries with Lan Yu and Tong Xin before making his way to Yin Jiuxing's apartment. Upon arriving, he steadied his emotions and turned the doorknob, only to find the living room empty, with no one upstairs or in the kitchen. An eerie silence enveloped the entire space. Having checked the class schedule, he noted that Yin Jiuxing had no classes or seminars that day. Where could he have gone? The door was unlocked. Surely, Yin Jiuxing would not make such a rookie mistake. In a sudden realization, he dashed back to his dormitory. Lan Yu, call your brother. Lan Yu, perplexed but obedient, retrieved his phone and dialed the number. After several rings, it was finally answered, the voice on the other in betraying unmistakable fatigue. What's wrong? Lan Yu rarely heard his brother speak in such a tone, as if utterly exhausted. Shi Ci Qing seized the phone, asking directly, do you know where Yin Jiuxing has gone? There was a brief pause before the reply came. He has gone home. Shi Ci Qing pressed further, inquiring about the location of his home. Lan Jin fell silent again, realizing he could not divulge that it was at the Chu residence, for that would expose Chu Xinglan's identity. He.S. in Ouching. It's inconvenient for you to visit him as he is dealing with family matters. After spending time together, Lan Jin had grasped Shi Ci Qing's temperament. Should he reveal the exact location, this little tempest might indeed storm into Ouching. He wondered how Chu Xinglan had managed to attract such a fiery little dragon. Shi Ci Qing sensed something was amiss, an instinct telling him that Lan Jin was withholding the truth, yet he possessed no evidence to substantiate his suspicion. Hanging up the phone, a wave of frustration washed over me, and it dawned on me just how little I truly knew about Yin Jiuxing during our time together. I possessed merely his phone number, while everything else about him remained a mystery. Conversely, he seemed to have an intimate understanding of my life. There was an enigmatic quality to Yin Jiuxing that belied his outward simplicity. He was far more than just an ordinary university lecturer. Lan Jin's words fell off, as if he were concealing something significant. Before long, a notification chimed, revealing a message from Yin Jiuxing. I'm fine, don't worry. Accompanying this were a playful dinosaur emoji. Where are you? I inquired, yet there was a prolonged silence from him. Perhaps he was genuinely occupied, though an unsettling feeling persisted within me. Meanwhile, in the ancestral home of the Chu family, a tense gathering was underway, even drawing the attention of the octogenarian patriarch. Old Master Chu. He sat at the center, grasping a cane, his eyes squinting as he surveyed the room, flanked by the butler, his son Chu Long, and his daughter-in-law Lu Mei, with Chuya and Zhen Hao present as well. On a nearby sofa sat Qin Yang and his wife. Chu Xinglan, confined to a wheelchair, sat opposite Old Master Chu, nervously rubbing a black ring on his finger, his brow furrowed in silence. Today, Chu Xinglan was alone, as Pei Zheng and Lan Jin were unable to visit the ancestral home. Despite the crowd, the hall was eerily quiet, the stillness palpable. It was Chen Yang who finally broke the silence, directing his frustration towards Old Master Chu. Uncle Chu, you really ought to keep a closer eye on this child. Chu Xingleng. His trivial antics have cost me numerous business opportunities. This is unacceptable. Chen Yang had spent an entire day and night pondering the matter in the hospital. Unable to swallow his indignation, he had resolved to confront Old Master Chu, convinced that Chu Xinglan's involvement was evident, regardless of who had orchestrated the mischief. Though the Chun family could not match the standing of the Chu family, there was still a bond between their fathers that permitted him access to the ancestral home. Xinglan, is that how it is? Old Master Chu did not respond to Chen Yang, but instead turned his gaze to the taciturn Chu Xinglan. Who else could it be but him? Just look at how poor Chunner has been treated. Chu Yi lamented, her eyes red with tears. My precious child has been holed up in her room for days, refusing to eat or go to school after that incident. It breaks my heart. She cast blame on Chu Xinglan, asserting that if it weren't for him, her daughter would not have suffered such indignities. Old Master Chu did not even glance at her, but continued to fixate on Chu Xinglan, awaiting his response. In his lifetime, he had sired only 2 sons and had longed for a flourishing lineage. Regrettably, his elder son had passed away prematurely, and his wife had lavished all her affection on the younger son, Chu Long, thus spoiling him. While the younger son had not excelled in his career, he had succeeded in fathering several offspring. Yet among his 7 grandchildren, Old Master Chu held the highest hopes for Chu Xinglan. After all, the others had proven disappointing, particularly his granddaughter Chuya, renowned for her intellect, yet having chosen a suitor who was both married and significantly older than herself. Fortunately, the Zhen family was well off enough to ensure that she would not be unduly wronged. What troubled him was that the esteemed Miss Chu, the 3rd daughter of the Chu family, willingly sought the role of a mistress, bringing shame upon his venerable visage. Upon noticing that the old man ignored her, Chuya's feelings of grievance and indignation swelled within her. Chapter 65. The Old Master Chu considers family discipline. Xinglan, pray tell your grandfather what truly transpired. The Old Master Chu, striving for patience, inquired once more. This grandson's temperament baffled him. His thoughts were too profound for one so young, and at times, even the old man found himself intimidated. Furthermore, this grandson bore an uncanny resemblance to his deceased eldest son in every conceivable way. As the old man's words faded, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. Chu Xinglan sat rigidly in his wheelchair, his back straight as a taut string, eyes cast downward, lashes casting a delicate shadow upon his face, concealing the tumultuous emotions and disdain swirling beneath. The old man's inquiries, seemingly benign, were laced with reproach and an implicit pressure to elicit a response that would satisfy him. Within the entire Chu household, the old master had always treated him with a degree of favor. Yet, the extent of genuine affection, interest, and shrewd calculation behind that affection remained known only to the old man himself. His allegiance still lay with his only son, Chu Long, who, despite publicly chastising his grandchildren, secretly indulged them. Otherwise, he would not have withstood the pressure to arrange for Chuya's marriage to that fellow, Zhen Hao. Though the Zhen family ranked among the top 3 in the port city, they were hardly the best match for the old master, especially considering that Zhen Hao was not only advanced in age, but had also been divorced. His first wife's children had been whisked away overseas shortly after their father's remarriage, never to return. The old man had hoped Chuya's political and business alliance would bolster the Chu family, yet she made the most imprudent choice imaginable. What angered him further was the old man's awareness of Chu Long's childhood sweetheart residing in the countryside, with whom he had 3 children, and yet he chose to conceal this truth while marrying him to Chuya's mother. The motives behind such decisions were evident to any discerning observer. Having grown up abroad and only returning home upon reaching adulthood, the old man recognized his business acumen, which facilitated his smooth entry into the Chu family. Relinquishing the family's power to him under pressure was merely an attempt to elevate the Chu family's standing and secure a better material existence, all while he willingly supported a household of ineptitude. In the study, the rich aroma of rosewood furniture intertwined with a faint medicinal scent, wrapping around him and constricting his breath. The old man's desire to control him was a testament to his cunning nature. He would play along to the end. How strikingly similar, not only in appearance, but even this current posture of silent defiance mirrored that of his eldest son from memory. The old master's long buried, nameless fury flared within him, mingled with an indescribable sorrow and disappointment, causing his grip on the cane to tighten. At times, I find myself harboring a certain aversion towards my eldest son, whose obstinate disposition seems inherited from some unknown source. He is constantly embroiled in mischief, unlike my younger son, whose nimble mind and amiable demeanor win him my spouse's affections and indulgence. It is no wonder that my partner favors the younger one. As for Xinglan, despite my reclusive nature, I am aware of the situation regarding the Chun family affair. Indeed, it was your doing. This realization casts a shadow over my voice, laden with an ominous gravity that belittles the younger generation, a child who strays from the right path and stubbornly insists on his own way. The Chu family does not harbor such individuals. Moreover, Chuya, despite being your third sister, even if she is somewhat in the wrong, how can you bring yourself to bully your own nephew for the sake of an unrelated person? Should you remain silent, do not blame me for invoking family discipline. The very term family discipline stings like a poison needle, sending chills through Chu Xinglan, a pain that is all too real. The Chu family's discipline is no trivial matter. Receiving a few lashes from Chu Long is inconsequential, but should the family head decide to enforce the rules, it would be a matter of life and death. It is not that he fears it, but he closes his eyes momentarily, conjuring an image of a vibrant, assertive face and those eyes sparkling like stars. If he were to suffer the consequences of family discipline, it would likely be a considerable time before he could see that little one again. His absence would mean that Yin Jiusheng would also not appear. That astute boy would undoubtedly harbor suspicions, leading to a most undesirable situation, one he would prefer to avoid. The patriarch's mention of invoking family discipline is not entirely sincere. It is merely a tactic to coax Chu Xinglan into acknowledging a particular matter. However, with his stubbornness, the family discipline is all that the elder can resort to in order to intimidate this obstinate child. In the hall, a myriad of expressions flickers among the gathering, each mind consumed with its own thoughts. Chuya is the most delighted of all. No matter how arrogant Chu Xinglan may be, he would dare not act brazenly before their grandfather. The family discipline is a certainty, and should Chu Xinglan emerge half alive from it, the Chu group would have the opportunity to replace him, with her son being the prime candidate. The other members of the Chu family are mere wastrels. The eldest and second sons are an artist and a carefree traveler, respectively, lacking any interest in managing the family business. The rest pose no threat, leaving only Chu Xinglan to instill a sense of danger in her. Chun Yang, on the other hand, adopts a spectator's attitude, awaiting the moment when Chu Xinglan faces humiliation. As he had proclaimed, he could not enter the Chu family, yet here he is. The boy is still too young. Should he possess the means to disrupt my business, he must face the consequences. Chu Xinglan cast a fleeting glance at the few who reveled in his misfortune, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Grandfather, perhaps you should inquire who they have offended? Upon hearing this, the elderly patriarch was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Chuya and the smiling Chen Yang. His eyes filled with doubt, anger, and an unspoken reproach. His grandson exudes an icy demeanor, a forbidding presence, yet he has never erred in his endeavors. Could it be that Zhen Chun, whom he knows to be a troublemaker, has indeed crossed paths with someone of considerable influence? Grandfather, do not heed his nonsense. It is merely a trivial matter. Chuya interjected hastily, unwilling to let Chu Xinglan evade this impending punishment. Otherwise, this visit to the Chu family estate would render itself utterly futile. Chen Yang was momentarily taken aback, recalling the information his assistant had uncovered. Aside from the Xingzi group, they had no leads on the hidden forces at play in the capital city. Could that child be connected to a figure of power in the capital? Even so, today, Chu Xinglan must endure this beating. Otherwise, the Chen family's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. At worst, he could apologize to that influential person in the capital afterward. Xinglan, who could possibly inspire such fierce protection from you? The old master Chu spoke in a grave tone, warning that if this continued, family discipline would truly be invoked. As today, as honor was at stake, Chu Xinglan's eyes were deep and tranquil. He lightly tapped the armrest of his wheelchair and coldly stated, "Capital City, Shi family." The revelation fell like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present, except for Chu Xinglan, in a state of shock. The Chen family's enterprises were indeed under the direct influence of the Shi family. Grandfather, you might as well inquire what Chun Yang's precious son has done and whom Jun Chun has assaulted this time. You are speaking nonsense. It is merely a coincidence. Chu Yu stood up in agitation, accusing Chu Xinglan of fabricating excuses to evade family discipline and cloud the truth. His words reminded her of the incident at the Jun family, where Chu Xinglan had interrupted Jun Chun's hands and feet, mentioning the Shi family at that time as well. However, if that child truly belonged to the Shi family, how could he remain so low-key? Would the Shi family permit him to pursue a girl of mismatched status? The improbability of it all was staggering. Suddenly, the steward rushed into the hall, his voice tinged with unusual urgency, whispering something into the old master's ear. Chapter 66. The Shi family visits master. It's bad news. The steward exclaimed breathlessly, leaning in to murmur urgently. What? How could that old man possibly come here? Upon hearing the steward's report, old Master Chu struck his cane sharply on the ground, rising in astonishment, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Is it true? The steward nodded vigorously, swallowing hard before continuing in a voice loud enough for all to hear. Indeed, a military red flag vehicle, with a license plate from the capital, has arrived along with old Master Shi and the Shi family's young master, Shi Jingchuan. The Shi family? Old Master Chu's brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he scrutinized Chu Xinglan, suspecting that old Master Shi's visit was likely related to him. He even speculated that Chu Xinglan might have summoned them, knowing well of their business ties with Shi Jingchuan. After all, he and old Master Shi had once fought side by side in battle and were considered old friends, although their contact had dwindled over the years due to differing perspectives. They occasionally maintained communication. However, the distance between them, one in the capital and the other in the port city, made their sudden visit all the more curious and coincidental. He cast another glance at Chu Xinglan. He observed his grandson, typically inscrutable in his emotions, suddenly stiffen upon hearing the mention of the Shi family. This was not mere confusion, but an imperceptible panic that flashed across his demeanor, swift enough to be dismissed as an illusion, only to be swiftly masked by a colder countenance. The fingers gripping the armrest of the wheelchair turned white from the pressure. The elder Mr. Chu's heart was shrouded in a heavier cloud of suspicion. He instructed that Chu Xinglan remain in the study and behave. He then led a group outside to greet their guests. Chun Yang trailed at the back, filled with dread, although meeting the elder Mr. Shi was an honor. He feared that his precious son might inadvertently offend the Shi family, who had come to seek retribution. Chu Yu exchanged glances with a nearby servant, who promptly went to the kitchen to prepare a cup of coffee and brought it to the study. Before the group reached the entrance, the sound of footsteps approached, growing louder. Leading the procession was elder Mr. Shi, vibrant and sprightly, his silver hair meticulously styled, clad in a traditional dark blue Chinese jacket, and holding a string of coral red prayer beads. His voice rang out, strong and robust. Brother Chu, I hope my unannounced visit is not too much of an imposition. For a brief moment, Mr. Chu's expression faltered. Despite being younger, Mr. Shi assumed an elder's role due to his early military service. However, he quickly regained his composure, donning a courteous smile as he stepped forward. What are you saying, Brother Shi? It has been years since we last met, and you still appear as vigorous as ever. Unlike myself, whose health declines by the day. His gaze shifted to Shi Jingchuan, noting how composed the young man had become. He had once considered introducing his granddaughter to him, hoping that such a union would secure the Chu family's standing in the capital. Alas, fate was unkind. Shi Jingchuan was already betrothed, forcing him to abandon that notion. Jingchuan had grown into a remarkably handsome young man. Mr. Chu's attention was drawn to the tall, poised figure at Mr. Shi's side. Shi Jingchuan, with a steady demeanor and piercing gaze, was indeed his preferred choice for a grandson-in-law. Shi Jingchuan briefly scanned the living room, but upon not spotting a certain individual, his expression cooled slightly as he inclined his head. Grandfather Chu, I apologize for the intrusion. As they spoke, an unexpected figure materialized in the hall, dressed in a white silk shirt and matching khaki trousers. Along with white sneakers, he exuded an air of a distinguished university student. His eyes reflected a perfect blend of deference towards his elders, tinged with an almost imperceptible aloofness. Who is this? Mr. Chu pondered, unsure. Since this individual had entered with Mr. Shi, he must be acquainted with him. Chun Yang, upon recognizing the newcomer, felt himself teetering on the brink of despair. His face drained of color, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the wall. The young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the photograph he had found during his investigation. It seemed his son had indeed offended someone formidable. Yet, a glimmer of hope flickered within him, wishing he had misjudged the situation. But Mr. Shi's next words shattered that hope, leaving him pallid with dread. This is my youngest grandson, Shi Ci Qing, a fourth-year student at Hong Kong University. Interestingly, I've heard that you have a grandson studying there as well. I wonder if they're acquainted? Lord Chu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His chest constricted as if something were lodged within, rendering his breathing labored. He was aware that his granddaughter's partner frequently engaged in altercations, yet he had dismissed it as inconsequential, never imagining that this individual was the grandson of the esteemed Shi family. Was it possible that his granddaughter had deceived him? Everything that Chu Xinglan had divulged was indeed true. How had it come to this? He had only known the young man, Shi Jingchuan, in passing. Shi Ci Qing nodded slightly towards Lord Chu, a subtle greeting. Come, I have recently acquired an exquisite Dahong Pao. Lord Chu smiled as he personally guided the guest to the reception room. However, Chun Yang felt as if lead weighed down his feet, unable to move a single step. Chu Ya and Zhen Hao were equally frozen in astonishment. They had seen photographs of Shi Ci Qing, given their connection to their son, and had naturally conducted their investigations. Their expressions reflected a sense of impending doom. Little did they know that Shi Ci Qing was not merely a coincidence, but a genuine member of the Shi family. In a reception room, Shi Ci Qing took a seat beside his elder brother, Shi Jingchuan, his gaze instinctively drifting towards a certain direction on the second floor, where he sensed a hidden secret. He gently nudged his brother and, in a voice meant solely for their ears, inquired, Grandfather, why we come here, so unexpectedly? Shi Jingchuan hesitated for a moment before responding nonchalantly. An old friend has come a visit. He could not divulge that someone had specifically summoned him to the scene. Entering the Chu family estate was not something he could do lightly, hence he had to rely on his grandfather, who was devoted to self-cultivation and meditation. Shi Ci Qing pouted in disbelief at his brother's evasiveness. Shi Jingchuan silenced his phone, slipped it into his pocket, and glanced toward the second-floor study, inadvertently catching sight of the anxious figures in the living room. Grandfather Chu, who are they? He gestured towards the sofa, then continued, Why don't they join us? Could be they find us distasteful? Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room as Chun Yang, ever vigilant of the happenings in the reception area, inadvertently knocked over a cup on the coffee table. In his fluster, he stumbled, tripping over his own feet and landing face first on the ground, a sight of utter disgrace. Observing the spectacle, Shi Jingchuan smirked, while Lord Chu's expression darkened in dismay. Had he known such a farcical scene would unfold, he would have never allowed Chun Yang to enter. That is the son of an old friend of mine who fortuitously came to see me. I apologize for the commotion. Lord Chu explained. Indeed, Shi Jingchuan replied, his tone ambiguous, laced with disdain and mockery. I heard that Xinglan has also come to the old residence. Why is he not present? Chapter 67. Is Chu Xinglan the same as Yin Jioshan? Why is Xinglan not here? Why is Xinglan not here? This inquiry echoed like a spell, piercing the hearts of the Chu family members present. Although Chuya maintained a facade of calm, her rising panic became evident. Beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead as her grip on the cup tightened. The seemingly unremarkable individual who had persistently caused her son trouble turned out to be a true member of the Shi family, and a young master at that. How could this be? What connection did Shi Jingchuan have with Chu Xinglan that compelled him to come specifically for her? Elder Master Chu found himself at a loss for words, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the Shi family had indeed come for Chu Xinglan, rather than the latter having summoned them. Casting a furtive glance towards the study, he engaged in a prolonged internal struggle before instructing the butler to bring the individual forth. Since Shi Jingchuan had initiated the conversation, They were evidently well prepared, likely aware of Chu Xinglan's presence at the ancestral home. Although he could deny it outright, he feared the imminent emergence of someone from the study, which would complicate his explanation. Moreover, he dreaded the astuteness of the elder. Without encountering the person they sought, they might linger until evening. It was improbable that Chu Xinglan would remain hidden indefinitely. Upon hearing this, it was Chuya who first panicked. Glancing at the clock, she noted that the device had yet to fulfill its purpose. She could not allow anyone to emerge from the study, lest their efforts be in vain. Swiftly, she obstructed the butler, casting desperate glances at her grandfather, imploring him to reconsider. "Surely you must be mistaken, grandfather. Xinglan left long ago. How could she still be here?" She pressed. "Isn't that right, father?" The butler, perplexed by the unfolding drama, awkwardly halted and looked towards Elder Master Chu for guidance. Chu Long, after a moment's contemplation, quickly grasped his daughter's intentions. With a forced smile, he rose to his feet, addressing his father. "You must be mistaken, father." Xinglan mentioned an urgent matter at the company and departed well in advance. Elder Master Chu regarded Chuya and then his youngest son, puzzled. Is it merely a matter of seeing someone? What is there to obstruct? He understood that if Chu Xinglan were to emerge from the study and be spotted by the Shi family, his dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. Sensing his father's indecision, Chu Long leaned closer, whispering, "They have yet to see Xinglan. Whether they meet her or not is in our hands, father." Elder Master Chu furrowed his brow in disapproval. Yet doubt began to creep into his mind. It had been many years since he had last seen the elder Shi. Who could say if his temperament had changed? He might not linger for long. If they departed early, they could avoid detection. Shi Jingchuan, arms crossed, observed the scene unfold with keen interest. It appeared that Lan Jin's words had been accurate. Chu Xinglan was indeed within the ancestral home, and the Chu family was intent on extracting something from her, which explained their current predicament. If he did not escort her out of the Chu residence today, she could very well face dire consequences. If not death, then certainly some grievous loss. Silently, he watched as the individuals exchanged furtive glances, calculating the passage of time. "Brother Chu, I merely wish to see my granddaughter. If she is not here, a simple phone call would suffice to summon her, thus saving me an unnecessary trip." The elder Shi, having experienced much in his youth, was astute enough to recognize that the Chu family harbored secrets. "Grandfather Shi, it is not that we refuse to call. It is simply that Xinglan is engaged in an important meeting and cannot take calls," Chuya interjected, regaining some composure as she spoke. Shi Jingchuan produced his phone from beneath the table, locating a familiar number and dialing it. Shi Ci Qing shielded the other's view with a talisman, ensuring his brother could make the call without interruption. The ringing echoed through the quiet parlor, clear and persistent, lasting nearly a full minute. Just as Chuya began to breathe a sigh of relief, believing matters had been settled, the call was suddenly answered with a click. A faint voice emerged from the telephone, accompanied by the sound of something falling to the ground. The interrupted words of Chu Xinglan reached Jing Chuan. "I am in the study on the second floor. Could you please come here?" Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, surprised to realize there were other voices involved. "Get out of the way." The first to react was Shi Ci Qing, who hurriedly exited the reception hall, looked up at the second floor, and scanned the area until he spotted a sign that read study. Just as he was about to ascend, the door to a room on the second floor was suddenly flung open. Chu Xinglan, barely holding himself together, emerged with a flushed face, limping, blood staining his skin, and a tear in his trousers at the right thigh, from which blood flowed freely. Leaning against the staircase railing, upon seeing Shi Ci Qing, he inexplicably sighed in relief, only to stagger and tumble down the stairs. "Brother, call an ambulance." Shi Ci Qing rushed over to catch him. Following closely, Shi Jingchuan, upon witnessing this scene, was instantly engulfed in rage as he glared at Chuya, comprehending the situation. This woman had deliberately obstructed him, intending for a certain scheme to succeed and to ruin Chu Xinglan. The ambulance arrived swiftly, and the doctor began administering first aid to Chu Xinglan. As the doctor tore open the fabric of his right leg, a distinctive ointment appeared before Shi Ci Qing's eyes. While the others were unfamiliar with it, He recognized it all too well. After all, it was the special ointment he had crafted for Yin Jiuxing, bearing the subtle watermark of an unnamed apothecary. At the sight of the ointment, Shi Ci Qing's breath momentarily halted, as if his blood had reversed its flow, only to surge violently through his limbs the next second. Ringing in his ears, constrained by the presence of many, he fought to maintain his composure, instinctively lowering his gaze to evade his brother's scrutinizing stare. Yet his chest heaved. His heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, fiercely squeezing, both aching and heavy. How could Chu Xinglan be in Jiuxing? How could this be? Was it mere coincidence, or was there something deeper? In a daze, he suddenly recalled a story from the teacher's dormitory, where it was revealed that Chu Xinglan's mother bore the surname Yan, and Yin Jiuxing seemed too familiar with Chu Xinglan's past, suggesting that this was no mere coincidence. His previous suspicions began to appear quite rational. Countless chaotic thoughts erupted within him, threatening to breach the dam of his reason, until someone gently patted him, grounded him once more. He saw his brother's face etched with concern. "Nothing's wrong, just a bit worried about Chu Ji," he replied, shaking his head. Shi Jingchuan, observing the departing ambulance, spoke coldly. "He is fine. He was merely drugged and, to maintain his sanity, inflicted a wound upon himself. This time, those people will likely be deceived once again." Shi Ci Qing was taken aback. "What do you mean? Has he encountered such incidents before?" Yet, he recalled the fear in old Master Chu's expression when Chu Xinglan was injured. It did not seem feigned. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Jingchuan, his expression placid, reflected on his early days upon returning to the Chu family. Being unsteady, many looked down upon him, constantly setting traps. Old Master Chu had also disregarded him. What you see now is merely the interplay of interests. Shi Ci Qing understood that the old man Chu's current state of anxiety was merely a reflection of his recognition of Chu Xinglan's value, a potential asset to prevent the Chu family from falling into decline. Ultimately, the old man would still lean towards his grandchildren and even his grandsons, who were raised under his roof. It was understandable that he wished to distance himself from the Chu family, adopting his mother's surname. According to his elder brother, Chu Xinglan possessed considerable abilities, sufficient to establish her own independence. So why return to the Chu family? The bittersweet truth of this situation was known only to Chu Xinglan herself. Chapter 68. I will protect Chu Xinglan. As Chu Xinglan was loaded onto the ambulance, Chu Yo attempted to intervene. She could not allow the seventh child to go to the hospital, for it might expose their true intentions. She cast a sharp glare at the person being restrained as he descended the stairs, a true embodiment of incompetence, unable to even manage a disabled individual. Although she was unaware of the circumstances regarding Chu Xinglan's legs or why she required a wheelchair, the situation was ultimately advantageous for her. Today undoubtedly presented a favorable opportunity. It was unfortunate that she encountered such foolishness. With a family doctor of the highest caliber, there was no need for the hassle of a hospital visit. Chuya felt a surge of anxiety, her words stumbling. Shi Jingchuan patted his assistant beside him, casting not a glance towards Chuya, nor did he show any deference to the old man, Chu, as he followed towards the hospital. He was resolute, unwilling to be obstructed today. With a nod towards the old man, Chu, he acted without seeking permission, demonstrating no intention of retreat. Even if the old man spoke out, he would still take Chu Xinglan away. The old man Chu glanced at the ambulance in silence, his gaze shifting towards Chuya, Zhan Hao, and his younger son, all of whom looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping he would intervene. Despite his long-standing detachment from family matters, he realized that allowing Chu Xinglan to leave the old residence in such a state, potentially captured by reporters, would tarnish his reputation built over the years. The family's reputation would also be significantly affected. Even if it meant sacrificing his pride, he needed to prevent this incident from escalating. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Jingchuan, what you're doing is inappropriate. The old residence has family doctors, all retired from the military, and naturally, their medical skills are commendable." "Retired from the military?" "Brother Chu, do not jest. Our home cannot compare to a hospital. The equipment is far from adequate." The old man sure maintained a smile, yet his gaze was chilling, exuding an air of solemnity filled with the aura of battle. The ambulance had arrived, yet the family doctor had not. The old man Chu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had not anticipated this scenario. He should have called for a doctor as soon as Chu Xinglan fell down the stairs. Alternatively, perhaps some individuals had never intended to summon the so-called family doctor. Casting a disapproving glance at the flustered Chuya, the old man Chu pondered that he should not have allowed her and Chu Long to come. Otherwise, this farce would not have unfolded. With a sigh, he leaned on his cane, signaling clearly, "You may leave," and gestured for the bodyguards at the door to step aside. "You cannot leave. The family doctor will arrive shortly." Chuya was taken aback by her grandfather's consent to let them go. It was absolutely unacceptable. Seated in the ambulance, Shi Ci Qing clenched her fists, gazing at the pallid figure before her. It was truly lamentable. After painstakingly nursing the man's leg back to health, a mere visit to his so-called home had led to such maltreatment, resulting in a renewed injury. Uncle could endure, but Aunt could not. Fueled by indignation, she leapt from the ambulance, striding purposefully towards Chuya, and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap that sent the woman sprawling to the ground. "What malice do you harbor?" The onlookers were well aware, and Grandpa Chu, you should know better. Who deserves the credit for the present state of the Chu family? If you wish to reap benefits without labor, you ought to first ascertain your worthiness. Today, I shall protect Chu Xinglan, should anyone dare utter another word. I would not hesitate to transgress the law. Try me, if you dare. Witnessing their daughter being struck, Chu Long and Lu Mei furiously advanced, intent on retaliating. However, Elder Shi and Shi Jingchuan positioned themselves in front of Shi Ci Qing, their aura swelling impressively, causing the two adversaries to instinctively retreat a few steps, gasping for breath. "Brother Chu, our long-standing friendship prevents me from escalating matters further," he mused, glancing back at the departing ambulance. He discreetly gestured to Shi Ci Qing to follow. Chuya, covering her face, felt a mix of indignation and helplessness. Her emotions were a tumult of grievance and resentment. She had finally made the effort to visit the old residence today. Grandpa Chu sighed, waving his hand at the housekeeper. "I am weary. Assist me in returning to rest." He did not spare a glance at Chuya and the others, ascending directly to the second floor. His age weighed heavily upon him, and he felt increasingly powerless amidst the youthful feuds. Interference would only exacerbate the chaos. Today had indeed been bewildering. As for Chuya's punishment, he was disinclined to intervene. She was merely a product of her indulgence. As Grandpa Chu's figure began to fade from sight, Elder Shi resolutely declared, "Xinglan will be going to the Shi family." When she would depart, and for how long, remained unspoken. Yet Grandpa Chu was acutely aware, although he chose to remain silent. "You are Chunyang. We have thoroughly investigated your son's affairs." Before Shi Jingchuan could finish, Chun Yang collapsed, his legs giving way beneath him as he knelt, pleading, "I was wrong. I beg you to spare the Qin family. Had I known he was the young master of the Shi family, I would never have acted so recklessly." In response, Shi Jingchuan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "Regardless of the circumstances, that does not excuse your son's bullying." The grand gates of the Chu family residence slowly closed, leaving Chuya and the others in stunned silence. Unable to process the events as they watched the lengthy convoy depart, their eyes filled with a myriad of unexpressed emotions, primarily fury. Chunyang and his wife hastily retreated, crawling away in desperation. Chu Xinglan was indeed no ordinary figure. She was acquainted with those from the Shi family and had the audacity to summon them for support. Had they known, they would not have brought her back. It would have been better for her to perish outside. Chuya sated, hertit kulenchet in frustration. Chu Long remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the vanishing convoy amidst the night. Within him, a newfound consideration for his disfavored son began to take shape. To be connected with the Shi family of Jing City, and to command the respect of Elder Shi, his son could not be underestimated. If he could indeed cultivate a favorable relationship with the Shi family, it would yield benefits without harm. Clearly, it was time for a serious discussion with his son. At the hospital, in the ward, the instruments in the room ticked rhythmically, while Shi Ci Qing sat beside the hospital bed, gazing at the comatose figure. In his mind, the faces of Yin Jiusheng and Chu Xinglan flickered back and forth. He did not feel deceived, nor was he prone to unreasonable outbursts. He understood that Chu Xinglan's actions must stem from her own motives, and thus he felt no anger. Clutching his chest, a slight ache stirred within him. Given the state of the Chu family, was there any reason to remain? Why must he stay in a home devoid of affection? Had the whip marks indeed been inflicted by that family? Was she toying with her life, or was there something within that household that Chu Xinglan desperately needed? The sheer curtains fluttered in the gentle breeze, allowing moonlight to seep in, casting a delicate shadow between Shi Ci Qing and the bed. Unable to comprehend the situation, he considered directly inquiring with the individual in question. Resigned, he sighed and murmured that the dosage could indeed be lethal, had it not been for the timely gastric lavage. His life might have been forfeit at the old Chu residence today. The drug was a stimulant, administered in a substantial quantity. Had Chu Xinglan endured any longer, she might have truly perished. The timing of the two servants' appearance was rather fortuitous. The puppeteer behind the servants sought to ruin Chu Xinglan, likely motivated by the shares and considerable wealth she possessed. His elder brother had mentioned that Chu Xinglan held not only shares in the Chu Corporation, but also other assets, the most valuable of which had been entrusted to her by Grandma Chu, cumulatively worth far beyond imagination. Chapter 69. Could Su Luo Shui actually know Chu Xinglan? Fourth brother, haven't you rested well? Qin Shu playfully balanced a pen on his nose, listening to the lecture as if it were a soothing chant, his mind foggy and laden with fatigue. This was indeed the finest lullaby. He had never paid much attention in vocational school, let alone in a prestigious university like Hong Kong University. The material was simply beyond his grasp. He wondered why fourth brother and Tong Xian insisted he attend as an auditor. It was all so extravagant, and his head felt heavy with confusion. Shi Ci Qing was lost in thought and momentarily failed to respond to Qin Shu's query. The pen slipped from Qin Shu's nose, landing neatly in his hand. His eyelids felt weighted, battling against each other, while the teacher's voice and the scratch of chalk on the board only deepened his drowsiness. Tilting his head, he glanced at the person next to him, who was intently gazing out the window, pondering what fourth brother was thinking. His profile was taut with focus, his lips pressed into a thin line, occasionally tapping the pen against the open book, leaving faint impressions. Qin Shu could not help but mutter to himself that there was truly no comparison between academic overachievers and those like him. Life at vocational school felt freer, and he was simply not cut out for studying. After enduring until the bell rang, he nearly collapsed onto the desk, only to feel invigorated in an instant. Just as he was about to ask where to eat, he saw Shi Ci Qing close his book, rise, and swiftly tuck it into his bag with decisive movements. Striding toward the door, "Fourth brother, do I still need to attend class this afternoon?" Qin Shu uttered, his voice lacking energy, as if in great distress. Enduring such astronomical lectures was truly a torment. No more classes. As Shi Ci Qing turned around, she caught sight of Qin Shu, who appeared utterly despondent. With a mocking laugh, she remarked that allowing him to attend as an observer was indeed a challenge, albeit ultimately for his own good, considering that vocational schools also had their entrance examinations. Shi Ci Qing grasped her bag, her brow slightly furrowed as if recalling something. "I have matters to attend to at the hospital. You should go find Tongxin and the others in the dormitory," she stated. Qin Shu perked up at the mention of the hospital, inquiring with concern, "Fourth brother, are you unwell?" "No, I'm visiting a friend," Shi Ci Qing replied in a calm tone, offering no further explanation as she strode away. Qin Shu watched her slender figure, upright, yet subtly tense, and scratch his head in confusion. A friend? He recalled that fourth brother had few acquaintances at Hong Kong University, aside from their small circle, and rarely interacted with anyone else. Who could possibly warrant a personal visit? Previously, it had been Su Luo Shui, but they had since grown distant. Who else could it be? Having spent time together recently, the number of friends who could compel Shi Ci Qing to visit in person was limited, sparking his curiosity about the identity of this friend. "Well, I am hungry. I'll go find Tongxin for a meal. Perhaps I'll discover who fourth brother's friend is." In the top-tier VIP ward of the hospital, The air was permeated with the distinctive scent of disinfectant and the pungent aroma of medications. The corridor was spacious and quiet, footsteps echoing clearly due to the exclusivity of the area. Each patient room was soundproofed to ensure that patients could rest and recuperate peacefully. Shi Ci Qing halted at the door of a room, holding a nutritious meal pack from second brother's home, suitable for a patient. The door was slightly ajar and soft. Gentle voices drifted out, clearly belonging to a girl. The female voice seemed familiar, though she could not immediately place it. Inside, Chu Xinglan responded with a nonchalant, indifferent seemingly disinterested in the visitor, remaining silent. As Shi Ci Qing raised her hand to knock, her fingers brushed against the doorknob, pausing. In that instant, she caught sight of the interior through the glass window. Chu Xinglan was reclining against the headboard, his complexion somewhat pale, but he appeared to have regained some vitality. His injured leg lay slightly bent, yet his eyes, usually sparkling with mischief, now exuded a chilling stillness as they gazed out the window. Without acknowledging the woman beside the bed, she carelessly scrolled through her phone, oblivious to her surroundings. The woman sat on a stool, an apple in hand, carefully peeling it. Her gaze lowered, obscuring her emotions. She was adorned in a pearl-white dress, complemented by a light beige Chanel cardigan, her long hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. That long unseen bow re-emerged, and she leaned slightly forward, speaking softly to Chu Xinglan. Her voice was gentle, yet Shi Ci Qing could not discern the content. Only noting the subtle movements of her lips and the deliberately softened expression on her face. What was she doing here? He recalled that Su Luoxue and Chu Xinglan had no connection. How could she possibly know about his injury and hospitalization? The atmosphere in the room was far from the familiarity Su Luoxue projected, instead thick with palpable awkwardness. It seemed as though an invisible entity filled the space between the two, heavy, obscure, and laden with an awkward familiarity. The silence of Chu Xinglan and the gentle demeanor of Su Luoxue did not alleviate the tension. Rather, it accentuated it, rendering it even more vivid and piercing. Shi Ci Qing's gaze grew tranquil, as still as a deep pool, devoid of ripples. Su Luoxue had recently sought out his elder brother, and finding that avenue blocked. Did she intend to forge another path? Was she hastily seeking Chu Xinglan as her support? After days of absence from Su Luoxue, encountering her under such circumstances felt like a cruel twist of fate. A polite knock interrupted the awkwardness enveloping the hospital room. Su Luoxue halted her apple peeling, the sharp knife grazing her thumb, drawing a thin line of crimson. Reflexively, she placed her hand in her mouth, turning to glance behind her. Upon seeing the newcomer, Chu Xinglan's face lit up with a smile, a flicker of relief passing through her eyes, swiftly replaced by a wave of fatigue. The moment Su Luoxue lifted her gaze to the door and caught sight of Shi Ci Qing, her expression shifted to one of surprise, bewilderment, and a hint of panic, only to quickly revert to a gentle smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Qi Qing, you're here. Chu Xinglan broke the silence. Shi Ci Qing placed the thermal container on the bedside table, opened it, and arranged the nutritious meal prepared by the family chef. Give it a try. His calm gaze swept over Chu Xinglan, the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifting. It seems you're recovering well. By the way, grandfather said that once you're better, there's no need to return to the old Chu residence. The Shi family has a house in Port City as well, he added. Chu Xinglan paused, holding her bowl, then shook her head. I have my own place. There's no need to return to the Chu family. That day, I went back merely to placate the old man. Old Master Chu had summoned her multiple times, claiming it was for a simple family meal. Yet unexpectedly, the gathering nearly turned into a lesson in discipline. Where's that? Shi Ci Qing instinctively inquired about Chu Xinglan's residence, completely oblivious to Su Luoxue's presence beside them. As the two exchanged words, seemingly engrossed in their own world, Su Luoxue felt her displeasure grow, struggling to maintain her gentle facade. Chu Xinglan had been cold and distant towards her, disregarding her numerous attempts at conversation. Yet upon Shi Ci Qing's arrival, they were engaged in light-hearted banter. Why was that? She recalled that Shi Ci Qing and Chu Xinglan were not particularly familiar with one another. having scarcely met before. How had they forged such a comfortable rapport? As Chapter 70 unfolded, with discussions taking place in the hospital, Chu Xinglan was about to speak when her peripheral vision caught Su Luoxue seated silently in the chair, causing the words meant for Shi Ci Qing to remain unspoken. This woman was truly bothersome, her sudden arrival and nonsensical remarks perplexing. I understand. Shi Ci Qing casually settled on the hospital bed, expertly unfolding a small table, placing the meal upon it. You eat first. After you finish, I'll change your dressing. Change the dressing? Chu Xinglan expressed her rare confusion. Isn't that the nurse's responsibility? When did you start doing it personally? Shi Ci Qing retrieved 2 adhesive plasters and a vial of medicine from her bag, both items familiar to Chu Xinglan. If he were still oblivious to the meaning of changing dressings, he would have wasted decades of his life. You are aware. It is a certainty rather than a question, which speaks volumes. Ah, I was present that day as well. Have you forgotten? Shi Ci Qing raised an eyebrow, teasingly. Zhu Xingleng, just awakened, momentarily taken aback, recalled that it was indeed Shi Ci Qing who had caught him when he tumbled down the stairs. One aspect he could not fathom was how old Master Shi and Jingchuan had suddenly gone to the old residence, with Shi Ci Qing even being there. The situation had been perilous, leaving him little time to ponder. In hindsight, it seemed rather peculiar. What else do you wish to inquire, Chu Xinglan? He halted mid-sentence, finding the woman's presence rather bothersome. Su Xuejia, I recall you have a class this afternoon. If you do not return soon, you may be late. Shi Ci Qing glanced at her watch before turning her gaze towards Su Luoxue, her expression cold and detached, as if she had only just acknowledged the woman's existence. Qing, it has been a while. Su Luoxue stood, still holding an apple and a fruit knife, her demeanor graceful and poised, a gentle smile gracing her face, as if the suffocating atmosphere of the room had merely been an illusion. I did not expect you to know Xinglan. How fortuitous. She spoke softly, placing emphasis on the name Xinglan with an air of naturalness. Indeed, Shi Ci Qing replied in a flat tone, revealing no discernible emotion, appearing disinclined to elaborate. She seated herself at the foot of the bed, her hand resting lightly on the small dining table, creating an unspoken division within the space of the hospital room. The atmosphere grew subtly tense once more. Su Luoxue, clutching the apple, appeared somewhat out of place, neither sitting nor standing comfortably, yet she was reluctant to leave, as she had not finished her conversation with Chu Xinglan. Has the doctor come to see you? What did he say? Shi Ci Qing chose do ignopsue, turning to inquire of Chu Xinglan. It's nothing, just that the wound on my leg is somewhat serious, but otherwise, I am fine. Ah, that is good. Shi Ci Qing nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Xinglan evidently looked fatigued. Shi Ci Qing was perceptive enough to notice, merely nodding slightly, without further conversation. While Su Luoxue sat there, seemingly forming a barrier between them. Su Luoxue extended the peeled apple to Chu Xinglan, her smile still tender, albeit now tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Eating more fruit is beneficial for your recovery. Chu Xinglan gazed at the neatly sliced apple, not reaching out to take it. His lips pressed tightly together, conveying his reluctance to speak. Shi Ci Qing glanced over, her tone mild. He cannot eat such cooling fruits yet, as his wound is not healed. Su Luoxue became increasingly uncomfortable, unfamiliar with such matters. After a brief pause, she reluctantly set the plate back on the table, waving her hand with a tissue. Her gaze fixed on Chu Xinglan's face. You always do this, neglecting to care for yourself, which leads to frequent injuries. Shi Ci Qing. The remark sounded as though she were quite familiar with Chu Xinglan, leaving no room for subtlety in Su Luoxue's tone. Su Xuejia, Xinglan requires rest. Shi Ci Qing suddenly interjected, her voice soft yet resonant within the confines of the hospital room. The words were spoken with a calm demeanor, yet they sank like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripples of unease. Su Luoxue's smile froze, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Then I shall take my leave." She then turned to Chu Xinglan, her tone gentle. "What would you like to eat tonight? I can bring it over." "No need," Chu Xinglan replied, his voice still cold, his head remaining downcast, The implication of wanting her to leave was clear. Su Luoxue sensed that lingering any longer would only lead to further embarrassment. The question she longed to ask, the answer she sought, she believed Chu Xinglan would eventually provide. There was no rush. "Take care of yourself," she said, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor as she stepped away from the ward. Her footsteps fading until they vanished entirely. As the door closed, Shi Ci Qing let out a sigh of relief, leaning lazily against the foot of the bed. She spoke with a light-hearted tone. "Finally, she's gone. What an unrelenting presence." When she glanced at Chu Xinglan, a sudden thought struck her. "How did she know you were here? Are you acquainted?" Chu Xinglan tidied up the small dining table, took a sip of water, and casually replied, "We're not well acquainted. She has only met me 2 or 3 times through Zhenchun. She never mentioned how she found out, but I assume she heard it from Zhenchun's side." Shi Ci Qing responded with an "oh," recalling that Zhenchun's parents were present that day, and he had even struck Chuya. Since Su Luoxue was Zhenchun's girlfriend, it was not surprising that she would know. "If you're not familiar with each other, what was her purpose in coming here?" He questioned, skeptical that it was merely a visit to see Chu Xinglan. The Zhen family was not known for their benevolence. After a moment of silence, Chu Xinglan furrowed her brow and shook her head. What she said was somewhat nonsensical, claiming that I could escape the Chu family's grasp and establish my independence, just by cooperating with her and following her lead to avoid a disastrous fate. Chu Xinglan had previously viewed Su Luoxue as merely pitiable, but now she found her both foolish and laughable, yet still tragic. Sure, Ci Qing mused, gazing out the window for a long while before speaking slowly. But what if she speaks the truth? His voice carried a subtle hint of pain. If what Su Luoxue said were indeed true, what would Chu Xinglan do? What would happen to the Shi family? Chu Xinglan set down her cup, her dark eyes fixed on the boy for an extended period, as if coming to an understanding. She chuckled softly and said, "Fate is in our own hands, not dictated by her words. Even if it were true, what of it? There are countless ways to meet one's end, yet many paths to survival. As long as one persists, the wheels of fate will turn in their favor." Shi Ci Qing reflected on the myriad efforts he had made. He should not allow them to go to waste. Nor should he permit Zhenchun and the others to reap rewards without effort. Perhaps Chu Xinglan was right. Destiny is indeed held in one's own grasp, not controlled by others. "I'll change your dressing now." Chu Xinglan observed the person tending to their knee with the bandage, a certain string in her heart resonating once more. A tingling sensation. The pain from the knife wound in her right leg seemed to dissipate as her hand unconsciously tightened around the white bedsheet. "Are you not angry that I deceived you?" Chu Xinglan vente cautio sili. After applying the medication and pouring a glass of water to hand to Chu Xinglan, Shi Ci Qing shook his head. "No. Everyone harbors secrets or burdens. Why delve deeper?" Raising his gaze with an expression of utmost seriousness, he remarked, "Since you and my elder brother are acquainted, and he and grandfather were willing to venture into the ancestral home of the Chu family on your behalf, it is evident that your character is one that my grandfather approves of. He has always had a keen eye for people. You have not committed any act to harm me, so why the anger?" Shi Ci Qing held back a thought. The name Yin Jiusheng carried an ominous connotation, suggesting a disdain for living too long. Chapter 71. A Conversation in the Hospital, Part 2. How could Jingchuan and grandfather have arrived at the Chu family's ancestral home? And how did you end up following them? After tending to his leg wound, Chu Xinglan could no longer restrain his curiosity and asked, uncertain if Shi Ci Qing was aware of the underlying reasons. Surely he must have some inkling. As Chu Xinglan's words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the ward grew tense once more. Shi Ci Qing bent down to discard the bloodied gauze into the wastebasket behind the paper screen. Not sparing a glance, the gauze sailed through the air in a perfect arc, landing precisely in the bin. Upon hearing the inquiry, he hesitated momentarily, straightened up, placed the medicine bottle into his backpack, and cast a fleeting glance at the person on the hospital bed. He sighed and moved to the window, turning his back to Chu Xinglan. The sunlight outside elongated his slender silhouette, casting a shadow upon the cold floor of the ward, resembling a solitary, leading wolf. His demeanor was far from what one would expect at his age. Do you not know? His voice was somewhat dry, devoid of discernible emotional fluctuations. I had no idea. When grandfather decided to invoke the family rules, they visited unexpectedly. I was quite taken aback, and grandfather's actions were meant to keep me from encountering them. Chu Xing reclined against the head of the bed, the medication on his knee beginning to take effect, the sharp, piercing pain gradually awakening, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. The wound on his right leg also began to throb, and although he was accustomed to various injuries, facing this boy seemed to amplify the pain within him. His tone carried an imperceptible hint of agitation. The steward of the ancestral home had called several times, urging him to return for dinner with the old master. Upon returning to the ancestral home, he found not only the elder Chu but also the couple, Chuya, and his father, who seldom visited. Chu Long rarely returned to the ancestral home without the elder Chu's consent, and Chuya was similarly bound by this rule. It was puzzling how the elder permitted such a gathering that day, shattering the long-standing custom. His relationship with his father, Chu Long, was strained, akin to water and fire, as he was the offspring of an unloving union, the very bane that forced him and Xing Mei apart. Had it not been for his desire to reclaim all that belonged to the Chu family, as well as the remnants left by his mother, he would not have returned to this cold, unwelcoming home that felt foreign to him. When my brother and grandfather suddenly arrived in the harbor city intending to visit the Chu family, I suspected it might be due to you. Shi Ci Qing casually picked up an apple from the table, moving to the window and gazing down at the bustling crowd below. I am uncertain why I felt compelled to follow. My intuition guided me, and I have always had a reliable instinct. Chu Xinglan directed his gaze toward the same spot, his expression inscrutable, his eyes seemingly veiled with a thin layer of ice. It was indeed laughable. Bearing the surname Chu, he found himself reliant on the Shi family, who had traveled from afar to offer assistance. What a grand irony it was. Shi Ci Qing's words struck him like a heavy blow, shattering his composure. If his leg were not impaired, how could he so easily fall into the trap set by others? He always believed that the so-called grandfather, despite his demeanor, harbored at least a modicum of genuine affection. Yet, he ultimately misjudged the situation. Do you know who informed Jingchuan and the others? After finishing her apple, Shi Ci Qing discarded the core into the trash, wiped her hands, and spoke. I just learned that it was Lan Yu's elder brother, Lan Jin. It had seemed like something he would do. Lan Jin and Pei Zheng intended to accompany him home that day. They were well aware that after the old master of the Chu family ceased to take care of affairs, he preferred solitude and rarely summoned others for meals. Although Chu Xinglan occasionally returned to the ancestral home, her visits were brief. This time, however, the butler made several phone calls, indicating that something was amiss. Yet, Chu Xinglan could not refuse to return, and they could not casually visit the Chu family estate. Presumably, Lan Jin, concerned about his prolonged absence, called Jingchuan. What he did not anticipate was that the old master would come in person. Upon reflection, it became clear to him, apart from himself, Jingchuan was not well acquainted with the Chu family, particularly the old master. Conversely, Shi Lao had fought alongside his own grandfather in battle. Thus, entering the Chu family estate would naturally encounter little resistance. Why? The ward fell silent for a moment before Shi Ci Qing's somewhat cold voice pierced through the stillness. Chu Xinglan was deep in thought and momentarily did not grasp the question being posed. Then, realizing, she self-deprecatingly smiled, her eyes profound. Yet the smile did not reach them. In truth, when her mother entered the Chu family with a substantial dowry, it was not long before the Yin family went bankrupt, and her grandfather fell gravely ill. The only kind figure in the Chu family towards her mother, the grandmother, was also in poor health. Under such circumstances, where her mother unexpectedly found herself pregnant with me, how could she have wished to retain me? Chu Xinglan paused momentarily, took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and continued. It was due to a statement from my grandfather and grandmother that she chose to keep me until my birth. Subsequently, as my grandfather and grandmother passed away in quick succession, my mother, already exhausted in both body and spirit while caring for me, fell into depression. She endured until I was around 7 or 8 years old, and then, compounded by the arrival of my father's former flame bearing a child. She succumbed to the overwhelming pressure and leaped from the top floor, dying before my very eyes. Shi Ci Qing sensed that Chu Xinglan's emotions were amiss. He left the window and sat at the edge of the hospital bed, reaching out to grasp her hand, gazing into her unfocused eyes. In a gentle and soft tone, he reassured her, "It's all right. We need not speak of it any longer." He could only imagine the profound impact on a mere child witnessing the gruesome death of her mother. Both her body and spirit would undoubtedly bear the weight of immense trauma. He was uncertain why Chu Xinglan chose to share such an intimate matter with him. Yet he recognized this as an inexplicable trust. Perhaps it was due to the nature of the question, one he should not have posed. After half an hour, as Chu Xinglan's trembling figure gradually calmed, she leaned against Shi Ci Qing's embrace, casting a glance upward. Her previously unfocused eyes began to regain clarity, even acquiring a hint of a smile. In a calm tone, she began anew. "Before her passing, my mother entrusted all her assets to a renowned lawyer, ensuring they were placed under my name. Prior to her demise, my grandmother had drafted a will and handed me the keys to the underground vault, facilitating my departure abroad, where arrangements were made for my care, guaranteeing that the Chu family would be unable to locate me during that vulnerable period until I reached adulthood and acquired the ability to protect myself." Shi Ci Qing remained silent, quietly embracing Chu Xinglan, yet she understood all too well the motives behind the actions of the two women. They were acutely aware of the Chu family's true nature and recognized that a child is powerless to safeguard anything. It was unfathomable how such a young child managed to grow up alone in a foreign land, devoid of family, accompanied only by friends, undoubtedly enduring immense suffering to become who she is today. Moreover, the rationale behind returning to the Chu family was merely to reclaim what rightfully belonged to the mothers and grandmothers of Chu Xinglan, an obligation that the Chu family owed to the three of them. The old master of the Chu family summoned Chu Xinglan back, clearly devoid of hope for the family's future, as the current generation of grandchildren seemed to lack promise. Little did he anticipate that Chu Xinglan possessed such remarkable business acumen, capable of turning the tide and fostering the family's growth. "Rest well," Shi Ci Qing said, unwilling to leave Chu Xinglan alone. It was only after Chu Xinglan had fallen into a deep slumber that she departed from the hospital. However, not far from the hospital, she encountered an unexpected individual. Chapter 72. Su Luoxue, waiting in the late night after covering Chu Xinglan with a blanket. Shi Ci Qing approached the nurse's station to briefly discuss Chu Xinglan's condition, requesting the nurses to check on her every half hour before taking her leave. Upon exiting the hospital, the moon hung full above her, its luminescence reflecting Shi Ci Qing's current mood, a blend of shadows and sorrow. She reached up to touch her shoulder, still faintly imbued with the scent of cologne, eliciting a soft chuckle. It was surprising that such a seemingly rigid and self-serving individual would wear perfume. The thought that Chu Xinglan had grown up so well, despite everything, tugged at her heart. Having endured so much at such a tender age, with the Chu family's monstrous presence looming over her, and now facing not just the Chu family, but also the Zhen family along with various adversaries in the commercial sphere, it seemed the Zhen family viewed the Chu family as a mere conquest. Otherwise, how could that Chuya have uttered such words? Intending for Zhen Chun to inherit not only the Zhen family, but also the Chu family? Such aspirations were but a fantasy, a delusion. Faced with such opposition, Chu Xinglan's ability to remain composed and handle everything with grace was heart-wrenching. It became clear why she ultimately fell for Su Luoxue, even to the point of obsession. Su Luoxue embodied the archetype of a gentle and kind-hearted heroine. In Chu Xinglan's darkest moments, any semblance of tenderness could leave an indelible mark on her heart. This merely illuminated a flicker of hope for her, only to be extinguished abruptly, leading her down a path of darkness. The author has masterfully crafted a narrative where, for the sake of a love that transcends all, a character with such a tragic background faces betrayal once more, spiraling toward ruin, while simultaneously garnering praise for the protagonist's kindness and scorn for Chu Xinglan. Indeed, They exist within the confines of a book, yet they are human, flesh and blood, imbued with thought and emotion, not mere puppets to be manipulated. Some actions are not born from their own volition. If everything were normal, it would be acceptable. Yet, this entire situation is far from ordinary. As I extend my hand towards the moon, a fleeting image of Shi Ci Qing's slightly pallid yet handsome face suddenly materializes, merging with the figure in my mind whose features are obscured, but who imparted countless lessons. It was that individual who taught me the art of marksmanship, the means of self-defense, and even the principles of navigating social conduct. In the nebulous recesses of my memory, I recall that person uttering a profound truth. Destiny resides in one's own hands, and the essence of who one aspires to be cannot be dictated by others. To break free from the shackles of predetermined fate and to live authentically is the ultimate achievement. Shi Qing kicks a pebble by the roadside, murmuring softly to himself. The amulet resting against his chest glimmers faintly in the moonlight. Shi Qing, the voice calling out, interrupts my thoughts. I lift my gaze and scan my surroundings, finally spotting her at the entrance of a nearby cafe. Remarkably, she has yet to depart. How long has she lingered here? Waiting in the dead of night? What madness! I have no desire to engage, so I continue my path toward the school. The sound of her high heels clacking against the pavement echoes ominously in the stillness of the night. Shi Qing, Vite, I need to speak with you. I quicken my pace, refusing to pause. Su Luoshua's motives for seeking me are likely tied to Shi Qing, or perhaps matters concerning the French competition, or even some trivial request. The thought of it all is tiresome. I am disinclined to entertain her nonsensical inquiries. Watching the figure of Shi Ci Qing fade into the night, Su Luoshua stamps her foot in frustration, her face a mask of resentment. After waiting here so long, she yearns to clarify how he knows Shi Qing and why he would interfere with her endeavors. Both Shi Shumo and Shi Qing have opposed her. Do they not realize that opposing her leads to a certain demise? Had they heeded her advice, survival might have been plausible. Once Shi Ci Qing's silhouette is no longer visible, she casts one last begrudging glance toward the hospital and storms away from the scene. Leaning against the wall at the corner, Shi Ci Qing watches as a red taxi drives off. He lingers there for another half hour, ensuring that Su Luoshua will not return before he departs. Upon entering the school, an inexplicable sense of unease washes over him. He has been absent for the past 2 days, residing in his elder brother's temporary quarters, spending time with his grandfather over chess and tea, while also discussing matters related to Shi Qing. It becomes evident why his brother and grandfather ventured into the Chu family estate. Shi Qing's mother was a friend of his own mother, and during their childhood, she would take Shi Qing to the capital. He had met her, though as a child, he could scarcely remember. After Shi Qing's mother passed away, she was sent abroad, with the assistance of his grandfather, and occasionally, she would return to the Shi household, albeit for brief visits of only 2 or 3 days at most. Senior Shi, a voice calls out, drawing his attention. He turns to see a stranger, a junior. Confusion washes over him. What could warrant such an urgent summons? Before he can ponder further, the junior pulls him behind a large tree, glancing around cautiously before speaking. Senior, is this person from your dormitory? The junior pulled out his phone and presented a photo to Shi Ci Qing. It depicted the entrance of a high school where Tongxin was besieged, surrounded by agitated students and their parents, all visibly furious. The trending topic read, Unfair College Entrance Examination. Cheating leads to an extra 20 points. With the image showcasing Tongxin as the top scorer. What has become of him? A chill swept across Shi Ci Qing's brow as he realized he had been too preoccupied lately, forgetting that examination results were imminent. He had previously looked into Tongxin's situation, understanding the reason behind the additional 20 points. The junior spoke softly. He came to Hong Kong University today and was attacked by many, seemingly sustaining some injuries. This cheating scandal has escalated significantly. Senior, it will be wise for you to maintain your distance from him. In times like these, when the school fails to defend its own, it is evident why a provincial top scorer would be subjected to such indignity. Although he had been busy, it did not imply that he was easily bullied. knowing that Tongxin shared a dorm with him. Those who dared to provoke trouble were truly courting their own misfortune. Hastening back to the dormitory, he dialed Xianming's number, requesting assistance in gathering information. Shi Ci Qing sent over images of those who had attacked Tongxin, along with photos of the individuals at the school entrance. A prompt response of acknowledgement came from the other side. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shi Ci Qing found Lan Yu and Qin Shu surrounding Tongxin. Tongxin bore a bruise near his eye, applying an ice pack, while Qin Shu was seething with anger. Upon noticing Shi Ci Qing's entrance, he stormed toward the door, his furious demeanor unmistakable in intention. "Stop!" Shi Ci Qing gently admonished, swiftly closing the door to obstruct the enraged Qin Shu. "Where do you think you're going?" Qin Shu cast a glance at Tongxin, who remained silent with downcast eyes, and his fury intensified upon seeing the marks of violence on Tongxin's face. He has been bullied to such an extent. This cannot be left unaddressed. "Fourth brother, do not restrain me. I cannot swallow this injustice." Leaning against the doorframe, Shi Ci Qing observed the impulsive boy with a cold gaze. "What can you achieve by going now? Are you capable of confronting so many? Acting so rashly will not protect Tongxin. One must remain calm and think strategically, lest we make further mistakes out of impulse." Before Qin Shu could retort, Shi Ci Qing approached Tongxin, resting against the table, his brow furrowed as he quietly asked, "Why not bring it forth?" "Why not bring it forth?" he reiterated. "If you do, the school will not turn a blind eye. If necessary, there's always a call to Quanshan." Qin Shu and Lan Yu exchanged bewildered glances. What could possibly warrant such intervention from the school, or even a call to Quanshan? Tongxin looked up, slightly taken aback, while the others were perplexed by Shi Ci Qing's words. He understood them all too well. However, if that evidence had been useful, he would have presented it long ago. The crux of the matter was that he had mentioned the school, and those students' parents did not trust him, even going so far as to accuse him of forgery. But how could one forge such evidence? As a solitary individual without any connections, how could he possibly commit forgery, which is a serious offense, even punishable by death? "Fourth brother, it's futile. Those people do not believe him. Even if they did, they argue that it's just one life. Why grant extra points?" It was asserted that this was their duty and had no relation to any bonus. It was simply an act of cheating. Upon hearing this, Shi Qing could only shake her head in disbelief, wondering how one could be so foolish, lacking even the most basic common sense. Or perhaps the author simply did not comprehend the significance of merit. The dialogue between the two was shrouded in confusion, leaving Lan Yu and the others momentarily perplexed. The dormitory was enveloped in a profound silence, the clock ticking away, marking the passage of each fleeting second. Tongxin's phone incessantly buzzed with messages of insults and moral coercion, even including threatening videos. Shi Qing seized the phone, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of her mouth, meticulously saving the numbers, IDs, and video information, vowing that their current arrogance would lead to profound regret, perhaps even wishing they had never come into this world. "I have a plan. Would you mind telling me your father's name?" Tongxin clenched her fists, hesitating for long while before finally speaking. "Tong Yin and Tong Wyman." "All right. I'll step out to make a call," Shi Qing said as she returned to the dormitory with her phone. As the door closed, Qin Shu and Lan Yu simultaneously inquired, "What are you discussing?" Qin Shu looked toward the doorway, admiration evident on his face, although the fourth brother was of similar age. He exhibited a remarkable sense of maturity and responsibility. "My father and elder brother are soldiers. Our home proudly displays a first-class merit plaque. The fourth brother might seek assistance from the second brother." Lan Yu and Qin Shu were taken aback, never having anticipated such a reason, which only deepened their admiration for Tongxin. On the balcony outside the dormitory, in the resting area, "Yes, it's these two individuals, second brother, before he could finish a sentence. An excited voice erupted from the other end, accompanied by a clattering sound, as if something had been knocked over. "Could you repeat who you were investigating?" The urgency and even anger in the second brother's voice were palpable. Shi Qing reiterated the names. "Why are you asking about this?" The second brother's tone turned serious. He believed his younger sibling would not inquire about these individuals without a valid reason. Shi Qing sent over a photo of Tongxin, succinctly explaining the situation. The school was unresponsive, and for reasons unknown, Tongxin was unable to leave her dormitory at Hong Kong University, facing insults and accusations the moment she stepped outside. He lacked the means to contact Quanshan, as the military base was too far away, leaving him at standstill. Understood. How soon can you manage? I hope you can come today. After a moment's contemplation, the voice on the other end chuckled lightly, exuding confidence that they would arrive quickly, as fighter jets are known for their swiftness. Now, it was Shi Qing's turn to be stunned. It was indeed possible to act in such a manner, and just imagining the scene was exhilarating. We will wait in the dormitory. Notify us when you are close. All right. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shi Qing waved her phone with a smile, saying, "Rest assured, within a few hours, that group will come to apologize." Tongxin was unsure, questioning whether the second brother possessed such capabilities. However, Lan Yu beamed with a knowing smile, while Qin Shu and the others were oblivious to the strength of the Shi family. He was well aware. At that moment in the capital city, within the highest military and political office, Shi Shumo hastily pushed open the door to the conference room, startling the attendees, who wore displeased expressions, particularly an elderly military officer accompanying Shi Shumo, who slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this? Have you no respect for the meeting?" Shi Shumo approached the old soldier and whispered a few words, showing him the information and photographs on his phone. After perusing them, the soldier slammed his hand on the table, startling everyone in the conference room. "Is this true?" he exclaimed. Shi Shumo nodded. "Teacher, I would not deceive you. I have verified that this individual named Tongxin is indeed his orphan child, who is currently being bullied and is too frightened to venture outside." The old soldier remained silent for a considerable time before retrieving his phone to consult with higher authorities. Not long after, a response came through. Fortunately, the unit was not far away and could reach Port City in approximately 5 to 6 hours. Tongxin's father was a commanding officer in the Air Force, a position that could not be overlooked. Upon hearing the news, the Air Force personnel were incensed, eager to dispatch bombers immediately. Tong, a hero of the regiment, had a child enduring such torment. They could not stand idly by. Instructions came from above. The families of martyrs must not suffer indignities, and orders were given for an immediate departure. An hour later, in the office of the principal of First High School, the phone rang incessantly. "Principal, it's Quanshan on the line," said the assistant, rushing in and pointing to the ringing phone. It seemed that the call could not get through and had reached another office. Upon hearing the name Quanshan, the principal, Zhao Wen, swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on the still ringing phone, fear evident in his eyes, his body beginning to tremble involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and dripping onto the desk. He realized that this call was likely related to Tongxin and was genuinely afraid to answer. Yet he could not ignore it. With a heart pounding in trepidation, he picked up the phone. Before he could utter a word, an authoritative voice on the other end erupted. "Are you Zhao Wen, the principal of First High School?" Zhao Wen stammered an affirmative. "You have quite a nerve to bully the orphan of a martyr. Regardless of who instigated you or your reasons, you better be prepared to face the consequences tenfold." With that, the call abruptly ended, leaving Zhao Wen slumped in his chair, wiping the cold sweat that continued to pour from him. After regaining composure for half an hour, he summoned all the senior teachers for an urgent meeting, specifically calling out the teachers of Tongxin's class and the homeroom teacher. Zhao Wen, filled with righteous indignation, pointed accusingly at Tongxin's homeroom teacher, demanding, "What were you thinking, allowing a student like Tongxin to suffer such humiliation? Now, Quanshan is calling, and someone is coming to pay a visit. You better prepare 10 heads as targets." The homeroom teacher, taken aback, had assumed Tongxin was an orphan without parents, unaware of the deeper connections. Yet, she acknowledged that the unfair treatment did exist. She had made no mistakes. "Principal, she began, but Zhao Wen cut her off with a sweeping gesture. "Whatever it takes, you must coax Tongxin back. Otherwise, our school might not survive this." Though the homeroom teacher felt a sense of injustice, she found herself at a loss for words. Convincing Tongxin to return seemed a daunting task. She could not fathom that the military would truly come for Tongxin. Suddenly, the conference room shook violently, accompanied by the thunderous roar of aircraft overhead. To be precise, it was not merely the sound of planes, but the thunderous growl of fighter jets. Chapter 74. Support for the Innocent Heart. Naming chapters is indeed a challenge. The deafening noise reverberated throughout the entire school. Those near the windows hastily drew back the curtains, only to be startled by the sight of over a dozen fighter jets circling the school. At the school entrance, numerous military vehicles were parked, and soldiers in uniform were arriving in droves. Witnessing such a spectacle, the students abandoned their classes and rushed downstairs to watch, with some even leaning out of the windows. Enthusiasts of aviation attempted to capture photographs, but were quickly thwarted. My goodness, there were actually dozens of Chengdu J-20s. Not to mention the Silver Wolf and the Falcon, rare fighter jets indeed. Look at the insignia on those aircraft. It bears the emblem of the Dragon Team. This is the legendary elite aerial squadron. How could they possibly appear at our school with such fanfare? Could it be related to Tongxin? A male student, visibly anxious, cautiously spoke up. He had been close enough to overhear the conversation between Tongxin, the teacher, and the parents. Tongxin mentioned terms like merit and soldiers, even pulling out his phone to show some photographs to the adults, who dismissed him, accusing him of boasting and fabricating stories. They claimed it was just an excuse for cheating and buying grades, and they refused to believe him, even resorting to violence. It seemed the school was turning a blind eye as well. Previously, the school treated top students like revered deities, but with Tongxin, everything appeared to have changed. How could this be? Tongxin was merely an orphan, without parents, surviving on charity. How could he possess such influence? I agreed. Perhaps there were murmurs of dissent, which instantly drew many scornful glances. On the playground, a considerable number of students gathered, abandoning their classes in excitement to rush downstairs. The soldiers disembarking from the vehicles did not enter the teaching buildings. Instead, they stood in neat lines along the pathways and surrounded the playground, preventing the students from running amok and causing accidents. The students gazed with envy and admiration at the tall, imposing soldiers. Those who had previously targeted Tongxin were left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that what they thought was a mere jest could indeed be true. It was inconceivable. One of the students, trembling, took out his phone and called his parents. "Dad, the army has come to the school. Do you think it's because of Tongxin?" There was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by raucous laughter and derisive comments, insisting it was impossible, that it must be a hoax. How could an orphan possess such power? The boy felt a sense of calm wash over him. Ending the call and directing his gaze back toward the playground, his anxiousness somewhat alleviated. In the conference room, a teacher opened the window to peer outside. Upon witnessing the significant commotion, she trembled and turned to the principal, exclaiming that the military had arrived, surrounding the school tightly. Tongxin's homeroom teacher hurried to the window for confirmation, only to be so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, the earlier words echoing in her mind. "You must be prepared to be a target with 10 heads." Principal Zhao's legs quaked, yet he clung to a glimmer of hope that these individuals were not what he feared. Suddenly, the telephone in the conference room rang, startling everyone present. The secretary, trembling, answered the call, nodding repeatedly. After hanging up, she stammered, "Principal, they wish to borrow the school for a drill." Just as the attendees were about to exhale in relief upon hearing it was merely a drill, the secretary continued, "They request you prepare 10 heads." With that, the principal was utterly petrified, collapsing onto the floor, his trembling finger pointing at the homeroom teacher of Tongxin. "Find a way to bring Tongxin back. I do not care what method you employ. Even if you must kneel, bring Tongxin back." The homeroom teacher of Tongxin appeared dazed and weary, leaning against the wall, momentarily at a loss for words. At Hong Kong University, in the dormitory, the door swung open to reveal Shi Ci in military attire, standing at attention rather than entering the dormitory, saluting the seated Tongxin with a sense of grievance. Shi Ci Qing was somewhat taken aback by her second brother's appearance, as he had not donned military garb in many years, rarely even wearing a police uniform unless absolutely necessary. The military uniform had become a taboo for him, yet today he wore it unexpectedly, suggesting a close relationship between Tongxin's father or elder brother and her second brother. Otherwise, he would not have made such an exception. Second brother, you are quite prompt, Shi Ci Qing remarked, glancing at his watch, noting that they had arrived several hours earlier than he had anticipated. As he had expected, it would extend into the evening. The situation is rather special and must be treated as such. The leaders from Quanshan have already gone to the school. We should depart. Shi Ci Qing was slightly astonished. While he was not well versed in military matters, he was aware that those from Quanshan seldom acted personally, usually resolving issues over the phone. It was surprising that they had come in person for Tongxin. In the military vehicle, Qin Shu felt a surge of excitement. It was his first time riding such a military transport. While Lan Yu appeared outwardly calm, he was internally exhilarated. Shi Ci Qing was accustomed to it, having ridden in such vehicles numerous times since childhood. Tongxin, with his head bowed and clutching his backpack, containing his most cherished possessions, was overwhelmed once more as they approached the entrance of the first high school. He had not expected such a large turnout, especially with fighter jets buzzing overhead. Shi Ci Qing raised an eyebrow at Tongxin, an unmistakable glint of pride in his eyes. He then cast a cold glance at those outside the military perimeter, sneering. As they departed Hong Kong University, Su Luoxue dashed out from the art department to intercept them, her gaze fixed on Tongxin. Urgently, she implored them not to let Tongxin return to the first high school, citing danger and requesting time to resolve the issue. Upon hearing this, the others were left bewildered, assuming Su Luoxue was speaking nonsensically. Yet Shi Ci Qing understood that this was no mere fabrication. Something had indeed transpired. This implied that the unrest was real, and it was likely that Su Luoxue had relied on some means to assist Tongxin, potentially involving their Shi family. However, with his interference this time, changes were inevitable. As Tongxin approached the playground, a fleet of fighter jets descended, landing on the field and rooftops. The pilots emerged, forming a line, removing their hats, and bowing slightly to Tongxin, all exclaiming in unison that they had been wronged. Their resolute voices resonated powerfully, stirring the heart. Tongxin stood frozen for several seconds, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had not anticipated such a spectacle. Shermu Mo, removing his cap, stepped forward and nodded solemnly before addressing Tongxin. It is my negligence that has allowed you to suffer. I apologize. From today onward, everyone here shall be your family, and you shall not endure even a fraction of injustice again. Should anyone dare to bully you, they will oppose the entire armed forces and air force. Indeed, we shall restore your honor today. The collective voice rang out once more, louder than before. Shi Ci Qing crossed his arms, squinting slightly as he observed Su Liang hiding among the crowd. It was evident that he was involved in this affair, which piqued his interest. Just then his phone buzzed, inundated with files sent to his device. The speed of his fellow student, Xiao Lang, was commendable. In Chapter 75, Demonstration at the First High School, Shi Ci Qing discreetly stepped aside to call his older brother, Shi Dage. Brother, could the Group S legal team lend a hand? Shi Jingchuan, seated in his office, rubbed his temples. Without waiting for Shi Ci Qing to finish, he acknowledged with a brief MMH, indicating that they would receive the lawyer's letter in about an hour. After hanging up, he sighed again, reflecting on his precious younger brother, who, ever since distancing himself from that woman, had been busy taking on responsibilities, either assisting this or that person. He was also growing quite close to a university professor at school, whose face reminded him strikingly of Chu Xinglan, leaving him puzzled about the antics at play. It was indeed a headache. A slender, fair hand pushed open the office door, revealing a woman dressed in a fitted qipao. Her hair casually held up by a hairpin, her makeup understated yet elegant. As she entered, her gentle demeanor exuded grace. Shi Jingchuan, about to reprimand her with his eyes closed, was instantly alert at the familiar scent and opened his eyes. Upon seeing her, he rose with a warm smile, though it concealed a hint of exhaustion. What brings you here? The woman guided the man to the sofa, tenderly massaging his head with a gentle touch. I just finished nearby and thought I'd check in on you. You look quite weary. The man sighed, his legs crossed, one hand casually resting on his knee while the other encircled the woman's waist. It's nothing. The company issues have been resolved. My younger brother just called. He requires the Shi family's legal team. What happened? Is it solvable? Do you need my assistance? Her barrage of questions elicited a chuckle from a man as he looked up at her. It's not my younger brother. It's a classmate who has been wronged and needs a lawyer. Second brother is already handling it. There's no need for Nan-E to step in. The woman, the second Miss Nan from the esteemed Nan family, was second only to Shi in status. Her elder brother, Nan-E, was a top figure in the legal world, not easily accessible to ordinary people. That's a relief, she said, exhaling softly. I'll inform my brother to be prepared. Thank you, that would be helpful. Shi Jingchuan glanced at the clock. It was noon. I made a reservation. Let us go have lunch. Upon receiving the reply from the elder brother, Shi Ci Qing tucked away her phone and returned to Tongxin's side, silently following them towards the conference room. At that moment, several vehicles that had long been parked at the entrance of the school opened their doors, and a few seasoned military officers clad in uniforms descended from the cars, halting Shi Ci and the others. Upon noticing the insignia on the elder's shoulder, Shi Ci was taken aback, realizing that the highest commander of the Air Force had personally arrived. General Yu, it is an honor to have you here in person. The elder offered a slight nod, his gaze shifting towards Tongxin, his eyes reflecting a sense of pride, as if he were peering through Tongxin to see his most capable subordinate from the past. Let's proceed to meet those arrogant individuals. They entered the conference room, and just as the door swung open, someone greeted the newcomers with a deep bow. Collapsing to the floor with a tremor in their voice, Teacher Tongxin, I was wrong. I implore you to show mercy and spare me. Shi Ci Qing stepped forward, raising his foot, causing the female teacher's chin to collide with his knee. The teacher, wincing in pain and clutching her chin, was about to voice her indignation when she met his frigid gaze, which rendered her words unspoken. The boy disregarded her entirely, striding directly to the head of the long conference table and pulling out a chair, gesturing for Tongxin to join him with a nod of his chin. Tongxin hesitated, feeling that sitting at the forefront among such distinguished figures would be improper. Yet, Qin Shu cared little for such formalities, since fourth brother permitted him to take a seat. There was surely no issue. He grasped Tongxin's arm and led him to their places. Shi Ci Qing pressed him down onto the chair, casting a scornful glance around the room, as if the expressions of those present were akin to someone who had consumed something unclean. Sit tight. No one dares to question you. Understood. Your brother remains quite entertaining. General Yu gestured towards Shi Ci, his intention to have Tongxin demonstrate his prowess unexpectedly recognized by a child. The upbringing of the Shi family surely bore fruit. Shi Ci smirked lightly, humbly acknowledging the general's praise. The teachers assembled in the conference room stood up, aligning themselves in a straight line. General Yu occupied the seat at the leftmost end, and just as Shi Ci was about to sit down, he noticed his brother standing beside Tongxin, one leg bent and a hand resting on the back of the chair, wearing a half-smile that radiated an air of arrogance. It seemed as though his brother had reverted to a more domineering demeanor, which he found quite agreeable, far better than being around that woman. Classmate Tongxin, we were mistaken. Would you kindly spare the school from further repercussions? The principal stammered, his voice trembling. When had Tongxin ever witnessed such a scene, where figures of authority within the school were bowing and pleading before him? Shi Ci Qing placed a hand on his shoulder, his expression cold as he addressed the assembly. You shall apologize before the entire faculty and student body, and let others observe Tongxin's sentiments. Who do you think you are, daring to? Zhao Wan, already agitated, found it intolerable to lower himself before Tongxin, and now, being overshadowed by an unknown child was simply unbearable. Shi Ci Qing chuckled lightly, not responding to the provocation, but instead turned to Shi Ci, tilting his head with a mocking smile. Second brother, some claim that I overestimate my own capabilities. His words were striking, leaving the principal in a state of sheer terror, unprepared to encounter yet another formidable challenge. Shi Ci, feeling a sense of helplessness, rose and spoke softly. You possess an audacity that exceeds your means. General Yu, seated nearby, observed the interaction among the brothers with amusement, reminiscent of his own youthful camaraderie, and thus he paid little heed to the finer details. Noticing the silence enveloping the group, he realized he could not linger too long. So he rapped his knuckles on the table and spoke with gravity. I am General Yu, the representative of Kwanshan, and here are my credentials. He motioned for his companions to present the documents for inspection. The family of Tongshin has sacrificed for the nation. The relatives of martyrs are not to be insulted at your whim. Demanding an apology is already a lenient measure, should you wish for a more severe reprimand. I'm not opposed to it. Before he could finish, the principal interjected impatiently. We agree. Let them draft an apology letter tomorrow. Satisfied with the response, the group stood and exited the conference room, only to be met by guards at the door, escorting several individuals. What is the matter? Shi Ci inquired, and the guards succinctly explained the situation. The restrained individuals were parents of some students, possessing a modicum of influence. Upon learning their sons had been wronged, they rushed over in a fury, attempting to breach the conference room, only to be restrained by the guards. The parents, witnessing the formidable presence of so many soldiers, were momentarily taken aback. Undeterred, one of them shouted upon seeing Shi Ci Qing and the others emerge. Soldiers are meant to protect us. How dare you lay hands on us? I shall report you. The old general, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the guards to take them away for proper admonishment. Engaging in futile discourse with such individuals was not worth his time. The military's arrival and departure were abrupt, leaving the atmosphere of the school once again tranquil. This event etched a profound impression in their hearts, one they would not easily forget, and even years after graduation, they would recall it with excitement. Chapter 76. The Increasing Doubts of Su Luoxue. I'm sorry. As Shi Ci Qing and his companions returned to Hong Kong University, they encountered several individuals hastily apologizing to Tongshin, with noticeable bruises at the corners of their eyes. These were the very ones who had bullied Tongshin. Shi Ci Qing opened his phone and searched for their profiles, unable to suppress a derisive laugh. It was no wonder they were so indignant regarding the matter of extra points. Among them were those who barely passed the college entrance examination, others who fell just short of the required cultural scores for special admissions, and a few whose younger siblings had been pushed aside due to the allocation of extra points, failing to gain entry into their desired schools. Particularly, the last group harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the system of extra points, which had driven them to act out in frustration. Tongshin instinctively glanced at Shi Ci Qing, his eyes silently questioning if he was responsible for this turn of events. Shi Ci Qing blinked and shook his head. He hadn't laid a hand on them, although it was likely these individuals had received a lawyer's letter before the altercation. As for the physical confrontation, he felt entirely innocent. He turned to Qin Shu, silently inquiring if it had been his doing. Qin Shu shook his head, asserting it was not me. I spent the entire day with Tongshin and had no opportunity to intervene. Tongshin responded with a non-committal sound and continued towards the dormitory, observing his demeanor. The group inferred they had likely been forgiven and exhaled in relief, gingerly touching their bruised eyes, aware that had they not been granted mercy, they would have faced further consequences. In a secluded corner of Hong Kong University, a figure cloaked in layers braved the sweltering summer heat. After witnessing a few individuals offer their apologies, he turned to depart only after they had entered the dormitory. Upon returning to his own quarters, he received a message from his elder brother, a simple OK emoji, which instantly conveyed to him that matters had been resolved. Those who had insulted Tong Xin had received legal notifications, and within an hour, Tong Xin's phone began to incessantly ring. Startled, Tong Xin hesitated to check the notifications. Look, good news, Shi Ci Qing remarked nonchalantly as he poured himself a cup of coffee, raising an eyebrow to signal her to check her phone. As Tong Xin glanced at her device, she was greeted by a flurry of transfer notifications, the total sum exceeding 10,000. This compensation covers your tuition for 4 years of university, along with your living expenses thereafter, Shi Ci Qing drawled lazily, stretching his back and glancing at the time. It was time to head to the hospital. Thank you, Tong Xin stammered, at a loss for words to adequately express her emotions, ultimately settling on gratitude. Shi Ci Qing waved his hand dismissively, striding towards the door, leaving the trio with an elegant silhouette. It's nothing, my friend. It's what friends do. Unbeknownst to him, That very sentiment forged 3 new allies willing to fight for him. Fourth brother, allow me to treat you to a meal. No need. I have matters to attend to at the hospital. You and Shi and Shu should go ahead, Shi Ci Qing replied as he stepped out of the dormitory, his gaze landing on Su Luoxue, who lingered nearby, her brow furrowed in confusion about her presence at this moment. Disinterested, he turned to leave, but was halted by her call before he could venture far. Before he could react, Su Luoxue pulled him into a secluded corner. Is there something you need? Shi Ci Qing inquired coldly, devoid of any warmth. He found it perplexing that Su Luoxue, instead of developing her tumultuous relationship with Zhen Chun, sought his attention. Su Luoxue, feeling the weight of his indifference, could hardly accept his aloof demeanor, feeling somewhat aggrieved. She pondered how their dynamic had shifted so drastically. She had once entertained the notion that Shi Ci Qing had experienced something extraordinary, yet her observations suggested otherwise, leaving her puzzled. If he were indeed like her, he would have intervened to prevent her from undertaking certain actions, yet he did nothing but evade her, continuing his altercations with Zhen Chun. The moment she learned of his identity as a scion of the Shi family, a subtle shift occurred within Su Luoxue, almost imperceptible to her own awareness. After all, the Shi family wielded far more influence than the Zhen family. This change was subtle enough to be overlooked, as Su Luoxue remained convinced that certain events would inevitably unfold along their destined course. Regardless of her experiences, she believed herself to be the ultimate victor, as long as she could sidestep the associated pain. Do you know Tong Xin? How did you come to know her? The barrage of questions from Su Luoxue caused Shi Ci Qing to furrow his brow, his displeasure becoming palpable. Upon hearing the word ally, his eyes widened in realization, connecting it to the earlier incident where Su Luoxue had impeded Tong Xin. Could it be that Tong Xin was merely a pawn in Su Luoxue's game? It seemed utterly implausible, given the trouble Su Luoyang had caused for Tong Xin. How could she possibly harbor any feelings towards Su Luoxue? The notion was simply fantastical. Wait, he seems to have overlooked an important detail. The events that transpired in that alley were destined to occur. Had it not been for his and Lan Yu's intervention, the one who would have rescued Tong Xin ought to have been Su Luoxue. Furthermore, initially, he had never resided on campus, always living in an apartment, and thus, he would not have known Lan Yu or Tong Xin. Now, having become roommates with them, he has taken on the role of rescuing Tong Xin. The one who was kidnapped has become him, and he is now the one caring for Chu Xinglan. Additionally, there's the matter of second brother's attitude towards Su Luoxue and his dealings with Sheng Xiaozi. Many events have subtly deviated from their original course, suggesting that the narrative is gradually transforming. Moreover, Xia Yi has not been pestering him, and an invisible shift has also occurred between Xia Yi and Su Luoxue. He is aware that the Shi family and his cousin are destined for ruin, yet the fates of others remain unclear. Ultimately, it seems that they too will succumb to the so-called strength of the male and female leads. Given the current circumstances, their demise appears to be a challenging prospect. With Su Luoxue lacking formidable support and Zhen Chun constantly oppressed, especially after being publicly humiliated, she has seldom appeared at school lately. Merely a dormitory situation. Shi Ci Qing said little more, pushing past Su Luoxue to leave. After taking a few steps, he paused momentarily and added, "Tell your brother to cause less trouble." This left Su Luoxue standing there in a daze, her mind tangled in confusion. Shi Ci Qing exited Hong Kong University and took a taxi to the residence of second brother. Once again, he came to collect the nutritional meals. Upon entering, second brother greeted him with a teasing remark, while someone was busy in the kitchen. Shi Ci Qing peeked inside, smiled slightly, and with a hint of gossip, inquired, "Has Big Brother changed assistants?" What nonsense! Big Brother would never easily change assistants. Second brother handed Shi Ci Qing a cup of hot milk. Holding the cup, Shi Ci Qing smirked and jested. "Is that why Xiaozi has time to come over every day? I didn't know he was your assistant or something." This remark made second brother inexplicably blush, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Big Brother, despite his overwhelming responsibilities, still requires Xiaozi to look after you. "When will you grow up, second brother?" "You little rascal, Are you itching for a beating? Second brother picked up an object from the side and prepared to strike his younger brother, truly lacking respect for his elder. The dynamic between Shi Ci and his brother in military attire seemed like two entirely different individuals. Their long-awaited brotherly banter ended in the kitchen when the stove was turned off. "You little rascal, just wait. When we return to Beijing, you won't escape my wrath." Shi Ci hurried off to assist in the kitchen. Shi Ci Qing lay on the sofa, watching the figures in the kitchen busying themselves together, feeling a sense of contentment. This was the life he desired, a family living in peace and safety, which was worth more than anything else. It seemed that matters were developing in a favorable direction. Chapter 77. A gathering. Professor Yan. I heard you were ill. Are you all right? Is it serious? I specially made chicken soup for you to try. Yan Jiusheng returned to the apartment, barely managing to close the door before a water-blue figure entered uninvited, swiftly making her way to the living room. Followed by Bai Ning, Xia Yi, and Su Luoxue. Shi Ci gently released his grip on the wheelchair, half embracing Chu Xinglan, their chests pressed closely together. The amulet collided softly with the man's lips. Pei Ming positioned himself to the side, effectively shielding the occupant of the wheelchair. Originally, they intended to return to Eugene Garden after being discharged today. However, upon noticing certain individuals loitering at the entrance, they abruptly altered their plans and returned to the Hong Kong University apartment instead. Those people were unaware of Chu Xinglan's specific residence within Eugene Garden, merely waiting in vain. Upon returning to the apartment through the side entrance, Chu Xinglan, unmasked, was met with an unexpected visit, catching everyone off guard. With his head resting against the child's chest, he gently inhaled the fragrant scent of jasmine, which was quite delightful. "Don't cause a commotion. Put on your mask," Shi Ci remarked, looking down at the large head that nuzzled against him. He felt a strong urge to push him away, but refrained, considering the patient as condition. "Anzai, Zhu Xinglan Zibli," retrieving a mask from the bag on the wheelchair's armrest and putting it on. Bai Ning, who had been observing them closely, nudged Jinji, urging her to pay attention to the trio. With a teasing tone, she suggested, "Aren't you fond of someone with the surname Yin? It appears he isn't wearing a mask. This is a splendid opportunity to catch a glimpse of Professor Yan's true self." She too was intrigued by this man who donned a mask year-round, wondering what lay beneath it. During his time at Hong Kong University, she had heard numerous tales about Yan Jiusheng. Despite his constant masking, his lectures were always packed, with some even bringing stools to listen from outside. She was curious to experience his class firsthand, but had yet to find the time. It was unusual for someone with such a mystique to be accepted at Hong Kong University. One could only wonder if he possessed some kind of magic. Yet, from her perspective, this feigned enigma did not amount to much. He merely had a well-built physique. Jinji, momentarily taken aback, abruptly raised her head and noticed the intimate exchange between Shi Ci and the man, as well as the sight of him wearing a mask. A flicker of inspiration crossed her mind. Carrying a bowl of chicken soup, she approached the trio, but suddenly stumbled, throwing herself toward the wheelchair. Zhu Xinglan, with his back to the girl, had exceptionally keen hearing for specific reasons. He swiftly reached out to steady Shi Ci's waist, rising abruptly to embrace him and tumbled toward the nearby sofa. Pei Ming moved to pull away the wheelchair, but the girl fell to the ground, splattering chicken soup across her face. "Let me see your leg. Have you been scalded?" Two anxious voices echoed simultaneously. Chu Xinglan reclined against the sofa, his lips pale as he let out a muffled groan. Shi Ci, perched on his lap, unfortunately positioned himself directly over the injury. Shi Ci quickly rose, noticing crimson blood seeping from the wound on his thigh, and hastily rolled up the man's loose-fitting leisure pants, easily revealing the injured area. "Ming, the medical kit," he called urgently. Pei Ming cast a cold glance at the girl on the floor, casually stepping on her as he passed, leaving a black footprint on her light blue dress. "Can you bandage?" he asked, addressing Shi Ci. With a gentle stride, Bai Ning approached, glancing disdainfully at the girl sprawled on the ground before turning her attention to the boy tending to the man's wounds. "Allow me," she offered, for I have studied nursing. Shi Ci Qing did not lift her head, coldly retorting, "There's no need." Bai Ning's hand faltered in awkwardness, her actions momentarily halted, a glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes, swiftly concealed. Su Luo Shui observed the interaction between Shi Qing and the man, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. Regaining her composure, she stepped forward, speaking softly and considerately. It would be better to go to the infirmary. Shi Qing disregarded her, efficiently changing the dressings, applying bandages, rolling down the trouser leg, and tidying the medical kit, all without uttering a word to Su Luo Shui. Xia stepped forward to assist Jinji, inquiring if she was all right. The girl, incensed, shoved her away, muttering under her breath about her custom-made dress, which would be ruined if dirty. She resolved that Shi Qing would not remain in this school for long. "I need a rest," several men complained, their voices laced with impatience. Jinji, feeling ignored and dismayed over her soiled dress, could not bear to stay any longer. She shot a furious glare before turning to leave, followed by Xia Yi, who had initially come to witness a spectacle but only found indifference and coldness. Bai Ning and Su Luo Shui exchanged glances, each unsatisfied with the other, standing resolutely with no intention of moving. Bai Ning's eyes brimmed with contempt as she scoffed dismissively, then turned to the silent Pei Ming beside her. Her sole purpose for being there was to see him, while this so-called White Lotus was all too evident in her intentions, casting flirtatious glances at the two men, entangled with Jun Chun and yet eyeing other men. She displayed an insatiable appetite for what was not hers. "Miss Su, are you not departing?" Bai Ning's voice dripped with sarcasm, looking down on those who covet what is not theirs. Were it not for this woman, the Bai family would have secured the Jun family's financial support long ago. Su Luo Shui, undeterred, faced Bai Ning with equal tenacity, refusing to be intimidated by the more imposing woman. And what of Miss Bai? Is it that Jun Chun has no time today? Her eyes sparked with provocation. Were it not for this Bai, she would not have endured such indignities. Though Bai Ning's family had fallen from grace, the poise of a cultivated lady remained ingrained in her, rendering Su Luo Shui's petty jabs utterly ineffective. "He has no time, as he is busy selecting gifts for me," she remarked. "After all, a special occasion is approaching, and he cannot afford to be careless." Upon hearing this, Su Luo Shui's face paled, her lips pressed tightly together. She was acutely aware of what this special occasion entailed, and the unexpected mention from the woman before her felt like a cruel mockery. After escorting Chu Xinglan to her bedroom, Shi Qing descended the stairs, only to find Su Luo Shui and Bai Ning still lingering. With a sigh, she thought to herself how shameless these two women were, having been asked to leave yet refusing to budge. "Ladies, might you be staying for a meal?" she inquired, her tone suggesting that the bland fare might not meet their expectations. The tone of Shi Ci Qing was casual, yet imbued with a palpable chill, making her disdain for them abundantly clear. Bai Ning feigned nonchalance, shrugging lightly with a smile, before turning to the kitchen and inquiring, "Is Pei Ming joining us? Shall we go for a meal together?" The kitchen was filled solely with the sounds of cooking and chopping, devoid of any response to her question. Bai Ning displayed a look of resignation, stating, "Then I shall take my leave. We shall keep in touch." In that vast space, only Su Luo Shui and Shi Ci Qing remained. Shi Ci Qing stood on the staircase, while Su Luo Shui occupied the center of the living room, gazing upwards. Aside from the clatter of pots and pans from the kitchen, the room fell into an eerie silence. In another part of the house, Chu Xinglan observed the surveillance footage, instinctively tightening his grip on his phone. Chapter 78. A scene without words. "How did Jinji learn of your hospitalization?" Bai Ning mused, astonished that the four of them had come together. Shi Ci Qing, chewing on a piece of braised pork, muttered to herself. Three women could put on a show, and with four, they could not only watch the performance, but also engage in their own games, truly amusing. While he could comprehend Zheng Ji's presence, and understood that Xia Yi was now Zheng Ji's little follower, he found it utterly perplexing that Zhu Shaji and Bai Yueguang had also accompanied her. Their antagonism was palpable, yet they maintained a veneer of calm. Indeed, a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, especially Bai Ning, who harbored feelings for Pei Ming, yet toyed with Zhen Chun, and still had the audacity to judge others. How absurd. They adhered to the old adage of eating in silence and sleeping in silence. Now that their identities were known, there was no need to wear masks in front of Shi Ci Qing. They could eat freely without a care. With a gentle tap of her chopsticks, she signaled to Shi Ci Qing to enjoy her meal, adding some greens to her bowl. Taking a glance at the verdant vegetables, Shi Ci Qing let out a quiet sigh and pushed them aside, murmuring her dislike for greens. In the next moment, the vegetables vanished from her bowl, having found their way into Chu Xinglan's mouth. His deep, magnetic voice, laced with affection, admonished, "You mustn't be picky next time." "Why are you like him?" Shi Ci Qing instinctively began, but suddenly halted. Who was this him she referred to? The name slipped her mind. In her hazy recollections, there was someone who had similarly devoured the greens from his bowl, threatening her in the same manner that she must eat or face consequences. That punishment seemed never to have been inflicted, as that elusive figure had long since vanished from her life. Chu Xinglan paused in his actions. Yet before they could sense anything amiss, he resumed his usual demeanor. Though a seed of curiosity had been quietly planted in his heart, who exactly was the he that Shi Ci Qing spoke of? Later, when he discovered the answer, he wished fervently for a crevice to hide within. After their meal, seated on the sofa, Shi Ci Qing rubbed her stomach and broached the question once more. How did Zhenji find out? Chu Xinglan handed her a glass of milk, speaking softly. I took a sick leave. It's quite simple to find out. Oh, she mused. Having taken a sick leave, yet unaware of the hospital's location, it was evident that the man's residence was where the girl would lie in wait at the teacher's dormitory. Shi Ci Qing couldn't help but admire Zhenji's tenacity. To go to such lengths for a mere substitute was truly impressive. He had encountered Zhenji a few times, and she was anything but the gentle and understanding persona she projected. She mirrored Zhenshan's character, arrogant, domineering, and utterly dismissive of others. The unwavering devotion to Yin Jiuxing suggests a profound affection for Chu Xinglan as well. One can only imagine the captivating scene that would unfold upon discovering they are, in fact, the same individual. Rest well. Shi Ci Qing had tended to Chu Xinglan's wounds, repeatedly advising her to refrain from excessive movement of her right leg, recommending she lay down for 2 days, during which he would visit punctually. With second brother